Chapter 1. After a decade, the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates emerges. In the New World, upon the tumultuous waves of the sea, a colossal pirate ship, resembling a whale in its form, swiftly glided through the waters, splashing torrents of spray. The towering hull bore a flag that fluttered majestically in the wind, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a skull adorned with a magnificent white beard emblazoned upon it. Without a doubt, this striking emblem represented the mightiest pirate crew in existence, the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon the deck stood Whitebeard, commanding the center stage, surrounded by the captains of the various divisions, the atmosphere thick with tension. "My sons, I have recently received word that Ace is alive, but he has been delivered to the Navy by that traitor, Blackbeard," Whitebeard proclaimed, clenching his fists, his face etched with grave concern. Upon hearing this declaration, the captains erupted into a cacophony of outrage. Blackbeard Teach has audaciously allied himself with the Navy. That despicable scoundrel. I must admit, I had underestimated him. This wretch has already brought down Sabo, and now Ace he is beyond redemption. To lay hands on one of our kin is to defy the sacred laws of the Whitebeard Pirates. Father, allow me to eliminate Blackbeard. Let me go, I shall return with his head. Each captain displayed a glint of cold resolve, vowing to vanquish the traitor Teach. Yet Whitebeard shook his head in surprise, his fists tightening. He reflected upon the past, realizing that his failure to prevent Ace from seeking vengeance against Blackbeard had led to Ace's capture. Such a tragedy must never be repeated. Overcome with emotion, Whitebeard began to cough violently. "Father, what ails you? Father, are you all right?" The captains, witnessing the deterioration of their father's condition, expressed their concern. "Cough, cough, my sons. Blackbeard Teach is exceedingly cunning and treacherous. I cannot entrust this task to any of you. Moreover, the critical factor is Ace's identity. Ace is the son of the Pirate King. Roger, I am certain Sengoku will publicly execute Ace, and a war with the Navy is now inevitable. At such a time, the last thing we need is any unnecessary complications." Whitebeard stated gravely. The captains fell into a contemplative silence, acknowledging the truth in Whitebeard's words. With Sabo gone and now Ace, the Whitebeard Pirates could scarcely endure another loss. It would be too cruel for their father. Especially as Whitebeard's health continued to decline, he could not be subjected to any further distress. Noticing the worried expressions of the captains, Whitebeard forced a hearty laugh despite his pain. "Kuahaha, look at how anxious you all are. Worry not. I will exact vengeance on Blackbeard Teach in due time. However, our primary focus should be on the impending war. In the time leading up to the conflict, I shall retreat to a secret location to recuperate. Before my return, do not engage with any other factions. I shall entrust all matters aboard the ship to Vice Captain Wang Yu. You must treat him with the same respect you afford me," Whitebeard commanded. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the captains were taken aback. Vice Captain Wang Yu? They had heard their father mention this individual before, reputed to possess formidable strength, yet they had never laid eyes upon him. Some captains even suspected their father was jesting. Now, as the name of Vice Captain Wang Yu was invoked once more, they began to understand that the Whitebeard Pirates truly had a figure of significance in Wang Yu. At this moment, the mysterious vice captain was finally making his entrance, igniting the captain's enthusiasm. "Father, so what you said was indeed true. Let us meet Vice Captain Wang Yu at once." "Indeed, I eagerly anticipate meeting him. He must be an esteemed elder of a similar age to you, father. Surely, such a figure will captivate us all. Perhaps he is even a wielder of Conqueror's Haki. Father, you mentioned he's been honing his skills in the Forbidden Zone for a decade. Could it be that his strength now surpasses yours?" "Ha ha!" Hearing the captain's remarks, Whitebeard chuckled, pointing toward a small boat slowly approaching in the distance. "Do not fret, he will be here momentarily. What manner of person he is, you shall soon discover," Whitebeard teased, deliberately building suspense. As the small boat arrived, Wang Yu's figure emerged before the assembled crew. Those captains who had anticipated a venerable elder were now collectively taken aback. A youth of around 16 or 17 years, tall and lanky, clad in flip-flops, his clothes and face caked in dirt, and carrying a hoe on his back while wielding a hammer in his hand. He sauntered forward with a nonchalant air, utterly devoid of any aura of a formidable warrior. The vice captain is this young. Moreover, he appears rather weak. Not only does he seem feeble, but his attire is peculiar. And with that hoe and hammer, could they be weapons, or does the vice captain have a penchant for environmental conservation? Simultaneously, Wang Yu began to appraise the captains before him. Marco, Jozu, and Vista were all familiar faces, yet this marked their first formal meeting. It struck him that he had been in this world for a decade now. Naturally, he possessed a system, albeit a somewhat flawed one. Upon his arrival, he had been bestowed with a seed and a hammer, the functions of which were entirely left to conjecture. The hammer was incredibly sturdy, yet to this day, Wang Yu had yet to discern its purpose. The seed, once planted, contributed marginally to his basic attributes as the tree grew. Yet the increments were minimal after 10 years of diligent toil. He had barely reached the level of a Yonko. As for how he became the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, it was due to his discovery of an uninhabited area behind the mountain upon arriving in the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. He fortuitously planted the seed there, nurturing it in silence. Until one fateful day, Whitebeard, inebriated, mistakenly wandered into this area and stumbled upon Wang Yu. And thus, his old habit resurfaced, insisted on adopting Wang Yu as his son. Ridiculous! For the dignity of a transmigrator, Wang Yu resolutely refused to acknowledge him as his father. Consequently, a brawl ensued, though he was not particularly strong at the time. The hammer's resilience, combined with Whitebeard's inebriation, allowed him to land a significant blow, leaving a substantial dent in Whitebeard's robust frame. Recognizing Wang Yu's formidable combat prowess, Whitebeard treasured him, promising daily feasts and fine wine, while keeping everyone at bay, leading Wang Yu to ultimately accept the role of vice captain and refer to Whitebeard as his brother. Thus, he had quietly endured in the Forbidden Zone for a decade, laboring diligently until today, when Whitebeard summoned him upon learning of Ace's capture. Wang Yu now realized that the Great War was imminent, yet his combat capabilities only reached the level of a Yonko, which could scarcely alter the outcome of the impending conflict. Thus, Wang Yu found himself quite troubled today. As night feather pondered, the clamorous voices of the Whitebeard Pirates captains forcibly yanked him back to reality. "Father, is this the mysterious and formidable vice captain you spoke of?" Vista inquired skeptically. "How could he be so young? I see no signs of any extraordinary prowess in this lad." Jozu squinted, visibly perplexed. "Father, surely you have not been deceived. I have heard that this Wang Yu has enjoyed our bounty for a decade." Marco scrutinized Wang Yu from head to toe. "Indeed, this individual appears to be a weakling, wholly incapable of leading us unless he can best us otherwise. We shall not yield." The surrounding captains echoed, their skepticism of Wang Yu's abilities palpable. A weakling? Living off the fat of the land? Wang Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he had been thoroughly underestimated. Yet, one could hardly blame the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. In any era, strength commanded respect. Without power, earning the trust of others proved exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing the captain's grievances, Whitebeard, unperturbed, approached Wang Yu with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Kuhahaha! Wang Yu, it has been years since we last met. Why not showcase your skills? Otherwise, it may prove challenging for you to manage things henceforth." Wang Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He had anticipated that this formal induction would not be straightforward. It was undoubtedly a trap set by the old man. Very well, then Wang Yu sighed, resigning himself to the situation. It was time to demonstrate the fruits of his labor over the past decade. While he may not yet rival the likes of Garp or Roger, he was more than capable of handling these captains. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Conqueror's Haki shocks the audience. "All right, let me put your skills to the test," declared the formidable water buffalo, Atmos, as he brandished his large blade, stepping forward to confront Wang Yu with a teasing smirk. The surrounding captains cast malevolent glances at Wang Yu, eagerly awaiting the moment when Atmos would expose him. Wang Yu slapped his forehead in exasperation, wondering if he truly appeared so feeble. Was it possible for someone so thoroughly toyed with by Doflamingo to challenge him? Perhaps you should reconsider. I am pressed for time. Let's make it Marco. Wang Yu declared, pointing towards Marco with a nonchalant tone. At these words, the crowd erupted in uproar. Marco was a figure on the brink of the royal level, fully capable of holding off an admiral. This weakling dared to challenge him right off the bat. You're far too arrogant, kid. At your young age, you aspire to defeat Marco? Do you fancy yourself one of the four emperors? Indeed, do you believe you're destined to lose, hence choosing the strongest? That way, if you fail, you can at least retain some dignity. How utterly tiresome. Certainly, he is merely a charlatan, a fraud who lives off the generosity of others. It's a pity his father is so easily deceived. Marco stepped forward from the throng. Kid, I am Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Are you certain you wish to engage me? Marco squinted, scrutinizing Wang Yu from head to toe. Wang Yu merely smiled. Why not? Do you expect me to defeat Atomos and then battle each of you in turn? Isn't it more efficient to vanquish the strongest first? Wang Yu shrugged, his demeanor utterly indifferent. Efficient? Marco's lips twitched. The indomitable Marco, found himself associated with the notion of efficiency. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of indignity. Well, young one, should you truly manage to defeat me, I shall acknowledge you as vice captain. As he spoke, a pair of wings wreathed in blue flames materialized behind Marco. Utilizing the phoenix flames already? Marco might be making a mountain out of a molehill. Izang remarked, astonished. Why don't we place a bet on how long this kid can endure? Haha. Atomos offered a knowing smile. I wager 1,000,000 berries that this kid won't last 2 seconds. Jozu exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha ha, you are too naive, Jozu. He'll bet 2,000,000 berries that this kid will lose within a second. Marco will dispatch him in under a second. He'll share my winnings with you. Ha ha ha. Bista added, equally exhilarated. The surrounding captains, reveling in the spectacle, began placing bets. Upon hearing the stakes, Wang Yu's interest was piqued. He'll wager 1,000,000 berries as well. If Marco loses, all your money will belong to me. How does that sound? Wang Yu's lips curled into a confident smirk. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, the captains exchanged peculiar glances, but after a moment, they agreed to the wager. Bluffing? Fine, we accept the bet. Marco, it's up to you, now annihilate him. The captains urged, brimming with excitement. Marco's expression was one of disdain. What an arrogant brat. Old man, keep an eye out, ensure I don't accidentally kill him. Though Wang Yu was a trickster, he was not deserving of death, and Marco had no intention of slaying him. Kuahaha. Marco, unleash your full strength. Whitebeard chuckled, his eyes narrowed in delight. With Whitebeard's assurance, Marco no longer held back. All right, kid, today is your unlucky day. With all eyes upon him, Marco suddenly struck, his enormous flaming wings flaring with motion. In the next instant, Marco soared like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Wang Yu with terrifying speed. The sheer velocity seemed to tear through the very fabric of space, producing a strange sonic boom in the air. Remarkably fast, the captains gasped in astonishment. The speed was so great that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Only a keen observation could slightly detect Marco's position. Excellent. I'm about to win a fortune. Marco will undoubtedly defeat Wang Yu within a second. Vista exclaimed, his excitement palpable. In the blink of an eye, Marco reached Wang Yu, raising his phoenix claw high before launching a ferocious kick. Faced with Marco's lightning strike, Wang Yu remained unfazed, his eyes narrowing as he perceived the trajectory of every movement. A thick layer of black armament Haki instantly coalesced around Wang Yu's arm, resembling a heavy armor gleaming ominously in the sunlight. He merely raised his hand to deflect Marco's kick. In the next moment, fist met foot. Boom! The fierce collision erupted with a tremendous roar. The shockwaves from the clash of their formidable powers radiated outward, shaking the entire massive vessel as if it were caught in a tempest. The surrounding captains were left utterly stunned. Goodness, he blocked it. Marco's powerful strike was thwarted him. I seeing this correctly? Vista, who had earlier been mocking, now wore a look of utter disbelief. This is a clash of top-tier armament Haki. This kid has actually mastered it. Izang exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment. Could it be that what father said is indeed true? Is he truly a master? A look of astonishment and doubt adorned Joe's face. Marco, utterly astounded, wore an expression of extreme peculiarity, never anticipating that he too would one day misjudge. The young boy before him was far from an ordinary individual. As the crowd remained in shock, Wang Yu moved once more, unleashing a terrifying Conqueror's Haki to its utmost extent. The once stable Moby Dick began to tremble violently again. As the Conqueror's Haki swept through the surroundings, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, having followed Whitebeard for many years, were well aware of the existence of Conqueror's Haki. Upon sensing Wang Yu's formidable aura, they each displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. The Conqueror's Haki, said to manifest in only 1 in a million, was emanating from this seemingly feeble young boy? It was hard to believe that this teenager possessed such power. Moreover, the intensity of this Haki was remarkable. Even I, Atmos, felt a slight dizziness. Marco, feeling the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki from Wang Yu, was equally taken aback and hastily flapped his wings in preparation for escape. Yet, how could Wang Yu allow him to flee so easily? The terrifying aura of the Conqueror began to coil around Wang Yu's fist before the watchful eyes of all. The intangible Haki took on a tangible form, detectable through the observation Haki, transforming into swirling wooden dragons that encircled Wang Yu's fist. Marco was left in a state of stupor. This was indeed the technique of the father, the very Conqueror's Haki that he wielded. This is indeed the pinnacle application of Conqueror's Haki, a technique employed by the mightiest of warriors. To think that a mere boy of 16 or 17 could master it. Who would believe it if not for witnessing it firsthand? Boom. A fist struck out, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and the void to warp. Even the deck beneath Wang Yu's feet fractured under the terrifying pressure of that blow, splintering into pieces. Marco, his phoenix flames ignited to their utmost intensity, crossed his arms defensively across his chest. Yet, despite this instinctive reaction, he was still sent hurtling backwards by the devastating impact, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing through the deck and creating several large holes before finally coming to a halt. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. The atmosphere on the entire deck was eerily peculiar. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates exchanged glances, swallowing hard, their expressions exaggerated, all rendered momentarily dazed. After a prolonged pause, Jozu finally broke the silence with a trembling voice. This is Conqueror's Haki entanglement. A mere teenager has mastered the Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Without a doubt, a young emperor even younger than Shanks has emerged. Jozu stammered, his lips quivering. A teenager of such regal caliber? This talent is almost beyond rational comprehension. Marco mused, recognizing that while he could trace the strength of their father, Wang Yu's extraordinary aptitude defied all logic. Vista swallowed hard, a look of envy gracing his features as he remarked, "To think such talent exists." Chapter 3. Do you consider me your teacher, Kaido? Staggering to his feet, Marco suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, a cold sweat had begun to bead on his forehead. Fortunately, he had utilized his phoenix flames at a critical moment to minimize the damage. Otherwise, he might have broken a few ribs. I concede. Although I am confident I could hold you off for a few more minutes with my phoenix flames, it is entirely unnecessary, no matter how much longer I prolong this. Victory is beyond my reach, Marco said, waving his hand with a wry smile. Indeed, it is a truth universally acknowledged. Marco possesses a clear understanding of his own capabilities. As a half-step to the royal level, this very half-step renders him incapable of triumphing against those who have attained true royal status. His admission of defeat, while unexpected by the surrounding captains, was nevertheless anticipated. The disparity in strength between Marco and Wang Yu was evident, being comrades aboard the same vessel. There was truly no necessity to prolong the confrontation. In the face of a royal competitor like Wang Yu, conceding was, without doubt, a sagacious choice. Ha ha ha. Now, you must acknowledge Wang Yu's prowess, right? Whitebeard approached, his hearty laughter resonating throughout the Moby Dick. It was only at this moment that the surrounding captains began to grasp the situation, each one touching their foreheads and expressing contrition towards Wang Yu. Apologies. It seems we were mistaken. You are indeed more than qualified to serve as our vice-captain. Alas, your powerful aura eluded our observation. Your skill in concealing your presence is truly formidable. Wang Yu, however, remained unfazed by their comments. He understood the straightforward nature of these captains. They were direct and unembellished in their inquiries, a quality he found rather endearing. Not a problem, Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. Yet, a smile soon graced his lips as he shifted the conversation. Nevertheless, it appears that you have lost quite a sum to me this time, haha. I shall graciously accept it. Wang Yu cheerfully remarked, for in any realm, one cannot escape the influence of money, and he certainly had no intention of disregarding it. At that moment, he bent down to retrieve the bed of berries scattered on the ground, only to have a large hand seize him by the wrist. Ha ha ha. Wang Yu, you cannot take that money. Your battle with Marco resulted in considerable damage, and thus, the funds must be confiscated. Whitebeard declared with boisterous laughter. Wang Yu's lips twitched at the elder's words. This old man is obstructing my financial gain. After the laughter subsided, the surrounding captains began to speak. Vice Captain Wang Yu, how is it that at such a young age, your combat prowess is so formidable? Do you possess some secret technique? Indeed, Vice Captain Wang Yu. You must have some unique methods. Could you share them with us? Even if you cannot divulge your secrets in full, any guidance to enhance our combat abilities would be greatly appreciated. It was evident that they believed Wang Yu's remarkable combat strength at such a tender age stemmed not only from innate talent, but also from some extraordinary technique. They had previously sought Whitebeard's assistance to enhance their own abilities, yet while he was well-versed in sharing his drinking experiences, imparting wisdom on combat enhancement was a realm in which he lacked expertise. However, upon witnessing Wang Yu today, they realized that a new beacon of hope had arrived. With a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Wang Yu found himself overwhelmed, casting a pleading glance toward the old man with the white beard. However, little did he know that this elderly figure would not only withhold assistance, but would also exacerbate his predicament. Ha ha ha. It seems the meeting with the vice captain today is quite harmonious. You must seek counsel from Vice Captain Wang Yu. This lad is exceptionally proficient in mentoring. Allow him to enhance your combat prowess in preparation for the impending great conflict. I have full faith that Vice Captain Wang Yu will guide you well during my absence. Alas, I must take my leave, as time is of the essence. From the very first day he laid eyes on Wang Yu, Whitebeard had sensed that this child, wielding a hammer while planting trees, possessed extraordinary abilities that could lead their crew to glory, achieving his objective. Whitebeard waved his hand dramatically and swiftly boarded a small boat, chuckling as he made his escape. Left in disarray, Wang Yu stood alone, his gaze forlornly fixed on Whitebeard's retreating vessel, his lips twitching in agitation. Whitebeard, you old trickster, I thought you simply wanted me to manage some affairs. Yet here I am, expected to act as a teacher to the captains. All my skills were acquired through planting trees, and I know nothing of education. Do you truly regard me as Kaido? Old man, you have led me to ruin. Just wait. The surrounding captains, hearing the old man's words, grew even more enthusiastic toward Wang Yu. Without the need for their input, Whitebeard would soon face an arduous battle, and everyone was eager to elevate their strength during this time, promptly encircling Wang Yu. Vice Captain Wang Yu, my abilities are quite robust, yet I cannot seem to break through to the royal level. Is there any hope for me to ascend to that level before the great battle? Marco was the first to speak up, his urgency palpable. Wang Yu scoffed. Breakthrough to the royal level? My own royal level was cultivated through planting trees. How do you expect me to guide you? Vice Captain Wang Yu, my physical prowess is commendable, yet my fruit has yet to awaken. Do you have any means to help me achieve that? Jozu inquired earnestly. Wang Yu chuckled inwardly. You seek guidance on how to awaken a devil fruit from someone who possesses none? Are you certain I am the right person to ask? Vice Captain Wang Yu. My swordsmanship is not lacking, yet I cannot reach the pinnacle of the world's greatest swordsman. Could you offer me some guidance? Bista chimed in, eager for instruction. Goodness, this is becoming increasingly absurd. You wish for me to instruct you in swordsmanship? For heaven's sake, seek out a renowned swordsman. My weapon is a hammer. Do you understand? Wang Yu lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes as an array of training inquiries bombarded him. A solution must be devised, enduring this daily tribulation. It is not only your strength that remains unenhanced, but I too find it impossible to cultivate my own prowess in peace. Wang Yu's gaze flickered momentarily, a glint of inspiration igniting within his eyes. Should he confess his utter ignorance of cultivation, it is unlikely anyone would believe him, and as the vice captain, his dignity would be utterly compromised. He is a man of stature, and it would be unbecoming to admit his inadequacy. Thus, Wang Yu resolved to first find someone gullible enough to deceive, to gain their trust and maintain their morale. Ahem, your inquiries are indeed manageable, Wang Yu proclaimed with an air of superiority. The crowd, upon hearing his response, erupted with expressions of excitement. Although they had faith in their elders' assertion that Wang Yu possessed a remarkable talent for teaching cultivation, their questions were far from trivial. How could he claim they were easy? Sparks of intrigue danced in their eyes. Master, this young man before us is undoubtedly a master. It is no wonder he has surpassed Marco at such a tender age. becoming the vice captain of the most formidable pirate crew. So, do enlighten us, vice captain. Yes. Do share your insights with us. Wang Yu cleared his throat once more. I can certainly share, but your queries, such as how to ascend to royalty, become the world's greatest swordsman, or awaken the powers of a fruit, these are all quite intricate. I must address each of your concerns one by one, he mused thoughtfully. The captain surrounding him fell into an immediate silence. Wang Yu, the vice captain, was correct. It was they who appeared to exhibit an excessive eagerness. These questions. When gazing across the vast ocean, each one represents an existence that others cannot answer. It is nothing short of miraculous that Vice Captain Wang Yu can provide any answers. And naturally, they do not dare to hope that he could elucidate everything for them in one go. The captains turned their eyes towards Wang Yu, filled with anticipation. Whoever is chosen by Vice Captain Wang Yu first will undoubtedly be the one to break through their own limitations. Chapter 4. Do you really think I am Teacher Kaido? Utter nonsense. Vice Captain Wang Yu, please guide me first, and our Whitebeard Pirates will gain another Emperor-level fighter. Marco was the first to speak. Get lost. Why should Vice Captain Wang Yu choose you first? I say, he should choose me first, and I will become the world's greatest swordsman. Bista retorted, refusing to back down. The other captains chimed in, each eager for Vice Captain Wang Yu to guide them first. Wang Yu scanned the crowd until his eyes landed on Jozu, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Let us resolve your issue first, Jozu. Jozu, taken aback, beamed with excitement. That's fantastic. Ha ha. It must be because I, Jozu, possess extraordinary talent that you chose me. Wang Yu chuckled internally, thinking to himself, you are mistaken. I chose you because you seem like an honest fellow, easy to deceive. I cannot pull a fast one on someone as cunning as Marco. However, he kept this thought to himself. Aha, talent? Everyone here is formidable, but we must take it one step at a time. Do not be disheartened if you are not chosen. Wang Yu laughed heartily. With that, he hurriedly led Jozu into his training zone, fearing that if he lingered, the others might regret their choice and cling to him. I will take Jozu to the training zone. Once his issues are resolved, I will return to guide you all. With that, Wang Yu swiftly departed, leaving a crowd of envious gazes directed at Jozu. This fool. Who would have thought he would be the first to receive Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance? It's infuriating, Vista exclaimed with jealousy. Indeed, it's maddening. Vice Captain Wang Yu should have chosen me. Izo lamented. If Jozu surpasses me after being taught by Vice Captain Wang Yu, that would not bode well for me. I must hurry to train, Marco declared, hastily leaving. The other captains did not wish to fall behind, for they knew that their father had mentioned a great war was imminent. Even if Vice Captain Wang Yu could not guide them at the moment, they could not afford to give up easily, so they all made their way to the training grounds of the Whitebeard Pirates. Meanwhile, on his small ship, Whitebeard wore a smile. From the first moment he encountered the peculiar Nightwing, he sensed that this young lad possessed some extraordinary ability. Trees, hammers, hoeing, and pest control. What an interesting fellow. Who knows, by the time I return, I might be pleasantly surprised. Whitebeard mused to himself. As for the training zone, Wang Yu began his training session with Jozu. It was evident that being chosen by Vice Captain Wang Yu had left Jozu in a state of excitement. This was Jozu's first time witnessing the training zone, which resembled a vast playground, featuring only a magnificent and peculiar fruit tree standing majestically in the center, surrounded by a lush lawn. After surveying the surroundings, Jozu rubbed his hands together, a broad smile on his face as he turned to Wang Yu. Vice Captain Wang Yu. Look, am I ready to train? How can I enhance my fruit development abilities? Well, Wang Yu pondered briefly. Although he had managed to escape the clutches of the crowd, he still needed to think of a way to deceive Jozu effectively. A spark of inspiration ignited in Wang Yu's eyes. Jozu, do you understand the key to awakening your fruit abilities? He asked with utmost seriousness. The key? Jozu replied, utterly bewildered. How would he know? If he knew, he wouldn't be asking. Nevertheless, Jozu felt a surge of joy, for he had asked countless individuals, including formidable figures like Whitebeard, yet they all responded that such matters depended entirely on personal enlightenment. Wang Yu's ability to inquire about the key to awakening fruit abilities indicated that he possessed unique insights into the matter. I'm rather dull. Please, Mr. Wang Yu. Just tell me. Jozu exclaimed excitedly. Wang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Since Jozu was unaware of the key, it would be easy to lead him astray. Listen closely. Jozu. Wang Yu's expression turned serious. Jozu promptly straightened up, adopting the earnest demeanor of a student attentively listening to a lesson. From my years of experience, if you wish to enhance your fruit development abilities, you must first boost your physical capabilities, pushing your limits repeatedly, which will greatly aid in fruit development," Wang Yu proclaimed with utmost sincerity. Jozu stood there, utterly stunned, his expression blank. Watching Jozu's reaction, Wang Yu felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if he had been too casual with his words. The realm of physical fitness and the development of abilities are entirely distinct matters. Although Jozu may be somewhat simple-minded, he is certainly not foolish. Such thoughts left him pondering whether he had inadvertently revealed too much. Yet, to his astonishment, in the next moment, Jozu's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. "Captain Wang Yu, I have achieved enlightenment. I have finally grasped it. It appears that the highest level of fruit awakening cannot be approached through the fruit itself, but rather through the cultivation of one's physical prowess. Reflecting on those formidable individuals who have awakened their abilities, isn't it true that each possesses an inherent strength? Only when the body is robust can the spirit be potent, enabling one to transcend the limitations of the fruit and reach the pinnacle of awakening. The path to enlightenment is indeed simple. How could I have overlooked this?" Jozu exclaimed, enthusiastically slapping his head. Wang Yu, taken aback, stood frozen in place, astonished that his offhand remark had inadvertently made such profound sense. He found himself questioning whether he had genuinely spoken wisely, or if Jozu's intellect was, in fact, a source of concern. However, such considerations were ultimately irrelevant. What mattered was keeping Jozu occupied, ensuring he would not disturb him in the coming days. Wang Yu could then indulge in rest and tend to his trees, reviving his former tranquility. Thus, he instructed Jozu, "You should run laps around this courtyard until you reach your physical limits. I shall retire for a midday nap and head back to my quarters." With that, Wang Yu departed to rest. As he gazed at Wang Yu's retreating figure, which seemed as majestic as a mountain, Jozu bowed deeply, acknowledging the captain's extraordinary wisdom. "Indeed, Captain Wang Yu is truly remarkable. This question had plagued me for a long time. I sought answers from many formidable individuals, yet none could provide a satisfactory response. Ultimately, it was merely a glance from Captain Wang Yu that revealed the crux of the matter. No wonder, at the tender age of 16, he possesses such terrifying combat prowess, achieving the formidable rank of a 4 Emperors-level warrior, becoming an extraordinary being. With the presence of this reclusive master, Jozu believes that in the upcoming grand conflict, the Whitebeard Pirates will assuredly claim ultimate victory." Without wasting another moment, Jozu began to sprint energetically in the courtyard. Though he appeared somewhat cumbersome, his immense strength allowed him to run like lightning, maintaining this pace for a full hour. Eventually, Jozu's stamina reached its limit, and he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. This must be the limit of physical endurance. It is truly taxing. At that moment, Jozu felt parched and, upon looking up, noticed a colossal fruit tree towering above him. Feeling parched, I might as well taste a fruit. Captain Wang Yu surely wouldn't mind. Chapter 5, System Upgrade, Master Craftsman. With this thought, Jozu plucked a peculiar fruit from the tree, resembling a stone. Unfazed, he took a bite and began to chew. Captain Wang Yu, such an extraordinary figure. Yet the food leaves much to be desired. This fruit is remarkably tough. Soon after, a wondrous energy coursed through Jozu's body, banishing his fatigue in an instant. Despite the fruit being somewhat hard on the teeth, it indeed replenished a considerable amount of energy. Jozu was left in awe. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the night drifter napped, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection shows that Jozu has consumed a lava-type Thunderstrike skill fruit. Acquiring the Thunderstrike skill, level 1, and receiving a Granite shield as a bonus. The host simultaneously acquires the advanced skill, level 2, Granite shield. The system has upgraded. Unlocking the marketplace and granting a basic forging furnace, the host can now craft equipment. Further system upgrades will unlock additional realms. Reward, 100,000 system coins. Whoa, Wang Yu exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. It turns out that for all these years, his system had remained in a flawed state, unupgraded. Simply because this skill fruit was meant for others. For a decade, he had pondered endlessly, striving to enhance the system, only to discover that the skill fruit was never intended for him, but rather for someone else. This appears to be a system designed for altruism. Previously, I had honed the skill of self-protection to the point where even the venerable old man was kept at bay. The fruits born of the trees were solely for my own consumption. Reflecting upon it now, I realize how wasteful that was. Only by allowing others to partake can I ascend to the higher echelons of this skill. How enlightening. Host, Wang Yu Conqueror's Haki, 8,961 points Armament Haki, 7,511 points Observation Haki, 7,640 points Swordsmanship, 0 skills, Granite Shield, passive, Thunder Strike, Level 2. Items. None coins. 100. 000 Devil Fruit. None Forging Furnace. Beginner Weapons. None Equipment. None Artifacts. None. Upon examining his interface, Wang Yu noted numerous empty slots. He first delved into the skill descriptions. Granite Shield. A protective barrier that absorbs damage up to 10 points of maximum health. Thunder Strike. Increases the hero's armor by 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Tripling the effect while the Granite Shield is active. Active. For the next 5 seconds, the user's basic attacks will unleash aftershocks, dealing additional physical damage of 30, 45, 60, 75, 90, 0, 1 AP, 0, 15 armor value, within a conical area. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was reminiscent of the abilities possessed by characters from a game he had played before. If bestowed upon Jaws, this skill would significantly augment his diamond-like defense. In the anime during the Marineford War, Jaws utilized the flash fruit to withstand Mihawk's onslaught. With the Granite Shield and the armor enhancement, Jaws' defensive capabilities could potentially increase by at least 50%. Moreover, this skill also enhances Jaws' basic attacks. One cannot help but marvel at Jaws' fortuitous luck in obtaining such a fruit that perfectly aligns with his attributes. These skills will naturally synchronize to a higher level. Thus, the more others consume these fruits, the stronger one becomes. As Wang Yu continued to delve deeper, he was even more astounded. The marketplace offered a variety of equipment, skill fruits, fertilizers, and weapons. The beginner's forge allows for the crafting of 1 piece of equipment each day. The intermediate forge enables the creation of 3 pieces of equipment or 1 weapon daily. The advanced forge, with no time constraints, one can forge divine artifacts, limited to 1 time. The items forged within these furnaces come at a cost that is a mere fraction, reduced by half of those available in the marketplace. Wang Yu observed the distinctions among equipment, weapons, and artifacts. As one ascends the hierarchy, the requisite materials for forging become increasingly abundant and the process more arduous. Among the equipment, there exists the reflective armor, which enhances physical resistance and rebounds physical damage, the Landry's Torment, which augments the power of demon fruits and inflicts continuous damage, and the Bloodthirsty Sword, which amplifies slashing damage and facilitates physical lifesteal. For instance, should the reflective armor be donned by Jaws, his defensive capabilities would multiply several times, and even more terrifyingly, he would be able to reflect damage simply by remaining stationary. This is truly terrifying. The array of weapons is even more outrageous, including the sheathless blade, trident, Mjolnir, and Captain America's shield, among others. For instance, upon acquiring the sheathless blade, one not only possesses a treasure of superior quality compared to the Supreme Great Knife but also gains access to all of Yasuo's abilities. Furthermore, consider the divine artifacts such as the Golden Cudgel, the Twin-Edged Sword, the Purple Gold Gourd, and the Diamond Cutter. This existence is indeed cataclysmic. No wonder the system imposed restrictions. Upon completion, the advanced forging furnace is automatically destroyed. Wang Yu's face radiated excitement as he contemplated upgrading the furnace, believing that creating just one of these divine artifacts would render him invincible in this realm. However, upon seeing the exorbitant upgrade cost for the advanced furnace, Wang Yu quickly dismissed this notion, an astonishing 100 million system coins. It seems prudent to deliberate further. After all, the basic forging furnace is quite commendable. Even the intermediate forging furnace demands a staggering 10 million system coins. Although the prices are steep, today marks an undeniably joyous occasion for Wang Yu, who has traversed into this world. After a decade of toiling with the subpar system, it has finally upgraded. And considering the fruit trees and the basic forging furnace at his disposal, cultivating a few emperors before the impending battle appears to be a rather simple endeavor. Since this Jaws has assisted in upgrading the system, I shan't neglect this fellow. Let us go and offer some guidance to Jaws. Wang Yu's initial reluctance towards mentoring has swiftly transformed into exhilaration. He pushed open the dormitory door, and indeed, Jaws, that earnest fellow, was diligently adhering to his instructions, running with the speed of lightning, sweat beading on his forehead. A smirk graced Wang Yu's lips as he waved at Jaws, who promptly rushed over. Vice Captain Wang, you have finally awakened. I have been running as per your instructions and even surpassed my physical limits during the process. Jaws exclaimed with enthusiasm. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. How is the fruit development progressing? Wang Yu inquired with a smile. Chapter 6, Creating Emperors, Cultivating Jaws into a Sword Master Assassin. This question left Jaws momentarily speechless. He had merely followed Wang Yu's instructions and run for an hour, and he had yet to test the capabilities of his diamond fruit. Deputy Captain Wang Yu, I have only run for an hour. It shouldn't have any effect, right? Jozu asked, puzzled. A subtle smile played on Wang Yu's lips as he thought to himself, having consumed my fruit, how could there be no effect? An hour is more than sufficient. Listen carefully, Jozu. While you unleash your abilities, try to envision Granite. Wang Yu said calmly. Jozu looked utterly bewildered. Granite? What on earth is that? Does this have anything to do with the awakening of my fruit? Am I to become a granite golem after its awakening? Nevertheless, the earnest Jozu obediently complied. As the power of the devil fruit activated, various diamonds instantaneously manifested upon Jozu's body, spreading across him and leaving only one eye visible, transforming him into a veritable iron warrior. Upon awakening his fruit, Jozu glanced down at the diamonds adorning his arms, utterly startled. What on earth is this? Why have the diamonds on my body turned a dark crimson hue? Jozu gazed incredulously at his arms, resembling granite, radiating a dark red brilliance under the sunlight. Is it possible to play like this? I merely think of granite, and I truly become granite? Jozu exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Yu smiled gently in response. This indicates that your talent is indeed remarkable. Continue to follow my guidance and strive diligently. I have faith that you will grow even stronger in the future. The capabilities of this fruit have indeed been developed, yet Jozu always feels that the direction of its development has somewhat deviated. Nevertheless, it is a positive change, after all. It is certainly preferable to stagnation. However, Vice Captain Wang Yu, while my fruit has changed color, has my strength truly increased? Jozu awkwardly remarked while scratching his head. Wang Yu was left speechless. Jozu, in his naivety, required him to point out that his own strength had not improved. It was almost as if he was providing a personal tutoring service. From my observations, this caliber of diamond possesses a hardness significantly superior to that of your previous transparent diamond. Additionally, in the absence of combat, your granite diamond will automatically form a granite shield around you. Wang Yu patiently elucidated to Jozu. After Wang Yu's explanation, Jozu retracted the power of his devil fruit and discovered that he indeed bore a layer of granite shield, akin to the protective sensation of an armored coating. Indeed, Vice Captain Wang Yu, the remarkable aspect is that this shield does not consume my devil fruit's energy. It appears as if it materializes from thin air. This implies that my defensive capabilities have indeed ascended to a new level. Jozu exclaimed with fervor. He had never anticipated that the decade-long plateau he had encountered could be surmounted simply by running for an hour within Wang Yu's domain. Although his fruit had not awakened, he felt a rekindling of hope. As long as he could make progress in developing his devil fruit, the day of awakening would surely come. The realization of his aspirations felt almost dreamlike. All of this can only indicate that the vice captain of one's own ship is truly extraordinary. Were it not for the guidance of Vice Captain Wang Yu, Jozu would have known that, with his limited intellect, he would have made no significant advancements in fruit development prior to this moment. With just a few words, he identified the crux of his problem. Jozu is certain that Wang Yu's teaching abilities are unparalleled in the entire pirate world, earning him the title of the greatest mentor. Had it not been for your teachings, Vice Captain Wang Yu, my progress in fruit development would likely have stagnated for a lifetime. I am profoundly grateful to you, Teacher Wang Yu. Overcome with emotion, Jozu bowed deeply to Wang Yu, expressing his respect. Wang Yu was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled wryly, realizing that by simply engaging Jozu, he had inadvertently assumed the role of a teacher. However, he did not wish for the Whitebeard Pirates to uncover the existence of his system, so he nodded with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, the young one is teachable. While I may have guided you, it is your own effort, Jozu. That accounts for half of this achievement, Wang Yu remarked with a calm demeanor. Upon uttering these words, Jozu's admiration for Captain Wang Yu deepened profoundly. The first officer, endowed with such extraordinary talent, generously imparted his knowledge, leaving Jozu deeply moved. What is truly remarkable is that despite Captain Wang Yu's impressive accomplishments, he selflessly chose to share the credit, attributing half of his success to Jozu. This is undoubtedly a person of great respect and stature. It seems that their speculations before meeting Captain Wang Yu were completely accurate. However, upon witnessing the true visage of the vice captain, they appeared somewhat arrogant. Indeed, the true essence is often concealed, while the facade may be deceptive. Xiaozi's heart swelled with excitement and reflection. Let us set that aside for now, henceforth. Your developmental focus should gravitate towards granite. For instance, you could concentrate your granite power into your fists, forming a natural gauntlet. I firmly believe that through such an offensive approach, your strikes could inflict substantial area damage. Wang Yu spoke with an air of profound mystery. Upon hearing this, Xiaozi hurriedly etched the words into his memory. For him, the vice captain's words were worth their weight in gold. Each phrase, even a single character, held the potential for a transformative breakthrough. I understand, Vice Captain Wang Yu. Xiaozi replied earnestly. Indeed, just remember what I have imparted. The theory has been conveyed to you. And now it is time for you to put it into practice, for my guidance here holds little further utility. Wang Yu remarked with a serene demeanor. This statement holds a grain of truth. The solitary fruit remaining on the tree was devoured by you, leaving me in a state of utter abandonment, devoid of anyone to impart knowledge to Joes. If I were to save face, the extent of my teaching would merely encompass instructing Joes on weeding and pest control. Upon hearing this, Joes bowed once more to First Officer Wang Yu before retreating from the restricted area. After Joes departed, Wang Yu promptly accessed his system's marketplace, where he discovered that acquiring a piece of reflective armor required over 20,000 marketplace coins, a rather exorbitant sum. As he continued to browse within the system, he stumbled upon an iron ore priced at merely 10,000 marketplace coins, which would enable him to forge reflective armor and similar equipment in the smelting furnace. This directly saved him over 10,000 mall coins. Contemplating this, Wang Yu decided to make the purchase. After all, he had nothing but time on his hands. Why not spend a day crafting a piece of reflective armor for Xiaozi? Thorned armor increases health by 350 and armor by 60. Thorns, upon being struck by an attack, it retaliates, inflicting 10 additional armor damage on the attacker, while also applying a 25 grievous wound effect. This piece of equipment, when harmoniously combined with Gorza's granite power, can indeed form a perfect synergy. Once successfully forged, the passive skill of Thorns alone would enable it to utterly dominate the majority of swordsmen in this world. One can envision a formidable swordsman striking fiercely against Gorza's granite surface, only to find Gorz standing immovable, and then, astonishingly, the very attack would be reflected back, creating a buy one, get one free scenario. Wouldn't such a swordsman be left in tears? If Jaws were to fully develop, it would be entirely appropriate to refer to him as a formidable swordsman slayer. Therefore, amidst the current financial constraints, it is indeed essential to forge a thorned armor for Jaws. Consequently, Wang Yu picked up the massive iron hammer that he had previously used as a weapon and approached the forge. He stoked the fire and pumped the bellows, causing the flames to blaze a vivid red. Clang, clang, clang. He swiftly began to strike the iron with his hammer. Our workers possess great strength, and today, Wang Yu was in high spirits, even humming a tune. Chapter 7. Jaws showcases his skill, single-handedly confronting Bista. Meanwhile, Jaws ventured alone to the Whitebeard Pirates arena, eager to test his newfound granite power. He arrived just in time to witness Bista, Fasa, and the water buffalo, Atmos, engaged in a spirited swordsmanship duel. Fasa's flame blade and Atmos's broadsword wielded with impressive flair, yet it was evident that Bista held the upper hand. With his rapier, Bista single-handedly suppressed both Fasa and Atmos. The surrounding pirate underlings erupted in applause. Well done, Captain Bista. Your rapier is simply extraordinary, truly the foremost swordsman of our Whitebeard Pirates. Bista reveled in the praises of the subordinates, his rapier dancing with exquisite finesse, effortlessly defeating Fasa and Atmos in a leisurely manner. Haha. It seems your swordsmanship is still lacking. You both need to put in more effort, Bista remarked with an air of nonchalance. Fasa and Atmos gritted their teeth. Though unwilling to concede, they found themselves unable to match Bista's prowess. Observing Bista's triumphant demeanor only served to amplify their frustration. Just then, Jaws caught sight of this scene. Bista, what are you so proud of? If you possess the skill, then defeat me, Jaws said with a grin. Having recently grasped the direction of Fruit Awakening from Vice Captain Wang Yu, he was eager to seize the opportunity to showcase his abilities. Although the two had previously clashed, their strengths had been evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. Yet neither was willing to back down. Upon hearing Jaws' provocation, Bista's temper flared. You wait, Jaws. This time, I shall make you regret challenging me. With that, Bista unsheathed his weapon, ready for a serious sparring session with Jaws. However, Jaws merely chuckled. No need to rush, you just finished a battle. If I were to defeat you in this condition, it would hardly be a fair victory. Take half an hour to rest, and once you have regained your strength, I shall then take you down, Jaws stated confidently, exuding an air of assured victory. Bista's anger intensified. He felt disrespected by Jaws' words. Nonetheless, no matter how Bista protested, Jaws remained steadfast in his refusal to engage in combat at that moment. After all, having finally found a chance to triumph over Bista, he could not bear the thought of being accused of an unfair win. Thus, 30 minutes passed before Joz agreed to fight. You think you're capable now, Joz? Letting me rest for half an hour? Just wait. This time, we will settle the score. As soon as the time was up, Vista leaped onto the dueling ground, eagerly challenging Joz. Yet Joz remained unfazed, grinning widely. Ha ha ha, Bista. You are rather blindly confident in your abilities. If it were before, I might not have dared to claim victory over you, but do not forget. I have received special training from Vice Captain Wang Yu today. Defeating you will be as easy as child's play, Joz declared, brimming with pride. Bista was aware of this fact. However, it must be noted that Joz had spent less than half a day with Captain Wang Yu. It was implausible for Bista to believe that Joz could make significant progress in such a brief period. Joz? While it is true that Vice Captain Wang Yu is quite formidable, I refuse to accept that he could teach you enough in just half a day to defeat me. With your lackluster talent, I doubt you could have even managed to frustrate Vice Captain Wang Yu. Bista gestured towards Joz. Upon hearing this, Joz was immediately incensed. Bista, do you still look down on me? Today, I shall demonstrate just how much Vice Captain Wang Yu can truly teach me. With that, Joz took a pre-prepared rope from his waist and handed it to Atmos and the others nearby. Bind my right arm. I will defeat Bista with just one hand. Joz declared resolutely. The atmosphere around Atmos and Fossa was filled with bewilderment. Brother Joz, are you certain you wish to confront Bista while bound? They inquired, their expressions laden with doubt. They had previously witnessed numerous encounters between Joz and Bista, each culminating in a stalemate. Now, the notion that Joz would willingly allow Bista to use one of his arms, particularly his right arm, raised considerable skepticism among them. Thus, they felt compelled to ascertain Joz's resolve, fearing he might reconsider. There's no turning back. Stop hesitating. I shall demonstrate how I can defeat this fellow Bista with a single arm, Joz urged fervently. Upon hearing this, the two, recognizing Joz's determination, felt it futile to intervene. They exchanged resigned glances and proceeded to bind his arm without further ado. Nearby, a throng of small pirate followers were drawn to the unfolding spectacle, engaging in animated discussions. How intriguing. Captain Joz is actually going to fight Bista with one arm. Is he seeking punishment? One remarked. Do you think Joz has truly learned some remarkable technique from Vice Captain Wang Yu? Another speculated. Impossible. I wager 10,000 berries that Vice Captain Wang Yu could not possibly teach Joz anything significant in just half a day. This must be Joz's boast. The surrounding pirates fervently debated the imminent contest. Once his arm was secured, Joz sprang into action, leaping onto the duel stage with a single hand raised. Pointing directly at Bista. Come forth, Bista, Joz proclaimed, a confident smile gracing his lips. Witnessing Joz's provocative stance, Bista's lips twitched in anger. Joz, this is your own doing. Be prepared to apply your healing salves afterwards, he retorted, incensed. With their combat prowess evidently similar, Joz's audacity to confront Bista with one hand was a blatant provocation. Consequently, Bista resolved to teach Joz a lesson, wielding his rapier with intent. In an instant, Bista's form blurred, moving with the swiftness of a striking serpent. And he appeared before Joz in a heartbeat. Falling petal slash, he declared, drawing his blade to deliver a swift, fluid strike, the movement seamlessly executed. A sharp arc of energy manifested before Joz, poised to make contact. Yet, in the face of Bista's assault, Joz remained unruffled, standing his ground without any intention of defense. Even neglecting to activate his Haki. This utterly terrified Bista, for he was, after all, a brother aboard the ship. Despite their frequent banter and playful squabbles, their camaraderie ran deep in private. The vexation caused by Joz was truly exasperating, prompting the thought of delivering a couple of slaps to his behind. However, I never intended to inflict serious harm upon him. As the strike approached Joz, he remained utterly motionless, which only heightened Bista's anxiety. Could it be that Joz, accustomed to blocking attacks with his right hand, was now rendered ineffective due to his right hand being bound, thus forgetting to utilize his left? Chapter 8. The entire scene was one of bewilderment, as the granite shield withstood the floral sword strike. But that was not all. It seemed he had not only forgotten to use his left hand for defense, but also showed no inclination to activate his Haki or devil fruit powers. Having engaged in combat with Joz on numerous occasions, Bista was well aware of Joz's capabilities. His diamond fruit offered an astonishing level of defense, and when combined with Haki, even a strike from the formidable Mihawk could be repelled with his arms crossed. This also explains the reason for my all-out strike against Joz. However, I truly did not anticipate that Joz would remain frozen in place, utterly unresponsive. Had I not intervened to obstruct the blow, And had I not activated my diamond armor or Haki, my full-force attack would undoubtedly have left a significant gash across Jaw's chest. Jaws, snap out of it. Block it now. Vista shouted in desperation. There was no time for a hand chop. After all, I had just been enraged by Jaws and had unleashed my full strength, making it impossible to retract my strike at this juncture. The onlookers, including Atmos, began to breathe heavily, their gazes fixed on Jaws, filled with suspicion. What on earth was wrong with Jaws? Why was he completely motionless? Could it be that he had zoned out during battle? How glitched? Just as everyone collectively believed that Jaws would be injured as a result, in the next instant, clang. Bista's strike came to a halt a mere centimeter from Jaws' body. Unable to advance any further, the sparks that erupted made it evident that Bista's blow had struck an invisible barrier. The crowd was astounded. Bista gaped in disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Just moments ago, my observation Haki had reached its peak, and I was acutely aware that Jaws had not activated his Haki, nor had he utilized the powers of the Diamond Devil Fruit. Thus, it was clear that Jaws had withstood my attack with his bare body, yet the sensations coursing through my hand unmistakably confirmed that my strike had indeed collided with something solid. At this moment, Bista found himself in a state of utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. Beyond the powers of the Devil Fruit and Haki, could there possibly exist other mysterious forces in this world? Nearby, the captains Atmos and Fossa were incessantly swallowing hard, their expressions exaggerated to the extreme. From their perspective, Jaws had directly withstood Bista's attack with his body, leaving them even more astounded than Bista himself. How could this be? Jaws remained immobile, without activating his Haki, yet he shielded himself solely with his flesh? The water buffalo Atmos widened his eyes in disbelief. Yet, just moments ago, I distinctly witnessed sparks flying from the collision. How could it merely be his body? Has Jaws truly mastered an invincible adamantine physique? Fossa's face was a mix of astonishment and suspicion. The surrounding pirate minions were utterly dumbfounded, petrified in place with vacant expressions, completely motionless. If the captain struggled to understand, it was no surprise that they were even more perplexed. The pirate who had wagered 100,000 berries on Jaws' defeat wore an exceedingly strange expression now. He had a strong premonition that he was about to lose that bet. On the battlefield, sensing the unusual atmosphere around him, Jaws erupted into joyous laughter. Ha ha. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you have not deceived me. This granite shield is indeed remarkably effective. Bista, let us continue. Jaws exclaimed with excitement. Bista was momentarily taken aback, pondering the peculiar notion of a granite shield. However, before he could fully grasp the concept of this granite shield, Jaws once again unveiled his newfound abilities. To his astonishment, a layer of dark red armor manifested upon Jaws' body, enveloping him entirely. The armor, glimmering with a dark red brilliance under the sunlight, appeared remarkably sturdy, exuding an aura of invincibility. The pirates, who had only just recovered from the mysterious shield that Jaws had conjured, found their gazes fixated anew upon him. Could it be? What is this situation? Has Captain Jaws truly awakened his devil fruit powers under the rigorous training of Vice Captain Wang Yu? Yet, it did not seem so. If he had indeed awakened, the objects he touched would also transform into diamonds. From the current observations, it appeared that Jaws was experiencing a mutation of his fruit powers. Mutation? Each onlooker was filled with astonishment and skepticism. Meanwhile, upon completing his transformation in the duel arena, Jaws flashed a grin at the dazed Bista. Ha ha ha, brother Bista, let the battle commence. Jaws exclaimed with excitement. Bista's lips twitched, so his earlier strike was not considered a battle after all. Without granting Bista much time for contemplation, Jaws launched a powerful punch towards him. Boom. Bista drew his twin swords, enveloping them in Haki to assume a defensive stance. The blow collided with Bista's blades, forcing him to stagger back 2 steps, utilizing the momentum from Jaws' strike. Bista planted his feet firmly on the ground and soared back into the air. His agile form danced through the sky, the cutlass in his hand radiating dazzling light under the sun. In the next moment, Bista's cutlass traced a series of bizarre arcs through the air. This elicited a look of astonishment on the faces of Atmos and the others who were spectating. Bista was about to unleash a formidable technique. Atmos exclaimed in shock. Is it truly the first time witnessing Bista resorting to such a powerful move in the duel arena, compelled to such an extent by Jaws? Fossa remarked, squinting his eyes. The other pirates were equally transfixed, for it had been quite some time since the arena had witnessed such a thrilling battle. Roses in a chaotic dance. You must be cautious, brother Jaws. Bista shouted from the sky. The slight upward curve of his lips indicated his confidence in this technique. He even began to caution Jozu to be on guard. As he wielded his dual blades, a multitude of crimson rose petals cascaded from the heavens. If one were to mistake these for mere beautiful petals, they would be gravely mistaken. This was the ultimate secret of the flower sword technique, concealing a fearsome sword strike within the delicate petals, leaving the enemy beneath them with no means of escape. This is an exceptionally refined swordsmanship. In response to Bista's warning, Jozu did not take it to heart. Instead, an excited gleam sparkled in his eyes. Simultaneously, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Jozu's mind. If he refrained from activating his Haki and directly utilized the powers of his devil fruit, would he be able to withstand Bista's formidable attack in his current state? Chapter 9. The Captains. What is the power of Granite? Jozu, being a straightforward individual, wasted no time and promptly relinquished his Haki, enveloping his entire body in dark red granite diamond. With a crackling sound, an array of slashes erupted from the rose petals in the sky, striking against the armor encasing Jozu. The residual shockwaves of the slashes landed upon the dueling arena's floor, which was laid with marble, reducing it to mere dust under the chaotic onslaught. The ground beneath was exposed, and a cloud of dust was instantly stirred up. To Jozu's ecstatic delight, although these slashes were terrifying, they inflicted no damage whatsoever upon him. They merely produced various sounds as they struck against his granite diamond. Jozu beamed, revealing a broad grin. Ha ha ha, Vice Captain Wang Yu does not deceive me. My defense has indeed been greatly enhanced. Without activating my Haki, I can withstand Bista's ultimate move. Could it be that I could even defeat Mihawk? Jozu exclaimed with excitement. Jozu's elation was palpable, while Bista in the sky was utterly dismayed. Naturally, Jozu's words reached Bista's ears, and what enraged Bista the most was Jozu's audacity to face his most terrifying strike without activating his Haki. Was there such disdain for others? Was his ultimate move merely a test for Jozu's defense? Bista felt foolish for having warned Jozu about his attack, only to witness Jozu withstand it effortlessly. The thought left him feeling humiliated. Onlookers Atmos and Fasa were equally incredulous. Is this the ability of Jozu after his devil fruit's mutation? It's utterly terrifying. He withstood Bista's ultimate move without activating Haki. Atmos exclaimed, eyes widened in disbelief. He held a considerable respect for Bista's strength, having witnessed him suppress both himself and Fasa single-handedly. He never anticipated that Jozu would easily fend off such a powerful attack. If we were to battle, it would be nearly impossible for us to even scratch him, Fasa remarked, equally astonished. Upon hearing this, Atmos could only smile wryly. Us? Inflict even a scratch? Forget about it. With Jozu's current defense, even all the swordsmen of the Whitebeard Pirates would struggle to harm him. Atmos gulped, speaking with resignation. Jozu? I admit that your defense has indeed become significantly stronger, but merely possessing defense without offensive capability will not secure your victory over me. Let us call this battle a draw. Bista proposed, having realized that his ultimate move could not breach Jozu's defense. However, Jozu had yet to fully test his own abilities and refused to let Bista off so easily. Not a chance, Bista. It is a rare opportunity to practice with you. I cannot simply let you go. Moreover, after so many years of drawing in our duels, it is time to determine a victor. Bista's mouth twitched. It seemed he was destined to be defeated this time. Without granting Bista a moment's respite for contemplation, Jozu propelled himself into the air with powerful thrusts of his legs. Recalling Vice Captain Wang Yu's advice about combining Haki with granite diamond to form a pair of formidable molten gauntlets, his fists flew towards Bista with tremendous force. Bista quickly braced himself, crossing his two weapons before his chest. A punch was thrown. The fists collided. Boom! A shower of sparks erupted. Under Jozu's overwhelming strength, Bista's dual swords were shattered, forcing him to stagger back a step. This left Bista utterly astonished. Not only did Jozu possess formidable defensive capabilities, but now his offensive power had also become remarkably fierce. In rapid succession, Jozu unleashed a second punch. Bista's lips twitched. Did Jozu intend to crush him? The armament color swiftly coalesced before Bista's chest, and he took the full brunt of the blow. Consequently, he was sent flying out of the ring. Outside the arena, Atmos and Fasa hurriedly caught Bista, yet the overwhelming impact caused all three of them to tumble to the ground. Even Jozu himself was taken aback by the sheer terror he unleashed after donning the granite gauntlets, prompting him to hastily exit the arena. Bista, are you all right? Jozu inquired anxiously. Bista shot Jozu a disdainful glance. Fortunately, I had my entire armament color focused on defense. Otherwise, I would have surely coughed up blood from your blow. What in the world was that move? I felt as if I had been struck by a mountain. Bista expressed his frustration upon seeing that Bista was unharmed. Jaw's brows relaxed. Ha ha ha, the technique was imparted to me by Vice Captain Wang Yu. By concentrating my granite power in my hands, I can form a pair of granite gauntlets, allowing me to deliver explosive area damage. Jaws exclaimed with excitement. Though Jaws spoke with fervor, the surrounding captains remained bewildered. Jaws, what is this granite power you speak of? Atmos inquired, his expression one of confusion. This truly left Jaws at a loss for words. To be honest, he too was not entirely familiar with the power of granite. He merely acquired this unique ability following the method suggested by Vice Captain Wang Yu. Embarrassed, Jaws scratched his head. I can't really explain it in detail, but this is what Vice Captain Wang Yu taught me. According to him, granite is a direction for awakening my fruit. Jaws said with a simple sincerity. Wait, Vista suddenly realized something else. Are you saying that Vice Captain Wang Yu enabled you to comprehend those techniques you used against me in just half a day? Vista's eyes widened in disbelief. Jaws remained as earnest as ever. Yes, why not? Moreover, Vice Captain Wang Yu mentioned that he wants me to visit him again after lunch today. He plans to give me a gift, Jaws stated candidly. Upon hearing Jaws' words, the three captains swallowed hard. Goodness, in just half a day. Jaws' combat abilities have been significantly enhanced. Furthermore, it seems he will undergo additional training this afternoon, potentially elevating his prowess even further. If this continues for another 2 or 3 days, Jaws might very well earn the title of Jaws the Emperor. Bista's eyes sparkled with excitement. If that simpleton Jaws could improve, perhaps Vice Captain Wang Yu could guide him as well, enabling him to realize his ambition of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 10. Initiating the golden 10 consecutive draws, bestowing Jaws a spiked vest wonderful. So, with Vice Captain Wang Yu's assistance, it seems the Whitebeard Pirates may not necessarily face defeat in the forthcoming battle against the Navy. Atmos exclaimed with fervor. Haha. Let us quickly share this good news with the other captains. They seem somewhat worn out lately due to the impending war. It would surely lift their spirits, Bista remarked, his eyes darting with enthusiasm. Thus, after everyone dispersed, Bista stealthily followed Jaws. Brother Jaws, may I treat you to lunch this afternoon? I was wondering if you could take me to the Forbidden Zone as well? Bista said with a bright smile, presenting Jaws with a bottle of fine praying wine. Well, I can take you to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, but you must ask Vice Captain Wang Yu to open the gate for you to enter. Jaws gazed at the exquisite wine, tempted yet wary. If he angered Vice Captain Wang Yu and lost his guidance, it would be a significant loss for him. After contemplating for a moment, Bista replied, All right, that works. Just take me to the edge of the Forbidden Zone. Meanwhile, within the Forbidden Zone, Wang Yu was forging weapons with a large iron hammer when he heard the system notification sound. Ding. Host has detected the bound character Jaws, who has defeated Bista. Reward: 1 gold and 10 consecutive draw. Gold and 10 consecutive draw? Wang Yu's interest was piqued. He had not anticipated that anyone who consumed a fruit could become bound to him, and that defeating an opponent would yield rewards. This is quite intriguing. If the rewards are substantial, wouldn't it mean that the characters I've bound can engage in battle daily, yielding an endless stream of rewards? Wang Yu, who was initially troubled by the scarcity of shop currency, now glimpsed a new hope. The next step is to assess the value of this golden 10 consecutive draws. System. Initiate the golden 10 consecutive draws. Wang Yu commanded decisively. Ding. The golden 10 consecutive draws commenced. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 200 points of Conqueror's Haki. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 500 points of armament Haki. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 points of observation Haki. Congratulations, host. You have received a medium fertilizer package. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 pieces of premium iron ore. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 10,000 shop currency. Congratulations, host. You have drawn another 10,000 shop currency. Regrettably, empty draw, empty draw, empty draw. Upon reviewing the introduction, Wang Yu noted that this golden 10 consecutive draws did have a certain probability of yielding empty draws. He anticipated that when he reached the diamond or crown 10 consecutive draws, the chances of winning would significantly increase. Despite the empty draws, the overall rewards were undeniably enticing. For instance, the points from the Conqueror's Haki were equivalent to what he had painstakingly earned over half a year of nurturing trees. He never expected that after upgrading the system and binding characters, the rewards from a single battle would surpass the points he had accumulated over 6 months. Had he known it would be like this, he would not have been so protective over his skill tree. He should have invited Whitebeard for some fruit from the very day he crossed over. Reflecting on the thousands of fruits he consumed before the system upgrade, Wang Yu felt a pang of regret. Thankfully, by sheer chance, Jozu had consumed some. Otherwise, he might have met his demise at the summit. Continuing to examine the medium fertilizer package, it can accelerate the fruit catalyzing speed of the skill fruit trees upon use. This item is indeed available in the shop, though it costs a hefty 20,000 shop currency for just one. Additionally, the premium iron ore is essential for crafting equipment and weapons, which could save him a significant amount of resources in weapon crafting. With the System S reward of 30,000 shop currency, one could say he has reaped a bountiful harvest. He set a modest goal to bind 10 characters. Surely, the rewards would multiply tenfold in the future. In this light, the upgrade of the forging furnace seems imminent. Filled with excitement, Wang Yu promptly utilized a medium-grade fertilizer package. Under its influence, the 2 unripe skill fruits hanging from the tree astonishingly grew at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately reaching maturity. Wang Yu marveled at the results. Indeed, an item worth 20,000 mul coins proved to be exceptionally effective. In high spirits, he hammered away at his weapon while contemplating his future aspirations. Unlike his previous timid self who had cowered in the Forbidden Zone for a decade, the future Wang Yu was destined to conquer the entire pirate world. He mused that perhaps he wouldn't even need to lift a finger, as his bound disciples could create chaos upon the seas. Satisfied with his golden 10 consecutive draws, Wang Yu resumed hammering with renewed vigor. After lunch, Bista arrived punctually at the door of Wang Yu, the vice captain, accompanied by Jozu. Ding dong. The doorbell of the Forbidden Zone chimed. The television bug displayed the faces of Jozu and Bista. Vice Captain Wang Yu, I have brought you the finest wine from Dressrosa. May I enter to present it to you? Bista, removing his top hat, bowed deeply before Wang Yu, speaking with utmost humility. In Bista's mind, individuals of Wang Yu's caliber typically disliked being disturbed, and he feared being unceremoniously dismissed. Furthermore, Wang Yu had previously indicated that guidance would be given one at a time. So Bista felt quite anxious about barging in uninvited. In truth, Bista was overthinking. The legendary techniques imparted by Wang Yu were merely whimsical musings after consuming fruits. Moreover, Wang Yu had initially requested solitude because he was unable to enhance the captain's combat prowess. Now that he had upgraded his system, this concern was no longer an issue. Welcoming another person was inconsequential, especially since Wang Yu genuinely wished to savor the exquisite wine from Dressrosa. He recalled how Doflamingo had relished this very wine in the anime. Come in, Wang Yu stated plainly. Bista was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone of Wang Yu's stature would be so approachable. He promptly followed Jozu into the Forbidden Zone, his curiosity piqued by everything around him. By the way, Jozu, I have prepared your gift, Wang Yu remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Jozu felt a rush of excitement. Really, Vice Captain Wang Yu? That is wonderful. Although he was unaware of the nature of the gift, Jozu was certain it would be related to enhancing combat abilities and highly effective. His face flushed with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Bista, feeling emboldened by Wang Yu's lack of a dismissal, resolved to linger until Wang Yu asked him to leave. Of course it's true. Come on, Jozu. Let us ignite the furnace. With that, Wang Yu led the two to a nearby forging furnace. Despite its unassuming exterior, the temperature around it surged dramatically as they approached, indicating its extraordinary nature. After extinguishing the flames, Wang Yu retrieved a gleaming red iron armor from within, dousing it with cold water to normalize its temperature. This is the steel vest I forged for you. Wear it, Jozu. Wang Yu murmured. A steel vest? And it's covered in spikes? You want me to wear that? Jozu exclaimed, staring incredulously at the spiked armor. He had initially expected a gift that would significantly boost his combat prowess, but was instead presented with merely a set of iron armor. In this world, not only the formidable beings of the New World, but even a mere small-time pirate with a bounty of a few million could effortlessly destroy iron. This vest has indeed become somewhat superfluous for me. If one were to speak of its sole purpose, it might be likened to the design that protrudes like a hedgehog, merely serving to scratch the itch of my diamond-like physique during combat. Chapter 11. It would be shameful if you cannot even surpass the world's greatest swordsman. Beside him, Vista struggled to suppress a laugh upon witnessing the scene. Jozu, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry and put it on. This is a special gift from Vice Captain Wang Yu, he exclaimed. Once you don this, your future battles will undoubtedly be spectacular. Vista added with a hint of malicious glee. Jozu shot Vista a disdainful glance but silently accepted the iron vest that Wang Yu had handed him. After all, it was a present from the Vice Captain, and he dared not show any sign of disapproval. Thus, Jozu forced a smile that was more pitiful than a cry, holding the iron vest while tears flowed silently within him. Just as Jozu was engulfed in his melancholy, something miraculous occurred. Upon contact with Joz, the iron vest automatically adorned him. Then it vanished invisibly, merging seamlessly with his body. What? It's gone? Both Joz and Bista exclaimed simultaneously, their hearts echoing the sentiment. In the next moment, an inexplicable surge of power coursed through Joz's veins. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling an intense sensation as his granite-like strength magnified, and it seemed as though he had acquired an entirely new ability. Vice Captain Wang Yu, what is this remarkable item? I feel my granite strength has intensified. Joz stated, his expression a mix of astonishment and excitement. Bista's gaze remained fixated on the now-vanished vest. His face contorted in exaggerated disbelief. He had encountered numerous impressive weapons, even experiencing the unparalleled Great Blade. Yet he had never before encountered a weapon that could vanish into thin air. Indeed, Vice Captain Wang Yu, what kind of weapon is this? It feels extraordinarily formidable. Bista exclaimed, his earlier mockery of Joz's spiky vest completely forgotten. This is known as the Thorned Armor. Not only does it significantly enhance the wearer's defense against physical attacks, but it possesses an even more crucial ability. Wang Yu replied with a calm demeanor. Beside him, Joz and Bista listened intently, like eager students in a classroom, swallowing hard as waves of anticipation surged within them. An ability. This was the first time they had heard of weapons possessing abilities. It is worth noting that even the formidable Supreme Blade that Songyun cut, wielded by their father, is merely characterized by its superior hardness. This ability entails that whenever an opponent strikes the user with a physical blow, that individual will incur a retaliatory attack, and furthermore, this counterstrike will render their wounds exceedingly difficult to heal. Wang Yu endeavored to articulate the function of the Thorned Armor in terms they could comprehend. Both Jozu and Bista grasped the concept. If someone strikes them, regardless of whether they sustain injury, they can inflict a retaliatory attack on their adversary, which also diminishes the adversary's capacity to recover from their wounds. Bista was well aware of Jozu's defensive capabilities. The adversaries we must confront are a group of swordsmen, which implies that they could strike Joz with a single blow. Yet, even if Joz remains completely still, he possesses the ability to reflect their attacks back upon them. This remarkable ability has indeed incited jealousy in Bista. If Joz were to seek his assistance in battle again, it would not suffice for him to use merely one hand. Even employing both hands would be utterly out of the question. The enemy remains immobile. Yet he finds himself ultimately perishing from the very attacks he unleashed. Such a thought is simply infuriating. As for First Mate Wang Yu, he truly is extraordinary. To have crafted such an unparalleled artifact is no small feat. It is no wonder that Joz, that simpleton, has been trained to such formidable strength. Upon hearing of this capability, Joz was overcome with excitement. Previously, he had harbored some disdain for the grand gift bestowed upon him by First Mate Wang Yu. But now he realized he had been rather narrow-minded. How could he have been so unappreciative in the face of such an extraordinary present? First Mate Wang Yu, I am immensely grateful. I had no idea you were a master craftsman of the highest order. With this vestment, coupled with the granite power you have imparted to me, I am absolutely confident that I shall triumph over Bista with ease. Joz declared proudly. Bista, upon hearing this, felt utterly disheartened, silently shedding tears. Nevertheless, he was genuinely curious about Wang Yu's ability to forge such extraordinary artifacts. First Mate Wang Yu, how is it that at such a young age you can create such fearsome relics? May I inquire which prestigious family of craftsmen you hail from? Currently, Bista could only speculate about Wang Yu's lineage, pondering which esteemed family had nurtured him in the ancient art of forging, enabling him to create weapons of such caliber comparable to the Supreme Great Blade. A family of craftsmen? I crafted this myself. It is not difficult. Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. He had not anticipated that the world of pirates would harbor such esteemed smithing families. However, upon reflection, it was indeed plausible. Weapons like the Supreme Great Blade could only be forged through years of immersion in a family of craftsmen. Wang Yu's statement left both Bista and Joz momentarily stunned, standing there in disbelief. For the first mate to claim, it was not difficult. They were aware that, to their knowledge, no swordsmith capable of forging the Supreme Great Blade existed in the entire world. Wang Yu, not belonging to any prestigious family, had relied solely on his innate talent to create a weapon of Supreme Great Blade quality. Undoubtedly, the forging prowess of First Mate Wang Yu is unparalleled. At present, one might conjecture that Wang Yu had ascended to the pinnacle of the crafting world, far surpassing any competitors. Ha ha ha, with your level of skill. Even the legendary smiths from centuries past would pale in comparison. And yet, First Mate Wang Yu, you dare say it is not difficult? I fear the 12 swordsmiths who previously forged the Supreme Great Blade would rise from their graves in outrage. Joz exclaimed, equally exhilarated. Wang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. He was merely comparing the standards of craftsmanship in this world to those of his own system, an incomparable feat. Let us set this aside for now, Joz. I have gifted you this present, but now I require you to undertake a task for me, Wang Yu stated earnestly. Upon hearing of the mission, Jaw's expression turned serious. First mate, speak freely. I, Joz, shall not hesitate to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire, he proclaimed, thumping his chest with enthusiasm. Wang Yu smiled inwardly. This was not an urgent task, but rather a means to bind Joz to him, in a sense, making him a laborer under his employ. As the boss, Wang Yu felt a sense of disquiet if Joz did not earn him some rewards through his endeavors. Thus, he resolved to ensure Joz engaged in battle, and this time, he could not allow Joz to contend with someone of Bista's caliber. After all, a foe like Bista would yield at most a mere golden tenfold draw. What Wang Yu truly desired was a diamond tenfold draw, perhaps even a crown tenfold draw. After much contemplation, he concluded that there was only one man suitable to serve as Jaw's source of experience. I have recently received word that some of the 7 warlords wish to ally with the Navy against us. I need you to give Mihawk a sound thrashing and inform him that if he dares to assist the Navy against us, he shall not escape unscathed, Wang Yu said, a smile gracing his features. Upon the utterance of this statement, Bista's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression peculiar. The 7 warlords of the sea, Mihawk? The world's foremost swordsman? And now, the vice-captain desires for Jozu to confront him? If Jozu were to triumph over Mihawk, would he not ascend to the rank of a monarch? Yet, upon further contemplation of Jozu's capabilities, it seemed plausible that he could indeed vanquish Mihawk. Vista never anticipated that the rival he had long admired, the goal he yearned to surpass for a lifetime, would be inexplicably surpassed by the bumbling Jozu aboard their vessel. The inner turmoil within Bista was palpable. Upon hearing Mihawk's name, Jozu momentarily paused, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Vice-Captain, whomever you assign me, I shall confront. I, Jozu, do not intend to be defeated, he declared. Wang Yu shot Jozu a disapproving glance. I find your response unsatisfactory. You are the sword-wielding assassin I have trained. If you cannot best the world's greatest swordsman, it would be a disgrace, Wang Yu remarked with disdain. During this exchange, both Jozu and Bista briefly believed they might have misheard, as if their ears were playing tricks on them. Others would take pride in having faced and survived a duel with Mihawk. But here, Wang Yu's perspective was rather different. To be unable to conquer the world's premier swordsman was a source of embarrassment under Vice-Captain Wang Yu's command. It was only when Jozu and Bista exchanged astonished glances that they realized they had not misheard at all. Observing Jozu's expression, Bista couldn't help but chuckle. You are the sword-wielding assassin I have nurtured. Strive to become the one who challenges all swordsmen in this world, Wang Yu reassured him, patting Jozu on the shoulder. Chapter 12. Bista, with the vice-captain here, my dreams are secure. Upon hearing that Vice-Captain Wang Yu intended to teach him another technique, Jozu's face lit up with joy. Regardless of whether he could ultimately confront all swordsmen, the guidance of Vice-Captain Wang Yu would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to new heights. This is wonderful, Vice-Captain Wang Yu, Jozu exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, Bista emerged from his stupor, awakened by Wang Yu's audacious remarks. This is meant to guide Joz, and it is certainly worth a look. Even Bista wore a curious expression. Subsequently, Wang Yu directly plucked a fruit from the tree and offered it to Joz. Don't be nervous. Have a fruit to calm your nerves. Relax, and we shall delve into the main topic, Wang Yu said with a slight smile. It was at this moment that Joz realized, due to his overwhelming excitement, that he was sweating from his forehead. Embarrassed, he wiped away the perspiration and accepted the fruit Wang Yu had handed him, swallowing it in one bite. The sensation this time was akin to the last. Both experiences involved chewing something as hard as stone. Nevertheless, the rugged Joz swallowed it all down. Once ingested, the prior anxiety dissipated as expected. Furthermore, Wang Yu's system notification resonated as anticipated. Ding. Detection of Joz consuming the earth-shattering skill fruit. The host simultaneously acquires an advanced skill. Earth-shattering skill fruit. Strike the ground to inflict 609, 513, 016, 520, 0. For armor value, 0. 6 demonic power, magical damage to surrounding foes, while concurrently reducing the target's attack speed by 30, 35, 40, and 45 for a duration of 3 seconds. The enhancement of armor will amplify the skill's damage. Host, Wang Yu. Conqueror's Haki, 9, 161 points. Armament Haki, 8, 011 points. Observation Haki, 8, 140 points. Swordsmanship, 0. Skills, Granite Shield, passive, Thunderclap, level 2. Earth-shattering, level 2. Items, 2 pieces of superior iron Oregon coins, 120,000. Devil fruits, none. Forge, beginner. Weapon, none. Equipment, none. Artifacts, none. A subtle smile graced Wang Yu's lips as he acknowledged Ja's fortunate acquisition of a skill that counters swordsman. Now equipped with the counter armor. Paired with the passive effect of Thunderclap, his armor value soared to nearly twice its original measure. With the skill's high armor value bonuses, Ja's combat prowess doubled. Moreover, with the addition of a skill that enhances area damage while diminishing enemy attack speed, victory against Haki seemed assured. Thus, Wang Yu commenced his guidance for Jaws. Jaws. During close combat, you might consider employing the Granite Giant Fist to strike the ground, inflicting damage upon your adversaries while simultaneously utilizing the resulting shockwaves to invoke earth-shattering, thereby impairing their reflexes and slowing their attack speed, Wang Yu earnestly proclaimed. This left Bista beside them utterly bewildered. What is all of this? By striking the ground, one can inflict damage upon the enemy using the residual shockwaves? It is hard to believe that this could influence the enemy's nerves and slow their attack speed. How does this even make sense? You are merely striking the earth, devoid of any extraordinary devil fruit abilities. How can this possibly result in a reduction of the enemy's attack speed? Jaws is not a fool, and surely he would not be convinced. However, just as Bista was contemplating this, in the next moment, Jaws took action that struck Bista's incredulity. Jaws forcefully slapped his own head, appearing enlightened. So, that is how it is. Vice Captain Wang Yu, I understand now. I finally understand. Bista felt as though his worldview had been utterly shattered. Is this a joke, Jaws? And you claim to have gained insight? Is it that Jaws is simply foolish, or that I, Bista, am lacking in comprehension? Yet soon, Bista found the answer. Wang Yu pointed towards Bista. Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, before you engage him in battle, you must first practice the earthquake technique I have taught you. Why not test it out on Bista? Wang Yu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bista readily agreed. Eager to witness how long it would take Jaws to master such an unfounded technique. He could not believe Jaws would ever succeed. Very well, I, Bista, shall be your test subject, he declared. But be careful, my brother Bista. Jaws replied with a grin. In the next moment, as soon as he finished speaking, Jaws propelled himself forward with explosive speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow, aiming a powerful strike at Bista. Bista, standing on the ground, looked up to see the dark, robust figure of Jaws descending upon him, internally exclaiming in dismay. Wang Yu instructed you to strike the ground forcefully, creating shockwaves to harm me, not to strike at me directly. With no other option, Bista raised his twin swords to defend himself, enveloping them in a thick layer of armament Haki, akin to a formidable armor. However, this time, Ja's strength was even more terrifying, as he broke through Bista's defenses with a single blow, sending the twin swords flying. Bista was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden escalation in Ja's power. Just moments ago, they had sparred, and Ja's fists had not possessed such formidable strength. This left Bista in a state of perplexity. However, in the next moment, a terrifying fist crashed down upon the ground with a resounding thud. The earth trembled violently. The peculiar shockwave radiated outward from the colossal granite fist of Jaws, splattering in all directions. Struck by this extraordinary wave, Bista felt his insides churn violently, his mind spinning in disorientation, as he perceived a massive fist hurtling toward his forehead. This is the second punch from Jaws, and Bista instinctively raised his sword to defend, only to bizarrely realize that his speed had genuinely diminished. As the colossal stone fist approached Bista's face, his defensive sword remained unlifted. Haha, I've succeeded. Captain Wang Yu, I'm off. This time, I shall ensure Mihawk falls at my hands. After saying this, Jaws patted Bista on the shoulder, bowed to Wang Yu, and directly exited the restricted area. Bista was left alone, still reeling from the earlier shock. He had succeeded. Jaws had indeed triumphed. The issue was not Jaws' foolishness, but rather his own dullness. He had always believed that his swordsmanship could not ascend to the level of the world's greatest swordsman due to a lack of opportunity. But now it was clear that it was his own incompetence that held him back. Reflecting on it, he realized how foolish it was to think highly of his sword skills and innate talent. Bista? Wang Yu, noticing Bista lost in thought, hastily reminded him. Just as Bista snapped back to reality, he immediately executed a deep bow towards Wang Yu. Captain Wang Yu, with Jaws gone now, please teach me as well. I recently acquired a batch of fine wines in Dressrosa. I promise to cover your drinks in the future. They are undoubtedly among the finest in the world. Vista lowered his head as he spoke. Though he felt somewhat shameless for usurping the opportunities of his comrades, his desire to become the world's greatest swordsman was overwhelming. Without Captain Wang Yu's guidance, he knew he could not achieve his goal. He resolved to be shameless. The sudden bow startled Wang Yu. Yet he did not mind mentoring another eager student. More labor meant greater rewards for himself. There was even a fruit left on the tree. He would ensure Bista consumed it. Very well, seeing your filial piety, I shall offer you some guidance. Wang Yu feigned expertise and nodded. Hearing Captain Wang Yu's promise, Bista was overjoyed. This was a man capable of effortlessly guiding Jaws to defeat him and crafting weapons of unparalleled quality, now that he had agreed to mentor him. There was no doubt that Bista's combat prowess would soar to new heights. The dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman was finally within reach. Chapter 13. Captain Wang Yu is the invisible world's greatest swordsman. Wang Yu subsequently picked a fruit and handed it to Bista, musing that whether it would yield skills befitting a swordsman depended on Bista's luck. Since Jaws has consumed fruit, you need not be polite. This one is freshly ripened. Bista glanced at the fruit before accepting it and consuming it without hesitation. Ding. Detection complete. Bista has consumed the skill fruit of the Sword Soul series. Acquiring the skill Mistaken Jade Cut, Level 1, with the host simultaneously gaining the advanced skill Mistaken Jade Cut, Level 2. Reward, passive skill Path of the Hunter, Dual Swords of the Common Spirit, from death to life. Additionally, the host receives 1,000 swordsmanship points. Bestowed skill, Dual Swords of the Common Spirit. When wielding dual blades, every second attack by the user deals 50 magic damage. Path of the Hunter, from death to life, the user's critical hit chance is doubled, but critical hit damage is reduced by 10. Mistaken Jade Cut, a forward slash that inflicts 20, 40, 60, 80 million, 100,000, 105 AD physical damage. Upon hitting, Mistaken Jade Cut accumulates a stackable effect after 2 stacks. It causes the hero to dash forward, accompanied by a whirlwind that stuns enemies for 0.75 seconds, dealing 20, 40, 60, 80 million, 100,000, 100 AD physical damage. Host, Wang Yu Conqueror's Haki, 9,161 points Armament Haki, 8,011 points Observation Haki, 8,140 points Swordsmanship, 1,000 skills, Granite Shield Passive. Thunderstrike, Level 2, Earthquake, Level 2. Mistaken Jade Cut, Level 2, Path of the Hunter, Passive, Items, 2 pieces of superior iron or coins, 120. 000 Devil Fruit, none forge, beginner weapons, none equipment, reflective armor artifacts, none. Upon reopening the system, Wang Yu was pleasantly surprised. He had not only gained the advanced skills of the bound character, but also the effects of equipment, such as the reflective armor crafted for Jaws, which he too could now utilize. Returning his focus to the new skill, Mistaken Jade Cut, which was indeed a primary attack skill of Yon, Wang Yu exclaimed in delight. Bista had truly stumbled upon a treasure. It was a quintessential swordsman skill that enhanced both the speed and damage of strikes, while also providing instantaneous movement and control for stunning. If someone were to be ensnared by the effects of dizziness within a mere 0.75 seconds, Bista could unleash dozens of strikes. Those with weak defenses would be obliterated in an instant. It would indeed be exhilarating if one could unlock Yasuo's skills and join forces in battle. A faint smile graced Wang Yu's lips as he murmured to Bista, "Now, why don't you express your concerns?" With a serious demeanor, reminiscent of a diligent student, Bista promptly responded, "Captain Wang Yu, I believe my swordsmanship with the flower sword is quite commendable, yet for some inexplicable reason, my cutting force never achieves the caliber of Mihawk, the Hawkeye. Is there any method you could suggest to enhance my cutting power? If I could wield Mihawk's strength in my strikes, I am confident that my exquisite flower swordsmanship would enable me to defeat him without issue." Bista spoke almost reflexively, but as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Such a query felt foolish, as if he were asking how to become stronger without the requisite effort. It was common knowledge that a swordsman must engage in relentless training to amplify their cutting power. To expect Captain Wang Yu to bestow such improvement with mere words was utterly unrealistic. However, to Bista's astonishment, Wang Yu displayed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he wore a beaming smile, approached, and patted Bista on the shoulder, nodding approvingly. "Indeed, well articulated. You are far more astute than Jaws. You've pinpointed the crux of the issue. I shall instruct you on enhancing your cutting force." Wang Yu's inner satisfaction swelled. "Bista, you are truly remarkable. I was pondering how to guide you in mastering the art of the Uchiha, and you've inadvertently led the way. This makes my task so much easier." Bista stood there, momentarily bewildered. Was it true? Had he not only posed a seemingly foolish question but also received encouragement from Captain Wang Yu? The prospect of enhancing his cutting strength was almost surreal. Captain Wang Yu, are you suggesting that you will guide me in this technique? Can such a thing truly be accomplished in a short span of time? He questioned with skepticism. Wang Yu maintained his smile. Of course. Did you not express a desire to enhance your cutting force? As for the duration, today you shall experience improvement. Would you consider that a short time? Vista's worldview shattered once more. While he had heard of swordsmanship being improved in brief periods, the notion of elevating cutting power in a single day was entirely foreign to him. Such thoughts had never crossed his mind in everyday life. Not short at all. If there truly exists a method, I implore you, Captain Wang Yu, to share your wisdom. Bista exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Wang Yu remained composed, slowly articulating. I have observed that your cutting force is lacking precisely because of your swordsmanship. Vista looked bewildered. His swordsmanship was something he had always taken pride in. How could it be the very reason hindering his progress? Your flower sword, while it enhances your agility and technique, neglects the most crucial aspect of swordsmanship. What is swordsmanship? It requires no embellishments, merely a direct aim at the target, embracing the essence of life and death. Look at today's illustrious swordsmen, Mihawk, Big Mom. None of them employ extravagant techniques. Their strikes are always straightforward and decisive. Wang Yu continued to expound, abandon all ornamentation. Embrace the essence of life and death, and aim directly at your core. Vista's eyes widened in astonishment. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse the profound secrets of swordsmanship. Mihawk, renowned as the world's greatest swordsman, was known for his swift and unembellished strikes. Thus, it is indeed possible that I have fallen into such a significant disparity with Mihawk. I have been overly reliant on the ostentatious techniques of flowery swordsmanship. As I pondered this, Wang Yu's voice resonated further. I shall now impart to you the sword technique of sealing demons, which aims directly at the essence of one's heart. A technique that embraces life through death. You must temporarily cast aside your flamboyant swordplay and envision yourself as a soul devoid of life. Only by doing so can you transcend the fear of mortality and embrace the essence of life through death. Concentrate all the energy within your being upon your twin swords, and then strike your target directly. Imagine a pure sword intent emanating from you with unwavering clarity. In this manner, I believe you will unleash a power far exceeding your previous strikes. Wang Yu declared. Upon hearing this, Vista swallowed hard, his face a portrait of astonishment. If previously, under the guidance of Vice Captain Wang Yu, he had merely glimpsed the subtle mysteries of the sword path, now he was suddenly struck by an epiphany. To envision oneself as a departed soul to bolster the courage to embrace life through death, such an insightful sword technique could only be conceived by a genius, could it not? Vista, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Wang Yu's arm. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you are absolutely right. How could I not have realized this sooner? Haha. I have been too consumed by the pursuit of flamboyant swordplay, neglecting the very essence of the sword path. To envision oneself as a departed soul, fearless of death, embracing life through death, and aiming directly at the heart. This sword technique of sealing demons truly embodies the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I comprehend it now, I truly do. Ha! Bista exclaimed, bowing deeply to Wang Yu, his face alight with exhilaration. This has left Wang Yu utterly perplexed, his lips twitching ever so slightly. Did I not merely speak a few nonsensical words? Look at your excitement. Have you truly gleaned some profound insight? Your animated expression almost convinces me that my words hold truth. Chapter 14. In the dead of night, with my trousers already removed. You seek me out to spar in swordsmanship? All of this was beyond Bista's comprehension. After expressing his exhilaration, he drew his twin swords, closed his eyes as instructed by Captain Wang Yu, and envisioned himself as a mere soul. The phrase one sword to vanquish demons, another to pacify souls instinctively flashed through his mind. In the next moment, his swords seemed to possess a will of their own, launching an automatic attack. The formidable strike coalesced into a long arc of sword intent, akin to a bolt of lightning. The immense pressure distorted the very fabric of space, creating ripples in the air. A deafening sonic boom resonated throughout the sky. In the blink of an eye, a peak of the mountain before Bista was reduced to mere dust, cascading like petals scattered by the wind. Stunned by the power of his strike, Bista realized that he had not even activated his Haki, yet his attack had achieved the effect of his Haki. One could only imagine how terrifying the damage would be if he had indeed unleashed his Haki. Good heavens, I did it. I accomplished it. Sealing demon swordsmanship. Sealing demon swordsmanship. Ha! Gazing at his achievement, Bista erupted with excitement, akin to a child filled with joy. It was worth noting that his swordsmanship had stagnated for a decade, a period during which he had felt an unbearable sense of frustration. Now, having surpassed his limits and, under Captain Wang Yu's guidance, harnessed the ceiling demon swordsmanship, he might even eclipse Mihawk, becoming the greatest swordsman of the contemporary world. How could he not be thrilled? Observing Bista's reaction, Wang Yu broke into a cold sweat, wiping his brow as he noted the unrestrained nature of the Whitebeard Pirates captain. Realizing he had let his emotions take control, Bista awkwardly scratched his head and bowed once again to Wang Yu. Captain Wang Yu, I truly did not anticipate that you are a master of swordsmanship. Thank you for your invaluable teachings. A master of swordsmanship? Goodness. Wang Yu chuckled at the absurdity of being labeled a swordsmanship master without even possessing a sword. However, since such a grand title had been bestowed upon him, he embraced it with grace. Indeed, aside from the level you currently possess, you should strive to advance further. After you unleash the ceiling demon / multiple times, you may attempt to manifest an even more wondrous sword intent that can send enemies flying into a daze. Wang Yu stated earnestly. So that technique is called the wrong jade cut. Bista mused. But, send flying and dazing? Having mingled within the swordsman community for years, this was the first time he had heard of such a strike. Nevertheless, he dared not question Captain Wang Yu any longer. Having witnessed the power of the ceiling demon swordsmanship firsthand, Bista regarded Wang Yu as a deity of the sword. What nonsense about being the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. It was merely because Captain Wang Yu had secluded himself for a decade that this title had fallen into your hands. If Captain Wang Yu desired to claim the title of the greatest swordsman, Mihawk would stand no chance. I understand, Captain Wang Yu. I shall follow your guidance and strive to advance further. Bista spoke with utmost respect. Very well. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. As for the flying version of the wrong jade cut, you can spar with the captains. This will certainly expedite your understanding, he reminded. Bista was now bound to Wang Yu, and he could not afford to be idle. He needed to seize the opportunity for rewards. Thus, Wang Yu refrained from further instruction, allowing Bista to glean insights through battle. Bista, filled with eagerness, exclaimed, I understand, Captain Wang Yu. From now on, I shall send fine wine to you daily. I must seek out sparring partners for the upgraded wrong jade cut. I shall take my leave. Bista said respectfully, recognizing the value of a master's time. Feeling somewhat guilty for occupying Wang Yu's precious moments, he prepared to depart. All right, off you go. Wang Yu waved his hand. Such was the mindset of a diligent worker, eager to reap rewards. In a buoyant mood, he hummed a tune as he approached the forge. Bista's passive ability, which allowed for a doubled critical hit chance, seemed somewhat wasted given that he lacked critical hit gear. Having reached his crafting limit for the day, Wang Yu silently resolved to forge Bista a critical hit piece the following day. As for which critical hit equipment to choose, he began to search his system. The Endless Blade? Alas, this version required a 60 critical hit chance to trigger additional critical damage, and the damage was not as high as before. Continuing his search, Wang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. What? I never expected that my system would still have the electric knife, an item removed from the game. The electric knife, officially known as the static blade, boasted an attack speed of 40, a critical hit chance of 25, and a movement speed of 7. Its unique passive, energy accumulation, allowed movement and attacks to charge an energy attack. Its other unique passive, electric strike, caused energy attacks to inflict an additional 120 magic damage and could bounce to 7 targets. The electric strike skill is indeed the essence of this equipment. It not only deals 120 magical damage, but, most terrifyingly, this damage is capable of triggering critical hits. Imagine, during battle, Bista unleashing a flurry of lightning upon his foes, delivering widespread magical critical hits. What a breathtaking spectacle that would be. Even contenders of the 4 Emperor's caliber would struggle to fully withstand the magical onslaught of the electric blade. Moreover, this equipment will significantly enhance Bista's attack speed, critical hit rate, and agility, perfect attributes for a swordsman like him. Wang Yu nodded with satisfaction, already planning to forge an electric blade for Bista the following day. Overall, he felt quite pleased with the day's endeavors. All that remained was to await the rewards from the character he had bound to himself. Thus, humming a cheerful tune, Wang Yu returned to his dormitory. Meanwhile, Bista, having received guidance from Wang Yu, was brimming with excitement. His combat prowess had greatly increased, and he felt the need to boast to someone. Otherwise, he would be left feeling utterly uncomfortable. After much contemplation, he decided that only Marco could pique his interest among the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Engaging in a spar with Marco might even lead him to grasp the true essence of his newly learned technique. With enthusiasm, Bista made his way to Marco's dormitory and began knocking vigorously on the door. Upon opening the door slightly, revealing only half of his head, Marco frowned upon seeing Bista. "Bista, what brings you here at such a late hour?" "I was just about to change." Marco expressed his discontent. However, Bista wore a broad smile. "Hey, Marco. I've just learned a new move. Let us spar." Upon hearing this, Marco's expression turned peculiar. "Get lost. It's late, and I've already started undressing. You come knocking for a spar? Are you out of your mind? If someone were to overhear, they might think we're engaging in something intimate." Chapter 15. Marco's head spun. Is this really Bista? With that, Marco prepared to shut the door, but Bista swiftly prevented him from doing so. At this moment, Marco felt a surge of panic. Could it be that this Bista truly harbored some issues? Is this a direct confrontation? Marco has resolutely decided that if Bista insists on being obstinate, even though he is a brother of many years, he must deliver a resounding blow to his face. For he cannot let his own integrity falter. "Brother Marco, I genuinely came to spar with you. Today, I learned a technique from Vice Captain Wang Yu, and I feel I am on the verge of becoming the world's greatest swordsman," Bista proclaimed with pride. Upon hearing this, Marco let out a sigh of relief, only to turn to mockery. "Ha ha ha, Bista, I do not mean to belittle you, but at your current level, you might manage a few exchanges with Mihawk, the Hawkeye. But to surpass him, I doubt you will ever achieve that in this lifetime. So, brother, if there is nothing pressing, let us retire for the night. There is much to dream of, ha ha ha." Marco patted Bista on the shoulder, attempting to console him. Bista, however, was not pleased. "That won't do. I already mentioned that I have become stronger because of the technique I learned from Vice Captain Wang Yu. You still doubt me? While I can tolerate being underestimated, I cannot stand the disrespect towards Vice Captain Wang Yu." "Marco, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that Vice Captain Wang Yu's teaching abilities are inadequate? I tell you, with Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance, even a pig could soar to the heavens. Today, you must spar with me, or I shall ensure you cannot sleep tonight," Bista retorted angrily. This direct confrontation left Marco utterly bewildered. What had he just uttered? Bista appeared as if he had consumed gunpowder, and now he was blaming Marco, preventing him from getting any sleep. Well, if that was the case, he could hardly blame Marco for retaliating. "Very well, I am open to sparring with you. However, since you have proclaimed your newfound strength, how about we wager on it? The loser shall provide a year's worth of beverages along with 10 million berries," Marco said with a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, there was no doubt that Marco was the strongest among all the captains. Given Bista's eagerness to engage in a duel and his boastful claims of being the greatest swordsman, Marco was more than willing to accept the challenge. Yet, he was curious to see how Bista would react to the stakes involved. Contrary to Marco's expectation that Bista would hesitate at the prospect of losing money and drinks, Bista confidently thumped his chest and declared, "All right, it's a deal. See you at the dueling grounds." This left Marco slightly taken aback. Could it be that Bista had indulged a bit too much in drink, truly believing he could best Marco? Nevertheless, one should not squander an opportunity that has presented itself. Thus, Marco promptly donned his trousers and followed Bista into the arena. Upon arriving at the Colosseum, Marco wore a broad grin, exuding a carefree demeanor. "Bista, the stakes have been set. Anyone who fails to honor them shall be deemed a coward," Marco remarked playfully, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Enough of your prattle, Marco. Let us get to it," Bista replied, brimming with confidence. Marco, however, remained vigilant. Although he was the most formidable among the captains, he knew that Bista's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. He unleashed his phoenix flames, a pair of cerulean wings erupting from his back. Harnessing the power of flight, Marco soared through the sky, swiftly repositioning himself. In an instant, he materialized before Bista, raising his leg high and, propelled by tremendous inertia, delivered a powerful kick toward him. The formidable claw of his foot loomed larger in Bista's vision as he instinctively grasped his twin blades, coating them in armament Haki and adopting a defensive stance. The impact resounded with a thunderous crash, sparks flying in every direction. Under the force of Marco's kick, Bista was sent staggering backward several steps. "Ha ha ha. Bista, I expected you to show some improvement, yet here you are, unchanged. At this rate, victory eludes you," Marco taunted from above. However, Bista offered no reply, which piqued Marco's curiosity. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Bista seemed somewhat different than usual. "To live through death. To live through death," Bista murmured, a strange intensity in his gaze. In the next moment, wielding his dual blades, he surged toward Marco with astonishing speed. leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. This left Marco in a state of perplexity. "Hey, Bista," he said, "you wouldn't dare to confront me head-on, would you? Do not forget that my dual-colored might surpass yours, and I possess the abilities of the mythical phoenix. Are you certain you wish to engage in direct combat?" Nevertheless, Marco smiled. "If you wish to concede so quickly, I shall not hold back." Having spent many years aboard his ship, both he and Bista were acutely aware of each other's strengths. The only way for Bista to defeat the more formidable Marco was to avoid a direct confrontation and instead leverage his exceptional swordsmanship to create opportunities. Employing softness to overcome strength, a principle they had both tacitly accepted. Marco couldn't help but feel perplexed by Bista's choice to engage him directly. Despite his doubts, Marco was intent on securing victory swiftly and had no intention of holding back. Ascending into the heavens, Marco transformed into his most powerful hybrid form, with undying flames coalescing beneath him, warping the surrounding space. "I apologize, Bista, but this wager belongs to me, Marco," he proclaimed. "Beware. Phoenix Blast." With a thunderous shout, a powerful shockwave surged toward Bista at supersonic speed, shattering the air with a deafening sonic boom. It is worth noting that in the anime, Marco utilized this very move to capsize Big Mom's ship, underscoring its formidable nature. Upon unleashing this attack, a smirk curled at the corner of Marco's lips, barring unforeseen circumstances. Victory was assured. This encounter with Bista has turned into a direct confrontation rather than a war of attrition, a choice that seems to invite defeat. In the face of Marco's formidable assault, Bista exhibits no trace of fear. Instead, he mirrors Marco's smile, embodying a fearless approach to combat that embraces life and death with exhilarating fervor. This is the essence of the swordsmanship. "The years I have dedicated to honing my skills have seemingly been in vain." In an instant, Bista plants his feet firmly on the ground, facing the phoenix stamp head-on, channeling his strength into his dual blades. With a decisive strike, he unleashes the cursed jade cut, Steel Tempest. The powerful slash surges forth, colliding with the phoenix stamp above. The two forces erupt in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions. In a fleeting moment of stalemate, Bista's cursed jade cut shatters Marco's indomitable phoenix stamp, propelling towards Marco in the sky at an alarming speed. Witnessing his once proud attack dissipate before his eyes, Marco's mouth drops open in bewilderment. No way. Did I just see that correctly? When did Bista's sword intent become so formidable? Marco exclaims in astonishment. Chapter 16, Marco's defeat. From now on, call me Bista the Demon Slayer. In a heartbeat, the terrifying slash reaches Marco, who realizes he cannot evade in time and activates his armament Haki. Bang! The overwhelming sword intent disperses Marco's indomitable flames, delivering a heavy blow to his shoulder. Marco is sent plummeting from the sky, a deep gash marking his flesh. Thankfully, his phoenix abilities heal the wound at a visibly rapid pace. Though Marco sustains no serious injury, he is taken aback by Bista's strike. Incredible! To think it could break through my phoenix abilities. Rarely do even the strongest admirals manage to disrupt my flames. What transpired with the terrifying sword intent unleashed by Bista? It felt distinctly unlike the techniques of a rapier. As I pondered, Bista swiftly approached, his dual blades dancing with fervor. One sword struck to vanquish evil, while the other sought to pacify souls. In the brief span of a second, countless afterimages manifested before Marco, who activated his Haki, and they clashed directly. The collision of fists and blades ignited a cascade of sparks that floated in the air, as the rapid assaults generated friction that sparked anew. Marco sensed that Bista's attacks had indeed transformed. Amidst every two strikes, one bore an eerie resemblance to the magical damage wrought by a devil fruit ability. "Bista, what have you learned from first mate Wang Yu?" Marco questioned, bewildered. Yet, Bista had no time to respond, as he muttered to himself in a trance. "To live through death, to strike and send flying, the days, to send flying, the days." Suddenly, a thunderous roar broke the air. Iron Gale, a precise strike, the errant jade cut, came slicing toward Marco. Marco's lips twitched in irritation. "Not again. Fortunately, my devil fruit ability is defensive. Otherwise, I'd truly be at risk of being pierced." Cursing under his breath, Marco hastily initiated his defense, as peculiar azure flames enveloped him. "Undying Thistle," Marco bellowed. Just as Bista was about to strike, a circular flame shield materialized before Marco. This technique had previously withstood even Kaido's heat breath in the manga. Once the flame shield took form, Marco beamed with pride. "Kid, I admit your sword intent is formidable, but my Undying Thistle is not something you can easily breach," Marco declared confidently. However, Scarcely had the words left his lips when the terrifying sword intent pierced through Marco's azure flame shield, causing the flames to dissipate under the onslaught. A slap to the face. If Bista's slash had merely been a raw Haki attack, it could have been overlooked. Yet, Bista's strike was imbued with the essence of a swordsman, effortlessly breaching Marco's defenses. Consequently, a new wound marred Marco's shoulder, compelling him to once more summon the flames of the phoenix for healing. As he contemplated the inadequacy of his undying thistle, having just boasted only to be proven wrong, Marco felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Then, Bista's next utterance nearly drove Marco to exasperation. No, this won't do. This falls far short of the advanced version of the flying strike that first mate Wang Yu described. Bista murmured. Marco was engulfed in despair. His lips twitched incessantly, his gaze burning with the urge to eliminate Bista. You've reduced me to this state, and yet you claim it's still insufficient? Are you not satisfied until you've utterly defeated me? Marco, feeling utterly defeated, was on the verge of conceding when Bista unleashed his third strike. The mistaken jade cut. May the spirit of Ionia guide you. Bista exclaimed almost instinctively, puzzling Marco with the phrase. Before he could process it, he witnessed Bista's instantaneous movement accompanied by a terrifying blade's wind. What the? Instant teleportation? Marco blurted out, and in that fleeting moment, he was swept into the sky by the fierce gust. His mind went blank. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself plummeting from the air, with Bista's twin blades poised at his throat, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Marco, this battle is mine, Bista declared with a smirk. I lost, Marco realized, astonished that he had briefly lost consciousness, during which Bista had decisively bested him. What sort of technique could render someone unconscious? I've never encountered anything like it before. Goodness, Bista, what was that move? I felt like I just blacked out, Marco asked, bewildered and curious. Ha, that was my new sword technique. You lost consciousness because you fell victim to my mistaken jade cut. Heh, Bista replied excitedly. Mistaken jade cut? Is that the new technique you learned from Vice Captain Wang Yu? Marco mused, realizing he had never heard of such an attack before. Bista beamed with pride. Indeed, it is the mistaken jade cut, a magical sword technique taught to me by Vice Captain Wang Yu. It aims directly at the target, embodying a death-to-live philosophy, and is exponentially more powerful than my previous floral sword style, Bista stated with palpable enthusiasm. Having defeated Marco, he believed he was on the cusp of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, especially since Vice Captain Wang Yu promised to gift him something tomorrow. He was confident his combat prowess would soon surpass Mihawk's. He envisioned himself as the illustrious Bista, the demon sword master. Marco, taken aback by Bista's words, was astonished to learn that Vice Captain Wang Yu possessed such swordsmanship. I can't believe Vice Captain Wang Yu is so skilled. And he managed to elevate your abilities in just half a day? Marco exclaimed. Bista waved a dismissive hand. What I've achieved isn't even the pinnacle. Do you know Jozu? He inquired. Marco suddenly realized he hadn't seen Jozu all afternoon. What happened to Jozu? He asked curiously. That fellow was dispatched by Vice Captain Wang Yu to confront Mihawk. Bista replied with a wry smile. Chapter 17. The acquisition of the Tremor fruit. Marco's eyes widened in disbelief. Mihawk? You mean the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk? He gasped. In Marco's mind, while Jozu's diamond abilities could counter Mihawk, defeating him seemed an impossibility. The prestige of the world's strongest swordsman was undeniable. Mihawk likely possessed imperial-level strength. Marco, still incredulous, questioned whether he had misheard. Bista, brimming with confidence, affirmed, You heard correctly. It is indeed Mihawk. And I faced Jozu. I'm certain he can defeat Mihawk. It's quite enviable. Such a man should have been my conquest first. Yet Jozu got to him first. Bista sighed. Marco felt as though his worldview had shattered. When had the world's greatest swordsman become merely a stepping stone for others? So, Jozu has also been trained by Vice Captain Wang Yu, which is why he grew so powerful, right? Marco inquired, narrowing his eyes seriously. Bista grinned. Isn't it obvious? That blockhead Jozu would likely have never improved without Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance, haha. Marco swallowed hard. If Bista's claims were true, it meant that Vice Captain Wang Yu had nurtured an imperial-level fighter and the strongest vice admiral in just one day. This classification still considers the most conservative estimates, placing Bista as the mightiest vice emperor rather than among the 4 emperors. It is entirely possible that Bista has already attained the strength of an emperor. This is truly terrifying. Having followed the illustrious Whitebeard for many years, I have come to deeply understand the formidable challenge of becoming an emperor. Throughout the vast expanse of the ocean, after years of relentless conflict, only 4 emperors have emerged, each reigning over their own dominion. Yet, astonishingly, our own Vice Captain Wang Yu managed to cultivate a half-emperor in just a single day. My goodness, does this not make him a master of emperor creation? In comparison to such remarkable prowess, what do mere devil fruits or technological advancements even amount to? Marco immediately stood up and left. He simply had to seek guidance from Vice Captain Wang Yu. I had always prided myself on being the most formidable among Whitebeard's crew. But under the tutelage of Vice Captain Wang Yu, it seems I have suddenly plummeted in rank. If I do not receive guidance from Vice Captain Wang Yu, it is likely that within a few days, I shall find myself at the very bottom of the rankings among the Whitebeard Pirates. Bista, noticing Marco's unusual demeanor, promptly seized him by the arm. Marco, what is the matter? You wouldn't dare to back out, would you? You did declare that anyone who fails to uphold the bet is a turtle. Bista exclaimed urgently. Get away from me. When I, Marco, speak, my words are as solid as nails. Am I in debt to you over this wager? I am merely seeking Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance. If I do not receive it soon, I may very well lose my position as the 1st Division commander. Marco retorted, irritation evident in his voice. Seeing Marco's distress brought a wave of amusement to Bista. He recalled the desperation he felt when he was defeated by Jozu, consumed by jealousy. Now, he finally had someone else sharing in his plight. How delightful. Yet, Bista did not release his grip. Marco, you cannot go over there right now. Just look at the time. If you disturb Vice Captain Wang Yu's sleep, can you bear the consequences? Bista cautioned. After all, Marco had only rushed to find Vice Captain Wang Yu after learning of his formidable strength from Bista. Marco's offense towards Wang Yu was of little consequence to him, however. What truly alarmed Bista was the potential repercussions should this matter implicate him. It was only upon Bista's admonition that Marco regained his senses, vigorously striking his own head in realization. Indeed, had you not pointed it out, I might have made a grave error. Your foresight is commendable. I shall pay a visit to Vice Captain Wang Yu first thing in the morning, Marco replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for having overlooked such an important detail in his eagerness to seek guidance from Vice Captain Wang Yu. If not for Bista's intervention, provoking the displeasure of Vice Captain Wang Yu might render me the weakest among the captains. Thus, it is best to return to the dormitory and hand over the wager I lost to you, Bista remarked with a smile. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. Having finally seized an opportunity to triumph over Marco, Bista would certainly not let it slip away. With a sense of resignation, Marco accompanied Bista back to the dormitory, where he surrendered his lost wager. After bidding farewell to Bista, Marco found himself unable to sleep. He was exhilarated. If Vice Captain Wang Yu truly possesses such formidable teaching capabilities, it is likely that the entire Navy would be unable to contend with the Whitebeard Pirates. Regardless of the circumstances, tomorrow, even if it requires me to shed my pants and engage in a scandalous escapade, I must secure Vice Captain Wang Yu as my mentor. I am but a step away from the royal level. My talents are not inferior to those of Jozu, and I firmly believe that with Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance, I too can ascend to the royal level. At this thought, Marco could not help but swallow hard, his face alight with excitement. The royal level that is indeed the royal level. Thus, Marco spent the entire night consumed by exhilaration, achieving a sleepless night. The following morning, as golden rays of sunlight streamed into Wang Yu's dormitory, he stretched languidly and opened the window, allowing a refreshing breeze to sweep in. Simultaneously, the system's melodious notification chimed in. Unread messages. Ding. Detection of the host's binding to Bista, who has defeated Marco. Reward. 5 consecutive draws of gold. Oh, Bista, that fellow, is quite swift and shows commendable diligence. Since the reward has arrived, there is no reason to let it go to waste. System, commence the lottery. Ding. The 10 consecutive gold draws have begun. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 400 points in Conqueror's Haki. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 300 points in Armament Haki. Congratulations to the host for receiving 200 points in Observation Haki. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Torture of Landry equipment. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a package of medium fertilizer. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Tremor fruit, ignoring the adverse effects of the sea. Congratulations to the host for drawing 20,000 shopping coins. Congratulations to the host for drawing 20,000 shopping coins. Regrettably, empty draw. Empty draw. This time, the golden 10 consecutive draws brought forth numerous unexpected delights. For instance, the Torment of Landry, which, when equipped, significantly enhances the power of the devil fruit and substantially increases ongoing damage. Truly a commendable reward. Even more exhilarating for Wang Yu was the fact that he had drawn a devil fruit, specifically the ability of Whitebeard, the most destructive of the paramecia-type fruits. The Tremor fruit. This time, my strength has once again experienced a tremendous enhancement. Host, Wang Yu. Conqueror's Haki, 9,563 points. Armament Haki, 8,314 points. Observation Haki, 8,342 points. Swordsmanship, 1,000. Skills, Granite Shield, passive, Thunderous Strike, level 2, Earthquake, level 2, Jade Slice, level 2, Path of the Hunt, passive. Items, 2 pieces of premium iron ore. Randalese Torment, 1 medium fertilizer pack. Coins, 120,000. Devil Fruit, Quake Fruit. Forge, primary. Weapons, none. Equipment, reflective armor. Artifacts, none. Early in the morning. An unexpected delight put Wang Yu in quite a good mood, prompting him to hum his own song as he rose. Chapter 18. Marco, can a mere mask enhance my strength? Meanwhile, outside the Forbidden Zone, Marco had been waiting for quite some time. As Wang Yu opened the door, he was startled. With dark circles under his eyes and hair in disarray, a stranger, resembling a refugee, lurked outside the entrance of the Forbidden Zone, begging for alms. I still have 2 buns left. I'll bring them to you. Marco, upon hearing Wang Yu's words, was taken aback. Am I reduced to begging? No. I am Marco, the vice captain. Marco quickly interjected. Upon a second glance, Wang Yu realized it truly was Marco. Marco, what happened to you? You look like a ghost. Wang Yu scrutinized Marco, bewildered. Marco was at a loss for words. After hearing Marco's explanation, Wang Yu finally understood. It turned out that since yesterday. Upon hearing of Wang Yu's remarkable teaching abilities from Bista, Marco had been unable to sleep all night, and in a fit of excitement, he rushed over and had been waiting at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. So, you see, can I come in, Vice Captain Wang Yu? I even prepared a gift for you. This is all my savings. Marco exclaimed with a grin. Behind Marco, he had brought an entire box filled with treasures of gold and silver for Wang Yu. Marco unexpectedly gifted himself with a sum of money. If others were to discover this, what a scandal it would be. Wang Yu cautiously peeked outside, relieved to find no one around. If this remains undiscovered, such matters are indeed to my liking. Come in, Wang Yu declared with satisfaction. After placing all the gifts from Marco into his little treasury, he emerged with a sense of contentment. What is it, Marco? Do you require my assistance? Wang Yu inquired. Marco quickly responded, well, Vice Captain Wang Yu, might you be able to impart some guidance upon me? I assure you, I shall show you the utmost respect in return, Marco said, beaming with a smile. Oh, so this is the matter at hand. It appears Marco is already aware of my teaching prowess. I wonder if the other captains are informed as well. Regardless, I still possess a packet of intermediate fertilizer, so I wouldn't mind sharing a nugget of wisdom with Marco. The more individuals I bind, the greater my rewards. I have already tasted the sweetness of this endeavor. However, Wang Yu feigned a look of reluctance. You put me in a difficult position. As I previously stated, I would teach one at a time. Nonetheless, considering your earnestness, I shall offer you a few pointers. It is no trouble. Upon hearing this, Marco's heart soared with joy. Training a half-emperor in a single day, even just a couple of pieces of advice from Wang Yu would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. Thank you, Vice Captain Wang Yu. Thank you so much, Marco exclaimed, visibly excited. Wang Yu then utilized the intermediate fertilizer within the system, and to his delight, 2 large fruits blossomed on the skill fruit tree. Indeed, the intermediate fertilizer is a remarkable item. Wang Yu mused to himself. He even contemplated acquiring a few more fertilizer packets to produce additional skill fruits. Binding these captains together, the more one invests, the greater the harvest. This is indeed worth contemplating. For now, let us focus on guiding Marco. Well, let us discuss your cultivation issues, Wang Yu said with a serious expression. Marco, with palpable excitement, swallowed hard and spoke earnestly. Deputy Captain Wang Yu, as you can see, my dominance, fruit abilities, and physical prowess are quite formidable. However, for some inexplicable reason, I always seem to fall just short of reaching the royal level. Where exactly am I going wrong? Marco lamented. Wang Yu feigned deep thought before retrieving a fruit from the tree. Do not be anxious. The issue you mentioned is not insurmountable. Start by eating this fruit to steady your nerves, Wang Yu casually remarked. To jest, even someone as dense as Jaws, under my guidance, was able to achieve the royal level with just a slight effort. Thus, elevating someone like Marco, who is on the cusp of the royal level, should pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, Marco's excitement surged, and he eagerly began to devour the fruit, barely registering its flavor. After finishing the fruit, Marco looked at Wang Yu. Deputy Captain Wang Yu, What should I do? I have been trapped at this level for over a decade. If you can help me attain the royal status, you shall be my second father, Marco exclaimed with exuberance. Wang Yu rolled his eyes at this. Second father? Let us forego that title. I prefer the designation of deputy captain, Wang Yu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Subsequently, he opened his system, and indeed, the details of the fruit Marco had consumed appeared. Detected that Marco has consumed the Glacial Storm skill fruit. Binding to character Marco. Glacial Storm skill fruit summons a fierce storm of ice and hail in the target area, with its range expanding over 1.5 seconds, inflicting 125 AP magical damage per second to enemies within the area, while additionally imposing a freezing effect that reduces their movement and attack speed by 203,040. The Glacial Storm is the ultimate skill of the Ice Crystal Phoenix. It must be said that Marco is quite fortunate indeed. This skill can inflict extensive and sustained damage upon adversaries, effectively serving as a formidable weapon in team battles. One can envision, for instance, Kaido's army of gifted individuals marching forth, when suddenly the heavens shift dramatically and a hailstorm descends from above, instantly freezing and annihilating a multitude of foes. In that moment, Kaido's expression would undoubtedly be quite amusing. Moreover, it is crucial to note that I currently possess the system-rewarded Landry's Torment, which grants an additional 300 health and 75 ability power. This significantly enhances the user's defensive capabilities, as well as their control over the Devil Fruit. The skill will scorch the target for 3 seconds, inflicting magical damage equivalent to 1.5 times the target's maximum health each second. This additional damage will increase to 2.5 when facing units with impaired mobility. This equipment, when paired with Marco's Glacial Storm, is simply a match made in heaven. The continuous damage reaches its peak, and coupled with the skill that drains maximum health, it proves to be exceptionally effective against those with high health. This brought to Wang Yu's mind the formidable Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, who had wreaked havoc at the Navy headquarters on multiple occasions without meeting his demise. This was primarily due to Kaido's resilience, possessing an abundance of vitality. However, Landry's Torment could effectively target Kaido. The more health points one possesses, the greater the damage inflicted upon them when their maximum health is reduced. Even a powerful emperor like Kaido, if ensnared within this glacial storm and subjected to Landry's Torment, would likely not endure for long. Excited, Wang Yu promptly retrieved the Landry Torment pain mask from the system and presented it to Marco. Host, Wang Yu Conqueror's Haki, 9, 563 points Armament Haki, 8, 314 points Observation Haki, 8, 342 points Swordsmanship, 1, 000 skills, Granite Shield Passive, Thunderstrike, Level 2, Earthquake, Level 2, Jade Slice, Level 2, Path of the Hunter. Passive. Glacial Storm, Level 2, Items, 2 pieces of high-quality iron or gold coins, 120, 000 Devil Fruit, Trimmer Fruit Forging Furnace, Basic Weapons, None Equipment, Reflective Armor. Landry Torment Artifacts, none. Marco, with a puzzled expression, curiously inquired, Captain Wang Yu, what is the purpose of this mask? Wang Yu chuckled softly and assumed an air of wisdom. It seems you have yet to hear of my forging abilities. This is an item I crafted specifically for you. Wear it. I assure you, your control over your devil fruit will reach new heights. Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. Marco was left utterly baffled. You want me to wear a mask? On his face, the mask proved to be quite inconvenient during battle. Moreover, it could enhance control over the devil fruit powers. Marco wore a skeptical expression. He could believe that Captain Wang Yu could guide someone to improve their combat prowess. Yet he found it utterly implausible that a mere mask could augment a user's mastery over their devil fruit abilities. In the world of pirates, one could only enhance their devil fruit powers through rigorous training. This was indisputable. If mere equipment could achieve such enhancement, then the creator of such gear would be unrivaled in the world. Despite his doubts regarding the mask, Marco recognized it as a gift from Captain Wang Yu and decided to wear it. Chapter 19, Teaching Marco Glacier Storm, Vista's jealousy at that moment. Something extraordinary occurred. The mask on Marco's face seamlessly integrated with him, vanishing without a trace. In its place, a refreshing energy coursed through his body. This was Marco's first encounter with such a rare item, and he curiously touched his cheek. Captain Wang Yu, this mask, it actually disappears on its own? Marco exclaimed in surprise. Wang Yu shot him a glance. It didn't disappear, it fused with your body. Upon hearing this, Marco suddenly understood. An item that could merge with its wielder was undoubtedly a divine artifact. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a phenomenon. Marco now seriously doubted that Wang Yu had not consumed some devil fruit that allowed him to craft such extraordinary equipment. The very idea of it merging with his body was astonishing. However, before he could test his devil fruit powers, Wang Yu spoke again. Regarding your inability to become an emperor, I have found the answer. It is because, while you are well-rounded in every aspect, there is nothing particularly outstanding about you. Therefore, I believe you should focus on your devil fruit powers and develop a formidable technique. For instance, you could try infusing your phoenix flames with freezing power. Let the freezing energy be the primary attack, while the everlasting flames serve to maintain the effect, allowing your icy flames to rain down and inflict widespread, continuous damage. Wang Yu began to speak earnestly. Marco squinted his eyes in disbelief. What? Did I hear that correctly? Captain Wang Yu wants me to combine my everlasting flames with freezing power? Does he truly think I am Admiral Aokiji? This sounds rather unreliable. Marco wore a puzzled expression. Deputy Captain Wang Yu, your suggested path is indeed intriguing, but we can only consume one devil fruit. How could I possibly wield the power of Admiral Aokiji? Marco expressed his confusion. Wang Yu glanced at Marco, subtly shaking his head. It seemed that among these captains, Marco, the cunning one, was indeed the hardest to persuade. Why overthink it? If the teacher instructs you, just follow the guidance without questioning, he thought to himself. Realizing he had to continue his persuasion. Marco, you may not grasp this yet. The power of ice does not solely belong to those who have consumed the ice fruit. Take Ace, for instance. He consumed the flame fruit and possesses the power of fire. Can one assert that others cannot wield the power of flames? Wang Yu elaborated. Marco contemplated this and recognized its truth. Indeed, many possessed the ability to control fire, including the Empress Big Mom, Kaido, and even the Flame Blade Buddha Sabo on his own ship. It was evident that one did not have to consume the flame fruit to command the flames. However, a lingering sense of doubt troubled him, prompting him to seek Wang Yu's counsel again. Yet, Deputy Captain Wang Yu, to possess the power of ice without consuming a devil fruit seems rather challenging. Marco scratched his head, admitting, challenging? Have you even tried? How can you declare it difficult? Wang Yu furrowed his brow. Marco felt a jolt of alarm. If he angered Deputy Captain Wang Yu, he would have no one to guide him in the future. He awkwardly replied, well, I haven't actually tried yet. However, since you have provided me with guidance, I shall certainly strive in that direction. Marco said with a broad smile. That's the spirit. You need not worry. I am aware of your phoenix ability. The reason for your stagnation lies in not having comprehended the next developmental stage of your devil fruit. It pertains to the mastery of ice-infused flames. You must pursue this direction with determination. I believe in you. Wang Yu encouraged, patting Marco on the shoulder. Though Marco remained skeptical, he realized that since Deputy Captain Wang Yu had spoken, he ought to commit to this course of action. Understood, Deputy Captain Wang Yu. I shall take my leave now. With that, Marco exited the restricted area. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Bista, who was approaching with evident enthusiasm. Upon seeing Marco, Bista immediately understood. Marco must have gotten a head start with Deputy Captain Wang Yu's guidance. Hey, Marco, you sly fellow. Did you receive instruction from Deputy Captain Wang Yu early this morning? Quickly, tell me what you learned. Bista quipped half-jokingly. To his surprise, Marco did not share in the mirth, still deep in thought. Just now, Deputy Captain Wang Yu told me to find a way to possess Aokiji's power. Don't you think that's a bit far-fetched? Marco replied with a sense of resignation. Expecting Bista to share his skepticism, Marco was taken aback when Bista immediately began lecturing him. Marco, you're truly a fool. Why even question it? It is entirely reasonable. Bista scolded with exasperation. Confused, Marco thought, what is he talking about? A fool. How could it be reasonable for someone to possess the power of a second devil fruit? He protested, this is the mythical Zoan Phoenix fruit, completely unrelated to Aokiji's ice abilities. How do you expect me to practice that? That's exactly why I call you a fool. You shouldn't be focusing on how to practice. Deputy Captain Wang Yu has pointed you in the right direction. Just follow his guidance. If you truly understood the path of devil fruit mastery, you wouldn't have been stuck at the emperor level for over a decade. Bista shot back. Faced with Bista's words, Marco found himself at a loss. He indeed lacked understanding of the training direction. Bista continued. Do you know what kind of person Deputy Captain Wang Yu is? His guidance is infallible. If you could comprehend him, you would have already become an emperor. Look at me at Jozu. I gained the ability to knock opponents away, and Jozu acquired the ability to deflect attacks. We have successfully realized these unique abilities, haven't we? If you fail in this endeavor, it simply means you lack aptitude, unrelated to Deputy Captain Wang Yu's teachings. How can you still doubt him after he has taken the time to guide you? I truly wish I could slap some sense into you. Upon hearing Bista's reprimand, Marco stood frozen in place. Although it was harsh, it was undeniably logical. What kind of person was Deputy Captain Wang Yu? If he could truly understand him, that would be abnormal. Reflecting on his previous doubts about Deputy Captain Wang Yu, Marco felt a burning shame wash over him. Grateful that Bista had brought him back to his senses. Bista, my brother, I understand now. Deputy Captain Wang Yu is sincerely teaching me, and I should not harbor doubts about his guidance. Without further ado, he declared, I will now attempt to see if I can manifest the ice properties within my immortal flames. With that, Marco gathered an abundance of blue flames, congregating them in the sky. He envisioned possessing the power of ice, directing these freezing flames to cascade downward. Under Marco's control, the sky erupted with thunder and lightnings. As the blue flames radiated an overwhelming chill, freezing the atmosphere and causing the temperature to plummet drastically. Soon, a torrential hailstorm materialized, descending from the heavens. The sound of the hail crashing down echoed through the air, accompanied by a fierce wind and torrential rain, wreaking havoc. The terrifying chill swiftly moved from the sky to the ground as a deluge of hailstones fell, inundating the area within a kilometer radius. Amidst the relentless hailstorm, an insidious power of erosion inflicted by Landry intertwines with the icy deluge. The once majestic peaks, under the horrifying chill, have been ravaged into mere ravines by this terrifying force. As far as the eye can see, snowflakes whirl and glaciers stretch infinitely, rivaling the ice age of the blue pheasant. Gazing at the dreadful hailstorm before him, Bista widened his eyes in astonishment. He had never anticipated that the abilities imparted by First Mate Wang Yu to Marco would wield such formidable strength. The capacity to directly alter the weather, coupled with destructive power reminiscent of Pop's Tremor fruit, and an extensive attack range, the incessant bombardment of hailstones is undoubtedly a formidable weapon in any team battle. In the heat of conflict, anyone confronting Marco's tempestuous onslaught would find themselves ensnared within the merciless hailstorm. Envy. At this moment, the gaze of Bista was imbued with an unmistakable hue of jealousy. This is merely a preliminary display of Marco's prowess. He has scarcely harnessed the full potential of his devil fruit powers. Should Marco unleash this technique during a genuine conflict, its impact would be 100-fold more terrifying than it is now. Observe the dreadful freezing and corrosive force, unrelenting and everlasting. It is feared that even a vice admiral would succumb if caught in this hailstorm for a mere minute. Even if one wished to flee from this tempest of ice, they would need to cover at least a kilometer. However, Vista can discern that the hailstorm produced by the immortal freezing flames also possesses a decelerating effect, rendering a swift escape a formidable challenge. Even a vice admiral, remaining within for just a second, would sustain significant injuries. It goes without saying that Marco possesses the capability to ascend to the throne solely through this technique. Thus, it can be said that among those taught by Deputy Captain Wang Yu, I am the most lagging behind. Bista can only harbor jealousy. Chapter 20. Bista's flattery and the creation of the electric knife for Bista. Even Marco could not have anticipated that the doubts he had harbored would, upon the very first attempt, result in immediate success. This is undoubtedly a tremendous surprise and shock. Gazing at the crimson flames of my own creation, the glacial storm, Marco could not help but swallow hard, his excitement palpable. Bista, I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded, and on the first attempt. Captain Wang Yu did not deceive me. This is an extraordinary move, indeed a formidable one. Navy, you seek to confront the Whitebeard Pirates? Well, witness as I deliver unto you a deathly glacier. Marco exclaimed with fervor. Previously, Marco harbored a tinge of doubt regarding Captain Wang Yu, but having conjured the glacial storm as instructed, he now regarded Wang Yu with the reverence of a deity, much like Bista. This is splendid, Bista. Thank you for rousing me from my stupor. The sensation of the glacial storm is exhilarating. Now, I find myself eager to test my mettle against the Navy. No exaggeration, this tempest could freeze thousands of their men in an instant. Marco enthusiastically patted Bista on the shoulder. Observing Marco's newfound, formidable powers and exuberance, Bista felt a pang of jealousy within. I must hurry to find Captain Wang Yu. I cannot afford to lag behind. With that thought, Bista shook off Marco's arm and hastened toward the restricted area. Marco, witnessing Bista's determination, couldn't help but beam with joy. Even Bista is envious of my abilities. I must share this delightful news with the others, let them feel a twinge of envy as well. Thus, Marco quickened his pace towards the Moby Dick, feeling a sense of discomfort at the thought of not letting the captain share in his triumph. Bista arrived at Wang Yu's restricted area first. Upon entering, he greeted Wang Yu with a broad grin, a bottle of fine sake from Wano in one hand and a choice bear paw in the other. Captain Wang Yu. This sake is known as Heavenly Wine and Wano, the national drink reserved for esteemed guests, with only 10 bottles produced each year. This particular bottle was gifted to me by Kazuki Oden, and I have saved it for years, especially to present it to you today. And this bear paw is absolutely fresh, a perfect accompaniment for your drink. Vista beamed. Wang Yu received the sake with satisfaction, noting its packaging bore a striking resemblance to the renowned Matai from the previous world, which greatly uplifted his spirits. However, he was not one to indulge in alcohol early in the day, so he placed Bista's offerings into his storage room. Quite nice, indeed, Wang Yu nodded approvingly. Upon witnessing Wang Yu's response, Bista felt a wave of relief wash over him and shamelessly continued, Captain Wang Yu, might you guide me further so I may elevate my skills and aspire to become a king-level fighter? Bista scratched his head, grinning. Well, that is not particularly difficult, Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. To be honest, he had been crafting a specialized electric blade for Bista throughout the day, though it had yet to reach completion. Hearing this, Bista nodded vigorously, his excitement surging. Once he became a king, he intended to challenge Dracul Mihawk and claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. However, Wang Yu continued, yet, for your path to kingship, I fear I shall be preoccupied with crafting equipment today. I scarcely have a moment to tidy up. Quite exhausting indeed. Wang Yu mused thoughtfully. Bista's excitement soared upon realizing that Wang Yu would be crafting equipment for him. He recalled the remarkable rebound effect of the steel vest worn by Jozu and felt an immense thrill. Perhaps he was merely a piece of equipment away from his own path to kingship. Certainly, it would be unthinkable to let First Officer Wang Yu tire himself out. He has already worked so hard for his own sake, and here I am, standing idly by, utterly inconsiderate. Rest assured, First Officer Wang Yu, I shall take full responsibility for the cleanliness here. No, not just the cleanliness, but also the meals. I will manage everything. You need only focus on crafting weapons for me. Ha! Bista said with remarkable attentiveness. Having spoken, Bista promptly seized a broom and began to meticulously clean the restricted area. He attended to every detail, even removing the small stones within the confines. In no time, the entire restricted area was spotless. At that moment, Wang Yu was reclining beside the forge, relaxing in a comfortable chair, enjoying the warm sunlight. Bista, feeling a bit hesitant to inquire further, hurriedly made his way over. First Officer Wang Yu, you have worked hard for me. Allow me to give you a back massage, Bista said respectfully. Thus, Bista transformed into a diligent masseur. While Wang Yu basked in the sun, he reveled in the massage and back rub, finding it quite pleasurable. It would be even better if a lovely lady were to provide such indulgence daily. Little did they know, observing Wang Yu's contented expression, Bista began to entertain thoughts of his own. Perhaps one day he could arrange for a few ladies to attend to First Officer Wang Yu, offering massages and foot baths. Such things are universally appealing to men, aren't they? I find myself in a quandary, pondering what gift to present to Vice Captain Wang Yu. Perhaps I should consider this angle. After a brief moment, the notification sound within Wang Yu's system finally chimed. Ding. System notification, electric knife crafting completed. Accompanied by the melodious alert, a smile graced the corners of Wang Yu's mouth. All right, Bista. Wang Yu waved his hand, prompting Bista to cease his massage and follow him to the forge. Vice Captain Wang Yu, if I am not mistaken, has the equipment been successfully crafted? Bista inquired with curiosity. Wang Yu's lips curled into a slight grin. Open the furnace. Chapter 21. All captains, Marco, did you gather us just to show off? Meanwhile, Marco had also arrived aboard the Moby Dick, beginning his search for worthy targets to impress. Brother Zong, come forth. A momentous announcement awaits. Brother Cleo, join us, for there is significant news to share. Brave man, Atmos, the two of you together weigh over 1,000 pounds. Are you not weary of being cramped together while lying in bed? Get up quickly. Something big is unfolding. Marco systematically reached out to each of his targets for grandstanding. Thus, Marco summoned all the captains aboard the ship, with a sense of urgency evident on his face. Marco, what is the matter? Have you called us here because the Navy is planning to take action? Izing inquired with concern. Indeed, Marco, what is happening? Please announce it swiftly, Buffalo Atmos added, his expression equally grave. The other captains also expressed their bewilderment, questioning Marco about the situation. With a broad smile, Marco responded, Ha ha ha, fear not, my brothers. I have come to share some splendid news. Splendid news? In these tumultuous times for the Whitebeard Pirates, it is indeed rare to hear anything good. Just tell us what it is and stop keeping us in suspense, Marco. Izang urged, sensing the atmosphere had reached a peak of anticipation. Marco adjusted his pineapple hairstyle and confidently declared, I, Marco, have become a sovereign. The other captains, unaware of Ja's recent accomplishments, were left in a state of confusion. It was well known that for over a decade, Marco had been obsessed with the idea of becoming a sovereign, yet had never succeeded. Therefore, the sudden proclamation of his achievement left the surrounding captains skeptical. Hey, Marco, have you truly lost your mind in your ambition to become a sovereign? One captain remarked. Yes. Marco, you gathered us all here just to boast? How tedious. I thought there was an important matter, only to find it was merely for your self-aggrandizement. What a waste of our time. The captains expressed their grievances towards Marco. Upon hearing their complaints, Marco remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You doubt me? That is precisely what makes it entertaining. If you don't believe, then allow me to show you the new technique that Vice Captain Wang Yu has taught me. Marco exclaimed with laughter. As the stage for his display had been meticulously chosen by Marco, the captains were not aboard the Moby Dick, but rather on a nearby island. This small island boasts an impressive expanse of 10 square kilometers, providing ample opportunity for Marco to unleash his full potential and demonstrate his prowess. With a snap of his fingers, an ethereal blaze of undying frozen flames surged through the heavens. The once azure flames, infused with the chilling essence of frost, transformed into a spectral white, evoking a sense of eerie coldness. Goodness, white flames, what is happening? Is this your new ultimate move, Marco? Indeed, Marco. How has the hue of your flames shifted? Could it be that you have awakened? The surrounding captains expressed their astonishment. Marco, however, chose not to elaborate, opting instead for silence as he meticulously harnessed his undying frozen flames, amplifying the spectacle. Gradually, the white flames amassed in the sky, which soon became a tempest of thunder and lightning. Boom, boom. Striking arcs of white lightning tore through the firmament, leaving the nearby captains utterly astounded. The captains had never witnessed the phenomenon of white lightning before. Each one stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom that Marco possessed such a terrifying power capable of altering the weather. With a resounding crash, the sky was suddenly drenched in a torrential hailstorm. Enveloped by fierce winds, the hail began to scatter across the entire island, enveloping it in a shroud of white. Visibility plummeted to less than 2 meters, and wherever the hail fell, the intense chill caused flowers and trees to wither instantaneously. The cold permeated the island, and although Marco had managed to wield his power to prevent the hail from descending within a 100-meter radius around himself, the surrounding captains were left shivering uncontrollably. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Even my Haki couldn't withstand it. I feel utterly frozen. Atmos stammered, struggling against the frigid sensation. The residual force is so overwhelming. It feels akin to the impact of my father's tremor fruit. Izang remarked, equally astonished. The others felt similarly. Even those not directly affected by the hailstorm could feel the wind slicing across their faces like a knife. One could only imagine the chaos engulfing those within the storm's range. As the dense hailstorm subsided, the captains finally surveyed their surroundings. Everywhere they looked, the landscape was encased in ice. The entire island, save for the area they stood upon, had been transformed into colossal ice blocks. The island was completely frozen. How? Is this reminiscent of Akiji's ultimate move, the Ice Age? Atmos gasped in awe. No, this devastation surpasses Akiji's Ice Age. Izang suddenly interjected. Have you not realized? The island has been eroded. Izang exclaimed in shock. With this revelation, the captains finally noticed that all flora and trees had vanished, the entire island having been corroded several meters deep. The elevation above sea level and the ground beneath their feet made the extent of the devastation unmistakable. This is utterly terrifying. The captains, summoned by Marco, stood in stunned silence. Aside from their father, this was their first encounter with a devil fruit ability of such catastrophic potential. Observing the captain's astonished expressions, Marco's vanity was greatly satisfied. To those who mocked me, claiming I could never become a king, now behold my ultimate technique to ascend to royalty. Are you envious? Marco was in high spirits. Who was it that accused me of boasting? Do you believe me now? Marco declared triumphantly. The captains, recovering from their shock, wore expressions of embarrassment. They had never anticipated that Marco would genuinely achieve such a formidable upgrade. Wait. I recall you mentioning that this technique was taught to you by Vice Captain Wang Yu? Izang suddenly realized something, asking with urgency. Ah, yes, indeed. Vice Captain Wang Yu taught me this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have conceived it. Marco replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding captains shifted dramatically. They had heard their father mention that Vice Captain Wang Yu could potentially enhance their combat abilities. However, they were utterly unaware that his teaching prowess was so formidable that After only a few days, he had transformed Marco into a king-level fighter. This is undoubtedly the strongest teacher on the surface. By the way, Deputy Captain Wang Yu, you previously mentioned providing guidance one by one, but wasn't it supposed to be Jaws? Why has it turned into Marco being taught? Indeed, we were utterly unaware. This is unacceptable. Deputy Captain Wang Yu is showing favoritism. We also require his guidance. Let us go. Today, I must learn a technique from Deputy Captain Wang Yu. The captains, engrossed in their discussions, made their way towards the restricted area, audaciously seeking a private lesson from Marco. If they didn't learn a couple of techniques, they had no intention of leaving. Watching the captains, who were filled with fervor, Marco felt an intense sense of urgency, for he was the one who instigated this situation. It was all due to his big mouth and desire to show off, and now it had led to trouble. If this disturbance reached Deputy Captain Wang Yu and disrupted his rest, inciting his displeasure, what would Marco do if he ceased to receive guidance in the future? Thus, Marco hurriedly stepped out to intervene. Brothers, listen to me. One at a time, I am being taught because Jaws is on a mission. You are unaware. Please, do not all go at once. Just send a representative. Marco urged anxiously. Yet, how could these captains heed Marco's plea for moderation? It was easy to suggest selecting a representative, but everyone here aspired to be that representative. To hear even a single lesson from Deputy Captain Wang Yu was a remarkable opportunity. Come on, Marco, you've already received guidance from Deputy Captain Wang Yu. Why can't we go? They retorted. The captains were wholly unyielding to Marco's intentions. A throng of them pushed past him, surging towards the restricted area. For they understood that falling behind even slightly could result in significant losses. Left alone, Marco clutched his head in despair, feeling utterly at a loss. This was disastrous. He had truly landed himself in a predicament. Chapter 22, Arrival at Eagle Eye's Residence. Jaws, is the black man referring to me? Meanwhile, Jaws had finally set foot on the ground of Conqueror Island. This island, once a flourishing kingdom, has succumbed to the ravages of prolonged warfare, resulting in its transformation into a desolate isle. As far as the eye can see, it is littered with the graves of humanity. Shrouded in an oppressive humidity that envelopes the skies in a dense haze, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Upon treading on the damp ground, a smile graced the lips of Jaws. As he remarked, "At last, I've arrived." That peculiar fellow, Mihawk, actually relishes this dreary environment. His temperament is indeed eccentric. Meanwhile, at the heart of Conqueror Island, within an ancient castle, Mihawk leisurely swirled his fine wine while perusing the latest news from the world. Suddenly, a peculiar ghostly girl soared into view. Holding an umbrella aloft, it was none other than the ghost princess, Perona. Mihawk, you truly are a bore. Have you not uttered a single word all day? The Navy sent you a letter regarding their invitation to confront the Whitebeard Pirates, yet you remain silent. Are you not concerned about offending them? Despite her teasing words, it was evident that Perona harbored genuine concern for Mihawk. Upon hearing Perona's remarks, Mihawk merely offered a disdainful smirk. Humph. What difference does it make if I choose not to engage with the Navy? My status as a warlord of the sea is not bestowed upon me by the Navy, but rather earned through my own prowess. Mihawk's assertion held truth. The Navy appoints certain pirates as warlords for both strategic advantage and their own inability to contend with these formidable figures. After all, with the multitude of pirates in this world, especially those of great strength, it is far more prudent to placate them than to provoke confrontation, lest the Navy's elite forces find themselves utterly overwhelmed. Does that mean you won't go? Perona inquired with curiosity. Mihawk responded with an enigmatic smile. While I initially had no desire to involve myself with the Navy's affairs, the prospect of engaging in this grand conflict against the strongest man is far too enticing to resist. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he spoke. However, I think I shall delay my response to their invitation for a few days. I wouldn't want the Navy to think I am intimidated by them. Mihawk sipped his red wine, a smile lingering on his face. Perona shook her head with a sigh, unable to deny the peculiar nature of Mihawk's character. Having promised to assist the Navy, one must still confront them head-on. If it weren't for the formidable strength of the individual before him, he might have already met his demise 100 times due to his haughty disposition. Mihawk, your eccentric personality is truly remarkable. Are you not aware that no one wishes to engage in conversation with you? Perona pouted in the sky, voicing her grievances. However, the stoic Mihawk offered no further response, abruptly ceasing his indulgence in fine wine and lowering the newspaper he held. What is it? Perona inquired with curiosity, having noticed Mihawk's unusual demeanor. How rare. A visitor has arrived. Mihawk's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue as he squinted. though he could not discern the identity of the newcomer through his observation Haki. He was certain that this individual would not be weak and would provide a worthy companion for his amusement. Upon hearing this, Perona's expression mirrored his excitement, and she promptly soared out towards the castle's entrance. Ha ha ha, how wonderful. Finally, someone to converse with. The whimsical Perona dashed out before Mihawk could even react. Meanwhile, Jaws, having traversed several kilometers into the forest, was suddenly met with the sound of hurried footsteps. Unbeknownst to him, a multitude of baboons had gathered around him. These baboons possess remarkable mimetic abilities and are often referred to as human imitators. During the tumultuous period of war in this country, these baboons learned to don armor and wield weapons, exhibiting rather volatile temperaments. At this moment, each baboon brandished its weapon, casting fierce glares at Diamond Jaws. Their movements frantic as they howled incessantly. Clearly, they were far from welcoming towards Jaws. Oh, Jaws surveyed his surroundings, revealing a hint of astonishment. So, these are the fabled human imitators? Indeed, they have truly mastered the art of imitation. Particularly the enormous baboon wielding a sword strikingly similar in appearance to that of Dracula Mihawk. How amusing, Jaws remarked with a sardonic chuckle. After his laughter subsided, he continued on his path, dismissing the baboons entirely. However, Jaws' indifferent demeanor incited the baboon's wrath. The colossal baboon king let out a series of furious roars, prompting the others to charge at Jaws as if commanded. Armed with an array of weapons, long swords, forks, clubs, massive hammers, and sickles, they launched a barrage aimed squarely at Jaws' head. Any ordinary person would likely cower in fear at such an onslaught, yet Jaws remained unfazed, watching as the baboons swung their weapons towards him. Ridiculous. I, the illustrious Jaws, am destined to confront Mihawk. It would be utterly ludicrous for me to resort to dealing with these baboons. At that moment, Perona happened to pass by and witnessed the baboons assaulting Diamond Jaws, who appeared oblivious to the impending danger. Watch out, Perona shouted urgently. With only herself and Mihawk residing on the island, and Mihawk being such a dull individual, she dreaded the thought of losing this new arrival so easily, which would leave her utterly bored. But Jaws, engrossed in his stride and at a considerable distance, did not hear her warning. This is bad, Perona lamented, placing her hand on her forehead in exasperation. She had anticipated that this imposing black man might meet his demise here, but to her astonishment, she discovered that his defensive capabilities rivaled those of a fortress. As various weapons clashed against Jaws' body, the sounds echoed throughout the forest, sparks flying from his head. The sheer force of the impacts stirred up a whirlwind of dust around him. Yet, astonishingly, the man did not even activate his Haki, sustaining no injuries whatsoever. These creatures are ultimately a bunch of weaklings. They couldn't even breach my granite shield. Jaws shook his head and continued on his way. Who on earth is this black man, capable of withstanding such terrifying attacks? Perona exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, Jaws noticed a little girl in the distance, holding an umbrella, seemingly speaking towards him. Is she referring to me? Jaws glanced around, realizing he was the only man present, confirming without a doubt that she was indeed addressing him. This is a healthy sun-kissed complexion, not dark at all. Chapter 23, The Hypocritical Eagle Eye and the Hidden Beauty. He cast an indignant glare at Perona, his lips twitching in frustration. The surrounding baboons, witnessing their attack fail, appeared utterly bewildered. The baboon king, astonished, observed Jaws, sensing no aura of strength emanating from him, and let out another roar. Suddenly, the baboon king brandished his large sword, swinging it in a full circle before bringing it down forcefully towards Jaws' head. The thunderous slash generated a dazzling sword light. It would be hard to believe that a mere baboon could comprehend human swordsmanship and unleash a strike imbued with sword intent if one had not witnessed it firsthand. Perona, upon seeing the baboon king's assault on Jaws, anxiously called out to him. I'm talking to you, the man with the sun-kissed skin. Be careful, be cautious. Perona reiterated. This baboon is no ordinary specimen, particularly the colossal baboon king whose chosen mentor happens to be the world's foremost swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Thus, the combat prowess of this baboon king is exceptional. A single baboon king possesses the strength to overpower 100 common baboons. And even the typical pirate worth 1 or 200 million berries would stand little chance against him. Even those who would dare not provoke this formidable baboon king. So Perona doubts that Jaws can withstand such a thunderous strike. Upon hearing Perona's words, the veins on Jaws' forehead bulged prominently as he clenched his fist tightly, his anger causing his lips to twitch, leaving him momentarily speechless. I have a healthy tan, he thought. Is this peculiar girl truly colorblind? At that very moment, the Baboon King's thunderous slash landed squarely on Jaw's neck. Boom. With a resounding thud, the dust beneath Jaw's feet was propelled several meters into the air. Jaws took the full brunt of the attack, yet remarkably, he appeared unscathed, while the massive blade wielded by the Baboon King bore a significant gash. Witnessing this spectacle, Perona gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the man before her. Who is this man, truly? It is worth noting that the Baboon King has mastered certain sword techniques of the illustrious Mihawk, albeit the most rudimentary ones. Nevertheless, he can effortlessly slay a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Yet, the man before us did not even attempt to block. He astonishingly withstood the blow with sheer resilience. Such a formidable pirate cannot possibly be a mere minor character. He must be a renowned figure of the seas. One I should have heard of. In a frenzied recollection, Perona suddenly remembered that her former captain, Gecko Moria, had mentioned a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. A man with dark skin and a robust physique, possessing terrifying defensive capabilities. She had even seen his photograph before. And now it dawned on her that this was the very man before her, Diamond Jozu. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the unharmed man before him, the Baboon King realized that this individual was no ordinary pirate. The animal instinctively feared the strong. And terror flickered in the Baboon King's eyes as he emitted a peculiar sound of dread. The massive sword, which had previously sustained a significant crack, fell to the ground with a sharp clatter, breaking entirely. Currently, Jozu, known as the Black Man, was engulfed in a fit of rage, seeking an outlet for his frustration. The Baboon King, oblivious to the danger, had wandered too close, and Jozu couldn't resist the urge to unleash his anger upon him. Thus, he raised his brawny fist, as large as a cooking pot, and delivered a thunderous punch directly to the Baboon King's face. Boom! His iron fist sliced through the air with ferocity. The blow landed heavily upon the Baboon King's head, sending the poor creature's eyes flying from their sockets. The sheer force propelled his body skyward before it crashed back down, stirring up a cloud of dust upon impact. After enduring Jozu's ferocious strike, the Baboon King was rendered utterly unconscious. The other baboons, witnessing such brutality, were struck with horror. Overwhelmed by their instinctive fear of the powerful, they dropped their weapons and fled in a frenzy. In an instant, the forest floor was littered with discarded arms, while the baboons howled in terror as if they had encountered a demon. Yet, just as they had taken but a few steps, a barrage of counterattacks rained down upon them. In the blink of an eye, the entire horde of baboons fell to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness without comprehending the source of the assaults that had struck them. The fallen baboons displayed a myriad of emotions: shock, fear, confusion, each face a canvas of dread. In an ephemeral moment, those who had come to confront Jozu were entirely vanquished. Satisfied, Jozu gazed upon the fallen baboons, appreciating the effectiveness of his counterarmor, which had spared him the need to lift a finger. As for whether the baboons lived or died, he remained indifferent. For the very strikes they had aimed at him were rebounded with equal force. In a certain sense, these baboons had fought against themselves. With the baboons dispatched, Jozu turned his gaze skyward to the ghostly princess, Perona. Jozu, is that you? What was that ability just now? How did all those baboons suddenly fall? Perona exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. That is not something you need to concern yourself with. Do you know the owner of this island, Mihawk? Jozu replied, a hint of curiosity dawning within him as he contemplated a bold hypothesis. Could that hawk-eyed Mihawk truly be as serious as he appeared, proclaiming a preference for solitude while secretly harboring a lover? Before Perona could respond, a commanding voice interrupted. I wondered who it could be. Turns out it's the illustrious Diamond Jozu. Hawkeye Mihawk, you have finally arrived. This Jozu is quite formidable, his abilities. However, Mihawk chose to disregard Perona entirely. With each step he took, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him as he approached Jozu. Chapter 24. Hawkeye, you dare to face me without your Haki? Prepare to withstand my blade. Before Perona could finish her thought, Mihawk interrupted, addressing Jozu directly. If you have come to implore me not to engage the Whitebeard Pirates, I advise you to leave while you still can. A man like Whitebeard is a challenge I must embrace. His hawk-like, piercing gaze fixated on Jozu, leaving no room for argument. Perona, feeling utterly dismissed, puffed her cheeks in indignation. How dare you ignore me, Mihawk? I intended to inform you of Jozu's peculiar abilities. Yet, with Mihawk's arrogance, she resolved to withhold her commentary. Upon hearing Mihawk's authoritative words, Jozu felt no anger. Instead, a smile crept across his face. If you refuse my request, you may find yourself in for a rough time. Our vice captain has made it clear, If you do not acquiesce, he will be inclined to teach you a lesson. Should you remain obstinate, I might just have to abduct you and make you enjoy tea aboard the Whitebeard ship." Jozu's flippant demeanor caused Mihawk's brow to furrow deeply. "Vice Captain, it couldn't possibly be Marco, could it? When did he become so brazen? He doesn't even stand a chance against me, yet he sends Jozu to confront me. The audacity! Moreover, did Jozu not comprehend the terror associated with being the world's greatest swordsman?" Perona, standing nearby, gazed incredulously at Jozu. During her time in this strange place, many had come to challenge Mihawk, yet none dared to exhibit such blatant disrespect. The notorious pirate of the vast seas, who has long since gained renown, finds even the likes of the four emperors and the navy treating Mihawk with utmost respect in their attempts to win him over. It is indeed a rare sight to witness someone like Jozu speaking to Mihawk with such a mocking tone. While Jozu's recent display of strength was indeed astonishing, it was merely impressive in comparison to ordinary pirates. Facing the world's foremost swordsman, Perona harbored no illusions about Jozu's chances of victory. "Jozu, should you dare to utter another word, even as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, I shall cleave you in twain." Mihawk's eyes darkened with an icy intensity. A chilling wind swept through the forest, unmistakably emanating from Mihawk's formidable sword intent. Under the oppressive aura of his terrifying swordsmanship, the baboons within a 10-kilometer radius displayed expressions of sheer terror, howling in despair. Without a doubt, Mihawk was now deadly serious. Observing Mihawk's reaction, Jozu displayed no hint of fear. Instead, a mischievous grin spread across his face. "Ha ha ha, I never expected you to be so easily provoked, Mihawk. Perfect. Allow me to experience the sensation of defeating the world's greatest swordsman. Come now, I'm pressed for time," he exclaimed with a playful demeanor. Perona, standing nearby, could scarcely believe Jozu's words. Was that black man out of his mind? He had already sensed Mihawk's overwhelming sword intent, yet still dared to court disaster. She could only silently mourn for Jozu. Mihawk narrowed his eyes, a scornful smile playing on his lips. "If you truly possess the ability to defeat me, you may do as you wish. However, should you fail, be wary. Your life may very well end here with that." He suddenly brandished his weapon, the supreme blade shimmering ominously, cloaked in a dark mist of Haki, resembling obsidian. Very well, he had warned Jozu, yet the fool chose to disregard it. There was no need for courtesy anymore. After all, his assistance in besieging the Whitebeard Pirates would surely turn them into foes in the future, thus rendering any semblance of mercy unnecessary. With a resounding hum, a colossal, pitch-black arc of slashing energy materialized in the sky, obscuring the sun as it hurtled toward Jozu with the swiftness of thunder. This is the unadorned strike of the world's foremost swordsman, though it appears merely a basic slash. In the hands of Dracul Mihawk, it resembles the awe-inspiring techniques of other great swordsmen. The entire forest trembles under the force of this colossal cut, conjuring a terrifying whirlwind that disperses even the dense fog cloaking the sky. Perona's eyes widened in astonishment as she swallowed repeatedly. "Behold, the formidable slash of the world's greatest swordsman, capable of cleaving through countless mountain ranges with terrifying sword intent. While it is true that Mihawk is an exceedingly dull individual, one cannot deny the unparalleled nature of his swordsmanship in this era. This strike, I fear, may very well be the end." Perona gasped in disbelief. The fearsome slash darkened the heavens, uprooting trees in its path. The very earth cracked under the oppressive weight of this sword intent, leaving fissures that spread like an intricate spider's web, sending shivers down one's spine. This is the essence of the world's greatest swordsman. A single strike can obliterate the very heavens. Witnessing the awe-inspiring attack of Dracul Mihawk, Jaw's eyes sparkled with urgency and excitement. "Ha ha ha, how intriguing. The more powerful you are, the more joy I derive from defeating you," Jaws exclaimed enthusiastically. In an instant, a colossal black slash descended upon Jaws, resulting in a thunderous clash that reverberated across the heavens and earth. The very island of Karaika trembled as the ferocious impact sent the island's avian inhabitants into a frenzy, fleeing in terror. Dust soared to tremendous heights, enveloping Jaws' figure completely. Observing this spectacle, Perona placed a hand on her forehead and shook her head repeatedly. "Indeed, it's over. That fellow Jaws didn't even attempt to evade," she murmured. "Mihawk, you've utterly provoked the Whitebeard Pirates now." Perona sighed, aware that this man acted solely on impulse, seldom considering the consequences. Yet, to her astonishment, Mihawk did not relinquish his formidable black blade, Yuru. Mihawk displayed a rare expression of surprise. Perona was curious as to why Mihawk still held his sword and what could possibly evoke such an expression from this stoic man. What had transpired? Perona instinctively moved toward Jaw's previous location, only to see him emerge slowly from the swirling dust, a grin still plastered across his face, even tinged with mockery. Oh my, the strike of the world's greatest swordsman is indeed remarkable. It seems fighting you without Haki is futile. My granite shield is nearly cleaved in two. Jaws chuckled. Perona could hardly believe her eyes. How could Jaws withstand Mihawk's full-force attack without a scratch? Moreover, Jaws claimed he hadn't even activated his Haki. How was this possible? Mihawk, too, wore a look of surprise, his hawk-like eyes fixated on Jaws. Chapter 25. This is called Thunderclap, a technique taught by our first mate. You managed to withstand my attack. Was it due to your devil fruit abilities? Quite troublesome indeed, Mihawk murmured. He had heard of Jaws, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, possessing the ability to withstand physical attacks with his diamond powers, a significant counter to swordsmen. However, Mihawk remained unfazed, a confident smile gracing his lips. You don't genuinely believe your devil fruit powers can defeat me, do you? Underneath my black blade, any defense crumbles. You warrant my utmost effort. Perona gazed at Mihawk, astonished that his previous strike had not been his full power. Truly, a man capable of besting the four emperors in swordsmanship possessed unfathomable strength. Poor Jaws was indeed unfortunate to face Mihawk. Upon hearing that Mihawk had not exerted his full strength, Jaws raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Haha, how fascinating. Show me your full power, he eagerly urged. Mihawk, recognizing Jaws' ability to withstand his previous attack, no longer held back his disdain, now replaced with a serious demeanor. Very well, he declared. In the next moment, under Jaws' watchful gaze, Mihawk sprang into action, his movements akin to a swift arrow, slicing through the air like a shadow. So fast, Jaws exclaimed almost instinctively. It was undeniable that Mihawk possessed not only exceptional swordsmanship but also unparalleled agility. Jaws had to concede that even his observation Haki struggled to perceive Mihawk's figure. Were it not for the granite powers bestowed upon him by Wang Yu, he might have found himself at a disadvantage. Determined not to underestimate his opponent, Jaws enveloped himself in a layer of dark red granite armor, bolstered by Haki, creating an impregnable defense. Realizing that his long-range slashes would be insufficient against Jaws' formidable defenses, Mihawk prepared to engage in close combat. Just as Jaws completed his defensive preparations, Mihawk's figure materialized before him, delivering a fierce slash. The sound of steel clashing rang out as Yura grazed Jaws' form, sparks flying in all directions. Mihawk's strike carved a massive gash into Jaws' granite exterior, forcing him back a step. The tremendous force of the blow sent shockwaves skyward, cleaving the clouds in twain, creating the illusion that the heavens themselves had been split apart. Jaws marveled at the sheer power of Mihawk's close-quarters strike, far exceeding that of Vista, leaving cracks even in his granite shield. Little did Jaws know, at that moment, Mihawk's astonishment surpassed his own by 100-fold. This is no ordinary strike. It incorporates my unique technique, the secret skill of strength and fury, enabling my muscles to unleash a sudden surge of power, amplifying the force of my strike to more than double. In the past, it was this very move that allowed me to overpower the red-haired swordsman during our duel. Since the red-haired one lost his arm, I have not employed this technique for quite some time. In this arcane technique of slashing, one can manage no more than 10 strikes before succumbing to overwhelming muscle fatigue, rendering further attacks impossible. To my astonishment, this formidable strike landed squarely on Jaws' chest, yet it failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Our gazes locked, the atmosphere thick with the fervor of battle. Neither dared to act recklessly in the face of the other. I never anticipated your defense to be so formidable. It has been long since I felt such exhilaration, especially since that red-haired fellow lost his arm. This time, I shall undoubtedly defeat you, exclaimed Dracul Mihawk, his eyes glinting with excitement. I too was taken aback. The granite protection entrusted to me by Vice Captain Wang Yu is capable of sustaining cracks from your assault. Truly, you are the world's greatest swordsman. In light of this, I am compelled to fulfill Vice Captain Wang Yu's command and utterly vanquish you, Jaws murmured softly. Upon hearing the mention of Vice Captain Wang Yu, Mihawk raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, though he dismissed it without concern. Within the entire Whitebeard Pirates, only Whitebeard and Mihawk truly warranted his attention. Mihawk then accelerated his slashing speed. If one strike could not breach Jaws' defense, he would unleash a flurry of blows. Each strike was aimed precisely at the fissures left on Jaws' granite shield from his earlier assault. Instinctively, Jaws attempted to block with his arm, yet Mihawk, with his superior swordsmanship and agility, deftly evaded all of Jaw's defenses. Clash, clash, clash. 3 successive strikes hit their mark. Jaw's body was forced to retreat several steps under the onslaught of these terrifying slashes, and the earth beneath him cracked as if it were mere tofu, splintering into countless fragments. At this rate, Jaw's defenses would surely be breached. In a moment of desperation, he gathered Granite upon his fist and hurled it toward Mihawk. Mihawk instinctively raised his guard, and with a resounding boom, the fist met the blade, resulting in an astonishing balance of power between the two. The ground beneath Jaws and Mihawk shattered instantly, sending a multitude of stones flying into the air. Mihawk was once again taken aback. While I could comprehend Jaws' defensive prowess, when did his offensive strength become so formidable? The force of this punch is astonishing, comparable to my own slashing power. How can a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates be so formidable? Beside him, Perona's eyes widened in disbelief. Many have come here to challenge Hawkeye Mihawk, but none, apart from the Yonko Shanks, have matched Jozu's ability to withstand Mihawk's strikes. This fellow, I never anticipated that not only is his defense incredible, but his strength is equally terrifying. Hawkeye Mihawk remarked in astonishment. Ha ha ha, this technique is called Thunderclap, taught to me by the vice captain. Jozu replied with pride. The vice captain? Is it that same vice captain? The one who could instill such fearsome power in Jozu must be an extraordinary individual. Mihawk pondered, feeling a newfound intrigue towards Wang Yu. Boom. Jozu unleashed a second punch. However, this time it missed entirely. The tremendous impact did not connect with Mihawk but instead struck the rocky ground, causing it to collapse over a wide area. A massive pit, several hundred meters deep, was forcefully created by Jozu's blow. Perona stood frozen, swallowing hard, her lips trembling as she spoke. Is this what it means to witness divine beings in battle? No wonder Jozu can counter Mihawk's slashes with his fists. His power is simply overwhelming. Mihawk, however, wore a faint smile. Regrettably, while your vice captain has enhanced your strength, he has not improved your agility. This time, I emerge victorious. I have no desire to trade blows with you. My ultimate goal is to concentrate my power and shatter your defenses. With unparalleled agility, Mihawk moved with ghostly swiftness, once again aiming for the fissure in the granite that Jozu had created. Jozu attempted to thwart him, but Mihawk avoided direct confrontation altogether. Boom, boom, boom. The speed of Mihawk's blade was extraordinary. Within a mere second, he had unleashed 3 strikes. The cracks on Jozu's body expanded significantly. It was evident that if he endured 2 more blows, Mihawk would surely breach his defenses. Jozu staggered back several paces, yet he remained unfazed, a confident smile adorning his face. As expected of you, Mihawk. If I do not retaliate earnestly, you will surely breach my defenses. It is time for me to unleash my full power. What does agility matter? Though Vice Captain Wang Yu did not teach me agility, he imparted to me the ultimate technique to counter those with high agility. Jozu declared, his lips curling into a subtle grin. Hawkeye Mihawk furrowed his brow in skepticism. Jozu, has he not yet unleashed his full potential? Is that true? Just as Mihawk hesitated, a multitude of invisible slashes suddenly appeared in the sky. With his exceptional observation Haki, Mihawk discerned that these were all slashes. Moreover, these slashes were strikingly similar to his previous attacks, albeit lacking the formidable strength he had exhibited. Clang, clang. Mihawk hastily withdrew his black blade, Yoru, to parry the onslaught of strikes from all directions. This ability. Jozu must have used it to dispatch all those baboons without moving an inch. Perona interjected. Without moving, he took out all the baboons? Mihawk squinted, contemplating. If I am not mistaken, this must be Jozu reflecting my own attacks back at me. This is indeed an extraordinarily formidable skill. Even the strikes of the world's greatest swordsman can be imitated to a significant extent, which is tantamount to acquiring an additional ally of a swordsman's caliber. While one must withstand the backlash from their own strikes, they must simultaneously contend with Jaws, and undoubtedly, no matter how powerful the swordsman, they would find this overwhelming. Moreover, this backlash strike is formless and invisible. Should ordinary swordsmen face it, they might not even realize the presence of this rebounding force before being slain on the spot. However, how exactly did Jaws acquire this skill? It has never been mentioned before. Could it be a new technique developed from the diamond fruit, which was never utilized in previous battles? Hawkeye Mihawk remained perplexed. If that were the case, it would only indicate that Jaws possesses an extraordinary talent for concealing his true strength. Before Mihawk could ponder further, Jaws seized the opportunity during Mihawk's assault and leapt into the sky. Allow me to demonstrate the ultimate technique bestowed upon me by Vice Captain Wang Yu. Earthquake. Get down. Joz exclaimed with a thunderous voice from above. Mihawk felt a shiver run down his spine. This rebounding attack is not merely your ultimate move, is it? Are there other techniques as well? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jaw's fist, imbued with the power of granite, came crashing down toward Mihawk. Boom! With a resounding noise, the ground before Mihawk was forcefully dented by Jaw's strike, sending a multitude of stones flying and creating a massive crater. Perona stood nearby, her face a mask of bewilderment. Did he miss? Normally, a master like Jaws would not be prone to such errors. Mihawk was also slightly astonished. Had Jaws landed a blow on his head while he was defending against the backlash, he might have found himself overwhelmed. Now that Jaws had missed, it afforded Mihawk some breathing room. Once he resolved the issue of the rebound strikes, he could resume his assault on Jaws. Mihawk devised his plan. Yet, it seemed Jaws had discerned Mihawk's intentions, revealing a mischievous smile that displayed his gleaming white teeth. Did you truly believe my attack was aimed at you? Jaws said with a grin. Observing Jaws' cheeky demeanor, Mihawk's instincts warned him of impending danger. Indeed, after Jaws' stonefish struck the boulders, the force of the impact unleashed a shockwave. The shockwave surged directly towards the formidable Hawkeye Mihawk. In an instant, Mihawk felt a tumultuous churn within his very core. He attempted to counter the impending rebound slash before him, only to bizarrely discover that his own attack speed had inexplicably diminished. A wave of alarm washed over Hawkeye Mihawk. How could this be possible? However, Jozu did not afford Mihawk a moment to ponder. He murmured, as steadfast as a rock. Gathering an even greater force of granite upon his fist, enhanced by his Haki, it resembled a colossal iron gauntlet. He launched a formidable strike at Mihawk, declaring, "With my thunderous blow, let us see how you evade." A smile danced upon Jozu's lips as he spoke. Under the influence of Jozu's myriad abilities, Mihawk found himself in a precarious position, desperately trying to withstand the backlash from his own armor, which transformed into miniature slashes that threatened to inflict harm if he did not evade, though they would not be fatal. Simultaneously, Jozu's thunderous strike bore down upon Mihawk with overwhelming force. At this moment, Hawkeye Mihawk faced a most awkward predicament, preoccupied with threats from the east. He could not attend to those from the west. Chapter 27. Hawkeye's most powerful strike. Jozu transforms into a stone giant. The tumultuous aftermath of the earthquake has struck Mihawk with an unrelenting force, the tremors persisting for several seconds without respite. Under the overwhelming influence of the seismic disturbance, the speed of Hawkeye's Mihawk's attacks is significantly hampered. With his attacking velocity compromised, it is a feat in itself for him to withstand any onslaught. Yet now he finds himself besieged by a myriad of attacks. The situation has turned dire, leaving Mihawk utterly powerless, forced to watch as Jaws hurls his strikes toward him. Exerting every ounce of strength, Mihawk finally manages to deflect the full brunt of Jaws' retaliatory assault. However, he is still left vulnerable to the thunderous blow delivered by Jaws. The impact of a single punch lands squarely upon Mihawk's chest, the sheer force akin to being struck by a colossal mountain, leaving him disoriented and staggering backward for dozens of paces. In a desperate attempt to regain his footing, he plunges his black sword, Yoru, into the ground, gradually bringing himself to a halt. Despite his body ceasing to move, his internal organs writhe in turmoil, and he ultimately cannot suppress a mouthful of blood that escapes from the corner of his mouth. Beside him, Perona stands frozen in shock at the sight of Mihawk spitting blood, resembling a statue, her astonishment palpable as she swallows hard, her expression reaching the zenith of incredulity. While she concedes that the formidable black man is indeed powerful, she cannot fathom how he has managed to subdue Mihawk to the point of drawing blood. I have truly encountered such a robust and powerful man for the very first time. Over the years, countless masters have dared to challenge the formidable Hawkeye Mihawk. Yet each one has been left bloodied in defeat. Even the current sovereign of the seas, the youngest of the four emperors, the red-haired Shanks, has found no advantage against Mihawk. This has fostered Mihawk's haughty demeanor, believing himself unparalleled in a world teeming with challengers. After all, who could argue with the title of the world's greatest swordsman? Now, I find myself utterly astounded that Jozu has managed to wound Mihawk. Could it be that Jozu possesses the strength of a four-emperor? How astonishing it is that a mere 3rd Division captain could wield such power. One can only imagine the terrifying prowess of the Whitebeard Pirates. Perona gasped in shock at the revelation. Mihawk, too, is consumed by frustration. Since claiming the title of the world's foremost swordsman, he has never encountered a foe so formidable. He even wonders if Jozu was specifically crafted to counter swordsmen. The previously unassailable defense was already a challenge in itself, and now his opponent's ferocious attacks are relentless. To make matters worse, his own powerful strikes are being repelled. Is this ability not somewhat unfair? The Diamond Devil Fruit is indeed an extraordinary force. The ordeal is far from over. One cannot fathom the abilities wielded by Jozu, which have astonishingly diminished his own speed of attack. For masters of the sword, such a reduction in offensive capability is undeniably catastrophic. Each of Jozu's abilities presents a formidable challenge to Dracul Mihawk. Were he an ordinary swordsman, the pain inflicted would be magnified 100-fold. Mihawk mused with a resigned smile. Ha ha ha, Mihawk, have I made you spit blood? Should you lose, as you stated, do not seek assistance from the Navy. Jozu chuckled merrily. Upon hearing this, Mihawk struggled to rise, unexpectedly revealing a glimmer of excitement in his smile. Ha ha ha, is this the sensation of being in a dire situation? It is a feeling I have never experienced before. Jozu, thank you for rekindling my fighting spirit, that long-lost sensation. I shall not concede. As a token of gratitude, I am willing to bestow upon you my most potent strike, the very blow with which I once triumphed over Shanks in swordsmanship. Mihawk, rarely one to display such enthusiasm, gazed eagerly at Jozu. Whether you can withstand this strike is contingent upon your own fortune. In a world where mountains and seas converge, amidst the myriad realms, none shall escape my blade. The ultimate technique of the one-sword style, myriad worlds. It was a rare sight to behold. The normally straightforward Mihawk had chanted incantations for several seconds to prepare for the strike. At that moment, the very essence of swordsmanship seemed to coalesce around him, dispersing the dense fog enveloping the island of Karaika. The creatures inhabiting the island, be they baboons or other ferocious beasts, scrambled in terror, seeking refuge in the caves while wailing in despair. Even the marine life in the surrounding seas vanished, as the waters surged violently, massive waves crashing upon the island. Lightning flickered across the sky, and a tempest of gale-force winds swept through the island. Perona was caught in the gust, blown hundreds of meters away and landing with a thud in a stone pit, barely managing to regain her composure. Peering out from her hiding place, she trembled, her limbs cold with fear. Is this the might of Mihawk's ultimate strike? The very climate of the island is shifting. It is utterly terrifying. The clash of the strongest attack against the most formidable defense was a spectacle she was fortunate to witness. The outcome of the confrontation remained uncertain. Perona's lips quivered as she spoke. Jozu, observing the alteration in the atmosphere, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Indeed, Mihawk is the world's greatest swordsman. The pressure emanating from his strike rivals that of the strongest assault from the tremor fruit wielded by Old Man. How fascinating. You are indeed formidable, Mihawk. I had thought I could hold you at bay, but without the guidance of Vice Captain Wang Yu, my diamond fruit alone cannot hope to shake you. I accept your gift, and in return, I shall display my most formidable defensive state. Jozu exclaimed with enthusiasm. In the next moment, a granite shield sprouted from Jozu's body, towering several meters high, enveloped in a dark hue of Haki, completely encasing him. His dark red armor radiated an otherworldly glow. Jozu stood proud and immovable, resembling a colossal stone figure, unyielding as a mountain. You shall be defeated, he roared. Simultaneously, Mihawk completed his charge, the formidable sword intent coalescing upon the blade of his supreme weapon, the black sword Yuru, imbued with an explosive energy. The terrifying sword intent finally erupted, transforming in the skies above into a colossal, ominous slash. This strike, blocking out the sun, manifested in the air as a black eastern dragon. Chapter 28. Mihawk, the granite power Wang Yu taught you? Jozu gazed in wide-eyed astonishment at the dragon conjured from Mihawk's sword intent. The colossal dragon unleashed a terrifying roar towards Jozu, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura of swordsmanship surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the dragon vanished before Jozu. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air, amidst the flashes of lightning and the claps of thunder, before a mere moment could pass. The ebony dragon collided forcefully with Jozu's body. The formidable sword intent struck Jozu, causing his granite shield to shatter and crumble away in pieces. The ground behind Jozu, under the weight of that fearsome strike, was cleaved in twain. The earth caved in, and the terrain fractured. Is this truly the might of the world's greatest swordsman? It appears I have underestimated Bista. Little does Jozu know that this technique, which he now faces, is a culmination of a lifetime of study by Dracul Mihawk, mastered only in the past 2 years. It involves condensing the essence of swordsmanship into a single point, unleashing it in an instantaneous explosion, transforming the sword intent into a dragon, thereby achieving the ultimate strike. Jozu's granite-like body began to dim as the terrifying sword intent sliced through him like a knife. In merely a second, His defenses would surely be shattered. How infuriating. Must I succumb to defeat? Unwillingness surged within him. Down. He shouted at Mihawk, his voice filled with fierce determination. In the next moment, the granite armor enveloping him regained a vivid crimson hue, transforming from a dull red to a brilliant scarlet, layering itself around him once more. The agonizing sensation that had felt like blades cutting into him vanished entirely. Mihawk's sword intent felt instead like a gentle breeze, tickling him playfully. What a delightful sensation. Joz couldn't help but exclaim, though the overwhelming sound of Mihawk's strike drowned out his words. Had anyone heard him, Mihawk would surely have been mortified. He had poured all his strength into this ultimate attack, a culmination of his mastery of the sword, only to be dismissed as a mere tickle. The impact of Mihawk's strike sent dust soaring across half the island, momentarily obscuring Joz's figure. At that moment, both Perona and Mihawk believed that Joz had perished in battle. Observing the devastation wrought by Mihawk, Perona swallowed hard and spoke earnestly. Mihawk, how did you master such a terrifying strike? You cleaved the island itself in twain. I fear that Joz must now be nothing but remnants. Perona exclaimed, astonished. In response to her words, Mihawk allowed a rare, wry smile to cross his lips. Alas, if I had not employed such force, the one to suffer would have been I. I expended all my sword intent for this blow. Whether Joz can retaliate remains uncertain. Joz truly is a formidable opponent. From the day I became a swordsman, he is the first to force me to this extent. Mihawk stated earnestly. Just as he finished speaking, a fierce counterattack manifested, also taking the form of a dragon made of sword intent, albeit several sizes smaller. Fortunately, although Mihawk had exhausted his sword intent, his observation Haki remained unaffected. He swiftly assumed the perfect defensive stance, absorbing all the impact onto his black blade, Yuru. Boom. The ground trembled once more. The powerful recoil sent Mihawk's Yuru flying, leaving a massive wound across his chest, blood gushing forth profusely. The little girl Perona gasped in horror and rushed to bandage Mihawk's injury. Joz possesses an uncanny ability to rebound enemy strikes. It's utterly monstrous. Even your strongest blow can be deflected. Truly, he is a creature of the same ilk as you. Perona stammered, her eyes fixed on the gaping wound on Mihawk's chest. Without this technique, I fear I could never defeat Joz. As she spoke, Mihawk's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned sharply towards the spot where Joz had once stood. No, I have not vanquished Joz. That fellow withstood my terrifying strike, and yet he remains unscathed. Mihawk's voice trembled with confusion. Hearing him, Perona was left utterly bewildered. What do you mean? Mihawk, even with formidable defenses, how could Joz possibly endure a blow capable of cleaving an island? Surely, you jest. Perona exclaimed, her expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Such an occurrence is utterly preposterous, leaving Perona in doubt, as if Mihawk, the Hawkeye, were jesting with her. Yet, the very nature of Mihawk is not one to indulge in frivolity. Could it be true? Did Joz withstand that devastating blow unscathed? Perona's gaze shifted forward, and soon she beheld a robust figure emerging from the swirling dust. It was indeed Joz, his body completely unharmed. Perona stood there, frozen in astonishment, grappling with the incomprehensibility of it all. How could one withstand such a terrifying strike and emerge without a scratch? The term monster no longer suffices to describe Joz. He is nothing short of a prodigy. His defensive capabilities are so extraordinarily formidable that he seems invincible. How did you endure my mightiest blow? This level of assault could not even be withstood by the likes of Shanks, one of the four emperors. Is your defense truly superior to that of the emperors? Mihawk stared intently at Joz. Incredulity etched across his face as he inquired. Joz, wearing a proud expression, patted his chest. This is a skill imparted by Vice Captain Wang Yu. The power of Granite, isn't it natural that it surpasses the defenses of the four emperors? Joz replied with unwavering confidence. The power of Granite taught by Vice Captain Wang Yu? Mihawk squinted his eyes, murmuring in contemplation. Chapter 29. Reward, 10 consecutive diamond draws. Observing Mihawk in a state of severe injury, Joz could not help but mock him. So, Mihawk, are you still going to fight? To be honest, I barely lifted a finger in our previous encounter, Joz said with a grin, fixing his gaze on Mihawk. Upon hearing Joz's words, Mihawk's lips involuntarily twitched. Was there truly any need for such a struggle? My sword intent has been nearly depleted, and my body bears the consequences of the backlash, manifesting as a grievous wound across my chest. This scar is likely to remain for a lifetime. Continuing this battle would surely lead to inevitable defeat. Eagle-Eye Mihawk, with a bitter smile, gestured dismissively at Joz. No more fighting. I, Mihawk, stand by my word. You may handle the situation as you see fit, he declared. As the world's foremost swordsman, although he faced defeat, his spirit remained unbroken. It is of little consequence. All I ask is that you decline the Navy's invitation to encircle our Whitebeard Pirates, Jozu replied. Agreed. Mihawk responded earnestly. Having tasted defeat, he was prepared to accept the consequences of his wager. I shall take my leave then. Ha ha ha. The power of Granite bestowed upon me by Vice Captain Wang Yu is exhilarating. I emerge unscathed, effortlessly reflecting damage back at my opponents. What a thrill. Jozu laughed heartily, turning his back to Mihawk, ready to depart. At that moment, however, Eagle-Eye Mihawk abruptly called out to the departing Jozu. Please, do not leave just yet, Mihawk exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice. Jozu turned, bewildered, questioning why he was being detained after having seemingly enriched Mihawk through their encounter. And with Mihawk having readily acquiesced to his request. What is it? Are you dissatisfied? Do you wish to fight once more? Jozu inquired, eyes narrowed in curiosity. Mihawk internally rolled his eyes. He was far from foolish. Given that his most potent strike had failed to breach Jozu's granite power, he understood that any further struggle would yield the same outcome. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Mihawk replied, Let us not engage in battle again. I wish to request something from you. At this, a look of confusion deepened on Perona's face, who had been equally perplexed moments before. Eagle-Eye Mihawk has always been insufferably proud and never sought assistance from others. What could possibly be happening today? Each encounter becomes more absurd than the last. Jozu, equally perplexed, pondered, seek my help? What could Mihawk possibly want from me? Could it be that this man is a masochist, hoping I would inflict another beating upon him? What is it, Mihawk? Jozu inquired, his confusion evident. Mihawk paused momentarily before addressing Jozu. You see, could you possibly take me to the Whitebeard Pirates? I wish to meet your vice captain, Wang Yu, he awkwardly confessed. What? You want to meet Vice Captain Wang Yu? What do you want with him? Jozu exclaimed in astonishment. A sense of foreboding arose within him. He suspected that Mihawk might be vying for competition with their captains. Our Vice Captain Wang Yu has yet to finish mentoring us captains. We cannot allow him to instruct an outsider. Jozu regarded Mihawk with a wary gaze, internally hoping that Mihawk would not request a recommendation to seek Wang Yu's guidance. I thought, since your Vice Captain Wang Yu has taught you to become a king-level swordsman, perhaps he could also guide me to break through my swordsmanship bottleneck. Would that be too difficult? Mihawk began to articulate, but Jozu abruptly sprinted away. No need to say more, absolutely not. We have a queue waiting for Vice Captain Wang Yu's instruction, and if I were to recommend you, they would surely kill me. As he fled, he vanished from sight in an instant. Mihawk and Perona exchanged bewildered glances. What had come over Jozu? He had faced the terrifying sword intent without flinching but was now reduced to this over a simple request for an introduction. However, Eagle-Eye Mihawk did not relent. He pressed a hand against his wound and slowly rose to his feet. No matter what, I must meet this elusive Vice Captain Wang Yu. Perona, take care of yourself for now. I have more pressing matters to attend to. With that, Mihawk, clutching his injury, made his way towards the coastal port. Perona stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Hey, Mihawk, your wound hasn't healed yet. Everyone has gone mad, she thought, feeling despondent. Though Mihawk was taciturn, he at least exchanged a word or two with her daily. Now, with him gone, she would be left speaking to the air. Would she not suffocate from the solitude? Desperate, she called out for Mihawk to stop, but the single-minded Mihawk, in pursuit of strength, chose to ignore her pleas. Upon reaching the shoreline, Mihawk leapt onto a small wooden raft and sped towards Jozu's ship. Meanwhile, within the Forbidden Zone, the forge emitted a brilliant radiance as a longsword encased in crackling lightning resonated with thunderous sounds. Vista watched in awe. As a swordsman, he possessed considerable knowledge of swift blades. Even Big Mom's Napoleon acquired its fiery abilities only after merging with Prometheus. Similarly, the weapon of the Flame Calamity bore the fiery attributes of its lineage. It was his first encounter with a weapon that inherently possessed magical properties. Just as Wang Yu unveiled the electric sword, a chime echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Jozu's Thunder Strike has upgraded to level 2. The host synchronously acquires the advanced skill, Thunder Strike, level 3. The host is rewarded with 1,000 points of armament Haki, 1 intermediate fertilizer pack, and 20,000 coins. Ding! Congratulations, host. Jozu has defeated Mihawk. Reward, 1 Tendra Diamond Summon. Promotion? Wait, Jozu automatically leveled up? It seems that bound characters not only yield rewards during battles but can also gain experience to upgrade their skills. This is splendid. At least I no longer have to monitor the guidance daily. I can let these bound characters automatically gather rewards and level up while I bask in the sun at home, waiting for the rewards to come. What a delightful scenario. Chapter 30. Comprehending Observation Kill and Obtaining the Glimmering Fruit, Heart of Steel. Simultaneously, Wang Yu directly initiated a 10-diamond draw. Ding. The 10-diamond draw begins. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 points of Conqueror S Haki. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500 points of Armament Haki. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 points of Observation Haki. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Heart of Steel. Congratulations, host. You have received a high-grade fertilizer pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a glimmering fruit. Ignores the adverse effects of the sea. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 100,000 mall coins. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 100,000 mall coins. Congratulations, host. You have received a prediction skill fruit. Congratulations, host. You have received a prediction skill fruit. Ding. Detection indicates that the host S Conqueror S Haki has surpassed 10,000 points, reaching the pinnacle, automatically comprehending Observation Kill. Observation Kill, control your breath. Rendering your opponent incapable of utilizing Observation Haki to foresee the future. This is a derivative ability obtained after cultivating Conqueror S Haki to its apex. Wang Yu licked his lips in excitement. Not only had the captain's strengths increased, but his own combat power had also experienced a qualitative enhancement. Indeed, the 10-diamond draw not only elevated the quality of rewards to new heights but also guaranteed no empty draws, allowing him to reap abundant rewards. Gazing at his system panel, Wang Yu felt like a wealthy landowner. His gold coins had already surpassed 300,000. Feeling like a nouveau riche, he promptly purchased borax, cooling water, and special ores from the mall. Since he no longer lacked funds, he could naturally afford to equip these captains, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Host, Wang Yu Conqueror S Haki, 10, 563 points Armament Haki, 9, 814 points Observation Haki, 9, 342 points Swordsmanship, 1, 000 skills, Granite Shield passive, Thunderstrike level 3, Earthquake level 2, Jade Cut level 2, Path of Hunting passive, Glacier Storm level 2, items, 5 superior iron ores, cooling water, 1 bag of borax for forging, 1 intermediate fertilizer pack, 1 high-grade fertilizer pack, Heart of Steel, 2 prediction skill fruits gold coins, 312, 800 devil fruits, quake fruit, glimmering fruit forge, primary weapons, none equipment, reflective armor, Landry S torment, electric blade artifacts, none subsequently. Wang Yu reviewed the descriptions of the new rewards, the prediction skill fruit, and the Heart of Steel. The Heart of Steel can significantly enhance the user's vitality and recovery abilities, reminding Wang Yu of Kaido. Even more remarkably, the Heart of Steel possesses an exceedingly formidable skill, Colossal Devour. In combat, sustaining for 3 seconds grants a passive increase in health, terrifyingly without any upper limit. This means that as long as the battle lasts long enough, the user's health will expand infinitely. Reflecting on Kaido, who has repeatedly wreaked havoc at the Navy headquarters, each time sustaining immense damage yet remaining unyielding, was it not due to his substantial health? With the passive enhancement of the Heart of Steel, his future health would undoubtedly surpass Kaido's. Prediction Skill Fruit can directly accelerate the maturation of any reserved skill fruit. Upon reading this description, Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could not wait to try this prediction skill fruit. Meanwhile, beside him, Bista's internal feelings starkly contrasted with Wang Yu's exhilaration. Watching Wang Yu hold the coveted electric blade without offering it to him, Bista felt an intense inner turmoil. Wang Yu, Vice Captain, Wang Yu, Vice Captain? Finally, Bista could no longer contain himself and reminded Wang Yu with a beaming smile. Wang Yu, pulled from his reverie by Bista's eager expression, found it amusing. Ha ha ha. Bista, this equipment is for you. It is called the Electric Blade. The bearer of this weapon will experience a significant boost in attack speed and critical strikes, with a chance to unleash the power of lightning, Wang Yu said earnestly. Upon hearing the Vice Captain's introduction of the Electric Blade, Bista swallowed hard with excitement. The ability to trigger lightning was akin to possessing a top-tier devil fruit alongside his exceptional swordsmanship. Thus, Bista hurriedly accepted it. Much like Jozu's reflective armor, this equipment fused seamlessly with Bista's body upon contact, an extraordinary phenomenon. Bista instantly felt his body become considerably lighter, a current flowing through him, an indescribable bliss. However, he still had a question. May I ask, Vice Captain Wang Yu, what is a critical strike? Vista inquired, resembling a curious schoolboy seeking enlightenment. Wang Yu cleared his throat, realizing he had neglected to explain this to Bista. Listen carefully, Bista, he said solemnly. A critical strike means that your attack can inflict double the damage. Bista was taken aback by the notion of dealing double damage with a single strike. Isn't this precisely what the swordmasters have longed for? I truly feel as if I am destined for greatness. Even if Mihawk is formidable, he may not withstand my critical strikes. While he might manage to barely endure my onslaught, my rapid attack speed and the power of lightning are certainly beyond his capacity to counter. This is splendid. Vice Captain Wang Yu, if that is the case, then the title of the world's greatest swordsman shall rightfully belong to me. But how should I unleash this lightning power and critical strike? Bista inquired eagerly. You need not concern yourself with that, Bista. Once you possess the electric blade, these abilities will trigger automatically, albeit with a certain probability, Wang Yu murmured. Automatically triggering means I won't need to train anymore? Bista felt an overwhelming sense of joy wash over him. The crux of the matter now lies in that probability. So, Vice Captain Wang Yu, what is the probability of triggering a critical strike? Bista pressed on. A probability of 25%. Wang Yu replied. Bista nodded thoughtfully, realizing that this meant, without any effort on his part, his combat power would be augmented by a quarter solely due to the critical strike. Moreover, this does not even account for the enhancements from attack speed and the power of lightning. When all these factors are combined, it is certain to yield an effect greater than the sum of its parts, potentially even exponential growth. Bista conservatively estimated that, with this equipment, his strength could nearly double. Furthermore, with his skill, the Misty Jade Slash, his current combat prowess had increased at least threefold compared to prior guidance from Vice Captain Wang Yu. Ha ha ha, this is magnificent. Vice Captain Wang Yu, with this equipment, I shall undoubtedly be able to ensnare an admiral during battles with the Navy, Bista exclaimed with excitement. However, Wang Yu furrowed his brow. Ensnaring an admiral? That alone will not suffice, Bista. You must become even stronger. At the very least, you must be capable of defeating an admiral. I have more to teach you. Chapter 31. Wang Yu. I will guide everyone upon hearing Vice Captain Wang Yu's words. Bista swallowed hard. Is today the day I am banking all my decades of fortune upon? Having acquired an electric blade has already bestowed me with immense advantage. And now Vice Captain Wang Yu is willing to further instruct me? No, I must find a way to repay Vice Captain Wang Yu. Perhaps I should arrange for some maidens to pamper him. Surely he would appreciate that. Meanwhile, Wang Yu remained unaware of Bista's thoughts. To ensure Bista's continued growth, Wang Yu used a predictive skill fruit. Since you practice the demon sealing sword technique, I shall grant you a powerful move from it. The Sealing Dust Absolute Slash. System. Use the predictive skill fruit to mature the Sealing Dust Absolute Slash. Sealing Dust Absolute Slash strikes all enemies along a path, dealing 100, 200, 300, 40 AD physical damage and 100, 200, 300, 40 AD magical damage, teleporting behind the last enemy hero struck, and launching all enemies hit into the air. Subsequently, Wang Yu gifted Bista a fruit. As Bista consumed the fruit, he eagerly inquired, what else does Vice Captain Wang Yu have in store? Please, do not keep me in suspense. This technique is called the Sealing Dust Absolute Slash, the ultimate move of the Demon Sealing Sword technique. As he elaborated, Wang Yu elevated the atmosphere. Bista, hearing this, could hardly contain his excitement. The ultimate move surely surpassed the Misty Jade Slash that Vice Captain Wang Yu had previously taught him. Just the name, Sealing Dust Absolute Slash, radiated an aura of dominance, far exceeding that of his prior flower sword technique. Imagine it as a version of the Misty Jade Slash that sends foes flying. But rest assured, this ultimate move is significantly more powerful in terms of damage, range, and distance, achieving a qualitative leap. Wang Yu continued. Wonderful. I shall try it out now. Bista exclaimed with enthusiasm. Without delay, he grasped his dual blades, envisioned the sensation of unleashing the airborne Misty Jade Slash, and directed his attack toward the heavens. Sealing Dust Absolute Slash. At that moment, the earth trembled as little Oz arrived. On Oz's shoulders, all the captains from the main ship who could come had gathered. Braimake, Atmos, Izong, Harda, Cleo. They were all there to seek guidance from Vice Captain Wang Yu. However, as they disembarked, they witnessed a scene within the confines of the Forbidden Zone. The weather within the Forbidden Zone suddenly turned tempestuous, with howling winds and crackling lightning as Bista soared into the air, and in the next moment, unleashed countless slashes towards the sky. These strikes were not mere ordinary cuts. They transformed directly into the elemental force of wind, creating a deafening sonic boom that reverberated throughout the sky. The very fabric of space was cleaved into segments by these gusts of wind. Under the relentless barrage of slashes, the space twisted and rippled, severed entirely. In the blink of an eye, Bista had inexplicably shifted his position. The captains, positioned near Jaws, were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Marco's claims were indeed true. Bista's maneuver was nothing short of spectacular. Had I misperceived the moment? Did that fellow Bista truly execute a momentary shift? Was space itself fragmented? What kind of strike was this, possessing such unparalleled destructive power? All of this was thanks to Vice Captain Wang Yu's prowess. We ought to seek his guidance to acquire some remarkable skills ourselves. The captains were all captivated by Bista's technique. Sensing the vibrations around him, Wang Yu gazed skyward, observing that little oars loomed large, akin to a skyscraper. It was no wonder that even from such a distance, he could discern the happenings within his own courtyard. Upon spotting Vice Captain Wang Yu, the captains greeted him eagerly. "Hey, Vice Captain Wang Yu, let us join in too." With Wang Yu's consent, the group ventured into the restricted area. As soon as the captains entered, they encircled Wang Yu. "Vice Captain Wang Yu, you are quite biased. How can you only instruct Marco and the others? Indeed, we too are captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. You must teach us as well." The captains surrounded Wang Yu, each one pleading for guidance. Wang Yu turned his gaze toward Bista, who hastily waved his hands in denial. "This was my doing. It must have been Marco. That blabbermouth let your secret slip," Bista hurriedly explained. Fearing any misunderstanding might provoke Vice Captain Wang Yu into withholding his instruction. So it was Marco. Wang Yu mused, tapping his forehead. He had indeed failed to catch Marco's voice amidst the crowd. Likely, the lad was too frightened to show himself. Observing the throng of captains around him, Wang Yu felt somewhat overwhelmed, yet it mattered not. He possessed an abundance of system gifts. Regardless of whether Marco spoke up, he would eventually impart his teachings. Fortunately, this time, he would bring joy to everyone. "Everyone, please quiet down." Wang Yu gestured. The captains gradually fell silent at his behest. "I fully understand your sentiments. I have neglected you all these days. Therefore, let me provide guidance to each one of you present today." A slight smile graced Wang Yu's lips as he spoke softly. "What? Everyone will receive guidance." Though these individuals had initially sought his instruction, they were astonished by Vice Captain Wang Yu's casual agreement. This has undoubtedly taken everyone by surprise. After a brief moment of silence, the captains around began to stir with excitement. Chapter 32, The Zack Template. Has Little Oz taken flight? I must be mistaken. This involves all of us, and this time, I am destined to soar. Bramink's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. How wonderful. Who would have thought that I would receive guidance from Vice Captain Wang Yu so soon? Buffalo Atmos was equally thrilled. Ha ha ha, once we all receive this guidance, what foolish maritime overlord would dare provoke our Whitebeard pirates? They will surely regret it. Izong chimed in, equally animated. Upon witnessing this, Bista felt the pride he had just experienced dissipate instantly. If all the captains were to receive Vice Captain Wang Yu's mentorship, he genuinely feared that one day he might be outpaced by the captains behind him. He resolved to double his efforts in training. Meanwhile, Wang Yu observed the captains' excited reactions and smiled faintly. Their delight would only amplify his own. Upon binding with their respective leaders, they acquired all skills and equipment, along with the ability to receive a myriad of rewards, transforming into substantial landowners in their own right. "Come, Bista, fetch a table from my dormitory. Let us dine while we converse," Wang Yu declared. Having spoken, he promptly accessed his system panel, revealing 2 bags of fertilizer within his inventory. One contained intermediate fertilizer capable of producing 2 fruits, while the other held advanced fertilizer yielding 10 fruits. These 2 bags would effortlessly generate 12 fruits, perfectly divisible among the 12 leaders present. Consequently, Wang Yu directed his attention to the system tree, applying the fertilizer, which silently bore 12 magnificent fruits. The gathered leaders, despite some initial confusion, eagerly consumed the freshly plucked fruits. "Vice Captain Wang Yu, what manner of fruit tree is this?" "The flavor is reminiscent of mushrooms," Halta remarked, chewing thoughtfully on the fruit. "Isn't the fruit cultivated by Deputy Captain Wang Yu a fruit tree?" "Mushrooms?" "No, it tastes remarkably like seafood," remarked the fishman Mihawk. "Why does it feel like I'm eating rubber?" "It's quite unpalatable," added Little Oz. The surrounding captains expressed their own evaluations of this peculiar fruit. At that moment, a notification chimed from Wang Yu's system. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding Bramink, Fishman Mihawk, and Coolier. You've acquired the skills Brave Charge, Quirky, Bio Barrage, and Mushroom Cultivation. Braming's skill, Brave Charge, allows him to grapple an enemy, inflicting physical damage and pushing them forward. If the target collides with terrain, they suffer additional damage and are stunned for a brief duration. The Fishman Myower, having consumed the skill Fruit, can leap and strike the ground, dealing magical damage to nearby foes. Coolier, equipped with a cannon, gains the Bio Barrage skill, enhancing his attack range and dealing additional damage based on the target's maximum health. With this ability, Coolier becomes a living cannon for the Whitebeard Pirates. Moreover, Arda had fortuitously drawn Teemo's ultimate skill, Mushroom Cultivation. Little Ozza consumed Jacques' skill, Rubber Slingshot, propelling himself into the air and launching enemies upon landing, inflicting magical damage. As the captains conversed, they each acquired formidable powers. Haha. This fruit tree is a unique specimen introduced from the North Sea, with each fruit possessing a distinct flavor. Wang Yu smiled. Upon hearing this, the captains finally understood. It truly was an extraordinary fruit tree. Indeed, what a remarkable fruit tree, exclaimed Atmos. Enough about the fruit tree, Deputy Captain Wang Yu. Please guide us on how to enhance our abilities. Izang urged. Yes, Deputy Captain Wang Yu, please teach us. Bramek echoed. Very well, Wang Yu nodded approvingly, noticing the captain's eagerness. I will instruct each of you individually, he declared solemnly. As soon as he spoke, the captains excitedly took their seats, akin to eager students. First, you, Little Oz. Wang Yu chose Little Oz, intending to present him with a gift shortly. How far can you jump? Wang Yu inquired directly. Jump? Deputy Captain Wang Yu. I can leap 500 meters. Little Oz responded confidently. The surrounding crowd gasped in amazement. Indeed, Little Oz's impressive physique allowed for such a feat truly. A descendant of the ancient demon race. However, Wang Yu shook his head. That distance is insufficient, Little Oz. Given your stature, you should aim for several thousand meters. He instructed firmly. What? Several thousand meters? The captains were taken aback. While the words were spoken, enhancing one's jumping ability to such an extent was no simple task. Is it customary for Deputy Captain Wang Yu to be so audacious in his teachings? The captains gazed at Bista in disbelief. Bista scratched his head. It's merely that you are unaware of the norm for instructors like Deputy Captain Wang Yu. As they discussed, Little Oz followed Wang Yu's guidance and bounded outwards. Remember, Little Oz, envision yourself as a rubber band. Only then can you jump farther. Wang Yu's words resonated as Little Oz's massive form leaped from the restricted area. Boom. The powerful recoil shook the very ground of the restricted area. Little Oz's immense body obscured the sunlight, casting a shadow over the surroundings as he soared through the air. Goodness, Little Oz. Is he really flying? The captains below widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight of Little Oz's massive figure taking flight. How could this be possible? Chapter 33. Little Oz gains the strength of heart incredibly. The earth trembled once more as Little Oz, in his ultimate leap, traversed from one mountain peak to another. Upon landing, he reveled in his achievement, causing the ground to shake once again. Haha, I imagined myself as a rubber band. And I truly did it. I never expected to jump this far. Deputy Captain Wang Yu, you are remarkable. Little Oz, despite his colossal size, exhibited the exuberance of a child, bouncing in excitement. The surrounding captains looked on in bewilderment. Indeed, Deputy Captain Wang Yu, how did you teach him such a powerful ability with just a few words? Izang queried, puzzled. Wang Yu internally rolled his eyes. He couldn't disclose that he was a traveler, and that Little Oz had consumed his skill Fruit. Fortunately, Bista approached and addressed Izang, answering the question. Do not question it. With our intellect, we would never grasp the intricacies. If you truly understood, you would have surpassed yourself already and not sought guidance from Deputy Captain Wang Yu. The captains nodded in agreement, recognizing that had they comprehended Wang Yu's methods, they would have become masters themselves and would not require his instruction. Such an enigmatic matter. It is likely that even if Deputy Captain Wang Yu were to explain it to them, they would still fail to comprehend. Their sole obligation is to attentively heed the words of Deputy Captain Wang Yu and strive to enhance their own strength. At this moment, Little Oz had returned. His exuberance palpable. Haha, it feels incredible. My strength has truly surged, he exclaimed. Captain Wang Yu, is there anything else you can guide me on to further enhance my abilities? Upon his return, Little Oz immediately approached Wang Yu. The latter maintained an air of wisdom, replying, remember, Little Oz, when you descend, you can leverage your massive frame to crash down upon your foes. They will likely be stunned by your impact. Little Oz nodded vigorously in agreement. Additionally, Wang Yu casually mentioned, I have an item to bestow upon you. The newly arrived captains, unfamiliar with Wang Yu's equipment, were taken aback. Equipment? They pondered, confused. Wasn't Little Oz's great axe functioning well for him? Surely, Wang Yu's equipment could not align with Little Oz's style. Some captains voiced their curiosity. Unbeknownst to them, Bista had witnessed Wang Yu's gifts firsthand. You are woefully uninformed. The equipment bestowed by Captain Wang Yu transcends the ordinary understanding of gear, he asserted. Do you realize that the equipment he provides not only amplifies the wielder's combat prowess, but is also imbued with various abilities? Bista gazed enviously at Little Oz. You, my friend, are fortunate. Little Oz's excitement was palpable, yet the surrounding captains remained puzzled. Enhancing combat abilities and possessing additional powers? Could an item truly bestow the powers of a devil fruit? Bista, with a smirk, retorted, while you may doubt me, just witness for yourselves, you unworldly simpletons. Under the captain's scrutiny, Wang Yu produced an extraordinary item resembling a pulsating steel heart, known as the Heart of Steel. This equipment would augment the user's life force by 800, provide a 200% life recovery rate, and allow for limitless enhancement of vitality during combat, granting a physique akin to Kaido's. Little Oz, this is the gift I present to you. Accept it. Wang Yu smiled. Given that Little Oz had drawn the Zake template, he was indeed the most suitable recipient for this equipment, prompting Wang Yu to gift him the Heart of Steel, transforming Little Oz into the Whitebeard Pirates' bulwark. In the anime's Marineford War, Little Oz had always been at the forefront, absorbing substantial damage. Yet, his defenses were insufficient, unable to withstand even the attacks of Gecko Moria, leading to his demise at the hands of the Seven Warlords. Had Little Oz possessed a physique stronger than Kaido's, he would have been nearly invulnerable in war, leaving the Naval High Command in utter disarray. Standing before foes, even the most reluctant attackers would find it difficult to bypass him. However, if they did strike at Little Oz, they would leave themselves vulnerable to the assault from behind, while Little Oz's formidable defenses would render their efforts futile, leaving them seething with frustration. Little Oz crouched down to retrieve the equipment. Captain Wang Yu, this item is so small. How can I use it? He inquired, perplexed. Just as he finished speaking, a brilliant light flashed, and the Heart of Steel vanished completely. Little Oz stared at his empty hands in bewilderment, only to find that his frame had grown even larger. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. What just happened? Little Oz has become even more massive. And the equipment? How did it disappear in an instant? Even Wang Yu was taken aback, realizing that Little Oz had not only acquired the skills, but had also bound himself to the Zake template, which would expand with his life force. Bista, witnessing Little Oz's transformation, wore an expression of triumph. I told you, Captain Wang Yu's weaponry is beyond your imagination. Wang Yu is the sole master craftsman of our era, Vista proclaimed, addressing the captains. The weapons he forges cannot be fathomed through ordinary perspectives. Upon hearing Bista's elucidation, the captains were utterly convinced. Bista, enlighten us. What capabilities does this equipment possess, and how has Little Oz's size increased so dramatically? Inquired Song. Indeed, what is the explanation? Others echoed, equally curious. Yet, Bista found himself at a loss, aware only of the equipment's excellence but not its specific abilities. He awkwardly scratched his head. Well, you would need to ask Captain Wang Yu. Everyone turned their attention back to Wang Yu, who chuckled softly. Little Oz, the gift I have given you is called the Heart of Steel. Upon use, it significantly enhances your vitality and accelerates wound recovery. He then demonstrated by slicing Little Oz's toe with a small knife, revealing a 1-centimeter wound that healed visibly within mere seconds, leaving no trace behind. The surrounding captains gasped in astonishment. The speed of recovery alone rivaled that of a powerful Zoan-type devil fruit. What a remarkable item! Even Bista cast an envious glance. Little Oz, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, with this ability, I can charge to the front lines. Ace, wait for me. I will rescue you. Wang Yu continued, moreover. This equipment's most impressive feature is that it will continuously enhance your life force during combat, so you must train diligently. Little Oz nodded eagerly, realizing that this single piece of equipment had catapulted his combat capabilities to unprecedented heights. He might even withstand the calamity of the 3 disasters. Wang Yu then introduced the unique abilities of the other captains. Bramank, you can utilize your momentum in battle to charge and incapacitate your enemies. And, Muir, as a fishman, you must enhance your agility, refining your skin to a smooth finish to evade all attacks. Harda, infuse your weapon with venom for increased potency, and consider developing traps. Moreover, your petite stature renders you well suited for stealth operations, You might consider camouflaging yourself within the foliage, embracing an invisible state. Wang Yu elaborated on the capabilities of each captain, who had previously witnessed his prowess and thus regarded his words with utmost respect. Well, I have imparted all the guidance regarding your training. The remainder depends on your own application. Upon concluding the instruction, Wang Yu promptly issued a dismissal, for the day had thoroughly exhausted him. Fortunately, he had successfully bound all the captains he could. Henceforth, he could merely repose at home, awaiting the rewards that these captains would bring him. As he perused his panel, he noted the remaining predictive skill fruit, which he intended to reserve for Jozu. He would directly enable Jozu to master the formidable ultimate move of the Stone Man, an unparalleled control technique, thereby allowing Jozu to undertake some impressive missions in the future. Host: Wang Yu Conqueror's Haki, 10, 563 points Armament Haki, 9, 814 points Observation Haki, 9, 342 points Swordsmanship, 1, 000 skills, Granite Shield Passive, Thunderclap, Level 3, Earthquake, Level 2, Jade Cut, Level 2, Path of the Hunt, Passive, Glacier Storm, Level 2, Sealing Blade of Absolute Thought, Level 2, Brave Charge, Level 2, Quirky Spirit, Level 2, Biochemical Barrage, Level 2, Mushroom Cultivation, Level 2, Rubber Slingshot, Level 2, Items, 5 pieces of high-grade iron ore, cooling water, 1 bag of borax for forging, 1 predictive skill fruit gold coins, 312, 800 devil fruits, tremor fruit, glimmer fruit forge, beginner weapons, none equipment, reflective armor, Landry's torment, electric knife, heart of steel artifacts. None as the captains departed from Vice Captain Wang Yu's domain, each proceeded to their respective training grounds. Vista, elated by the electric knife bestowed by Wang Yu, was eager to seek out Marco for a sparring session. Just then, he unexpectedly encountered Marco, who was approaching as well. Ha ha ha, Marco, allow me to showcase the new ability I've acquired from Vice Captain Wang Yu. Shall we spar? It would be an excellent opportunity to test your new abilities in practice. Bista boasted upon spotting Marco. However, Marco appeared despondent and hardly acknowledged Bista's enthusiasm. His thoughts were consumed with how to provide Vice Captain Wang Yu with a satisfactory explanation to avoid reproach. Bista, do you have any ideas on how to cheer up Vice Captain Wang Yu? Marco inquired. Cheer up, Vice Captain Wang Yu? Bista slapped his forehead, realizing he had momentarily forgotten about this important matter. If only there were a way to bring joy to Vice Captain Wang Yu. Perhaps he would offer me more guidance, and I could soar to new heights. What do you think about us acquiring the historical text? As a formidable figure like Vice Captain Wang Yu, he must have a keen interest in such matters. Marco suddenly exclaimed. Bista, upon hearing this, smacked his forehead. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Since we are sworn enemies of the Beast Pirates, let us venture to Kaido's domain and seize the historical text. Vice Captain Wang Yu would surely be delighted to hear of it. And while we're at it, let us also capture a couple of charming ladies. I find that Runty and Black Maria are quite appealing, don't you think? Bista said excitedly, feeling that he would soon enhance his strength. Chapter 35. Bista, let us seize Black Maria. The larger, the better. I can understand Runty, but Black Maria, with her considerable size, doesn't seem quite right, does she? Marco inquired. What do you know? The larger the form, the more intriguing it becomes. Just imagine lying on the bosom of a magnificent beauty, sipping fine wine under the sun. What a delightful existence. Bista grinned mischievously as he spoke. Marco instantly grasped the sentiment, and the two of them quickly packed their belongings and set off towards Wano. In the following 2 days, the captains dedicated themselves to honing their abilities. On the outskirts of the Whitebeard Pirates' territory, atop Boppy Island, heart irradiated excitement. Haha. The abilities Vice Captain Wang Yu has bestowed upon me are simply extraordinary. I doubt anyone would dare to confront the Whitebeard Pirates again. Harda exclaimed joyfully on Boppy Island. At that moment, a colossal pirate ship suddenly emerged within Harda's line of sight. The bow resembled that of a gigantic mammoth. On the pirate flag, a pair of enormous ivory tusks swayed gracefully in the breeze. The colossal pirate ship is swiftly approaching the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Is this the mammoth? Damn it. I just mentioned that no one dares to provoke our Whitebeard Pirates, and here comes a fool so soon? Harda once again peered through the telescope, scrutinizing the scene with greater attention at this proximity. Jinrami, Sipshead, and Droughtjack, these scoundrels, seeking the materials for artificial devil fruits, have come to pilfer the resources from the Whitebeard Pirates' territory. Harda exclaimed in frustration. Such occurrences have transpired before. However, The Whitebeard Pirates cannot possibly assign a captain to oversee every region. Consequently, in most instances, apart from eliminating a few minor pirates, the members of the Beast Pirates have successfully seized control. Whitebeard had contemplated attacking Kaido, yet Kaido, relying on his natural fortress, proved exceedingly difficult to confront, which was indeed infuriating. Today, I shall exact my revenge. You desire to pilfer the resources within our pirate territory? Then I shall confiscate every item aboard your vessel. A smirk danced upon Harda's lips. Soon, colossal shadowy mushrooms emerged upon the sea. Within mere minutes, an entire formation of mushrooms had been established. Meanwhile, aboard the Mammoth, the fierce Jack displayed a derisive grin. Ha ha ha, I have heard that Whitebeard has gone into seclusion, which means we must intensify our raids on the Whitebeard Pirates. After we steal their resources, we shall wreak havoc in the vicinity. Jack exclaimed excitedly, his metallic jaw clattering. Beside him, Jean Lamy and Cypher Head lavished him with flattery. Ha ha ha, Master Jack, you were truly brilliant. With Whitebeard absent, we must ensure the Beast Pirates gain the upper hand. Jean Lamy beamed. It would be splendid to engage in combat. My horn blade has long been thirsty for blood. Cypher Head added ominously. The presence of the Mammoth triggered an alarm within the Whitebeard Pirates. However, due to the distance of other captains, reinforcement was not immediately feasible. Only Little Oars was nearby. This meant that Harda and Little Oars had to withstand the entirety of the Mammoth's crew to successfully defend the Whitebeard Pirates' resources. Although Harda was alone at that moment, he was resolute. He could not allow the Beast Pirates to prevail. After arranging the mushroom formation, he steered his small boat directly toward the Mammoth. On the other side, Little Oars received a call from the intelligence department. I understand. Those detestable Beast Pirates, I shall arrive post-haste, he declared. Waiting for reinforcements? Fear not. There's no cause for concern. The skills that Vice Captain Wang Yu imparted to me are yearning for application. With that, Little Oars abruptly ended the call, leaving the intelligence agency with a busy signal. The intelligence officer wore a look of exasperation. What had transpired lately? Why did it seem that Harda and Little Oars' tempers had become increasingly volatile? The two captains could not possibly contend with Jack. Reinforcements were imperative. Aboard the Mammoth, Cypher Head, peering through a telescope, spotted Harda's small boat. Report, Master Jack. A small vessel approaches us, flying the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates. Jack's expression darkened with malice as he raised an eyebrow. How many are there? Who are they? He inquired. Cypher Head continued to survey through the telescope, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Only Harda alone. Ha ha ha, he must be seeking his own demise, he derided. Upon hearing that only Harda was present, the pirates aboard the Mammoth erupted into laughter. Harda, a mere 12th Division captain dares to obstruct me? Bring the ship closer. I shall flay the skin off this Harda for the vengeance of our fallen brothers. Jack roared in fury. As a 12th Division captain, he was merely at the level of a six-fly. His audacity to challenge Jack alone incensed him greatly. Yes, Master Jack. The helmsman responded swiftly to Jack's command, accelerating the ship toward Harda. The pirates aboard the Mammoth brandished their weapons, shouting exuberantly. Kill him! Kill him! How dare Harda be so arrogant? Does he truly believe himself to be Whitebeard? Since he seeks death, we shall not hold back. On his small boat, Harda observed the raucous display of the Mammoth's pirates with a disdainful smile. Humph, do they truly believe I am still the old Harda? This time, I shall ensure that none return, Harda declared, a slight smirk gracing his lips. In recent days, I have diligently followed the guidance of Vice Captain Wang Yu in my training, achieving remarkable success. Soon, I shall demonstrate my prowess to this band of fools. The colossal Mammoth, akin to a ferocious beast, prowls the ocean, while Harda's small vessel resembles a lamb awaiting slaughter. Will you not yield, you imbecile? Drought Jack's eyes widened, ferociously fixating on Harda's modest craft, astonished that Harda showed no intention of evasion before his Mammoth. Accelerate! Drought Jack bellowed, and the immense Mammoth surged forward with even greater speed. Boom! The speeding Mammoth collided head-on with the small boat, producing a thunderous sound. And Harda's vessel was shattered into pieces, wooden fragments soaring into the sky. Witnessing the destruction of the small craft, the pirates aboard the Beast Pirates erupted into uproarious laughter. Aha! What a fool, daring to stand against our Mammoth without a hint of retreat. Chapter 36. Drought Jack stumbles upon poisonous mushrooms and loses his mind. Drought Jack ascended to the bow, gazing disdainfully at the wreckage of the small boat. A mere captain of the 12th Division daring to obstruct me? I would rather summon your ship's Marco. Just as the words escaped his lips, Harda's figure suddenly emerged at the stern of the mammoth, swiftly dispatching 20 pirates with a single stroke. Blood from the fallen pirates of the Beast Pirates flowed freely, mingled with their agonized cries. Upon hearing the commotion at the stern, Jack turned to investigate and was met with the sight of numerous subordinates being effortlessly slain by Harda. These were the artificial devil fruit users he had painstakingly trained, now vanquished by Harda with ease, causing Jack's veins to bulge and his expression to twist in fury. In an instant, Jack transformed into a gigantic mammoth, his immense bulk causing the entire mammoth to tremble. Thundering. Enraged, Jack charged towards Harda, the ship rocking violently with the stampede. The pirates aboard the mammoth stared wide-eyed, fear etched upon their faces. "Lord Jack is furious," they murmured. It seemed that Harda's fate was sealed. Daring to launch a surprise attack had enraged Drought Jack, and he would undoubtedly meet a dire end. Cypress and Jean Lamy cast their gazes upon Harda, as though observing a doomed soul. "Harda is finished. I suspect Lord Jack will trample him into a pulp," Cypress remarked sympathetically. "No, enraged Lord Jack will surely employ his tusks. I wager Harda will be pierced and bleed to death," Jean Lamy retorted, licking his lips in mockery. The two began conjecturing the manner of Harda's demise. However, just as Jack was about to collide with Harda, an eerie spectacle unfolded. Harda vanished into thin air, eluding even the keenest of observation. Jack, bewildered by Harda's disappearance, slammed on the brakes. Yet, due to his colossal size, halting abruptly proved exceedingly difficult. Like a runaway train, Drought Jack barreled towards the ship's stern railing. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding crash, the gigantic mammoth plunged into the depths of the sea. "Lord Jack! Lord Jack!" The scene left the small pirates of the Beast Pirates utterly bewildered. They were at a loss as to why Harda, standing motionless, had suddenly vanished. In a flurry, they rushed to the stern of the ship, eager to see what Lord Jack was up to. However, at that moment, Harda reappeared in his original position. "It's Harda. Be cautious," Sipshed quickly warned the pirates gathered at the back of the ship. Yet, it was already too late. A subtle smile graced Harda's lips as he surveyed his foes with the short blade in hand. Swish, swish, swish. A series of fierce slashes ensued. Dozens of pirates fell in an instant, their blood staining the deck of the mammoth ship a deep crimson. "You scoundrel! What have you done to us? Why did you disappear just now?" Sipshed furrowed his brow, his arms transforming into massive ram's horns, enveloped in a layer of armament, as he charged at Harda. Clang! The two collided, sparks flying in every direction. Despite Harda being the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, dealing with a mere Sipshed was well within his capabilities. With a swift kick, he sent Sipshed flying. "Hee. Are all of you from the Beast Pirates just a bunch of incompetent fools?" Harda taunted the pirates, a smirk on his face. At that moment, the Calamity Jack, having plunged into the sea, transformed back into his human form. Although he was a devil fruit user, his fishman blood allowed him to swim back to the surface. "Damn you, Harda! Capture him! I will strip his skin off," Jack shouted, brandishing his short sword as he approached the stern, fury etched across his face. Upon seeing Jack's arrival, Harda chuckled, raising his blade. A swift slash severing the heads of numerous beast pirates once more. "The big fool is here. I am no reckless brute. Farewell." Harda laughed mischievously, leaping off the ship. Not being a devil fruit user, he easily landed on a piece of driftwood and swam towards the nearest small island. Harda had chosen this island because he realized that his invisibility could be activated even while moving through the grass. Unlike on land where he had to remain still to stay hidden, the pirates of the Beast Pirates had already noticed that his invisible form remained in place, making them likely to attack his last known position, a precaution he had to take. In the underbrush, he could run while invisible, and with his mushroom formation in the area, it was undoubtedly his territory. Indeed, as Jack witnessed Harda sprinting towards the nearby island, his blood pressure surged, fury boiling within him as he vowed to capture Harda and tear him apart. "Damn you, Harda! Helmsman, bring the ship closer. We cannot let him escape," Jack roared. Under Jack's command, the mammoth ship anchored at the island shore, and all the pirates charged towards the land. "Charge! Kill Harda! He has slain so many of our brothers. It is unforgivable." The cries for vengeance echoed across the battlefield. Notably, Jack transformed into a massive mammoth, his colossal size belied by an astonishing speed. Boom, boom. The ground trembled as Jack led the charge. After pursuing for a considerable distance into the depths of the forest, he found that Harda had once again vanished without a trace. Jack's expression turned to one of confusion. How is it possible? He was just here. He cannot simply disappear, Jack exclaimed, bewildered. Chapter 37. No code of honor. Strike, then hide with mushrooms beside him. Jean Lamy quickly interjected, Lord Jack. I have heard of a devil fruit that grants invisibility. Do you think Harda has consumed such a fruit? Invisibility fruit? Jack frowned slightly, contemplating the possibility. However, he was Jack, the beast, known for leaving nothing but barren land in his wake. If word got out that he was outmaneuvered by a mere member of the Whitebeard Pirates, it would be the end of his reputation. Regardless of what devil fruit he had consumed, he would scour this island to the very depths to find Harda. Jack clenched his short sword tightly, seething with rage. The group split into 3 factions, continuing their relentless pursuit forward. At that moment, a young pirate inadvertently stepped on something, triggering a mushroom cloud amidst the ranks of the beast pirates, swiftly followed by a vast spread of toxic gas. In an instant, 10 pirates succumbed to poisoning from the explosion. Zapusi Hade, being in close proximity to the explosion, was also affected by the noxious fumes. Who buried this toxic bomb? Zapusi Hade felt an overwhelming urge to curse. After being poisoned, his mind became foggy, rendering him unable to walk. The terrifying explosion violently mangled one of Zapusi Hade's arms, blood gushing profusely from the wound. On the other side, the leader Jack, witnessing Zapusi Hade's plight, displayed no trace of sympathy, instead revealing a ferocious expression. Zapusi Hade, you fool, could you not activate your observation Haki? How could you possibly fall into such a rudimentary trap? Jack berated loudly. While the death of ordinary pirates could be dismissed, this time, many among the crew brought by the Drought Jack were gifted individuals. A vast army painstakingly cultivated over years alongside Doflamingo. Their demise in the explosion would undoubtedly inflict a grievous loss. Under Jack's scolding, Zapusi Hade dared not retort. He was well aware of Jack's temperament. To incur Jack's displeasure could lead to being hung and whipped for 3 days and nights, with the very real possibility of losing his life. I apologize, Master Jack. It was my negligence. Zapusi Hade hurriedly replied. Only then did Jack slightly temper his anger and continue forward. After taking just 2 steps, another mushroom bomb was detonated, and under the swathe of toxic gas, dozens more pirates fell victim to the poison. This time, it was Jean Lamy's squad that fell victim to the explosion. Jack's face contorted with rage, veins bulging prominently, and his eyes were bloodshot. Did you not hear my words, Jean Lamy? Do you dare to doubt my resolve? When I return, I shall suspend you for 3 days and beat you senseless. Jack roared in fury. Having just been humiliated by Harda and suffering a significant loss, his temper flared. And now, with 2 of his most capable subordinates behaving so foolishly, Jack's frustration reached its zenith. My Lord Jack. I. Jean Lamy hesitated, intending to explain that he had indeed activated his observation Haki, but fearing that such a revelation might provoke Jack's wrath further, he refrained from speaking. I was wrong, Lord Jack. I will certainly be more vigilant next time. Jean Lamy quickly apologized. What a bunch of imbeciles. You can't even master observation Haki. Look at me. How could you not see the trap from such a distance? Jack chastised them. However, no sooner had he uttered these words than he inadvertently stepped on a mushroom bomb. The explosion's impact was extensive, and the 10 subordinates nearby displayed expressions of agony. It hurts so much. This bomb is poisonous, they cried out, before frantically clawing at themselves, ultimately succumbing to the lethal effects. Fortunately, Jack's robust physique protected him from severe harm. He sustained only superficial injuries and was left bleeding. Yet, the disorientation lingered, rendering him unable to walk properly. Beside him, Jean Lamy and Cyphus Head were utterly astonished by the scene. Lord Jack's observation Haki, could it truly fail to detect the mushroom bomb? Jean Lamy exclaimed in disbelief. Cyphus Head was equally stunned, unable to comprehend how a formidable warrior like Jack could fall victim to a poisonous mushroom. From this perspective, it is indeed comprehensible that one could inadvertently step on a mushroom. Cypherhead has greatly embodied the spirit of AQ. While lost in thought, the figure of Harda eerily reappeared, unaware of Harda's presence due to the explosion from a mushroom bomb that had shattered his arm. Cypherhead clutched his wounded limb and remained oblivious. Upon Harda's arrival, he swiftly delivered a strike aimed at Cypherhead's rear. With unguarded vulnerability, the sword pierced directly into Sipshead's body. The impact caused Sipshead to leap up in agony. Ouch, that hurts. The sound of his screams echoed, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. The surrounding pirates of the Jack crew turned their gazes towards Sipshead and soon discovered Harda's presence. Harda, it was indeed Harda. He had audaciously ambushed Lord Sipshead. Seize him. We cannot allow him to escape this time. The pirates of the Beast Pirates brandished their weapons, clamoring in fervor. Jack, upon witnessing Harda's emergence, was reminded of the mushroom bomb he had just stepped on, which left him momentarily dazed. Coupled with Harda's myriad of infuriating antics, Jack's eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed, "Capture him! I shall slay him!" The surrounding young pirates surged forward, yet they were no match for Harda. With swift precision, Harda wielded his poison dagger, plunging it into the chests of his adversaries. One by one, the poisoned pirates succumbed to their torment, perishing amidst the cacophony of their anguished cries. "Ha ha! You truly are a bunch of fools. If you think you can capture me, then by all means, come and try," Harda mocked, laughter lacing his taunt. In this moment, Drought Jack was taken aback by Harda's audacity, charging at him with his formidable supreme blade. "You dare challenge me? I am Drought Jack." With a fierce swing of his metal claw, he aimed to strike Harda down with a short knife. Observing Jack's brashness, Harda merely smirked before vanishing once more into the depths of the forest. Jack's blade met only air, causing him to stumble. Suddenly, an explosion. Toxic spores surged forth, enveloping him in a wave of venomous assault. Chapter 38. Jack is stabbed. The invisible Timo Jack's expression twisted into one of utmost despair, his head ringing as he collapsed to the ground. The pirates surrounding him were instantly obliterated, their cries of anguish echoing through the chaos. As Jack regained his senses, he realized a significant number of his crew had perished, while Harda's figure had completely evaporated from sight. "Curse you!" Jack roared in fury, rising to his feet with indignation. As one of the three prominent figures of the Beast Pirates, he had never endured such humiliation. "Harda, you have gone too far. If you possess any courage, face me." Clenching his short knife in fury, Jack shouted his challenge into the void. At that moment, Harda re-emerged, lunging towards Jack from behind. Sensing Harda's presence, Jean Lamy and Sip's Head hastily alerted Jack. "My lord Jack, Harda has appeared again, from behind." "Behind?" the two exclaimed urgently, responding to his subordinate's warning. Jack brandished his short knife and struck fiercely at the rear. A swift and powerful slash ensued, cleaving through the trees of the forest with remarkable precision. However, Harda was nowhere to be seen. Jack's fury intensified. "You two dare to toy with me? Do you wish to court death?" Jack's eyes widened in exasperation as he berated Sip's Head and Jean Lamy. This left Sip's Head and the other in a state of utter shock. I truly do not comprehend what transpired." Harda vanished suddenly, and even my observation Haki could not detect him. Sip's Head elucidated. Meanwhile, Jinrami's expression morphed into one of exaggerated astonishment. "He has returned. Harda has manifested once more, right before you, Lord Jack." Jinrami exclaimed loudly. Jack had initially intended to reprimand the two, but upon hearing Jinrami's words and the urgency in his tone, he sensed a lack of deceit. "Very well. I shall extend a measure of trust to these fools," he thought, as he brandished his shuttle knife and struck once more at the space before him. Whoosh! The sharp slash resonated as numerous trees were cleaved in half. Yet, once again, Harda's figure eluded him. Witnessing his strike fail yet again, veins bulged on Jack's forehead, and he gripped the shuttle knife with heightened intensity, frustration evident across his face. "Jinrami, what did I just say? Did you not hear me? Do you wish for death? If so, I shall grant it to you now." Jack seethed, narrowing his eyes as he advanced menacingly toward Jinrami. Jinrami, thoroughly terrified, turned pale, his crimson lips quivering uncontrollably, and his legs trembling incessantly. "Jack! Lord Jack, I did not deceive you. I swear I did not." Harda appeared just moments ago. Jinrami stammered, his voice filled with dread. Yet, in his fury, Jack was deaf to Jinrami's explanations, raising the shuttle knife, its tip aimed directly at him. At this moment, the scene unfolded before Harda, who was cloaked in invisibility, with crystal clarity. He inwardly berated Jack for his foolishness, then approached him directly, brandishing his short sword and lunging at Jack. Harda's figure reappeared, naturally catching the attention of Sip's Head nearby. "My lord Jack, Jean Lamy did not deceive you. He has emerged. He is right behind you." Sip's Head exclaimed in horror. "Damn it, do you take me for a 12-year-old child?" Jack retorted in fury. He had no intention of allowing Sip's Head to continue speaking, and he struck out at the two of them. Sip's Head and Jean Lamy were struck with terror, realizing that this time, they were doomed. At that moment, Harda's dagger was thrust directly into the lower back of Drought Jack. With a splatter of crimson, blood danced through the air as Drought Jack was stabbed from behind, his eyes widening in disbelief. The short sword in his hand finally came to a halt. It dawned on him that he had been mistaken about Jean Lamy and Sip's Head all along. My lord Jack, you see, we told you so, we never deceived you. Jean Lamy and Sip's head hurriedly clarified. Ha ha ha, Jack, you are nothing but a fool. Ha ha. Harda erupted into laughter at Jack before vanishing once more into thin air. This series of maneuvers rendered Jack utterly bewildered, causing even his obstinate nature to wane slightly. Harda, what manner of technological prowess is this, that it proves so formidable? Upon surveying the surroundings once more, he was struck by the realization that the pirates, after entering the forest, had suffered significant losses in less than 5 minutes. This place feels awry. Temporarily halting their advance, it became evident that Harda must be nearby. There was no need for further penetration. Typically dim-witted, Drought Jack suddenly experienced a moment of clarity and addressed the surrounding pirates. Upon hearing Jack's command, the crew promptly ceased their movements and arranged themselves into formation. Each pirate could clearly discern the presence of their comrades, preventing any further ambushes, and they formed a tight encirclement, trapping Harda within the underbrush. Ha ha ha, Master Jack. You are truly astute. Let us first encircle Harda, then gradually constrict the perimeter, exclaimed Jean Lamy. The expression of CYP's head mirrored that of eager compliance. Indeed, Master Jack. You are exceptionally clever. We shall slowly tighten the encirclement. Jack patted his own head, while the notion of surrounding Harda had crossed his mind. The idea of gradually constricting the circle had not. A hint of relief washed over Jack's face. It appeared his two subordinates were not as inept as he had thought. Gradually tighten the encirclement. I shall personally slay this wretched fellow today, Jack declared furiously, intent on avenging the humiliation he had previously endured. Meanwhile, Harda, cloaked in invisibility, wore a frown of concern. Although his ability to remain unseen was formidable, being encircled and slowly pursued would render him vulnerable. Once discovered, his invisibility would dissipate, leading to dire consequences. Fortunately, the forest was laced with mushroom traps, which could slow the enemy's search. Boom, boom. As the pirates gradually closed in, some inadvertently triggered numerous mushroom bombs, resulting in the instant demise of half their ranks. Now, the encirclement had shrunk to a mere 100 square meters of operational space. Within such a minuscule distance, a myriad of pirates swung their weapons indiscriminately, and even in the state of invisibility, Harda found himself vulnerable to their strikes. Alas, there was no recourse. All he could do was endeavor to evade the relentless barrage of attacks. Eventually, as time elapsed, the encircling foes constricted further, leaving Harda with a mere 10 square meters of space to maneuver. Observing this predicament, the Droughtbringer, Jack, erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Harda. I am fully aware you are within this range. I strongly advise you to surrender. Otherwise, my cutlass shall inflict severe torment upon you, Jack declared with mirth. Upon finishing his taunt, he unleashed a colossal slashing strike towards the very area before him. The fierce blow sped forth, mercilessly cleaving through the surroundings. Harda's expression turned grave as he realized that his ability to toy with Jack stemmed solely from his invisibility and his toxic mushroom traps. He was acutely aware that in a direct confrontation, he lacked the strength to contend with Jack. Responding swiftly to the formidable strike, Harda activated his observation Haki, leaping to evade the onslaught, while the entire 10 square meters, along with the trees and underbrush, were ruthlessly leveled by Jack's assault. A sheen of sweat beaded on Harda's forehead. Had that blow connected, he would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. However, Jack showed no signs of relenting after his initial attack. He wielded his cutlass once more, unleashing a flurry of lethal slashes within the confined space. In an instant, an array of ferocious cuts descended upon Harda from above, each one moving with an unparalleled swiftness, slicing through the air towards him. This is dire. There are no blind spots, Harda gasped, his heart racing in panic as he grasped his short sword to defend himself. The sky reverberated with the sounds of fierce clashes as weapons collided, each impact igniting a shower of sparks. Although Harda managed to deflect the incoming strikes, his position was completely exposed. Seeing Harda's form, Jack and his crew wore expressions of glee. Ha ha ha, we have finally cornered this scoundrel. Everyone, attack together. He is trapped and cannot escape. Let us eliminate this wretch, Jack exclaimed with excitement. The other pirates, fueled by anger from the torment Harda's poisonous mushrooms had inflicted upon them, surged forward with reckless abandon, brandishing their weapons to strike at him. Charge! Let us avenge our fallen brothers. We cannot allow him to leave here alive. Watch as I flay this scoundrel alive for the suffering he has caused us. Their eyes glinted with vengeful fury, each one intent on reducing Harda to mere fragments, believing such an act would quench their thirst for retribution. With a clatter, Harda drew his short blade and began to parry the onslaught from the pirates. After successfully fending off the initial wave of attacks, the true assault surged forth. Giant ram horn. The remaining arm of Cyphish transformed into a razor-sharp ram's horn. Encased in a dark hue of Haki, charging towards Harda with great ferocity. Jumping antelope charge. The horns atop Jinlami's head elongated, becoming deadly weapons as they barreled towards Harda. Harda hastily readied himself for defense, yet the overwhelming force of his assailants sent him hurtling backwards. Boom, boom. As Harda regained his footing, the ground trembled once more. And before him stood Jack, now transformed into a colossal mammoth, trampling the earth as he let out a fearsome roar, charging directly at Harda. Faced with Jack's menacing form, Harda's heart sank. If he were to be struck by this enraged mammoth, his fate would be sealed. Had he just recently acquired Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance and learned new abilities only to meet his demise? If that were the case, it would be an utterly unjust end. At that moment, the earth suddenly trembled once more, in stark contrast to the earlier quaking instigated by Drought Jack. This time, the sound of the tremor was considerably more intense. Harda wore a bewildered expression. Was this an earthquake? Even Drought Jack appeared slightly perplexed, questioning the situation at hand. The sunlight above vanished abruptly, casting a pall over the surroundings, rendering the entire environment ominously dim. Gazing at the immense shadow cast upon the ground, Harda could not help but smile. That familiar silhouette cannot be mistaken. Little oars, how wonderful that you have arrived, Harda exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing Harda's words, Jack also gazed skyward, and indeed, the enormous shadow cast upon the ground was none other than that of Little Oars. The pirates of the Beast Pirates displayed expressions of sheer terror, their faces etched with fear. What on earth is that thing in the sky? Judging by its appearance, could it be the legendary demon race? Who would have thought we would encounter a member of the demon race here? Regardless of its lineage, such a colossal figure, even larger than the transformed Lord Jack by several times, would surely crush us into mere pancakes if it were to land upon us. Chapter 40. Little Oars. A mere drought. Let me showcase my might. The pirates of the Beast Pirates wailed in despair, scattering in all directions. However, how could their speed surpass that of the rapidly descending Little Oars? Rubber slingshot, let me show you bastards my new trick. Little Oars declared with excitement from the sky. He had been troubled for days over finding a worthy sparring partner, and now that an unwise challenger had appeared, he was determined to test his new skills. As he contemplated, Little Oars' enormous form crashed down towards the earth with tremendous force. Boom! His massive body struck the ground, triggering a violent tremor, producing a deep crater upon impact. A cloud of dust enveloped the entire island in that instant. The smaller pirates had not managed to escape the range of Little Oars' descent. Each one crushed into a pulp on the spot. Cyphers and Jinlami both instantly rolled their eyes back, succumbing to unconsciousness. Even Drought Jack momentarily lost consciousness, barely managing to crawl out from beneath the immense form of Little Oars, gasping for breath, just as Drought Jack emerged. Still disoriented and believing that his subordinates had not encountered any dire trouble, he shouted, Cyphers, Jinlami, quickly deal with them. Yet, there was no response for a long, unsettling moment. What are these two scoundrels up to? Little Oz merely shifted his body, wearing a smile directed at Jack. Are you referring to these two fellows? If so, I shall return them to you, Little Oz jestingly remarked. Subsequently, as if lifting two chicks, he grasped Sip's head and Jinrami, launching them towards the Drought Jack. The two flew through the air like cannonballs, hurtling towards Jack with great force. At this moment, Drought Jack suddenly realized that two of his subordinates had been knocked unconscious by Little Oars with a single blow. Furious, Jack's face contorted with rage as he let out a deafening roar, the colossal mammoth he commanded bellowing into the sky. In a fit of anger, he lashed out violently at Cypher's head and Jinlami. With a resounding crash, the two were sent hurtling into the air by Jack's immense strength. Jack, you ruthless fiend. How can you be so harsh to your own men? Little Oars chuckled, narrowing his eyes. Haha, there's no helping it. This Jack is probably driven mad with rage. You wish to kill me, yet here I stand, unscathed. Now that my allies have arrived, let us see what you can do. Harda taunted Jack directly. Upon hearing this, Jack's expression soured, as if he had just tasted something foul. It was true. He found it astonishingly difficult to eliminate Harda. As one of the three calamities of the Beast Pirates, he had previously disregarded low-tier captains like those of the Whitebeard Pirates. He never expected that subduing Harda would prove so challenging. Growing more incensed with each passing thought, Jack's fury reignited. Is it merely Little Oars that has arrived? You cannot truly believe that your mediocre strength could defeat me. he bellowed furiously. At that moment, the battered Cypher's head and Jean Lamy limped over, bruised but evidently revived. We didn't expect to faint like that. Thankfully, we are back on our feet. Lord Jack, we are here to assist you, they proclaimed. Jack's face softened slightly at their words. At least my two subordinates are not entirely useless. You two are no match for Little Oars. Capture Harda for me, alive. I have changed my mind. I desire not just Harda's life, but the exquisite pleasure of tormenting him. I trust my brothers, Queen and Jin, will assist me in this endeavor upon my return to Wano. A malevolent grin spread across Jack's face. With two brothers skilled in torture and the creation of excruciating viruses, Jack was confident they would make Harda suffer immensely. Only then could his own heart find relief and avenge past grievances. Hearing this, Cypher's head and Jean Lamy displayed wicked smiles. As you command, Lord Jack. They charged towards Harda. Harda, can you handle this? Little Oars queried. Rest assured. I can dispatch these fools 100 times. But you, Little Oars, how will you contend with Jack? Harda replied with concern. Upon hearing Harda's words, a confident smirk crept across Little Oars' face. You underestimate me, Harda. Do not forget that I wield the heart of steel, boasting a defense comparable to Kaido's. Drought Jack? I relish the challenge. Besides, I could use this opportunity to enhance my experience and raise my health limit. Little Oars exclaimed, licking his lips in excitement. Nearby, Drought Jack was taken aback. What nonsense is this? I am one of the 3 pillars of the 4 emperors. How can I be belittled by a mere Little Oars? Enough. I have had my fill. I will eliminate you pathetic Whitebeard pirates at once. Jack roared in fury. In the next instant, he transformed into his mammoth form and charged at Little Oars. With each step, the island trembled, his armament Haki enveloping his tusks, which glimmered like deadly daggers under the sun. The speed and power were unparalleled. Jean Lamy and Cypher's head watched Jack's onslaught with exhilaration. Ha! Let these weak captains witness the might of the 3 calamities of the beast pirates. Jean Lamy proclaimed, his eyes gleaming. Indeed, a mere Little Oars, lesser than even a warlord, will be swiftly vanquished. Cypher's head added, a smirk on his face. To them, the giant Little Oars appeared intimidating against typical pirates. But they were members of the formidable 4 emperors. Any elite among them would be a ruler on the Grand Line. How could they fear a mere giant? Especially Drought Jack, who would likely obliterate Little Oars on the spot. Chapter 41, Little Oars. I possess the heart of steel. Do I fear Drought? Boom. The charging Jack collided with Little Oars, forcing him to stagger backward. Immediately, Drought Jack reverted to his human form, leaping into the air to relentlessly strike at Little Oars with his short sword, delivering hundreds of slashes. Each fierce slash rained down like a tempest upon Little Oars, carving deep gashes into his massive form. Delighted by his handiwork, Drought Jack's lips curled into a mocking grin. Ha! The giants of the demon race are nothing but oversized targets. Your tremendous size has become your burden, Little Oars. Jack boasted, brimming with pride, seeing Little Oars in distress. Harda drew his short blade, ready to assist, but Jean Lamy and Cypher's head blocked his path. Do not forget, your opponent is me, Harda. Cypher's head chuckled. Eliminating a captain from the Whitebeard Pirates will elevate our reputations. Jean Lamy chimed in, sharing a grin. Swoosh. They unleashed a barrage of slicing attacks towards Harda. Clang, clang, clang. Harda defended against their onslaught while his thoughts remained with Little Oars. Little Oars, are you all right? He called out urgently. Upon hearing this, Drought Jack erupted in laughter once more. Ha! Harda, are you jesting? After enduring so many cuts from me, is he unharmed? Your ally will scarcely survive another few seconds. Jack boasted gleefully. Just as Jack reveled in his triumph, Little Oars suddenly rose to his feet, brushing his wounds with a smile directed at Harda. Ha! Indeed, Harda. What a joke. How could such damage ever threaten me? Little Oars spoke nonchalantly. Just as his words faded, the wounds on his body mysteriously vanished, leaving his skin pristine and unblemished. Witnessing this scene, Drought Jack was left utterly dumbfounded. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Little Oars. Just moments ago, he had inflicted numerous deep gashes upon Little Oz's body, yet now astonishingly all had healed completely. How could this be possible? Could it be that Little Oars recently acquired some form of Zoan-type devil fruit? Yet, that seems implausible, even with a Zoan-type devil fruit. Recovering so swiftly from such grievous injuries is simply beyond Little Oars' capabilities. Does he truly believe himself to be akin to Lord Kaido? What, then, could be the underlying reason? No matter how Jack pondered, he could not fathom why such a phenomenon occurred. It was utterly illogical. Beside him, Jinrami and Cypher Shed stood frozen in disbelief at the scene before them. Surely this is a jest? Just moments ago, they had witnessed with their own eyes as Jack's shuttle blade struck down upon Little Or's body, and now, astonishingly, Little Or's appeared unscathed. Such terrifying regenerative abilities can only be rivaled by Kaido, the creature reputed to be the strongest in the world, right? Haha. This heart of the Congo is indeed quite effective. Prepare to perish, Jack. Today, I, Little Oars, shall personally slay you, the foolish elephant. With that declaration, Little Oars unleashed a fierce slash with his greatsword towards Jack. Although Drought Jack was initially taken aback by Little Oars' regenerative prowess, there was no time for contemplation with the battle at hand. He brandished his cutlass and charged at Little Oars head-on. Boom. The two weapons clashed, producing a flurry of sparks as their tremendous forces collided, sending powerful shockwaves rippling outward. The trees in the surrounding forest were caught in the throes of this overwhelming blast, uprooted and left as solitary stumps. Drought Jack felt a jolt reverberate through his hands, his insides churning violently, nearly dropping his weapon. After a brief exchange, Drought Jack was forcefully pushed back several steps, while Little Oars remained unscathed, a look of exhilaration illuminating his face. Haha. This must be the attack that Vice Captain Wang Yu spoke of, one that can enhance my life limit. Not only is it immensely powerful, but I can also feel my vitality surging, causing me to grow significantly. This sensation of enlargement is utterly delightful. Jack, let us continue our battle, Little Oars said to Jack with a gleeful expression. In Little Oars' eyes, Drought Jack was merely an experience point waiting to be harvested. He couldn't bear to let Jack slip away so easily. After all, it would be prudent to accumulate a few dozen layers of Heart of the Congo to augment his life limit. Drought Jack was utterly astonished. Could it be? Little Oars is this formidable? His strength exceeds even that of Drought Jack? Drought Jack was left completely bewildered, as Little Oars' defenses and offensive capabilities surpassed all his expectations. Meanwhile, Harda, engaged in combat, observed Little Oars' might and was instantly relieved of any concerns for Little Oars' safety. It seemed that Little Oars required no protection. Since Little Oars is secure, dealing with the two of you will be a mere trifle. A smile crept across Harda's face. Then, Harda vanished from sight once more. Cypher's head and Jean Lamy furrowed their brows. They had initially believed that if they could merely stall Harda, the rest would be left to Lord Jack. Once Lord Jack dispatched Little Oars, they would assist him. At that point, Harda would be nothing but a nuisance. However, they had not anticipated Little Oars would be this strong. Are you still capable of thought? How does it feel to taste my blade? As Cypher's head pondered, Harda suddenly appeared behind him, raising his short sword and thrusting it fiercely towards Cypher's head's rear. Chapter 42, A Clash of Blades. Jack, aren't you resilient? Do not perish. Jean Lamy, noticing Harda's presence behind Cypher's head, hurriedly warned him. Be cautious, he is behind you. Jean Lamy urged fervently. Yet, the warning came too late. If Jack's reflexes could withstand such an attack, Cypher's head was far too slow to evade. In an instant, Harda's sword pierced through. It hurts, so much. Cypher's head let out a frantic scream, blood gushing forth in torrents. This scene utterly stunned Jean Lamy. The mere thought of receiving a blade himself was terrifying. He dared not imagine what lay ahead. In a desperate attempt to avoid being stabbed, Jean Lamy brandished his sword and swung it toward Harda. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, striking nothing but emptiness. After delivering a blow to Cypher's head, Harda's figure vanished once more. A cascade of cold sweat instantly formed on Jean Lamy's forehead. One could not underestimate Harda's terrifying ability to become invisible. Confronted with such a foe, the only way to prevail was to encircle him and confine his movements. However, the last remnants of the beast pirates had already fallen victim to Little Oz, who had crushed them mercilessly. With only himself and Cypher's head remaining, it was utterly impossible to corner Harda. What to do? Stay back. Don't come any closer. Jean Lamy bellowed. At that moment, his mind was in disarray, for the unseen was the most fearsome of all. Harda's power was precisely that. One could never predict from which angle the enemy would strike next, rendering Jean Lamy utterly helpless and engulfed in dread. In a frenzy of terror, he lost all sense of reason and began to slash wildly at his surroundings, depleting his Haki in the process. Observing Jean Lamy's irrational behavior, Cypher's head cursed under his breath. Fool! Jean Lamy, keep your wits about you. Losing your composure only grants the enemy more opportunities. But Jean Lamy was beyond reason, swinging his sword until he was breathless. Damn it, Harda, where are you? Show yourself, he cried out in desperation. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. I heard you were looking for me, Harda said with a slight smirk. Ah! Jean Lamy jumped in fright, letting out a piercing scream. His weapon clattered to the ground in fear. How dull. You dropped your weapon. Harda quipped before vanishing again. Jean Lamy's beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Why did he vanish without delivering a strike? Beside him, Syphus' head wore a grim expression, wondering why Jean Lamy had been spared while he had been wounded. As he pondered, Harda reappeared from all directions around Jean Lamy. Syphus' head's countenance shifted dramatically. Behind. No, to the left. To the right. No, it's from the left. After hearing Syphus' head's frantic words, Jean Lamy felt the veins on his forehead bulge. You bastard! Which way is it? He fumed. A surge of murderous intent directed at Syphus' head. In that moment, he finally comprehended why they had enraged Lord Drought when they reported Harda's location. Oh, I'm in any direction you can imagine. He. Harda taunted, drawing his short sword and lunging fiercely at Jean Lamy. Pain. Excruciating pain. Another scream echoed across the skies. Witnessing the performance of his two subordinates, Lord Drought Jack was infuriated, his head practically steaming with rage. You two are truly fools. He berated them. Little Oz, however, wore a sly grin. Perhaps you should focus on yourself first, he replied, charging at Jack once more. Drought Jack, no longer holding back, transformed into his half-beast form and swung at Little Oz. Both were tank-like fighters, opting for a brutal exchange of blows. Whoosh. Sharp strikes landed upon Jack and Little Oz. Blood spraying into the air. In mere seconds, dozens of wounds marred their bodies. The amount of blood pouring from Drought Jack was staggering. I refuse to believe I can lose in a defensive contest. Jack roared. Little Oz merely smiled, and in the next moment, astonishingly, his wounds began to heal. Furthermore, his life force surged once more, and he struck at Jack again. Boom. The effects of his heart's edge activated. The blow landed squarely on Jack's chest, creating a gaping wound that extended even to his cheek. Jack was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Lord Jack, Jean Lamy cried out. Surely this is a jest. Lord Jack has been reduced to this state? Syphus' head could hardly believe it. After delivering that strike, Little Oz's face lit up with exhilaration. The gift from First Mate Wang Yu is absolutely overpowered. It offers both resilience and strength, and after dealing a heavy blow to Jack, it even boosted my life force. What a thrilling sensation. But wait, Jack, don't you dare die so easily. Little Oz exclaimed excitedly. Drought Jack struggled to rise despite his grievous injuries, as a formidable drought. How could he allow a mere captain from the Whitebeard Pirates to mock him? Gritting his teeth in pain, Jack trembled as he spoke to Little Oz. I'm Drought Jack. How could I possibly perish? I will kill you, he declared weakly. Chapter 43, Arrival in Wano, a single lethal strike. Does Marco possess freezing powers? Upon witnessing Jack's resilience, Little Oz felt a surge of excitement. This meant another opportunity to unleash Heart's Edge, and he could grow larger. What a thrill. Then let the battle continue, he proclaimed with enthusiasm. With that, a colossal cleaver descended from the heavens, a weapon crafted specifically for the demonic race, immense in size. Drought Jack's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the massive blade approaching his head. Severely wounded, he realized that another strike could render him incapacitated. Engaging in a direct clash was out of the question, so Jack hastily grasped his short sword, bringing it together in a defensive stance. Activating his Haki to its fullest extent, the enormous blade, rather than merely descending, felt as though it was poised to crush him. The sheer force of the attack stirred the air into a terrifying tempest, ruffling Jack's hair wildly. Jack's eyes were filled with the glimmer of a colossal blade, gradually consuming his entire field of vision. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated. The immense sword shattered Jack's defenses, sending his two short swords flying. Under the overwhelming force, that massive blade crashed heavily upon Jack's body. The armor of his will shattered instantaneously, scattering into fragments all around him. The tremendous impact left a vast fissure in the ground, stretching for miles. Jack tasted a sweetness in his mouth before succumbing to unconsciousness. After executing this strike, Little Oz felt a renewed surge of confidence. Just moments ago, he had remarked that Jack wouldn't fall, yet here he was, proving to be utterly incapable of withstanding such power. Gazing at the fallen Jack, a hint of disappointment flickered across Little Oz's face. Meanwhile, Cypress and Jean Lamy were not faring any better. They were utterly unable to locate Harda. Consequently, they found themselves ensnared by Harda's tactics, their bodies riddled with various wounds, ultimately trampling over several mushrooms. Overwhelmed by toxins, they too collapsed into unconsciousness. Brother Harda. I never imagined that the abilities taught by Vice Captain Wang Yu would be so formidable. Stealthy ambushes coupled with mushroom traps, These foes have been thoroughly outwitted. Little Oars exclaimed in admiration. Upon hearing this, Harda reciprocated the praise. In my opinion, it is Vice Captain Wang Yu's teachings that are truly remarkable. Your resilience and combat prowess have ascended several tiers. The two engaged in mutual flattery until they finally noticed the multitude of beast pirates sprawled on the ground. They quickly seized ropes and bound them all together. Let us hand these ruffians over to Vice Captain Wang Yu. Perhaps, if he is pleased, he might bestow upon us further instruction. Wouldn't that be delightful? Little Oars said with excitement. Having already savored the benefits of Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance, he was determined not to let this splendid opportunity slip away. Harda shared in his exhilaration. Indeed, these scoundrels dared to seize our resources, along with the mammoth. Let us deliver all the supplies aboard to Vice Captain Wang Yu, to bring him joy. Harda echoed with fervor. This brought an abundance of supplies to the Whitebeard Pirates. And with the capture of the drought-stricken Jack, it truly elevated the prestige of the Whitebeard crew. The two were in perfect accord and directly headed towards the restricted area of First Mate Wang Yu. Meanwhile, Bista and Marco had also arrived at the perilous region of Wano country. At that moment, the entire treacherous area was fortified with an array of cannons, each stationed meticulously, as the gunners remained vigilant, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Today, it was Pegwan, one of the 6 flying siblings, who was tasked with guarding this locale. Flanking Pegwan were 2 rhinoceros Zoan users, fawning over him, continually presenting a variety of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Pegwan lounged in his armchair, nonchalantly tossing his half-purple hair, exuding an air of indolence. Guarding the treacherous land of Wano was indeed a rather tedious duty. With the 6 flying siblings stationed here, coupled with the dangers of the terrain, any would-be intruder would find it nearly impossible to ascend, unless they possessed the audacity of a bear or leopard to dare approach. Day after day, he lamented, just enduring today would suffice, for tomorrow his elder sister would take over the watch. His companions, the Zoan users, promptly showered him with flattery. Indeed, Lord Pegwan, with you stationed here, should anyone dare to approach, they shall surely meet their demise in this perilous domain. Lord Pegwan, your presence blesses us all. For the mere mention of your name sends shivers down the spines of those pirates, likely deterring them from even coming near. Hearing this, a smile crept across Pegwan's lips. Despite the monotony of the place, it was hard to deny the pleasure derived from being so admired. While Pegwan and the pirates guarding the treacherous area engaged in idle chatter, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. Flurries of snowflakes and tiny hailstones began to descend from above. The members of the Beast Pirates were left bewildered. How curious, snowflakes in the midst of summer. Pegwan rose from his chair, a hint of intrigue in his demeanor. This is rather strange. Could it be that the Marines are upon us? I recall Admiral Akiji's powers involve ice. Just as he pondered this, the sky above erupted with thunder and lightning, and a fierce gale swept through, as torrential hail rained down, accompanied by an overwhelming chill. In mere seconds, the icy deluge enveloped the entire treacherous area of Wano. A powerful cold swept through, freezing even the moisture in the air, encasing everything in ice in an instant, transforming the smaller pirates into mere ice sculptures. Their frozen expressions revealed a myriad of emotions: confusion, astonishment, shock, agony, despair. A full spectrum of human experience. In just a fleeting moment, nearly all of the 2,000 pirates stationed in the treacherous area met their demise. The gunners, who had yet to fire a single shot, were now all turned to ice as well. The vast treacherous expanse was left with only a handful of formidable Zoan users and Pegwan. The few Zoan users who had narrowly escaped felt an agonizing force intertwined with the ice and snow. Every second, their bodies were permeated by this corrosive energy, subjecting them to relentless torment. Gazing at the icy landscape surrounding them, fear etched upon their faces, they instinctively exclaimed in trembling voices, "Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Who could possess such power to alter the weather? Could it be the Marines have arrived?" Chapter 44. Marco, quickly, tell me where your sister is. Even Pegwan bore numerous frostbite injuries. Relying on his abilities, he transformed into his armored Spinosaurus form, enveloped in his Busashoka Haki, barely managing to withstand Marco's glacial tempest. At that moment, a magnificent bird resembling a phoenix suddenly appeared in the sky, trailing a veil of frost behind it. Undoubtedly, the harbinger of such calamity was none other than this soaring creature. Could it be Marco? Pegwan gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. But how could this be? Marco's devil fruit ability was that of the immortal phoenix, was it not? When did he acquire the powers of Admiral Akiji? Could it be that, The Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy have joined forces? Yet, this seemed even more implausible. Lord Kaido had just informed them that Ace would soon face execution, and a fierce battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy was imminent, set to erupt within days. At this moment, it is utterly inconceivable for the Whitebeard Pirates to ally with the Navy. This can only indicate that Marco indeed possesses the power of ice. Pejuan, bewildered and astonished, found this revelation utterly unfathomable. One individual wielding the abilities of two devil fruits. Boom. Thud. Thud. Before Pejuan could fully comprehend the situation, the few remaining gifted, who had miraculously survived, began to collapse one by one, crashing heavily into the snow, only to be transformed into exquisite ice sculptures. Their expressions were frozen in a mixture of agony and resentment. As the colossal ice storm finally subsided, Marco reverted to his human form and descended gracefully from the sky. Accompanied by a man clad in a black suit and wielding a sword, who approached steadily, Pejuan was taken aback. The newcomers were none other than Marco and Vista from the Whitebeard Pirates. The two exchanged light-hearted banter. Vista, it has been quite some years since we last visited this place, hasn't it? Indeed, the last time was during my first encounter with Kazuki Oden. Ah, well said. Now that we are here, aside from capturing people, I believe we ought to cause quite a ruckus before we depart. It would serve as our tribute to avenge Oden. Overhearing their conversation, Pejuan felt an urgent sense of duty and hastily dialed a number, connecting directly to Kaido's lair within Onigashima. Cold sweat trickled down Pejuan's forehead as he anxiously realized that, if memory served him correctly, it was currently Lord Kaido's drinking time. In such moments, if one has succumbed to intoxication and drifted into slumber, it is highly probable that the sound of the phone's ringtone goes unheard. At this juncture, within the haunted house, Kaido clutches a colossal barrel filled with the national spirit of Wano, the sake of the heavens. It is said that each drop of this liquor is worth a fortune, yet Kaido drinks without a hint of regret. He raises the immense barrel to his lips, pouring its contents directly into his mouth. Gulp, gulp. As his throat convulses slightly, the rich, fragrant wine flows down, and Kaido succumbs to inebriation. As one of the four emperors, Kaido indulges in a drunken frenzy, carelessly tossing the wine vessel, which shatters upon impact. This formidable ruler of the seas, reduced to a childlike state, collapses onto the ground? How utterly tedious, how profoundly tiresome. Why is it so difficult to embrace death? The small pirates surrounding Kaido, who are serving him drinks, find themselves breaking into a cold sweat, paralyzed in fear as if turned to stone. They recall the last occasion when Lord Kaido lost himself to drunkenness. An ill-fated pirate, merely advising him to take care of his health, was promptly reduced to a pulp by a swing of Kaido's kanabo. At that moment, the telephone within the haunted house suddenly rang. Bring. Kaido squinted his eyes, furrowing his brow, and let out a soft grunt. Which oblivious fool dares to disturb me during my drinking time? Unless it is a matter of utmost importance, I will surely flay you alive. Kaido bellowed with a fierce countenance. He then answered the call without hesitation. Do you wish to court death by interrupting my drinking? Speak. What is it? Kaido reprimanded. On the other end, a frantic Peggy hastily reported to Kaido. Lord Kaido, the stronghold has fallen. Peggy exclaimed with great urgency. What? The stronghold has fallen. Kaido's eyes widened in shock, the intoxication fading from his senses. Speak. Who is responsible? Kaido said, grasping the nearby spiked club with fury. Report. Report, Lord Kaido. It was Marco and Vista. For reasons unknown, a sudden snowstorm enveloped us, and we were frozen and annihilated. Peggy lamented in frustration. What? The veins on Kaido's forehead bulged instantly, his clenched fist cracking ominously. It is none other than the Whitebeard Pirates. This point, however, Kaido did not consider. Logically speaking, the Whitebeard Pirates should currently be preparing for a grand confrontation with the Navy. Recently, news has emerged that Whitebeard has also retreated to recuperate from his injuries. At such a time, the Whitebeard Pirates would avoid making enemies if possible. How could they dare to provoke me? Moreover, just moments ago, Pejuan mentioned that the pirates guarding the perilous stronghold were utterly annihilated by a blizzard. This is somewhat peculiar. Marco and Vista are quite familiar with Kaido, and it is impossible for them to possess the power of snowstorms. Are you certain it is the Whitebeard Pirates? Furthermore, what do you mean by the sudden snow obliterated your crew? Marco and Vista do not possess the ability to freeze, Kaido questioned. Before he could finish his sentence, a series of agonizing cries erupted from his transponder snail. It turned out that Marco and Vista had already arrived before Pejuan. Vista swiftly drew his sword and delivered a heavy strike upon Pejuan's spiny-backed dragon mouth, causing the poor creature's sharp teeth to shatter into fragments. Listen here, Pejuan. You really are quite the chatterbox. I will ask you just once. Where is your sister? Tell me, and I shall spare you. If you refuse to answer. Well, Vista said, wiping his treasured blade with a mocking tone, dripping with sarcasm. Transformed into a colossal, spiny-backed dragon, Pejuan collapsed to the ground. His body already ravaged by the icy power, covered in wounds. Now, with his teeth completely shattered, he was spitting blood, utterly in disarray. My sister? How would I know where she is? Pejuan replied, clutching his mouth. Indeed, this statement holds a kernel of truth, although they are siblings. He is not privy to the daily whereabouts of Runti, just as Peggy 1 precariously regained her footing. A sudden flash of a sword appeared in her line of sight, and in the next instant, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Kaido barely grasped the situation. Hello, Peggy 1. What is happening now? Have you been ambushed? Speak to me. What is the nature of this freezing power? Furthermore, why were those scoundrels, Marco and Bista, seeking Runti? Kaido, bewildered and enraged, held his transponder snail within the confines of Onigashima. Chapter 45, Kaido's Fury, Thunderous Gossip. Did they dare to infringe upon my Kaido? At that moment, the abruptly restored phone call was not answered by the voice of Peggy 1, but rather by that of Marco. There he was, seated atop the massive body of a Spinosaurus, holding the phone bug in his hand, a smile gracing his face. Hello, Kaido. It's been a while. That useless Peggy 1 has been dealt with by us, and is currently sitting beneath me, so I doubt he can respond to your inquiries. But rest assured, I can provide you with the answers to your questions. Marco's cold laughter echoed through the line. The relationship between the two formidable Yonko crews had always been fraught with tension, often bordering on animosity, rendering Marco's lack of courtesy unnecessary. Upon hearing Marco's words, Kaido's expression darkened instantly. To invade his stronghold and annihilate his forces stationed at the perilous location was a grave affront to the Beast Pirates. It had been decades since such a significant conflict had arisen between the two parties. In this critical moment of hostility between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy, does the Beast Pirates truly seek their own demise by provoking us? Kaido remained silent, his expression dark and foreboding as he awaited Marco's response. This freezing power represents a new evolution of my Phoenix abilities. As for why we target Runti, it is because Bista and I plan to plunder some beautiful women and exquisite wines in Wano to bring back to the Whitebeard Pirates. Runti and Black Maria are both quite charming indeed. Heh. They would make the perfect mates, Marco said with a mischievous grin. On the other end of the line, Kaido was utterly enraged, his eyes bulging with fury. What did you say? The roar of the beast Kaido echoed through the skies above Onigashima, causing thunder and lightning to erupt. Nearby, a trembling lackey serving drinks stared in terror at Kaido. Lord Kaido, please, calm down. The terrified subordinate stammered. Kaido chose to ignore him. How dare he suggest that he should temper his rage after such humiliation? Who does he think he is? Tightly gripping his kanabo, Kaido swung it violently around him. Boom. In an instant, everything within the haunted house was obliterated, and the poor pirate serving Kaido was reduced to a gruesome pulp. The Beast Pirates have always adhered to the law of the jungle, where the weak are consumed by the strong. Even Kaido's most trusted subordinates could be replaced by those of greater strength at any moment. The life of a mere pirate was of no consequence to Kaido. Marco's words were simply infuriating. To have the audacity to steal from him? Moreover, Black Maria is his lover. If she were to be taken away to serve someone else, what would that leave for his pride? Kaido had never endured such humiliation since his birth. In a fit of rage, Kaido seized the phone again, his gaze icy and voice cold. Marco, I care not for the reasons behind your so-called freezing power. How dare you set your sights on our beast pirates for your plundering endeavors? I shall ensure your demise here. Kaido's anger surged, veins bulging. Marco and Bista, upon hearing this, were not deterred but rather burst into laughter. Initially, they wished to glean information regarding Runti and Black Maria from Kaido, but it seemed he would not divulge anything now. No matter, they would search at their own pace, curious to see if Wano could withstand the chaos they would unleash. As for Kaido's threats of death, they laughed heartily. We await your arrival, Kaido. If you do not come, you are but a coward, Marco concluded, abruptly hanging up the phone. Would they truly fear Kaido's threats? Previously, they might have hesitated facing the entire Beast Pirates, but under the training of Vice Captain Wang Yu, and equipped with the formidable divine weapons, the Electric Blade and Landry's Torment, their strength had ascended to a royal level. It was impossible for Kaido to kill them. Even if the entire beast pirates descended upon them, escaping would be a trivial matter. Thus, they dismissed Kaido's threats entirely. If he truly dared to come, they would not mind avenging Yasui. With cheerful smiles, the two swaggered confidently towards the heart of Wano. Meanwhile, Kaido, after being hung up on, wore a scowl as he lifted his kanabo once more, wreaking havoc around him. You insolent fools! Do you take me for someone insignificant? I am the mightiest creature. The undying Kaido. How dare these little brats speak to me in such a manner? It appears the rule of respecting the four emperors must be enforced by me. With fury, Kaido seized the phone again, contacting the intelligence division of the Beast Pirates. Marco and Bista have infiltrated Wano. Relay my orders. The Beast Pirates are now on high alert. We shall see the living, and we shall see the dead. They must be captured. Kaido's gaze was frigid. A surge of Conqueror's Haki erupted from Kaido, sweeping through the vicinity and rendering the 3,000 pirates stationed on Onigashima unconscious. The intelligence officers, upon receiving Kaido's orders, exchanged astonished glances. Marco and Bista, mere captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, dare to provoke the entire Beast Pirates? They truly underestimate us. No wonder Lord Kaido is furious. The intelligence personnel swiftly grabbed their phones, disseminating this critical information throughout the entire Beast Pirates. In the quarry, the Plague Queen was supervising the situation. Hurry and prepare my red bean soup. Red bean soup. Red bean soup, ha ha ha. Such a rare delicacy in this world. The Plague Queen swayed her ample form, clearly in high spirits today. At that moment, a pirate intelligence officer abruptly burst in. The Plague Doctor Queen instantly furrowed his brow. It is nearly time for my meal. And you dare to interrupt me now? Do you wish to tempt fate? Would you care to experience the effects of my latest viral research? His pleasant mood was shattered, and rage contorted the face of Plague Doctor Queen. The intelligence officer, terrified, promptly fell to his knees. I report to you, Lord Queen. This is an order from Lord Kaido. He hastily exclaimed. An order from the captain? Plague Doctor Queen's expression grew grave. He knew, based on his understanding of Captain Kaido, that something significant must have occurred. Chapter 46. The Beast Pirates conduct a full search for Marco. What is the matter? If it were merely a trivial issue, I would undoubtedly use you as a test subject for my ice drug number 3. Queen cursed angrily. The intelligence officer trembled with fear, his legs quaking and lips quivering as he hurriedly responded. It is Marco, along with Vista. They have breached the formidable defenses and have entered our Wano country. Furthermore, their intentions are far from benign. Lord Kaido has commanded that we must locate them, alive or dead. Marco and Vista? These two individuals are indeed familiar acquaintances. I had previously engaged in combat with them during the conflict between the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. However, their audacity is astonishing. Two of them daringly seek trouble with the Beast Pirates. Are they truly unafraid of the consequences? Plague Queen inquired. Reporting to you, Lord Queen. It is absolutely certain. The informant hastily replied, lest a moment's delay lead to being treated as a mere test subject by Plague Queen. Humph, they've grown excessively bold. Babanuchi. Keep a close watch here. I shall go out and eliminate them. Plague Queen scolded. Yes. Babanuchi nodded vigorously, simultaneously casting a derisive glance at Marco and Bista. They had barely arrived when they were discovered. They could only await their fate at the hands of Lord Plague. Subsequently, the gears of Queen's mechanical arm clattered as he mounted a dinosaur vehicle and sped toward the exit. Meanwhile, in a prison, the towering figure of Fire Calamity Jin, adorned with a black mask, wielded a heated iron bar and thrust it towards a prisoner. Sizzle. In an instant, a thick plume of charred smoke erupted from the prisoner's chest, who subsequently screamed and fainted. Jin nodded in satisfaction. He took great pleasure in interrogating others, as it provided him with a profound sense of accomplishment. At that moment, an intelligence officer suddenly burst in. Jin's eyes were instantly filled with a multitude of blood vessels. Coldly staring at the intruding soldier. I am in the midst of interrogating a prisoner, and you dare to disturb me? Jin's gaze was decidedly unfriendly. The intelligence officer hurriedly fell to his knees. I report to Lord Enzai. This is an order from Lord Kaido. I dare not delay. An order from Lord Kaido? Jin paused his work and turned to the intelligence officer. Speak, what is it? He said coldly. I report to Lord Enzai. Marco and Bista have infiltrated Wano country. It is said they are here to. The officer hesitated. What are they here for? Speak quickly. Jin, unable to contain his impatience, urged him on. I report to Lord Enzai. They are here to steal from our Wano country, claiming they will take all treasures, fine wines, and beautiful women. The intelligence officer stated earnestly. Thus, Lord Kaido has ordered that everyone must find them alive or bring back their corpses. Upon hearing of Marco and their audacity, Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. As the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates, he was a sworn enemy of Marco, the vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now, hearing such arrogant words from Marco and Bista, he gritted his teeth in fury. Consumed by rage, he suddenly laughed. You, Marco, dare to look down upon our Beast Pirates. This time, I shall ensure you return empty-handed. With that, the towering Enzai seized his long blade and strode out, transforming into a pitch-black wyvern with the power of his devil fruit. Possessing the ability to fly, it was the most suitable means to search for them. With a mighty roar, Enzai Jin flapped his wings slightly, and a gust of wind swept by, causing him to vanish from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, the elites of the Beast Pirates across various locations received Kaido's command. What a splendid opportunity. Let us take down that Marco fellow. Perhaps if Lord Kaido is pleased, I might just be rewarded with a victory banner. Ha ha ha. Fusif exclaimed excitedly. That Peggy-wan really is a disgrace to the 6 Flying Brothers. Not even a shot fired, and he was completely annihilated? Once I, Lord Zozaki, find that wretched Marco and Bista, I will chop them up to feed the fish. Zozaki sneered as he wiped his long blade. You dare harm my little brother, Marco? I will crush you, you scoundrel. The furious little sister, Runti, angrily head-butted a building, shattering it to rubble, and began fervently searching for Marco's whereabouts. On the other side, Marco and Bista were meandering about. Having unknowingly arrived at Burrow Town, the two swaggered into a restaurant and began to eat heartily. At this moment, a group from the Beast Pirates unexpectedly burst in, and leading them was none other than Hold'em, who bore a lion's head upon his abdomen. In the hands of these pirates were images of Marco and Bista. Upon entering the tavern, they swaggered confidently to a table, seizing the drinks available and indulging heartily. The patrons, startled, dared not utter a sound. One particularly reckless pirate approached Marco and Bista directly. Listen well. In Burrow Town, if you spot these two, you must report to Lord Hold'em immediately. If I find out that anyone sees them and fails to report, I shall have them hanged at the city gate. Ha. I trust you are aware of the methods employed by the Beast Pirates. The pirate boasted arrogantly. In this nation, the true power lies with their captain, Kaido. Thus, the pirates of the Beast Pirates have grown accustomed to treating ordinary folk with utter disdain, reveling in their arrogance. After consuming a bottle of liquor, Hold'em smashed every wine barrel in the tavern. What sort of swill is this? So foul, and you dare to sell it? Bind this innkeeper and send him to prison. He shan't see the light of day until he pays 1,000,000 berries. Hold'em roared in fury. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Spare me, good sir. This liquor has been sold here for a century, a time-honored establishment. How could there be any fault? Yet, the pirates of the Beast's Pirates had no intention of showing leniency, bursting into mocking laughter, fully aware that the liquor was untainted. Their intention was merely to extort the innkeeper's wealth. Just as one pirate, shackles in hand, prepared to bind the innkeeper, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped the scene. In an instant, the pirate wielding the shackles was turned into an ice statue. Under the torment of Landry's influence, within mere seconds, the pirate was reduced to nothing more than a skeletal remains. Who is it? This method is truly terrifying, I assent it. The leader, Hold'em, was taken aback, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. The other minions swiftly grasped their weapons, scanning their surroundings with expressions filled with dread. The more brazen one is towards civilians, the more cowardly they become when faced with a stronger opponent. Chapter 47. Bista unleashes the electric blade. Hold'em, thunder fruit? Ha. A hearty laugh suddenly resonated through the air. It was none other than Bista, who was currently indulging in fine wine. What exquisite wine. Truly, Marco's abilities are delightful. Simply enjoying this wine while dispatching the minions is quite an impressive feat, Bista remarked enviously. Although his own combat prowess was formidable, it required action, unlike Marco, who could eliminate foes without lifting a finger. Now, you must refrain from acting. Allow me to have my turn. The dual blades in my hands are crackling with electricity. Eager for action, Bista declared. Oh, Bista, how cunning you are. You wish to claim all the remaining ones after I dispatch just one? Marco showed no signs of yielding. The two had no intention of sharing the spoils, leading to a competition among the members of the Beast's Pirates, who began to vie for the chance to strike. Unquestionably, this group of pirates, who would typically cause fear in others, appeared to these two merely as inexperienced novices. Observing their disregard, Hold'em felt a surge of indignation. The surrounding onlookers had their attention wholly fixated on Marco and Bista, Among them, the pirate who had previously delivered the portrait to Marco scrutinized him closely and jumped up in excitement. With eyes wide and trembling lips, he exclaimed, "Lord Hold'em, if I am not mistaken, these two, could they be Marco and Bista?" The pirate gulped in astonishment. Hold'em was engulfed in confusion. "Are you certain? The entire Wano country is on the lookout for these two, and they are brazenly dining in a restaurant under the gaze of all." He promptly examined the portrait, and upon closer inspection, he was indeed shocked to confirm that the two were Marco and Bista. Lord Kaido has initiated a full military mobilization to apprehend them. It is Marco and his crew. We must surround them at once. Hold'em urged. The tavern was soon teeming with pirates, completely sealing off all exits. Some intelligence officers rushed to report Marco's location to other units as a legion of the beast pirates advanced towards Burrow Town. The patrons within the tavern, terrified, scrambled for safety, fearing that a fierce battle was imminent, which could result in unintended casualties. In an instant, the once bustling tavern was stripped of its customers. Marco finally stood up. "You truly are a bunch of fools, carrying our portraits while searching for us, yet I stand right before you, and you fail to recognize me?" Marco chuckled ruefully. He had never anticipated that the beast pirates would be so incompetent. Indeed, one could hardly blame Hold'em, as it was unimaginable that two individuals like Marco and Bista would be so audacious. They brazenly revealed their whereabouts before the beast's pirates, seemingly unconcerned about provoking their wrath. Vista also rose with a mocking smile. "Hold'em, I recall you serve under Jack. Is there a girl named Speed in your ranks? Where might she be?" He then turned to Marco with a mischievous grin. "Ha ha ha. I remember Speed being quite attractive, and most importantly, she can be ridden like a horse. A perfect gift for Vice Captain Wang Yu, who would surely be thrilled with a companion that can both pamper and serve," Bista said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Marco patted his head. "Bista, you truly are a genius. That idea is splendid." Marco joined in the laughter. "What do you take the beast pirates for? Though my relationship with Speed is rather ordinary, to openly slander my comrade in front of me is nothing short of a blatant affront to the beast pirates." Hold'em's inner beast roared, baring its fangs in fury. His face contorted with rage as he drew his mechanism knife, his gaze icy. "Men, slay him," Hold'em growled, his forehead veins bulging with anger. With a command, throngs of pirates surged forward, weapons at the ready, charging at Marco and Bista. Simultaneously, Hold'em swung his mechanism knife toward them. Hellfire blade. The beast within him unleashed a massive fireball, enveloping the mechanism knife, igniting it with flames. Marco and Bista exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads. "You had your chance, yet you squandered it. Had you revealed Speed's whereabouts, you might have spared yourself, but now, you've sealed your fate. Is every member of the beast's pirates so reckless?" Marco merely exerted a fraction of his ability. A surge of white energy swiftly ensnaring Hold'em's flaming blade. Under Marco's formidable chill, the flames that once danced upon the blade were extinguished in an instant. The mechanism knife hanging in the air was frozen solid, shattering upon impact with the ground. Hold'em's face fell in disbelief. His signature technique, the Hellfire blade, was so effortlessly dismantled? Moreover, what was the nature of Marco? Was he a mythical zone type, the Phoenix Devil Fruit? When had he acquired Admiral Akiji's freezing abilities? Before Hold'em could ponder further, Bista made a swift movement, his dual blades shimmering with electric energy. The lightning danced like a serpent, wildly leaping among the throng of pirates. Chapter 48. Why is it frozen for miles? The Navy has arrived? In an instant, the tavern was besieged by the power of thunder, and an overwhelming sword intent cleaved the establishment in twain. The entire tavern collapsed. The pirates within were rendered utterly dazed, their bodies charred black, smoke wafting from their heads. Hold'em lay sprawled on the ground. The lion within him turned to cinders from the electric assault, leaving him completely unconscious, his visage weary. His eyes widened in disbelief, mouth agape. "Bista, were you not a swordsman? And you lack the powers of a devil fruit. When did you consume the thunder fruit?" Hold'em muttered, utterly bewildered. If Marco possessed ice powers, he could surmise that it stemmed from a mythical beast transformation. But Bista had fought against the beast pirates just a month prior, openly declaring his pursuit of the ultimate swordsmanship akin to Mihawk, dismissing any notion of consuming a devil fruit. Had he truly abandoned his ideals? "Ah, this is not the thunder fruit, it is my swordsmanship." Bista sheathed his twin blades, wiping them clean, grinning. "The teachings of Vice Captain Wang Yu truly are remarkable. I have acquired the effects of the thunder fruit, and it manifests as a potent area of effect magical damage. It is perfect for clearing foes." Upon hearing Bista's response, Hold'em's eyes filled with confusion. Swordsmanship. He had witnessed fiery sword techniques aplenty. Yet, the notion of lightning-infused swordplay left him bewildered in his understanding. Only the likes of Big Mom and Kaido among the four emperors could achieve such a feat. Had Bista reached such heights? Overwhelmed by perplexity and fatigue, Hold'em could no longer withstand it, his head drooping as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Outside the tavern, the raucous young pirates, who had previously been clamoring, stood frozen in shock upon witnessing the scene within. Hold'em, Lord Hold'em has fainted. The enemy is too formidable. What shall we do? Do not panic. I have already alerted other units. They will arrive shortly. For now, we must delay them. Yes, let us stall for time, avoiding conflict until reinforcements arrive. The surrounding pirates displayed expressions of sheer terror, retreating a step in unison. Hey, Bista, what are you doing? Even Hold'em has been incapacitated by your lightning. Can't you leave me some opponents? Marco complained. Bista, with a beaming smile, replied, Well, that's just how it is, brother Marco. My strikes are simply swifter than yours. Marco, displeased by this, immediately unleashed his powers once more. A tempest erupted around them, and a colossal dark cloud loomed overhead. Beneath its vast shadow, the pirates gazed skyward, their faces painted with curiosity and astonishment. What is happening? Has the weather suddenly changed? No, it's the height of summer. How could a cloud appear? Is a legendary powerhouse altering the weather? Could it be Lord Kaido? Splendid, Lord Kaido has arrived. The previous doubts of the pirates transformed into excitement as they began to cheer, believing the massive cloud above was summoned by their lord. Upon hearing the exclamations of the beast pirates, Marco shook his head internally. It seemed these pirates were truly not of ordinary wit. Suddenly, white lightning flashed ominously across the sky, winds howled, and snow began to fall. A vast area of hail formed on the ground, icy tendrils spreading across a 10-kilometer radius. The observing pirates were engulfed in an unbearable chill, their bones feeling as though they were being corroded. One by one, they collapsed, faces contorted in terror, wailing in despair. This is not Lord Kaido. Who is responsible for this? I have heard tales of Admiral Akiji possessing the power to freeze vast expanses. Could it be that the Navy has indeed arrived? The pirates lamented in agony, each one expressing their suffering. Marco shook his head, deeming their actions not merely foolish, but rather excessively naive and endearing. Listen closely. You fools. This is my new ability, Marco exclaimed with frustration. In a mere 2 seconds, these pirates met their demise within the icy tempest. Transformed into lifeless sculptures of ice, each retaining a semblance of struggle, their mouths agape as if they wished to utter a final word, though it remained unspoken. Yet, from the myriad expressions of confusion, disbelief, resentment, terror, and pain, one could infer their mental state in those final moments. After executing this grim spectacle, Marco dusted off his hands and, with a grin directed at Vista, remarked, You can't blame me. After all, I was quicker to act than you. With a twitch of his lips, Vista retorted, Marco, really? Is it necessary to go to such lengths for a mere band of rabble? Marco, in his audacity, shamelessly unleashed his full power to seize personnel. You are utterly brazen, Marco. Engaging in such antics, your devil fruit abilities will surely be exhausted in no time. I wonder how you'll fare when you encounter Kaido, Vista remarked with a scowl. Yet, Marco merely chuckled. You needn't worry about that, Vista. Vice Captain Wang Yu previously gifted me a magnificent mask, which not only enhances my devil fruit attacks but also significantly prolongs their duration. Marco replied with a gleeful grin. The amplification of both attack potency and duration of his devil fruit abilities made it apparent that it was indeed on par with his electric blade. The duo pressed onward, departing from the tavern to embark on a quest for companionship. The immense icy expanse created by Marco had left the local populace in profound awe. As they observed Marco and his companions leaving, throngs of people gathered in the streets, their attention riveted on the several square kilometers of frozen ground adjacent to the tavern. Their expressions were exaggerated, visibly astonished as they gulped in disbelief. Who could have accomplished such a feat? In the summer, a realm of ice has been conjured from thin air. More importantly, the frozen occupants are members of the beast pirates. Who possesses the audacity to confront them in Wano? Some onlookers even noticed pirates within the tavern, scorched and incapacitated by lightning. The demise of these beast pirates was peculiar, seemingly caused by electric shocks. Who, then, could be responsible for this dual assault of ice and lightning? Ordinary citizens engaged in fervent discussions about the extraordinary scene before them. Chapter 49, Discovering Marco. The whole crew mobilizes shortly after Marco's departure. Speed, who was in Burrow Town transporting treasure, received news of the ongoing battle and hurried to the scene. Meanwhile, A colossal wyvern soaring through the skies also received intelligence from the beast's pirates. Confirmed to be in Burrow Town? Excellent. I am not far from there. All combat personnel in the vicinity detain Marco and his crew until I arrive. After ending the call, the Calamity of Flames accelerated its flight. Simultaneously, Queen, piloting his dinosaur vehicle, received the same news. In Burrow Town? Ha ha ha. It appears I shall arrive before that rascal Jean. He roared with glee. Moreover, a significant number of 6 flying clones were stationed nearby. Marco, Bista, your demise is imminent. Queen's face trembled with excitement as he quickened his pace. In the skies above, the local populace near Onigashima was engulfed in a state of panic. The cause was none other than a gigantic azure dragon that had appeared overhead, its eyes resembling colossal lanterns. The sky was ablaze with lightning and swirling dark clouds. A dragon! A dragon! Run! Run for your lives! The citizens of Wano fled in disarray, their earlier bustling streets now in utter disarray and desolation. The massive azure dragon let out a fearsome roar before speaking in human tongue. Damn it, Marco, Bista, wait for me. With that, a fierce wind swept through the area, and the colossal dragon vanished from sight. Near Burrow Town, Fizufu, Runty, Black Maria, and Sasaki promptly headed in Marco's direction. Particularly, Fizufu, eager to claim the glory, activated his moonwalk. Ha ha ha, this time I shall secure the first merit before anyone else arrives. I will become the Grand Marquis of the Beast Pirates. Fizufu, wearing a red horn mask, displayed his saber-toothed grin, filled with excitement. In Burrow Town, Marco and Bista once again sought refuge in a tavern. Good sir, do you serve the national liquor of Wano, the Tensake? The tavern owner, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile. You must be from afar, since Kaido's reign began. The Tensake is only delivered to one place, Onigashima, exclusively for Kaido's indulgence. Regular taverns have no access to such a delicacy. Marco and Bista, upon hearing this, couldn't help but reflect on Kaido's prosperous existence in Wano, akin to a local emperor. At that moment, a colossal treasure ship came rushing towards them. The figure steering the ship was none other than Speed, a striking individual with black and white hair, whose voluptuous form had transformed into that of a centaur. You lot dare to cause mischief in Burrow Town? You shall meet your demise, Speed exclaimed with a melodious voice. The surrounding townsfolk, upon recognizing the fury of the beast pirates, hastily vacated the area, fearing they might fall victim to the chaos. Marco and Bista, however, exhibited glimmers of excitement in their eyes. They pointed at Speed, exchanging remarks. I told you, Speed is impressive, isn't she? Her physique is extraordinary, and she can even transform into a centaur. Bista chuckled. Marco also revealed a hint of exhilaration, although they had yet to locate Tanjiro and the others. It was quite unexpected that a beauty and treasure had seemingly come to them. Bista, it's my turn to take action this time. If your sword intent were to mar Speed's lovely visage, that would be quite unfortunate, Marco cautioned. In the next moment, Marco lifted his leg and unleashed a freezing phoenix kick. Naturally, he did not exert his full strength, but infused within was a significant amount of icy phoenix energy. Speed, with her observation Haki, sensed the impending threat immediately. You insolent fool, how dare you attack me on my own turf? She fumed, clenching her delicate fists. In an instant, she coated her arrows with armament Haki, drawing back her bow, and released a volley aimed directly at Marco's icy emanation. The arrows traced a swift arc through the air, their speed unparalleled as the two forces collided. The overwhelming chill instantly enveloped Speed's arrows, which had been soaring through the sky, freezing them into solid ice, causing them to plummet earthward. Yet, the fierce cold did not relent. It surged towards Speed with relentless ferocity. Speed's expression turned to one of sheer shock. What? You are Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates, aren't you? When did you acquire the power of the freezing fruit? She gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief, realizing too late that it was impossible to halt her momentum. Ultimately, she collided with the icy brilliance, her mouth agape, as the formidable frost encased her, transforming her into an ice sculpture. What a reckless young lady. It seems that once we capture her, Captain Wang Yu will need to provide some proper training, Marco said with a grin. Having dealt with Speed, the two approached the treasure ship, their faces alight with excitement at the sight of the bounty it held. Within lay an array of golden artifacts and exquisite jewels. Ha ha ha, if we could seize a few more of these treasure ships and present them to Captain Wang Yu, that would be splendid, Bista murmured, his blade plunged into the treasure. At that moment, a chilling gaze unexpectedly emerged from a concealed dwelling nearby. Following this, a shadowy figure suddenly charged towards Marco. With a swift motion, a colossal silhouette manifested, and almost instantly, a second assault followed suit. Slicing. Chapter 50. Bista, is that merely my technique? Phos roared. Marco cast a fleeting glance, and a glimmer of cold light appeared. The icy gleam surged directly towards the spear tip. Boom. The formidable force of the finger, concentrated into a singular point, generated a destructive impact that collided head-on with the icy radiance. In a swift motion, the attack from Fusifer was promptly thwarted. Simultaneously, 3,000 elite pirates surged forth from all directions, encircling both Marco and Bista. Among them were not a few distinguished members from the Beast Pirates. It appeared that even more troops would soon be drawn into the fray. However, it mattered little. The intention of this incursion into the Beast Pirates was to create considerable chaos. Fusifer, you crafty individual, it seems you had laid your ambush well in advance. Speed was merely your bait, luring us in with the allure of treasure, only to strike us down when we were ensnared. Marco saw through Fusifer's plot with a single glance. Despite having his scheme exposed, Fusifer exhibited no sign of embarrassment. Merely a trivial distraction. If I could truly deceive you, what would it matter if she perished? Regrettably, it appears my plan has not succeeded. It seems we must now engage in earnest. Fusifer declared. Without hesitation, he commanded the 3,000 pirates to mobilize, knowing that reinforcements would soon arrive. At that moment, not only the 6 flying brothers, but even the grandstand and Lord Kaido himself could potentially join the fray, jeopardizing his chances for merit. Eager to ascend in rank, Fusifer resolved to confront Marco and his companions head-on. Aware of their prowess, Fusifer did not underestimate them, promptly transforming into his hybrid beast form. Blade Lance. The armament color coalesced around his short sword, morphing it into a black blade, which he aimed at Bista with deadly intent. In Fusifer's mind, Bista's, as the 5th captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, was of equal standing to himself. Thus, he had devised a strategy to have the pirates of the Beast Pirates detain Marco while he eliminated Bista. Even if he could take down but a single Bista, his accomplishments would be undeniable. Observing Fusifer's lust for power, Bista smiled faintly. As a member of a rival Yonko faction, he had previously clashed with Fusifer, but only exchanged a few blows without revealing his true strength. Now, however, he sensed an underestimation. It seemed imperative to annihilate Fusifer today, so that Fusifer would comprehend the vast gulf between them. Consequently, Bista's figure flickered as he unleashed a swift strike. With the augmentation of his electric blade, Bista's attack was executed with such speed that even Fusifer's observation Haki failed to discern its nature. The blade lance he had unleashed was effortlessly cleaved in two. In the next moment, Bista's form shifted like a specter, instantly appearing before Fusifer. Fusifer's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment, overwhelmed by the rapidity of Bista's assault. The speed was simply too extraordinary, rendering even his observation Haki incapable of capturing the event. This particular technique evokes memories of the Marine 6 styles. I was once a prodigy within the CP organization, thus I am exceedingly well acquainted with the Marine 6 styles. This technique of instantaneous movement is strikingly similar to the principle of Saru. Can you perform Saru? Fuzz questioned, bewildered. Saru? Bista hesitated momentarily before realizing. It must be that my movement is so exceedingly swift that Fuzz is unable to perceive it, leading him to believe that I am employing the Marine's 6th technique, Saru. This is indeed amusing. The rapidity of your movements must surely be attributed to your Navy's 6th style. One might say such a perspective is rather myopic. The enhancement of my current agility is largely due to my mastery of the demon swordsmanship and the electric blade techniques. Do not underestimate the significance of this additional agility. As a swordsman, especially one of my caliber, further enhancing my swiftness becomes an arduous challenge, akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, even the slightest increment in speed or strength can have a profound impact on the outcome of a battle. Some individuals find themselves unable to perceive their opponent's movements due to that minuscule increase in agility. Consequently, Bista directed a volley of mockery towards Fusif. This isn't called shave. It's merely my ordinary technique. Bista chuckled. Just your ordinary technique? Fusif squinted, somewhat bewildered. Impossible, Bista. Just a month ago, during the confrontation with the Beast Pirates, I witnessed your prowess firsthand. While I did not engage you in combat, the calamity known as Jack fought against you. Their swordsmanship was evenly matched, and crucially, I was fully capable of tracking your movements with my observation Haki. It has only been a month. Yet one finds oneself unable to perceive, could it be that Bista, in his battle against Drought Jack, preserved his strength? This notion, which had just emerged, was swiftly abandoned by Fusf. It is implausible to retain one's strength. At most, a slight restraint may have been exercised. Initially, although Bista had inflicted 2 wounds upon Jack, Jack too had left a mark on Bista. There is no necessity to sustain injuries merely to preserve one's power. Furthermore, as the 5th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, if Bista were to hold back against his own crew member, Jack, it would be inconceivable for the Beast Pirates to have challenged the Whitebeard Pirates for so many years without consequence. It is perplexing. This is utterly incomprehensible. Moreover, Bista harbored no intention of explaining anything to Phosphor as he swung his blade mercilessly towards him. The speed of the strike surpassed even Bista's own agility, reaching an unparalleled swiftness. Whoosh! A sharp arc manifested in the sky. This maneuver arrived with no forewarning whatsoever. By the time Phosphor realized it through his observation Haki, the fierce slash had already manifested within a mere centimeter of his face. This is dire. This is utterly unavoidable. A wave of emotion surged within Fusifer. In the next moment, a massive gash appeared on Fusifer's body. Splurt. A copious amount of fresh blood was instantaneously expelled from Fusifer's mouth. Fortunately, as a wielder of the Zoan-type devil fruit, he possessed the formidable vitality akin to that of a saber-toothed tiger. Otherwise, this strike could have cleaved Fusifer in twain. How could this be accomplished? Fusifer was engulfed in a haze of confusion. Chapter 51. Bista, it is your honor to witness my demon sword technique. Though I am a member of the 6 Flying Fangs, I am by no means a mere imitation like Pejuan. Having fought alongside Kaido through countless life-and-death situations for many years, I possess exceptional combat experience and prowess. To ascend as the 4th prominent figure, all I require is a singular opportunity. Even the slashing trajectory of my ship's own calamity, Enzai, I could barely perceive. Yet, the unexpected reality is that Bista's strikes eluded my senses entirely. This should not be the case. With a visage filled with questions, Fusifer was propelled backward by the force of Bista's sword intent. Though perplexed, Fusifer was no novice, having gained years of battle experience. As he was sent flying, he aimed his teeth at Bista. Seizing the moment of Bista's inattention, he unleashed a fierce attack. Tooth Spear. This is a skill I once mastered during my time organizing a group of prodigies. An enhanced version of the flying finger gun. It unleashes air bullets shaped like teeth from my mouth, delivering surprise attacks with devastating effects. This technique is particularly effective when one finds themselves at a disadvantage. While the enemy basks in their arrogance, no one would anticipate that one could launch flying finger guns from their mouth. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful explosive force propelled a tooth-shaped projectile from Phosphor's mouth, accelerating through the air with a sound that resonated from the friction. After unleashing this strike, Phosphor was promptly knocked to the ground by Bista's counterattack. In response to Phosphor's sudden onslaught, Bista merely smiled. With a leisurely grace, he deftly parried the attack with his dual blades. One must admit, Phosphor, your assault is rather feeble. You cannot genuinely believe you could succeed in a sneak attack. Can you? Bista remarked with a cheerful tone. After saying this, he grasped his dual blades. Witnessing my new swordsmanship, Phosphor, you shall have no regrets. Bista exclaimed with a grin. Previously, Phosphor had been bewildered by Bista's godlike reflexes. Now, upon hearing Bista mention his new sword technique, an instinct told him that the key to Bista's newfound strength lay within that swordsmanship. New sword technique. I thought you always adhered to the principle of using gentleness to overcome strength with your floral sword. Yet now you have learned a new technique? Phosphor inquired, perplexed. He distinctly remembered that a month ago, Bista was still wielding a floral sword. As a fellow swordsman, he knew that acquiring a new sword technique was no simple feat. How could one possibly master it in just a month? Thus, Phosphor was left in a state of confusion. At that moment, Bista, wielding his dual blades, assumed an unusual attacking stance. Listen closely, Phosphor, this strike I leave behind is your lifelong honor. My heart's swordsmanship is named the Demon Sealing Technique. It advocates for striking directly at the target, embracing death to achieve life. Striking directly at the target, embracing death to achieve life? Phosphor squinted, a grave expression adorning his face. He had never heard of such a sword technique. Could it be that Bista had unearthed an ancient swordsmanship hidden for centuries? May the spirit of Ionia guide you. Errant Jade cut. Under Phosphor's watchful gaze, Bista suddenly sprang into action, thrusting his blades toward Phosphor from a distance of several dozen meters. In the next moment, a terrifying sword intent erupted from Bista's blades. The formidable sword intent cleaved through the atmosphere, moving with unparalleled speed. Under its sheer power, the very fabric of space twisted and rippled. Almost instantaneously, The terrifying sword intent reached Phosphor. So swift. Phosphor swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. In terms of agility, blade speed, and striking force, he realized he had been utterly defeated. At such a close distance, the thought of evasion has become utterly impossible. The only course of action left for Fusifer is to elevate his defenses to their utmost potential. In the final moment, Fusifer activated all of his armament, enveloping himself in a shroud of impenetrable darkness akin to a suit of armor. Simultaneously, he transformed into the most formidable saber-toothed tiger form, fortifying his defenses. With the intent to withstand this onslaught and await reinforcements, this is all that Fusifer can do at present. Ironically, he initially came here to claim glory, yet unexpectedly finds himself in peril, his very life hanging in the balance. Previously hoping for his teammates to arrive later, he now fervently wishes for their swift arrival. Meanwhile, Marco's battle with Bista commenced almost simultaneously. Confronted by a horde of minions, Marco harbored no desire to engage in a slow war of attrition. Instead, he transformed into his phoenix form and soared into the sky, conjuring a flurry of icy winds from his very being as he ascended. The powers of ice coalesced into the shape of phoenix eggs. Ice crystal bomb. This is my signature technique, a gift for you all, Marco exclaimed with a grin in the sky. A hum filled the air as an overwhelming chill swept through, and frozen orbs rained down from above. They descended like a flurry of icy explosives. Each bomb, upon striking the ground, unleashed a fierce wave of coldness. As soon as the chill manifested, the pirates realized their doom had arrived, their faces betraying sheer terror. What an icy dread! Are we to perish? The rumors were indeed true. This was Marco's newfound ability. Run. Yet, where could they flee to? The icy terror enveloped the surroundings, causing the temperature to plummet by several degrees in an instant. The once menacing pirates were transformed into mere blocks of ice. Poor souls. They remained frozen in their desperate escape postures. Remarkable indeed, albeit somewhat troublesome. This method proved far less taxing compared to a glacial storm. Quite commendable. Marco clapped his hands and chuckled. He then turned his gaze towards Bista's direction. Suddenly, Marco squinted, activating his observation Haki, as various familiar auras emerged from all directions. These individuals were Zoro, Runty, Black Maria, and Raid, later substituted by Drake, along with the Plague Queen. A slight smile graced Marco's lips. Such familiar faces, this was bound to be entertaining. Chapter 52, Plague Queen. Do you take me for an experience farm? Boom. Meanwhile, Bista's striking blade collided with formidable sword intent, the terrifying slash breaching Phosphor's defenses. It shattered the Busashoka Haki, inflicting a grievous wound. Zzz. Even more alarming was the dreadful lightning that entwined around Phosphor's wound, emitting eerie sounds intermittently. Could it be? The force of the slash was utterly terrifying. Moreover, from whence did this lightning derive its power? Phosphor's expression was one of utter confusion, shock overwhelming him. Before he could utter another word, Phosphor spewed a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless like a dog, utterly devoid of consciousness. Though he had lost awareness, the lightning coursing through Phosphor's body continued to writhe, crackling ominously until, after several seconds, it gradually receded. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the members of the Beast Pirates. The entire Beast Pirates army was left utterly bewildered. Was that Bista's slash? Such power. It nearly rivals that of the world's greatest swordsman, doesn't he it? Fellow swordsman Sasaki exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. I can't be mistaken. Just now? That lightning ability emanated from Bista's sword? How does it resemble Lord Kaido's Thunder Bagua so closely? Black Maria squinted her eyes, her lips quivering as she spoke. This strike bears immense power, and with the addition of that lightning force, could it be that Bista has consumed the Thunder Fruit? This is indeed quite troublesome. The Plague Queen, pushing up his dark sunglasses, spoke with grave seriousness. Damn it, could it be these two who obliterated my brother? They are indeed formidable. The feisty sister. Runty had gathered a significant amount of armament Haki above her head, ready to engage in battle at any moment. After executing this strike, Bista turned to the crowd, his face alight with excitement. Ha ha ha, this trip has proven worthwhile, indeed. I never expected so many of you to show up. Bista beamed with joy. Marco, grinning as well, approached without a hint of fear in the face of nearly 10,000 warriors from the Beast Pirates, mirroring Bista's exuberance. Ha ha, I must say, the Beast Pirates are quite swift in their support. Bista, I've already ceded that fusive to you, but you must leave the Plague Queen for me. Marco exclaimed enthusiastically. Hearing Marco's shameless proclamation, Bista shot him a disdainful glare. What do you mean you ceded it to me? If I hadn't drawn my sword swiftly, would you have let me have it? That won't do, Marco. How about this? Let us wager directly. If the coin I toss lands on heads, the Plague Queen goes to me. If it's tails, then he's yours, Marco. What do you think? Bista proposed earnestly. After a moment of thought, Marco realized that their squabbling would yield no resolution, so he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Plague Queen, witnessing the two vying to battle him, felt his face flush with anger, his fingers twitching. Although Marco and Bista seemed to have acquired remarkable powers, he was no pushover either. Why do I feel like a novice in comparison? Chapter 53, Discovering the Feisty Sister Runty. You bunch of bastards, what are you chatting about? What do you take me for? Don't think that just because you've gained new abilities, you're all that impressive. The Plague Queen fumed. Yet, the two paid no heed to his words and proceeded to toss the coin into the air. With a crisp metallic sound, the coin fell, and Bista emerged victorious. Haha. Marco, you must accept the outcome. This time, victory belongs to me, Bista? Bista chuckled gleefully. Marco, realizing his luck had failed him, wore a reluctant expression. But he had no choice but to accept the outcome. Consider this a stroke of luck for you. Kaido will be here soon, and when he arrives, we shall compete again to see who will claim victory. Marco retorted angrily. The surrounding pirates of the Beast's pirates grew even more furious, exclaiming, Ah, you Marco, and you Bista, what do you take our Beast pirates for? As if every figure in our crew is merely for your amusement. You, the one who froze my brother. I will avenge him by smashing you to pieces. The feisty sister Runty clenched her pink fists and shouted at Marco. Marco turned his gaze to see who it was. It was none other than the hot-headed sister, Runty, dressed lightly and wearing a mask. At the same time, Marco's attention shifted to Black Maria, and he felt a surge of excitement upon seeing her immense figure. Hee. Although I want to be able to take down the Plague Queen, I could certainly find some lovely six flying sisters to send to Vice Captain Wang Yu. That would be splendid. Indeed, it's all my doing. So what? Marco scoffed. Upon hearing this, Runty, already short-tempered, could no longer contain her rage. Without waiting for the Plague Queen's command, she charged at Marco with a headbutt. Boom. The impact of her headbutt surged toward Marco. Marco activated his immortality ability, and the strike passed through the flames of his phoenix form. The Plague Queen, somewhat displeased, still allowed this behavior. Everyone, attack. Let us take down these bastards. Rest assured, Lord Kaido will arrive shortly. With the Plague Queen's roar, over 10,000 pirates brandished their weapons, shouting as they charged toward Marco and Bista. Marco shook his head. These fools truly fear nothing. Ice crystal phoenix eggs. Marco soared back into the sky, tossing phoenix eggs from his body. Sasaki observed Marco in the sky with a grave expression. Is this Marco's new ability? One by one, the ice crystal phoenix eggs struck the ground, unleashing an overwhelming cold mist. The pirates were instantly frozen, their faces reflecting immense pain. We must find a way to stop Marco. Black Maria frowned. She then grasped her Wheel of Fate and aimed it at Marco. My Wheel of Fate can unleash flames and should counter Marco's abilities. Once I restrain him, you all must find a way to entangle him. Remember, entangle him and wait for Lord Kaido's arrival. That is our only viable strategy. Black Maria declared loudly. After speaking, Black Maria launched a fireball from her will toward Marco in the sky. The scorching fireball, upon appearing, caused the surrounding temperature to soar by several degrees Celsius, scorching the air in its wake. Sasaki nodded in secret, realizing that Black Maria was not merely a pretty face. However, Runty thought otherwise. She transformed into her half-beast form, stomping the ground violently, charging at Marco in the sky. Runty gun, I will shatter your skull. Runty bellowed, with her head resembling that of a monstrous dragon. The armament Haki enveloped her, dark as night, akin to a massive caliber cannon. She unleashed a powerful strike toward Marco. The tremendous force ignited flames in the air as the two fiery powers surged toward Marco. Beside him, Sasaki observed as the Dark Maria and Runty simultaneously launched their attacks. Without hesitation, he directed a flurry of strikes at Marco, delivering a series of sharp slashes aimed directly at him. Marco, positioned in the sky, activated his observation Haki. Sensing the incoming assaults from all directions, a smirk appearing on his face. I hadn't come looking for you, yet you present yourselves so readily, he mused. It seems I can no longer afford to hold back. I must swiftly escort these two ladies away. In an instant, a powerful chill descended from the heavens, shrouding the sky in ominous clouds. The surrounding air became agitated, as a tempestuous wind accompanied by heavy snowfall raged wildly. What is happening to the weather all of a sudden? The Dark Maria pondered, perplexed. Sasaki furrowed his brow, sensing a foreboding omen. This is merely a glimpse of my true power. Prepare yourselves. Marco taunted from above. The flames of our NNYD, upon ascending, were unexpectedly enveloped by a white force, and the once blazing inferno was abruptly frozen into solid ice. The Dark Maria widened her eyes in disbelief. Is this some kind of joke? Flames can be frozen? How is that possible? Our NNYD releases fire at thousands of degrees Celsius, yet it was extinguished? This surely defies the laws of science, she exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, she believed her abilities could somewhat counter Marco's. However, it became evident that while their powers had a mutual restraining effect, her own were indeed subdued by Marco. The Dark Maria succumbed to despair. Meanwhile, Runty's assault was met with a retaliatory kick from Marco. Ice Crystal Phoenix Strike. With immense force, Marco sent Runty crashing back to the ground. On her return trajectory, Runty unwittingly served as a shield, absorbing Sasaki's relentless slashes, which struck her irate form. Ouch! Sasaki, what are you trying to do? Are you attempting to slay me? If it weren't for the protection of my armament Haki, you would have surely succeeded. Runty unleashed a torrent of complaints directed at Sasaki. Sasaki scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that only the formidable Kaido might be capable of dealing with Marco, who had effortlessly countered their combined efforts in mere seconds. Chapter 54, Capturing Runty and the Dark Maria. Suddenly, chunks of hail began to plummet from the sky. Initially, they fell in a small area, but soon the intensity escalated dramatically. The chill this time is infinitely more formidable than the previous crystalline phoenix egg. Moreover, the crucial factor is that this hailstorm encompasses an exceedingly vast area. There is no escape, even if one wishes to hide. All 3,000 pirates who approached have been enveloped in this fierce cold. One by one, the pirates found their feet instantly frozen. It hurts so much. The hailstorm was accompanied by the torment of Landry, relentlessly eroding the beleaguered pirates. Thus, the once formidable pirates were reduced to mere howls of despair. In the next moment, the ice beneath their feet spread once more, crashing down upon them from above. One by one, the pirates were transformed into exquisite ice sculptures, their expressions betraying profound agony. Sasaki and Black Maria, however, displayed an unmistakable wariness in their eyes. Is this truly Marco's formidable strength? Sasaki quickened his pace to flee, drawing his katana and striking at the ice before him repeatedly, managing to escape the impending doom. The terror was palpable, far more daunting than Admiral Akiji's freezing powers. I could distinctly sense the corrosive force within. Black Maria, upon witnessing her frozen comrades, their bodies marred by crimson blood, stood frozen in place. Her gaze vacant as she muttered, "Damn it, Marco. If you have the audacity, come down here and face me. I shall crush your skull." Runty, infuriated, stomped her fair legs against the ground, her complexion flushed with anger. Marco merely smiled. It seemed that even if he were to bring Runty back, First Mate Wang Yu would face considerable challenges. This defiant maid would not comply easily. Perhaps it was wise to temper her fiery spirit before escorting her back. With that thought, Marco let out a cry like a phoenix and leapt from the sky, charging toward Runty. "Come down if you dare, but don't you dare weep later," he teased, a smirk gracing his lips. As Marco approached, Black Maria and Sasaki instinctively took 2 steps back. However, Runty had no intention of retreating. With vengeance for her brother burning in her heart, she extended her neck and unleashed a barrage of attacks toward Marco. Runty's rain of spears. In an instant, she released a flurry of head spears, raining down upon Marco like droplets of rain. With a slight curve to his lips, Marco felt a surge of icy energy erupt from beneath him. He delivered a powerful kick directly at Runty's incoming spears. Boom. The recent collision produced an enormous sound. At the epicenter of their clash, streaks of black lightning erupted. Simultaneously, a glimmer of frost appeared, and the previously furious Runty was instantly transformed into a frozen statue. Marco, having reigned in his corrosive power, realized that should Runty be disfigured by corrosion, it would certainly displease First Officer Wang Yu. After encasing Runty in ice, Marco produced a massive sack and, as if tossing a mere chick, unceremoniously deposited Runty along with the ice block into it. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, the onlookers, Black Maria and Sasaki, were left utterly dumbfounded. That foolish Runty actually charged at Marco. Black Maria remarked with a furrowed brow. The situation with Runty has become exceedingly reckless. The 3 of them were initially supposed to merely entangle Marco. Now, with Runty captured, Only Sasaki remains, and the sense of security for Black Maria is rapidly diminishing. Marco, what is your intention in placing Runty, a member of our pirate crew, into a sack? Sasaki inquired with a furrowed brow, perplexed. Marco, wearing a playful grin, turned his gaze towards Sasaki. Oh, you seem to be unaware, don't you? We intend to present Runty to our vice captain Wang Yu as a maid. Marco exclaimed with a mischievous chuckle. Upon hearing Marco's words, Sasaki could only click his tongue in disbelief. Since when did the Whitebeard Pirates have a vice captain named Wang Yu? And to take her back as a maid? What on earth is the 100 Beast pirate crew being reduced to? It is no wonder that Lord Kaido is so enraged, having issued a war mobilization order. The esteemed 6 Flying 6 of his own crew are being captured by enemy forces to serve as maids. It is only natural for Captain Kaido to be furious. Black Maria's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would they choose to capture maids from our 100 Beast pirate crew? Are they deliberately seeking trouble? Observing Black Maria's unusual reaction, Marco glanced over, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Next up is you, Black Maria, Marco said playfully. Black Maria's head was instantly filled with question marks. With so many beautiful women available, why would they choose to capture me? My massive physique would be better suited as a companion for Kaido, not as a maid for an ordinary person. Could it be that Marco's first maid is of the giant race? Wait a moment. No. It doesn't matter what race the first maid of the Whitebeard Pirates is. I cannot go either, for I am indeed Kaido's beloved. If I were to be captured and serve as a maid to the opposing royal faction, well, what would become of Lord Kaido's honor? Marco, you scoundrel. I shall never accompany you. Black Maria furrowed her elegant brows and exclaimed in indignation. Yet, Marco remained unfazed. This is not up to you. With that, he manifested the wings of the phoenix once more and soared towards Black Maria. As she beheld Marco charging at her, Black Maria's throat ran dry with trepidation, and ultimately, she could no longer endure the panic. Help me. I refuse to be a maid. I absolutely refuse to be a maid. To everyone's astonishment, Black Maria completely abandoned the fight and began to lumber away in a frantic escape. Chapter 55. Bista, did you truly believe my slashes were of such a meager caliber? At that moment, in Black Maria's mind, Marco seemed less like a captain of an adversarial crew and more akin to a human trafficker, and she was on the verge of being sold. The desire to fight had vanished entirely. Meanwhile, cold sweat trickled down Sasaki's forehead. It had barely been a minute since the battle commenced. One foe had been frozen solid and tossed into a sack. The disparity between our forces is simply too great. This battle is utterly unfeasible. Lord Kaido, when shall you arrive? Just as Black Maria was desperately fleeing, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the southeast of Burrow Town. The sky was filled with flashes of lightning and booming thunder, and behind the enormous cloud, a colossal dragon was soaring through the mist. Suddenly, a gigantic dragon's head emerged from the stormy clouds. The dragon's head, with a fierce gaze, turned towards the direction of Burrow Town. Burrow Town, we are almost there. Just wait, Marco and Bista, I shall strip your skins off. The colossal dragon opened its massive jaws, revealing its fangs, and growled menacingly. Suddenly, a winged beast appeared behind the dragon, circling beside it. Lord Kaido, said Ember, addressing Kaido with respect. Upon seeing Ember's arrival, Kaido's expression brightened. Just in time, Ember. Come, let us obliterate Marco and Bista, and make them aware of the might of our beast pirates. Otherwise, how can we maintain our dignity if they come and go as they please? A resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth, sending all creatures within 1,000 kilometers into a state of panic as they fled the area. Hearing Kaido's words, Ember's lips curled into a smirk. At your command, Lord Kaido. This time, I shall make them wish they were never born. Subsequently, the two accelerated their pace and raced towards Burrow Town. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the clash between Bista and Queen had officially commenced. Queen aimed his mechanical arm directly at Bista. Is it merely the addition of lightning power? How dare you act so arrogantly before me? Experience my move, Bista Blackfire. With that, a torrent of laser beams erupted from Queen's mechanical arm. Empowered by the electric blade, Bista's form became a blur, enhanced further by his mastery of observation Haki. The trajectories of these laser beams have been thoroughly discerned by Bista, each one brushing past him in succession. Bista, akin to a specter, skillfully evades these projectiles with impeccable finesse. Upon accomplishing this feat, a subtle curvature graces the corner of Bista's mouth. Before acquiring the electric blade, I certainly did not possess such agility. In the face of the devastating laser beams from Plague Quinn, I would undoubtedly have had to endure considerable hardship. However, now, With the enhancement of swiftness, my movements have undergone a qualitative leap, allowing me to navigate through a sea of flowers without a single petal touching me. After evading the laser beams, Vista raised his twin blades, directing them toward Quinn, who was now enveloped in a layer of crackling electricity. The power of lightning surged forth, transforming Vista's blades into electric swords. Sensing the formidable energy coursing through the blades, Vista struck at Quinn with fierce determination. Yet, Quinn remained unfazed by Vista's electric sword. Lightning power, is it? I possess that too. With those words, Quinn summoned electricity to his claws and launched a fierce attack against Vista's long blades. Vista, you are merely the 5th commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Do you truly believe that obtaining the Thunder fruit will enable you to defeat me? Quinn sneered. Immediately after, Quinn's mechanical arm was enveloped in Haki, and he engaged Vista in a direct clash. Boom! The two forces collided with tremendous impact. The air vibrated with a resonant hum, and a massive wave of energy erupted from the center, sending shockwaves in all directions. The terrifying aftermath whipped the surrounding air into a frenzy, lifting debris high into the sky and creating utter chaos. The small pirates surrounding Vista felt the overwhelming force and displayed expressions of sheer terror. Is this the clash of the strong? It's truly frightening. But surely our Lord Quinn is superior, right? After all, Quinn is the 3rd seed of the Beast Pirates, while Vista is merely a 5th commander, vastly outmatched. The pirates hastily moved aside, clearly convinced of Quinn's victory. By hierarchical standards, Vista should be on par with Phosphor. However, considering that Vista was now part of the most powerful pirate crew in the world and had just acquired lightning abilities, he was likely only on the same level as Drought Jack. Thus, the surrounding pirates began to cheer for Quinn. Go, Lord Quinn! Defeat this Vista! Shouted the small pirates. Hearing their encouragement, Quinn felt a sense of pride and turned to Vista with a mocking grin. Ha ha ha. Vista, I must say, I am quite surprised that you managed to obtain the Thunder fruit. However, through technological means, I too possess the power of lightning. Prepare to be torn apart. I can't fathom how you thought acquiring 1 or 2 fruits would grant you the audacity to offend the Beast Pirates. Isn't that courting death? Quinn taunted, while intensifying the electrical charge in his mechanical arm. Upon hearing Quinn's words, Vista's lips curled into a sly smile. Quinn, you don't genuinely believe that my slashes are only of such caliber, do you? Vista replied, grinning. Quinn was taken aback. Isn't that the case? Although Vista has gained the power of the Thunder fruit, he is not of the same ilk as Phosphor. The strength of Vista's slashes and the power of my mechanical arm can only be considered equivalent. Moreover, I have yet to unleash my ultimate moves, which are laced with various toxins. Hence, I believe the scales of victory are tipped in my favor. Am I wrong? Chapter 56, Plague, Critical Hit? What swordsmanship is this? It is the first time I have heard of it. Vista, since your swordsmanship cannot penetrate my defenses, it is clear that I stand on solid ground. Boasting is truly uninteresting, Quinn remarked. Vista shook his head slightly. Solid ground? That is laughable. Whether you can withstand this strike is still uncertain. No sooner had he spoken than the electricity emanating from Vista's dual blades inexplicably surged to double its previous intensity. The currents surged into Quinn's body instantaneously. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Like a serpent of electricity, the terrifying currents swiftly enveloped Quinn. Under the might of the electric force, the entirety of his skeletal structure became visible. The small pirates who had previously been cheering for Quinn stared in wide-eyed astonishment, utterly bewildered by the scene before them. What is happening? Am I not mistaken? Lord Quinn is actually being subdued. These little pirates had scarcely uttered 2 sentences when the currents coursing through Quinn's body surged forth like a serpent, rapidly lunging toward them. Witnessing this scene, the young pirates were utterly petrified. This formidable current possesses the power to transform even Queen into a twisted mass. Should it strike them, it would undoubtedly incinerate them on the spot. Flee. Flee at once. The horde of pirates, wide-eyed as if they had encountered some monstrous apparition, began to flee in a frenzy. Yet, how could these pirates possibly outrun the lightning? The terrifying current surged forth, directly impacting them. Crackle, buzz. As the sound of electricity crackled, the bones of this group of pirates became visible, and they were instantaneously reduced to charred remains. This technique, as described by First Mate Wang Yu, was indeed a critical strike. I had not anticipated that even electricity could accompany such devastation, which is utterly terrifying. Bista exclaimed with excitement. Eventually, the current coursing through Queen the Plague diminished significantly, and he struggled to gaze at Bista. You wretched. Queen stammered. his speech hindered by the aftermath of the electric shock. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful slash suddenly intensified. Boom. Previously, Queen's mechanical arm could barely withstand Bista's strike, but now it was cleaved in two. Numerous mechanical components scattered from Queen's severed arm, and he was forcefully sent flying. His corpulent form landed heavily on the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. With his arm severed, Queen staggered out of the pit, his mouth filled with dirt. He glared viciously at Bista, utterly perplexed as to how Bista had acquired such terrifying combat prowess. Facing Bista, Queen was now a portrait of shock and confusion. If one were to attribute the power of lightning to Bista, it could be understood that he had consumed the thunder fruit. However, the enhancement of his swordsmanship was simply too fearsome. The force of this strike, without exaggeration or understatement, is undeniably far superior to that of Jean. I often engage in banter with Jean, and we occasionally spar, yet even the formidable Blaze Jean would never be capable of severing my mechanical arm with a single blow. Would he? Remarkably, this Bista, whom I have not seen for merely a month, has made such significant advancements in swordsmanship that he now surpasses Jean in strength. All of this appears rather astonishing. As for the art of swordsmanship, even if one possesses tremendous talent, without the accumulation of extensive combat experience and rigorous self-training, it is evidently impossible to achieve significant improvement. Thus, one must conclude that Bista's swordsmanship is not solely the result of his own efforts. This is undeniably more absurd. It is not a gradual effort. Can one truly enhance swordsmanship merely by consuming a fruit? I simply cannot fathom it, utterly beyond my comprehension. Currently, the Plague Quinn feels a sense of disarray within his mind, upon witnessing the sheer power of his strike. Bista exuberantly severed Quinn's mechanical arm right before his eyes, reveling in his triumph. Vice Captain Wang Yu, the electric blade crafted for himself, is indeed formidable. If it were not for the critical hit, once that occurs, it would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to the opponent. In that moment of a critical strike, Vista is confident that even the illustrious Mihawk would find it challenging to match such force. Why have you suddenly become so powerful? Is this strike a new technique of yours? The Plague Quinn tilted his head, gazing intently at Bista with a puzzled expression. Since I cannot comprehend it, I shall inquire directly with the individual involved. Curiously, the Plague Quinn posed his question. Well, it is not a technique. It can merely be considered a straightforward slash from my sealed magic swordsmanship. If you insist on naming this move, let us call it a critical hit. Bista replied with a cheerful grin. Critical hit? What sort of swordsmanship is that? I have never heard of it before. The Plague Quinn was once again left bewildered. However, such a powerful swordsmanship should undoubtedly possess a certain renown. It is inconceivable that I am unaware of it. It is truly perplexing. Initially filled with doubt, Quinn found himself even more bewildered after Bista provided an answer. Ultimately, Quinn could not fathom the situation and attributed it to Bista's deceit. That insidious Bista, even if he chooses not to divulge the truth, should not presume that I cower in fear. Having uttered these words, Quinn retreated several paces away from Bista. Given the terrifying power of Bista's strikes, he realized that a direct confrontation was no longer feasible. The only course of action was to engage from a distance. With this thought, a smile once again graced Quinn's lips. Although his mechanical arm had been severed, his head and tail, both partially mechanized, remained intact. As the gears within Quinn's body whirred to life, his tail transformed into segmented forms. His head detached, eyes shimmering with sparks. From Quinn's gaze in various parts of his body, beams of crimson laser light erupted forth. In an instant, fiery blasts surged towards Bista, painting the sky in a vivid crimson hue. Bista squinted his eyes, activating his observation Haki. With deft footwork, he skillfully evaded Quinn's onslaught. Undoubtedly, given Bista's current prowess, these attacks posed no threat to him whatsoever. However, Bista was forced to dodge the radiant strikes, hindering his progress. Damn Bista, that was merely a feint. My true power lies in toxins. Perish. The lips of Plague Quinn twisted into an ominous grin. Upon finishing his proclamation, he brandished a toxin-infused submachine gun and commenced fire upon Bista. Each bullet, laden with a deadly virus, hurtled towards him with lethal intent. These bullets, even if you manage to evade them, can create a vast zone of contagion upon striking the ground. The moment one steps into this area, infection is inevitable. This is the newly developed venomous toxin that Quinn has just created for a character like Vista. Chapter 57, The Arrival of Kaido. Release Black Maria. In mere seconds, Vista found his feet completely overtaken by Quinn's toxin. With no other choice, Vista had to plant his feet firmly on the last remaining patch of untainted ground. and with a powerful rebound, he propelled himself towards the sky. Seeing Vista soar into the air, a smirk crept across the lips of Plague Quinn. "Haha, fool. Let's see how you evade my bullets in midair." Plague Quinn bellowed with laughter. Subsequently, he aimed the Gatling virus machine gun directly at Vista. This time, the virus was lethal. Even if you were hit by a single bullet, not even Marco aboard your ship could save you. Even if you managed to deflect my bullets. Once you touch the ground, my toxin will seize you. It is indeed a deadlock. Ha 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 ha. Plague Quinn exclaimed with glee. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down upon Vista with ferocity. Staring at the swarm of bullets before him, Vista clenched his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. If defeating Quinn proves so challenging, how could he possibly hope to overcome that man? A deadlock, you say? I shall shatter this deadlock. With a fierce roar, Vista unleashed a tremendous intent from his sword. A fierce slash erupted, generating a colossal sword light stretching hundreds of meters. The lasers before Vista detonated in succession, illuminating the sky with a fiery blaze, painting it crimson. Witnessing Vista's formidable strike, Plague Quinn's eyes widened in shock. One strike has detonated all the laser beams I painstakingly accumulated? Vista has indeed grown immensely stronger. If I do not eliminate you this time, you will undoubtedly become a significant problem in the future. Plague Quinn's eyes grew serious as he swallowed hard, speaking earnestly, not daring to underestimate his opponent. He once again drew forth his specially crafted toxin and aimed it at the ground, seeking to infect Vista as he descended. Yet, as Vista gradually fell, he narrowed his eyes. A deadlock? I think not. In the next moment, a mysterious aura of azure emanated from Vista's body. From death comes life. Vista mused, contemplating his current predicament. Since my swordsmanship is fundamentally about transcending death, I need not fear. If it comes to it, I shall embrace death. Just as Vista was about to land and succumb to the virus, his gaze suddenly sharpened. One sword to vanquish evil, one sword to stabilize the soul, Vista chanted. Sensing the powerful elemental force of wind surging through his dual blades, Vista's body, which was plummeting straight down, abruptly altered course, pivoting with force. Harnessing the immense sword intent from his blades, he charged directly at Plague Quinn. The transformation occurred so swiftly that Quinn was left utterly stunned. Is this Vista truly capable of flight now? Quinn's eyes widened in shock, as if they might burst from their sockets. If it could soar through the skies, the viruses lingering on the ground would have no effect on Vista at all. In light of this revelation, I shall confront you with all my might. Quinn unleashed a barrage of missiles, each one hurtling toward Vista with ferocity. Yet, this time, Vista made no attempt to defend itself. Each missile was met with an enigmatic force, triggering premature explosions in midair. Cold sweat trickled down Quinn's neck, his astonishment palpable. What on earth is happening? Why have all my missiles detonated ahead of time? Utilizing his observation Haki, Quinn discerned nothing amiss, only an inexplicable gale rushing towards him. Could it be yet another bizarre technological force? Damn it. Witnessing his own explosives igniting, Quinn's instinct urged him to flee, but he soon realized it was too late. May the spirit of Ionia guide you. Vista intoned solemnly. Boom. A violent gust enveloped him, and Quinn, the plague bringer, found himself spitting blood as he was lifted into the air. What is occurring? Am I being swept away by the wind? Beads of sweat formed on Quinn's brow, his countenance betraying sheer terror. He instinctively sought to control the tempest, yet despite his fervent efforts, he found himself unable to descend. It must be some damn technology. Does such power truly exist? This technological means is evidently more terrifying than I. No. It could even be said to be more fearsome than that eccentric old man, Vegapunk. In the next moment, a powerful sword intent enveloped Quinn's entire being, the overwhelming pain instinctively prompting him to scream. However, he suddenly lost consciousness. Vista, suspended in the air, had his dual blades wrapped in armed Haki, aimed directly at Quinn's head. This shall send you to the afterlife. To perish beneath my dual blades is a mark of your honor. Meanwhile, Marco was relentlessly pursuing Black Maria. Black Maria, in a state of panic, cried out, "Stay away. Please, don't come any closer." Yet, who could possibly come to her rescue? Burn, Maria? As she fled, Black Maria interlaced her 10 fingers, releasing a spider web directly from her palm. Simultaneously, flames erupted from the spider's mouth, igniting the web with its flammable properties. The previously woven spider web was instantly engulfed in flames, forming a massive wall of fire that blazed fiercely before Black Maria, raising the temperature around her considerably. Gazing at the inferno she had conjured, a semblance of security washed over Black Maria. This should somewhat impede your advance, right? She uttered in trepidation. Yet, The next scene plunged her into utter despair. From the very flames that had roared moments before, an ice crystal phoenix emerged. The once blazing fire, upon Marco's emergence, was abruptly frozen. The colossal ice phoenix charged directly at Black Maria. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, Black Maria looked skyward, pleading, "Kaido, my lord, when shall you arrive?" Suddenly, ominous thunder rumbled above, accompanied by ominous dark clouds. The atmosphere around them turned chaotic, with fierce winds whipping about. From behind the clouds, a massive dragon's head materialized, its formidable fangs bared in a fearsome display. Kaido, observing from the sky, caught sight of the disarray surrounding Black Maria and Quinn. "Is that Black Maria? Marco, cease this at once!" Kaido roared. Chapter 58. Marco versus Kaido. Simultaneously, the flames were directed towards Quinn. Upon witnessing Kaido's arrival, Marco unleashed a terrifying domineering presence. A powerful aura surged forth. The members of the Beast's pirates, who had hurried to the scene, felt Kaido's overwhelming presence and immediately dropped to their knees in fear. "Kaido, my lord, such a frightening Conqueror's Haki. I feel so dizzy." Many pirates fainted on the spot, succumbing to the effects of Kaido's aura. Seeing her former lover arrive, Black Maria's previously despondent expression transformed into one of renewed hope. Her furrowed brow easing. "Kaido, my lord, you have finally come." "Haha. Marco, what were you saying earlier about capturing me to make me your maid or something? Now that Kaido has arrived, do you still dare?" "Haha." Black Maria laughed triumphantly, her tone laced with mockery directed at Marco. To her, no matter how powerful Marco might be, before the Emperor Kaido, he was merely a subordinate. Thus, her safety was assured. And now it was time for the Beast's pirates to mount a grand counterattack. Having once been the prey, Black Maria now reveled in her newfound dominance, relishing the thought of mocking Marco. "Soon, I shall make that scoundrel Marco kneel and apologize," she mused joyfully. Upon hearing Black Maria's taunts, Marco maintained an expression devoid of emotion, regarding her as though she were a simpleton. "Oh, so you are no longer fleeing? If that is the case, I shall proceed to act." A chilling aura emanated from Marco's fingertips as he smiled mischievously. "Marco, you wouldn't dare?" "Kaido, he is all ready." Black Maria gasped, her lips parting in disbelief. She never anticipated that, despite Kaido's imminent arrival, Marco would still dare to act so brazenly. Yet, before Black Maria could finish her sentence, the icy tendrils of Marco's cold power surged toward her. Under the immense pressure of his chilling intent, Black Maria finally comprehended that Marco held no fear of Kaido whatsoever. Why? What could possibly be the reason behind this? "Marco is merely the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, while I stand as the formidable Emperor, Kaido of the Beasts. Does Marco possess no fear of death? Is he truly unaware of my connection with Lord Kaido, daring to act against me in the presence of his grandeur?" The colossal Black Maria, even as she succumbed to the freezing, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. She simply could not fathom why Marco would exhibit such audacity, brazenly freezing her before the might of Lord Kaido. Ultimately, it was within this perplexity that Black Maria was entirely transformed into an icy statue. After executing this feat, Marco exhaled the chill from his hands, revealing a smirk of derision. "What a fool indeed. Had you merely fled, you might have evaded Kaido. Yet now you stand there, foolishly stagnant. I would feel remiss if I did not take action," Marco exclaimed with a chuckle. He then lifted his gaze to behold Kaido's figure, a glimmer of mockery crossing his face. "Who did I think it was? Is that not Kaido himself?" "Hee," Marco remarked with amusement, all the while busily stowing the immense Black Maria into a pre-prepared giant sack. This series of astonishing maneuvers left Kaido utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Before one's very eyes, to stuff one's lover into a sack. What could be the intention behind such an act? Kaido felt utterly bewildered, while simultaneously, a surge of indignation welled up within him. Marco's audacity knows no bounds. He dares to engage in human trafficking right before my eyes. And the victim is none other than his own lover. How infuriating. "Marco, you scoundrel, you have taken things too far. Do you truly regard our beast pirates as mere trifles?" Kaido nearly roared in fury. Following his outburst, he unleashed a tremendous wave of scorching heat towards Marco. The terrifying heat caused the temperature in the vicinity to surge dramatically, as if a searing wave of air surged towards Marco. In response, Marco summoned the power of his crystalline phoenix, intertwining it with the flames of his immortal phoenix to create swirling orbs of white fire. Upon witnessing the white flames, Kaido's brow furrowed in confusion. "What is that? White fire?" Though it is indeed fire, the temperature emanating from it is remarkably low. Strange. Very strange. Kaido pondered. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than the two formidable forces, one red, the other white, collided mid-air. A dense vapor of steam erupted from the clash, enveloping the surroundings in a thick, white mist. The two powers remained locked in a fierce stalemate, and Kaido was confident in his abilities. This was Dragon's Breath. No ordinary flame could hope to rival it. Even Aokiji's Ice Age could not withstand the piercing heat of his onslaught. I refuse to believe that you, Marco, can overcome my Dragon's Breath. No matter how potent your freezing abilities may be, can they truly surpass those of Admiral Aokiji? I fear not even the powers of his devil fruit. Why should I be daunted by your mere technological tricks? Kaido scoffed, clearly brimming with confidence in his fiery breath. However, as soon as the words left his lips, Kaido sensed something amiss. His heat energy seemed to vanish, as if it had plummeted into an abyss of ice. His eyes widened in shock. Before him, a multitude of crystalline phoenix projectiles materialized. Chapter 59, Kaido, bewildered, how do you possess freezing powers? The phoenix bombs erupted violently around them, each detonation unleashing a formidable frigid power from the crystalline phoenix orbs. Moments ago, it was this very icy force that extinguished the heat emanating from within. Suddenly, hundreds of crystalline phoenix eggs detonated in unison around Kaido, unleashing a fierce chill that enveloped the surroundings. The air itself was instantaneously frozen, rendering the very fabric of space ethereal. Under the terrifying onslaught of this cold, even the scales adorning Kaido's body began to freeze, forming shards of ice. His scales, being dragon scales, possessed the remarkable attributes of being impervious to both fire and water, as well as resistant to blades and weapons. The fact that they too were succumbing to the frost instilled a sense of trepidation in Kaido. What on earth is happening? The powers of the devil fruit can be neutralized, and if one were to consume 2 devil fruits, they would undoubtedly have perished long ago. Thus, it can be concluded that Marco did not ingest any devil fruit at all. This leaves only technology as an explanation. However, when did the Whitebeard Pirates acquire such formidable technology? It surpasses even the innovations of Queen and Caesar, proving to be even more potent. Kaido's heart was filled with confusion. Even more terrifying was yet to come. These ice blocks not only slowed his movements but also inflicted corrosive damage upon his body. Scales were peeling away one after another under the assault of this corrosive force. Kaido, noticing this phenomenon, dared not linger in the frozen realm any longer. His massive form surged forward with sudden vigor. As he burst forth from Marco's icy domain, Kaido swiftly unleashed a barrage of wind blades from his body. The ice that had previously encased him was utterly shattered by the assault. Once liberated from the ice's grip, Kaido revealed that his dragon-like body bore traces of blood from the corrosive damage. Although his regenerative abilities were astonishing, allowing the wounds to heal within mere seconds, his expression remained one of disbelief. Before the ice was destroyed by his fierce winds, the corrosive power had continuously inflicted damage upon him. This ability piqued Kaido's curiosity. What kind of opportunity had Marco encountered to gain such an extraordinary power? To be frank, even as the strongest creature, he felt a twinge of jealousy. While he prided himself on his immortality, he knew that if he were bound by sea stone, rendering him unable to utilize his abilities, and subsequently frozen by this ice, he would undoubtedly be at the mercy of this cursed freezing power, eventually leading to his demise. Kaido slightly lifted his eyelids, squinting in confusion as he spoke. Hey, Marco. What on earth is this peculiar ability? Marco, hearing Kaido's inquiry, had no intention of concealing the truth. Well, this is a technique taught to me by our vice captain Wang Yu. Marco replied with a grin. Wang Yu. Kaido's expression grew more bewildered. When did the Whitebeard Pirates acquire a vice captain? This couldn't be right. Just a month ago, he had received news about the Whitebeard Pirates, and there was no mention of a vice captain whatsoever. When had this individual suddenly appeared? Could it have been in the past couple of days? But that didn't add up either. Who could just waltz in and become the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? Though Marco was confident in his abilities to handle the situation, he knew that such confidence stemmed from being one of the 4 emperors. If it were anyone beneath that rank, capturing Marco with the troublesome powers of the Phoenix Devil Fruit would indeed be a challenge. Thus, if the Whitebeard Pirates had a vice captain, they would need someone of Rayleigh's caliber to command respect. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to gain the crew's allegiance. Kaido found himself pondering the matter, suspecting this vice captain might simply be a fabrication of Marco's imagination. Setting aside the question of Wang Yu, the freezing ability was of paramount importance. It was astonishing that such a power could be acquired without consuming a devil fruit. Kaido continued to probe with skepticism. The vice captain taught you? Fine. then enlighten me on the principle that allowed you to manifest a new devil fruit ability. Marco, unfazed, prepared to boast further. Well, this is not a new devil fruit ability at all. This freezing power is merely a new research direction derived from my Phoenix devil fruit abilities. Marco beamed with pride. A new branch of the Phoenix ability? Kaido exclaimed, genuinely astonished. Truth be told, he found it difficult to comprehend how the powers of the Phoenix fruit could possibly relate to ice. Seeing Kaido's perplexed expression, Marco felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Was he once just like Kaido, a frog in a well, unaware of the vast world beyond? Indeed, it is a new branch. This was guided by our vice captain Wang Yu. However, the real reason for my success lies in my exceptional aptitude. Without great insight, even the vice captain's guidance would be in vain, Marco declared, his face betraying no embarrassment as he recalled how he had initially failed to grasp the concept when Wang Yu first introduced it. It was only through practical application that he realized the validity of this direction. Yet, Kaido remained skeptical. Who are you trying to fool? You developed this merely from that direction? You're boasting without basis. The Whitebeard Pirates must have some technological prowess, similar to the Germa battlesuits and Caesar's artificial devil fruits. Kaido squinted, murmuring to himself. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Marco regarded him with a look akin to pity. He shook his head. You just don't believe, do you? Your insight pales in comparison. With your kind of intellect, even if our vice captain guided you, I doubt you would grasp it. Chapter 60. Marco, Kaido, you are a fool. How can you not understand this? You truly are dim-witted, Kaido. This is a new direction in the research of artificial devil fruits, yet you simply cannot comprehend. Just as your fish fruit grants you the power of a dragon, my Phoenix fruit can also wield the power of ice. How can you be so foolish? I am genuinely worried for your intelligence, Marco lamented, exasperated by Kaido's inability to understand. Marco truly possesses a sharp tongue. As the captain of the Beast Pirates and a formidable figure among the 4 emperors of the New World, he has never endured such indignities. Being a fierce leader, to be deemed a fool is utterly infuriating. How dare you, Marco? Are you courting death? Even in the face of imminent peril, you dare to speak to me in such a manner. Kaido seethed with rage, cursing vehemently. Rumble, rumble. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, as thunder and lightning erupted incessantly, with bolts of purple lightning descending like colossal trees from above. In response to Kaido's words, Marco showed no signs of backing down. With his combat prowess significantly enhanced, he was eager to test his newfound strength. If Kaido wished to clash, then let it be so. Seeking death. I believe it is you, Kaido, who is truly courting doom. Your ignorance and lack of insight have only fueled my determination. Let us compete and see who ultimately meets their end. Marco retorted resolutely. Whoosh. Kaido was seething with fury. The mere fact that Marco had committed such unforgivable acts upon joining the Beast Pirates had already incited his wrath. Now, to be relentlessly mocked time and again was a blatant disregard for his authority as Kaido of the Beasts. What has caused Marco to become so resolute? Does he truly believe that merely possessing an additional freezing power can place him on equal footing with myself? Very well, if you are so confident, then I, Kaido, shall engage you in a fierce battle, allowing you to comprehend the might of the 4 emperors, an authority that is inviolable. With that, Kaido transformed into his human form, wielding his spiked club, which he swung with great force towards Marco. Thunderous roar. Kaido let out a ferocious bellow. Boom, boom, accompanying Kaido's roar. The lightning in the sky seemed to come alive, striking down upon Kaido's black-spiked club, imbuing it with immense electrical power. The club, now enveloped in armament Haki intertwined with the essence of lightning, descended heavily upon Marco, warping the very space around them with the sheer force of Kaido's strike. As Kaido unleashed this formidable blow, Marco's expression grew increasingly grave. Is this the power of the 4 emperors? Indeed, it is extraordinarily formidable. However, Marco exhibits no fear. He harnesses his freezing abilities along with his immortal Phoenix powers to conjure a circular shield right before him. This shield is no ordinary shield. It is the immortal thistle, forged from the flames of the Phoenix. It is imbued with the latest capability acquired by Marco, the power of freezing. This has granted the already formidable immortal thistle an additional layer of icy armor, along with an aura of frost that can significantly slow the speed of incoming attacks. Boom. In an instant, Kaido's thunderous assault collided with Marco's immortal thistle. As he felt the sensation coursing through his hand, Kaido found it hard to believe. His spike club, even before making contact with the immortal thistle, was met with a mysterious force that impeded its progress. This caused the tremendous force behind his strike to diminish significantly, ultimately unleashing only 7/10 of its potential power. How could this be? This icy power can actually diminish my attack speed? Kaido's expression gradually turned grim. From this perspective, the Whitebeard Pirates have indeed mastered an extraordinary technology. This is not a favorable development for the Beast Pirates, the sworn enemies. With a thunderous roar, after a brief moment of confusion, the spiked club finally broke through the barrier of the icy power, successfully striking against Marco's immortal thistle. The already weakened attack, having been dulled by the cold, became lodged within Marco's immortal thistle shield, halting its advance completely. Concurrently, a layer of icy armor emerged from within the immortal thistle, extending over Kaido's spiked club and creeping up to his hand. He sensed the dragon scales on his hand being gradually eroded. Kaido furrowed his brow once more, never anticipating that this freezing power would prove to be such a nuisance. Not only did it obstruct his attack, but it was also encroaching upon his own body. Boom! A surge of lightning erupted from Kaido's spiked club. The icy layer that had clung to his arm was shattered in an instant. Marco, it appears you have indeed grown stronger. It seems that without unleashing my ultimate form and employing the Conqueror's Haki that only true warriors wield, defeating you will be quite the challenge, Kaido remarked ominously. Following his words, his entire physique underwent a remarkable transformation, resembling a monstrous hybrid of man and beast. A massive dragon tail sprouting from behind him, creating a terrifying visage. Simultaneously, a potent aura of Conqueror's Haki emanated directly from Kaido, distinct from the previous displays of Haki. The Conqueror's Haki coiled around Kaido's spiked club like a series of black dragons, continuously swirling around the dark weapon. A powerful fighting spirit surged forth, momentarily freezing the surrounding air, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Noticing the change in Kaido's demeanor, Marco narrowed his eyes slightly. This was precisely what his father had once described, the hallmark of a true peerless warrior, the intertwining of Conqueror's Haki. It seemed that upon witnessing my newfound abilities, Kaido was indeed serious, Marco murmured to himself. However, a faint smile began to emerge on his face. Since Kaido had acknowledged him, it was time to engage in a battle worthy of the world's strongest. At that very moment, Marco's own fighting spirit surged, his body gradually transforming into a half-beast form. A chilling aura emanated from him, causing the air around to plummet in temperature by several degrees. Even the atmosphere within a 1,000-meter radius solidified in response. The clash of two formidable fighting spirits, one black and one white, reverberated through the sky, leading to a dramatic shift in the weather of Burrow Town. The ground itself seemed to tremble slightly with the force of their confrontation. The members of the Beast Pirates stood in shock. Is this truly the fighting spirit released by Marco? When did Marco become capable of standing toe-to-toe with Lord Kaido? Indeed, when did Marco grow so powerful? This was a clash between peerless warriors, a spectacle awaited. What a joke! Even if Marco had grown stronger, facing the wrath of Lord Kaido would still render him vulnerable. Go, Lord Kaido! Defeat Marco! Annihilate Marco! Shouted the members of the Beast Pirates, rallying behind Kaido. Clearly, they believed that even though Marco had become stronger and gained new abilities, he would never be a match for the Four Emperors Kaido. Meanwhile, Jin soared towards Vista's direction, perplexed as to why this Quinn did not evade Vista's strike. Nevertheless, Jin charged forward, his black blade aimed directly at Vista's dual swords. Clang! In an instant, a flurry of sparks erupted above the head of the plague Quinn, scattering embers in all directions. Vista glanced up slightly. The individual before him was none other than the infernal Jin. With Kaido present, it seemed the battle here was becoming increasingly intriguing. Jin also regarded Vista, but a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Merely Vista. As a fellow swordsman and one of the top officers of the Beast Pirates, what was Vista to him? Speaking of which, Quinn was truly foolish. How could he allow someone like Vista to best him, bringing shame to the Beast Pirates? Sparks rained down upon Quinn's cheeks, which had once been plump and glistening, now marred by numerous wounds. As the effects of being struck dissipated, the plague Quinn gradually regained consciousness, immediately feeling a sharp pain on his face. Wah wah wah. So painful, Quinn lamented. His corpulence was solely due to his adorable visage. Should he become slimmer, his handsomeness would be overwhelming. Now, his truly charming face had been marred by the likes of Vista and Jin, inciting his fury to its peak. You too, what are you doing? How dare you clash weapons in front of my face? Do you not realize the sparks from your weapons are splattering on me? Quinn shouted angrily. Upon hearing Quinn's words, the infernal Jin displayed a look of disdain. This is hardly anyone's fault, Quinn. It merely illustrates your own weakness. Unfit to be the face of the Beast Pirates. Do you realize that had I not blocked Vista's strike with my sword, you would have been cleaved in two? I saved you, yet you dare to complain. What an imbecile. Jin chided Quinn. However, Quinn paid little heed to this top officer of the Beast Pirates. You, the twisted interrogator. Shut your mouth. If I'm weak, then try facing Vista's current strength. It's easy to talk when you're not in pain. Quinn cursed back. Upon hearing Quinn's words, Jin turned his gaze toward Vista. Humph, I'll give it a try, but do not claim my credit. Jin retorted dismissively. With that, Jin swung his black blade toward Vista with great force. The strike was as fierce as thunder, its speed almost unfathomable, slicing through the air itself. Facing Jin's sudden assault, Vista smirked slightly, raising his dual swords to parry the blow. Clang. Sparks erupted once more. The two stood locked in combat, blades clashing. Yet, as a devil fruit user, Jin possessed his own advantages. Finding himself at a stalemate with Vista, enormous black wings unfurled from his back, creating a powerful gust, and soon, countless fireballs manifested upon his wings. This is the flame ability of Jin, a member of a unique race, the dual emperors of blades. With a fierce roar, the Inferno Jin unleashed a multitude of fiery projectiles from his two wings. The flaming projectiles were aimed directly at Bista, shooting forth with a rapidity reminiscent of a Gatling gun, dense and relentless. In such close quarters, I was struck by a full barrage of my dual blades. And now, Bista, your end is nigh? Jin proclaimed with an air of triumph. Simultaneously, his disdain for the Plague Queen only deepened. A foe he had effortlessly dispatched was nearly obliterated, with an arm shattered, truly foolish. However, the anticipated scene of Bista's downfall never materialized. Empowered by the electric blade, Bista's agility and speed had undergone a significant enhancement, allowing him to effortlessly evade Jin's onslaught of projectiles. Like a wraith, Bista executed his evasive maneuvers, dodging all incoming attacks with grace. Upon witnessing Bista's ethereal form, Jin furrowed his brow in disbelief. How could this be possible? Such close-range attacks. And yet he evaded them all. I seem to recall Bista's movements being less than formidable. At this moment, the queen, emboldened, began to taunt Jin. What now? Struck dumb. Are we? I warned you long ago that Bista is no longer the same. You arrogant fool. The queen finally reclaimed a semblance of dignity, murmuring to Jin. Upon hearing this, Jin's complexion paled dramatically. I advise you two to join forces. Otherwise, with your current capabilities, you are merely courting death. Bista remarked candidly. This utterance provoked the ire of both individuals. Jin ground his teeth in fury. In Chapter 62, Electric Blade strikes again. Jin, filled with emo rage, confronted Quinn, declaring, Stay your hand. I refuse to believe that as a vice captain of the Beast Pirates, I cannot hold my own against Bista. With a fierce determination, Jin brandished his longsword, its jet black Haki enveloping the blade. In addition to the Haki, various flames danced around the sword, intensifying his battle spirit. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense under the weight of his terrifying sword intent, and the temperature surged dramatically. Once more, Jin bellowed, unleashing a formidable slash toward Bista. Let us see if you can withstand this. Imperial Fire Dragon. In the next moment, a colossal strike materialized from the heavens. The colossal strike transformed into a magnificent fire dragon soaring through the sky, unleashing a ferocious roar directed at JN. Subsequently, this immense fire dragon surged toward Bista. A fire dragon, indeed. Its arrival is quite fortuitous. Just as my twin blades have begun to yearn for action, it became evident that, unbeknownst to me, Bista's twin blades had amassed a considerable amount of electric energy. The crackling sound of electricity resonated powerfully. Yen Zai Jin observed this phenomenon. His expression one of bewilderment. How curious. Could it be that you've consumed some thunderous fruit? JN's face reflected skepticism. Without further hesitation, the blade in Bista's hand, now shrouded in darkness, unleashed a tremendous slash toward the fire dragon before him. The formidable sword intent, infused with a potent current, thundered forward toward JN. Boom. The two terrifying sword intents collided in the heavens. The fierce shockwave surged rapidly in all directions. The surrounding pirates were caught in the tumult. The crackling of electricity echoed as serpentine bolts darted through the ranks of the Beast Pirates. The pirates were struck one by the electric serpent, their bodies trembling uncontrollably until they ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Two terrifying forces clashed briefly before the immense power of the electric strike caused the fire dragon soaring in the air to plummet to the ground. The formidable slash spread directly before Jin. Boom. Crackle. June, with disbelief etched on his face, could hardly fathom that his guardian fire dragon, a culmination of his slashing prowess and unique racial abilities, was unable to withstand even a casual strike from Bista. This setback greatly undermined Jin's confidence. Frustrated, he hastily drew his black blade in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Under the forceful strike, Jin was forced to retreat several steps, only managing to counter the overwhelming sword intent. However, the electrical power from the electric blade was beyond his capacity to negate. The fierce current surged through his body, rendering his bones visibly illuminated. Meanwhile, Quinn showed no intention of offering assistance. Instead, he stood aside, mocking Jin. Ha ha ha, Jin, you fool. Just a moment ago, you were so confident, weren't you? Now you finally comprehend that this Bista is unlike any before. You claimed I was weak. But now you see the truth. You are just as feeble, you perverse interrogator. Quinn spat contemptuously at Jin. Yet, as he berated him, his gaze discreetly flicked towards Bista. Unbeknownst to everyone, the cunning Quinn suddenly transformed into his armored dragon form. Without any forewarning, he unleashed his Haki, charging fiercely towards Bista. This technique is known as the Dragon Bomb. Quinn, akin to a bomb, employs her formidable physique, using her head as a weapon to charge violently at her adversary. Just as Bista had unleashed his slash, he suddenly noticed Quinn's approach. The speed was so overwhelming that it seemed impossible to execute a second strike. With no alternatives, Bista resolved to utilize his mistake jade cut. In a moment of desperation, he directed his attack toward Quinn's head, unleashing a powerful mistake jade cut. The formidable sword intent instantly transformed into a straight beam of sword light, hurtling toward Quinn's head with great force. Astonished by the destruction he had wrought, Bista felt a surge of excitement within. Simultaneously, a sequence of moves materialized in his mind when confronting an enemy. He could leverage the principle of his instant mistake jade cut to reach his maximum attack speed. This meant that upon delivering the first strike, he could immediately unleash his mistake jade cut, followed by another devastating blow. In a fleeting moment, he was able to unleash 3 swift strikes. The power was undoubtedly several times greater than the previous exchanges. Just moments ago, Quinn had been basking in the glory of what he believed to be a successful ambush, only to find himself utterly dumbfounded by the sword light before him. What in the world is happening? This shouldn't be possible. Just earlier, Bista had clearly executed a strike and had no time to unleash a second. How could he possibly strike at me again? Could it be that Bista can release strikes without any intervals? Quinn quickly dismissed such thoughts. After all, the ability to strike without pause would be terrifying. Not even the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, could likely achieve such a feat. Hence, it was simply impossible. Yet the reality lay starkly before him. Quinn was thoroughly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. However, regardless of understanding or not, he had to engage in battle. Thus, he concentrated a massive amount of Haki atop his head, transforming his arm-like dragon head into a dark, steel-like hammer. Boom! The two forces collided with tremendous impact. The once confident Quinn found himself slapped back to reality. Under the force of the clash, Quinn's body was sent flying. The massive dragon body crashed straight to the ground, creating a vast crater, the earth around it cracking in all directions. A significant sword wound appeared on Quinn's head, and blood gushed forth. Chapter 63, The Twin Calamities Unite. Cooling down, Quinn was completely stunned, clutching his head and wailing in despair. Seeing the blood staining his hands, he realized the gravity of his predicament. Oh my goodness, my head. I'm bleeding, it hurts. Quinn howled while holding his head. Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. The twin calamities of the Beast Pirates. One convulsing from electric shock, while the other rolled on the ground, clutching his head. A swarm of small pirates rushed over, concerned. Lord Quinn, Lord Jin, are you all right? Let's take down Bista. Let's get him. Bista smirked, and with a surge of electricity gathering in his hands, he merely flicked his wrist toward the approaching pirates. Instantly, the sword intent merged with the electricity, transforming into a fearsome electric dragon that charged toward the group of pirates. It's an electric dragon! An electric dragon! Run away. The pirates who had just charged forward now hurriedly turned to flee. However, it was too late for them to escape. The electric dragon weaved through the crowd of pirates, striking many, leaving them with tingling scalps and cries of agony. After executing his attack, Bista clapped his hands together, surveying the beast pirates around him with immense satisfaction. Ha! This feeling of being a powerhouse is absolutely exhilarating, Bista exclaimed, filled with excitement. If it weren't for first mate Wang Yu, I would have certainly been in trouble. As he pondered, a mysterious figure suddenly approached Bista with alarming speed. A fierce slash came hurtling toward him. Bista narrowed his eyes. It was none other than Sasaki. He swung his twin blades at Sasaki, who hastily drew his weapon to defend. Clang! The violent clash sent tremors through Sasaki's arms. Under the overwhelming force, Sasaki was forced down to his knees before Bista, a dark blade piercing into his torso. Just when Sasaki, who had been in agony, revealed a slight smirk. It was now or never. At that moment, Jin, having transformed into his half-beast form, and Quinn launched their next assault. Royal Mandus. From the sky, Jin drew back his head like a slingshot and released it with a buzz. A powerful shockwave surged toward Bista. Fiery fist. Quinn bellowed as well. At an unknown moment, the mechanical arm that had been severed had been reattached to Quinn's limb. The entire mechanical arm ignited, its scorching heat distorting the very air around it. The burning mechanical claw hurtled toward Bista. The two forces combined midair, creating a thunderous roar. Damn it! Bista hastily drew his blade, only to find that his twin swords were firmly held in control by Sasaki. This truly exceeded Bista's expectations. To his astonishment, Sasaki, in a critical moment, was willing to endure injury himself to grant both Quinn and Jin an opportunity to strike. At this moment, the twin blades in Bista's hands had amassed enough power from the electric knives. Sasaki's expression changed drastically, for he had witnessed firsthand the terrifying potency of these electric blades. This caused Sasaki's expression to darken instantaneously as he sought to evade the onslaught of the electric knife. You refused to leave when I allowed you to. And now that you wish to escape, it is too late, Bista remarked with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed fiercely through the blade, accompanied by a crackling sound. Along with this came a plume of black smoke and the acrid scent of singed flesh, leaving Sasaki transformed into a charred remnant. At this moment, Bista's dual blades could finally be drawn. However, the impact from Jin's head and Quinn's fiery mechanical fists were already closing in on Bista's figure, rendering the situation seemingly hopeless. In a moment of desperation, Bista could only grasp his dual blades and brace himself for the impending onslaught. Boom! With the combined force of Jin and Quinn, Bista was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing the success of their assault, Quinn and Jin exchanged excited glances. His electric power, while formidable, is subject to cooldown. We must exploit this window of opportunity to eliminate him, Quinn exclaimed eagerly. Immediately, Jin unfurled his wings, soaring into the sky like a great rock, and unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles from his obsidian wings. Bista hastily lifted his dual blades, activating his observation Haki to its utmost potential, utilizing the agility granted by his electric blade to evade the incoming bombardment. Quinn transformed into a colossal brontosaurus, charging towards Bista with immense force. With each thunderous step, the ground trembled beneath him as he raced to Bista's side. Suddenly, Quinn's eyes glowed a deep crimson. Spark Queen. Like a massive laser tank, various explosive beams erupted from Quinn's gaze, unleashing a torrent of red lasers directed at Bista. As the lasers sped toward him, Bista was preoccupied with dodging the flaming projectiles from above, leaving him vulnerable to Quinn's lateral assault. He was immediately struck by a multitude of laser blasts, his attire tattered and blood trickling from his lips. Bista felt confident in facing one adversary, yet the relentless onslaught from both Jin and Quinn was overwhelming, especially with Sasaki's reckless interference resulting in his own injuries. In the absence of his electric blade and the readiness of his skills, Bista conceded that he was indeed in a precarious situation. He had underestimated Jin and Quinn, who appeared ordinary yet possessed keen intellect, having discerned the cooldown of his abilities. Haha, this kid is finished. As expected, his power has a cooldown. Quinn continued to laugh maniacally. Chapter 64, Wang Yu. Have you all learned to intuit your skills? Jin, circling above, wore a knowing smile. Do not let your guard down, Quinn. Now that he is on cooldown, we must finish him off. After this strike, Bista's abilities will likely be ready again, so we must act swiftly, Jin said coldly, squinting his eyes from the sky. With that, he drew his long blade, enveloped in dark, armed energy and flames, and unleashed a fierce slash toward Bista. A terrifying, crimson fire dragon materialized, roaring as it charged at Bista. Following the initial strike, Jin proclaimed, Dan Bao Emperor. He spread his wings, as hard as steel, diving swiftly toward Bista, intent on decapitating him with another lethal slash. Quinn was not idle either. His mechanical form fragmented into numerous segments, each adorned with a missile aimed at Bista, launching them in rapid succession. Boom! The sky erupted with a swarm of missiles, each trailing black smoke as they hurtled toward Bista, creating a harrowing spectacle. The atmosphere darkened under the weight of these formidable assaults. Bista, already injured, was on the brink of a cool-down refresh, yet he could not withstand another barrage before regaining his strength. This caused Bista to furrow his brow tightly. If only his cooldown could be slightly expedited, he would effortlessly withstand these two attacks. However, the current situation, exacerbated by this extreme time lag, left him unable to unleash his skills. Moreover, having already sustained injuries, if he attempted to fend off these three assaults simultaneously, it was undoubtedly certain that he would suffer further harm, resulting in grave wounds. Indeed, dealing with two formidable pirates at once proved far more arduous than anticipated. A deadlock. A predicament? Suddenly, Bista recalled the words of First Mate Wang Yu. To live in the face of death. What does it truly mean to embrace such a philosophy? A true swordsman dares to confront the blood-soaked abyss, so First Mate Wang Yu. What should I do in this moment? Boom. A colossal fire dragon and countless cannonballs erupted around Bista. In an instant, an explosion enveloped the vicinity of Bista's position, with shell after shell detonating entirely, unleashing searing flames in a moment of cataclysm. The powerful shockwave surged outward, leaving the surrounding small pirates utterly dumbfounded. This is an attack from Lord Plague and Lord Inferno. Terrifying. Run. Run away. One by one, the pirates, sensing the overwhelming aura of dread, hurriedly covered their heads and fled. However, the formidable shockwave swiftly engulfed these fleeing pirates, consuming them in the inferno. Members of the Beast Pirates were ignited on the spot, their cries of agony filling the air. Help, help. I'm going to be burned alive. I'm going to be burned alive. One by one, pirates succumbed to the flames, transforming into fiery specters before perishing in excruciating pain. Under the immense heat, the fire columns shot skyward, scorching a massive hole in the heavens. Jean and Quinn exchanged smirks as they beheld the devastation wrought by their combined assault. Quinn, with a jovial demeanor, began to gyrate his corpulent form, dancing with abandon. Ha 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 ha. Boy, this is the fate that awaits those who offend the Beast Pirates. You shall be reduced to ashes by my missiles. Ha ha ha. Yet, the gaze of Inferno Jean remained sharp, his long blade raised as his massive wings stirred slightly, propelling him into the sea of flames. Allow me to deliver the final blow, Bista. Jin's voice dripped with cold malice. Following his declaration, Jin's attack surged forth, his enormous wings resembling a colossal scythe, capable of grinding a person into fragments, plunging directly into the inferno. Boom! The powerful collision slashed down upon the ground, scattering the surrounding flames in disarray. However, amidst the sea of fire, Jean stood stupefied. How strange. Why did I not collide with Bista? Bista! Bista! This fellow has vanished into thin air? How is this possible? Jean exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. However, after glancing around, he found no trace of Bista amidst the raging inferno. Activating his observation Haki, Jin's expression morphed into one of sheer shock. This is terrible. Bista has actually teleported. How could this be? He vanished into thin air, only to reappear elsewhere. The dreadful realization struck him. He was now at Quinn's location. Quinn is in for a calamity. Jin's eyes widened further as he gulped, uttering in shock. In the next moment, Bista's figure emerged like a phantom, appearing directly beside Quinn. In the realm of the Whitebeard Pirates, aboard the Moby Dick, Wang Yu was basking in the sun when a melodious system notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have bound with the character Bista and comprehended the demon-slaying skill, Blade of Breakthrough. The host simultaneously acquires the advanced skill, Blade of Breakthrough, Level 2, and is rewarded with 1,000 points in swordsmanship. Blade of Breakthrough. Entering a spirit form for 5 seconds, during which the body remains stationary while teleporting a distance, subsequently gaining a continuously increasing movement speed of 10 to 30. Upon the conclusion of the spirit form, the host returns to their body and inflicts damage once more. Bista has independently mastered a new skill. Wang Yu was overjoyed. This was akin to sitting on the ground and having a pie fall from the sky. On this particular day, the captains engaged in no exertion yet found themselves rewarded in various forms, particularly the remarkable Bista. Astonishingly, he had grasped the arcane skills of the sealing magic without the necessity of instruction. Even Wang Yu could not help but harbor a sense of admiration towards Bista. Indeed, it seems Bista possesses quite a high level of comprehension. A subtle smile graced Wang Yu's lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Chapter 65. Quinn, what is happening? Do you possess the space fruit? Upon opening his panel, he discovered that the blade of breaking barriers was indeed displayed within. Host, Wang Yu Conqueror's Haki. 10. 573 points Armament Haki. 9. 819 points Observation Haki. 9. 352 points Swordsmanship. 2. 000 skills. Granite Shield, passive, Thunder Strike, level 3. Earthquake, level 2. Errant Gem Cut, level 2. Path of the Hunt, passive, Glacier Storm, level 2. Sealing the Dust and Absolute Cut, level 2. Valor Charge, level 2. Whimsical Spirit, level 2. Biochemical Barrage, level 2. Mushroom Cultivation, level 2. Rubber Slingshot, level 2. Blade of Breaking Barriers, level 2. Items: 5 Superior Iron Ores, Cooling Water. 1 bag of Forging Borax, Prediction Skill Fruit. 1. Gold Coins. 313, 241 Devil Fruits, Quake Fruit, Flash Fruit Forging Furnace. Primary Weapons, none Equipment, Reflective Armor, Landry's Torment. Electric Blade, Heart of Steel Artifacts, none on the battlefield. Quinn was spectating the explosive spectacle he had unleashed. Just moments ago, Quinn had reveled in his triumph, yet now, upon seeing Bista unexpectedly appear before him, he was utterly taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Hadn't Bista been engulfed by his inferno? How could he suddenly materialize before me? What on earth is going on? Are you a specter? Quinn stammered, retracting his neck in fear. However, Bista's expression radiated excitement and exhilaration. In a moment of desperation, he had contemplated a life-or-death situation and, unexpectedly, had instantaneously displaced himself from the fiery eruption. This led to the current scene of Quinn's astonishment. You possess the space fruit? Quinn questioned, bewildered. But wait, had you not already consumed a thunder fruit? Bista chuckled, admitting that he too was perplexed by the circumstances. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. His ability to master such an exceptional skill was undoubtedly linked to the guidance of Vice Captain Wang Yu. It was the recollection of Wang Yu's words, to seek life from the brink of death, that enabled him to comprehend this technique. As for the precise principles behind this skill, Bista could not fathom. His current thought was to inquire further with Vice Captain Wang Yu upon his return to the Whitebeard Pirates. Bista brandished his twin blades towards Quinn. Fool, I have already informed you that this is known as sealing swordsmanship, not a power derived from a devil fruit. Prepare to meet your end. With that declaration, Bista struck fiercely at Quinn's form. In a panic, Quinn raised his mechanical arm in defense, but the onslaught connected with a resounding crash. Sparks erupted as the formidable strike collided with Quinn's mechanical limb, sending vibrations through his entire body. Damn you, Bista. Do not become complacent. Even if you evade this strike, we can still unite to launch another attack. Quinn retorted with indignation. Upon hearing Quinn's words, Bista felt a twinge of disdain rise within him and replied mockingly, Humph. Do you truly believe you can escape from my grasp this time? I will finish you off. A confident smirk adorned Bista's lips. Though it may be a struggle, I have withstood your strike. The support from Jean will arrive shortly. How will you contend with me then? Yet before Quinn could complete his thoughts, a tingling sensation coursed through his arm. A surge of immense power emanated once more from Bista's twin blades. Boom. The overwhelming force shattered Quinn's arm, reducing the previously fractured mechanical limb to mere fragments. A single blade plunged into Quinn's chest. Gushing blood flowed from Quinn's torso. This is, he stammered. Indeed, this is a critical hit. Bista replied with a subtle smile. Under the weight of Bista's might, Quinn found himself kneeling before him. Damn it, Quinn exclaimed, drawing forth mechanical missiles from within his body, aiming them at Bista for a point-blank barrage. I will fight you to the bitter end, even if we both fall. Victory shall still belong to us, Quinn declared defiantly. In an instant, an array of fierce laser beams erupted from Quinn's form. Simultaneously, his expression grew increasingly triumphant. At such close range, there was no doubt that his projectiles would find their mark upon Bista. The sight of this fish gasping for breath startled Bista momentarily. However, it was merely a fleeting shock, as he soon realized that his own speed of movement was accelerating dramatically. Various missiles were launching right before him, leaving him no time to respond. Yet, in that brief instant, Bista's figure became eerily swift. Could this be the sensation of being reborn from death? Envisioning oneself as a soul, Bista was astounded. With every step he took, he covered a distance equivalent to that of 2 previous strides, and his agility surged exponentially. Even when he first acquired the electric blade, his nimbleness had not been this formidable. Now, following a short displacement, he was endowed with an extraordinary speed of movement. What delighted him further was that his velocity continued to accelerate. Boom, boom. Various shells whizzed past Bista's afterimage, instead striking around Jean. In an instant, A plethora of explosives erupted in Jin's vicinity. Veins bulged on Jin's forehead, and dark lines marred his face as he hurled curses at Quinn. "Quinn, you imbecile. Do you lack sight? The missiles are coming for me," Jin complained. Simultaneously, he activated his armament Haki, his massive wings curled tightly to shield against the barrage of artillery. After withstanding the onslaught, Jin's expression grew increasingly grave. The ability of spatial displacement had allowed Bista to evade him completely. Bista was far more formidable than he had anticipated. "Foolish Quinn, hold your ground. I am on my way." Perhaps wary of Bista's strength, Jin unfurled his wings and shot towards Quinn at breakneck speed after fending off Quinn's attack. On the battlefield, Quinn exhibited a look of sheer astonishment. His close-range artillery had completely missed its target. Unwilling to accept defeat, Quinn transformed into his Brachiosaurus form, his head crackling with bolts of lightning as he launched himself towards Bista. Witnessing Quinn's relentless resolve, Bista smirked. "Quinn, it is already over," he taunted. In the next moment, Bista's figure flickered like a phantom, appearing around Quinn in rapid succession, rendering Quinn's head unable to track his movements. Each time Bista manifested, he inflicted significant damage upon Quinn's form. Chapter 66, Quinn's Dismal Defeat. Jin's roar-slashing strikes erupted from Bista's blade, bombarding Quinn from every conceivable angle. With the enhancement of the electric blade, Bista's slashing speed reached its zenith. Each strike was as swift as lightning, leaving Quinn no chance to evade. Boom, boom, boom. Quinn's body erupted like firecrackers, every part of him suffering grievously. Ultimately, Bista triggered a critical hit, unleashing a terrifying force that sent Quinn hurtling away. Although the Brachiosaurus form boasted formidable defense, Quinn was utterly breached under Bista's relentless slashes. A torrent of blood gushed forth from Quinn, splattering into the heavens, saturating the sky with a metallic scent. In his final moments, the Brachiosaurus Quinn plummeted from the sky like a lifeless creature, akin to a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. In Wano, a massive structure was obliterated upon Quinn's descent, reduced to mere rubble. Bricks and debris scattered haphazardly. The other members of the Beast Pirates stood frozen in disbelief, their minds struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. They gulped repeatedly, unable to fathom the enormity of the event. After all, Bista was merely the 5th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. What could he accomplish even with the power of the Thunder Fruit? Yet, his adversaries were Quinn and Jin, both of whom were towering figures in the Beast Pirates, second only to Kaido. The collaboration of these two individuals poses a formidable threat, capable of vanquishing all the emperors and vice-emperors of this world. Yet, when they united, they were unable to defeat even a mere 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Bista. Astonishingly, Quinn was left severely injured by Bista and ultimately succumbed into unconsciousness. This is, indeed, rather difficult to believe. Thus, the members of the Beast Pirates found themselves momentarily stunned, their minds seemingly short-circuited. They stood frozen in place, each one gaping in disbelief. After a considerable duration, they finally began to regain their faculties, erupting into a cacophony of exclamations. "Lord Queen! Lord Queen!" Could it be true that Lord Queen had been defeated? Especially in a 2-on-1 scenario, at the hands of merely a 5th Division captain? How could this be possible? It appeared that Bista, after consuming the Thunder Fruit, had significantly bolstered his combat prowess. Enough of this. We must hurry to see how Lord Queen fares. The small pirates rushed toward Lord Queen's location. Soon, they were met with a shocking sight. Amidst the ruins, Lord Queen lay among the chaotic rubble. His body bore numerous grievous wounds, with an arm severed and his head also showing signs of severe laceration. Blood continued to flow, yet Lord Queen's body remained unresponsive. His head turned as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Quickly, we must carry Lord Queen on a stretcher. If he does not receive medical attention, even the beastly Lord Queen may perish. One of the pirates shouted urgently. Immediately, a group of medics emerged from the throng, bearing a stretcher upon which they placed Lord Queen before hastily retreating. On the battlefield, Bista, having just triumphed over Lord Queen, sensed a terrifying aura approaching. Looking up, he beheld Nti Jin soaring above, his enormous wings cloaked in Haki, aimed directly at Bista, descending with formidable force. That fool Queen was truly inept. Prepare to meet your end, Bista. Yet, fortunate for me, this presents an opportunity to engage you, Jin taunted as he swooped down, his Haki-infused wings resembling a deadly blade poised to strike. Bista felt a chilling gust as Jin's attack drew near. Should he be struck at such close range? Even if he survived, he would surely sustain catastrophic injuries. Indeed, as a swordsman, His offensive capabilities had greatly improved under Vice Captain Wang Yu's tutelage. Yet his defensive strength remained unchanged. He could not match the formidable resilience of either Queen or Jin. Thus, he could not afford to be hit. To live, one must confront death. Bista silently recited the words imparted by Vice Captain Wang Yu, and, in a bold move, he charged directly toward Jin's descending strike. Such audacity startled even any Jin. Is this Bista truly audacious or simply fearless? How could he confront my attacks head-on, undeterred by the inability to evade? Jin pondered in bewilderment. Nevertheless, having unleashed his strike, Jin had no intention of retracting it. Curse Bista, cease your contempt. Do you genuinely believe you can withstand my flowing cherry blossom slash? Jin's gaze was rife with disdain. He intensified his grip, swinging down heavily towards Bista. I shall reduce you to mere pulp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The formidable slash sliced through the air with a piercing sound, reaching Bista in an instant. Chapter 67, Dual Displacement. Spatial fruit? Jin was taken aback. It's here. This fellow is doomed. A surge of excitement coursed through Yinzai's heart. Yet, just as Jin's strike grazed Bista's cheek, something peculiar transpired once more. Bista, who had just braved Jin's attack with his face, inexplicably vanished before Yinzai's eyes. What the hell? Jin unleashed a barrage of curses upon Bista's ancestors. What on earth is going on? Has it vanished once more? This is undoubtedly a display of spatial prowess. Since when did Bista become a dual devil fruit user? If that were the case, how could one possibly contend with him? The expression on Jin's face was nothing short of spectacular, adorned with various dark lines across his forehead. Subsequently, Jin, filled with reluctance, activated his observation Haki, commencing his search for Bista's presence. When Jin finally detected Bista once more, he was rendered speechless yet again. He erupted with a barrage of curses directed at Bista, exclaiming, "What in the world are you doing? You have returned again?" Jin's lips quivered incessantly as he muttered in disbelief. Is this merely a game for oneself? Each attack, I am convinced it will surely strike Bista, yet, time and again, that fellow manages to evade with his spatial technology. This only fueled Jin's growing ire. Meanwhile, Quinn's corpulent form was being carried along by the pirates. Simultaneously, the medics were attending to the myriad wounds adorning Quinn's body, which was enveloped in an array of bandages. At this moment, the scars on Quinn's body suddenly erupted with fresh blood, staining his form a deep crimson. Having already succumbed to unconsciousness, Quinn let out a loud cry, and his hands instinctively grasped at his wounds, causing him to faint once more. Drops of blood flowed freely, leaving a trail behind him. The medics nearby were taken aback upon seeing the blood, their faces etched with confusion. What was happening? How could this be? I had clearly administered first aid to Lord Quinn earlier. Why is he bleeding again? One medic exclaimed, bewildered. The pirates halted their actions and began to unwrap Quinn's bandages for redressing. Upon removing the sandpaper, they soon discovered the cause of the renewed bleeding, their throats tightening in shock. What is happening? The wound has sustained further injury? The chief medic swallowed hard, his lips trembling as he spoke. The other medics hurried to take a look, and indeed, it was true. This was not a case of inadequate bandaging. Rather, the wound had suffered additional harm. But how could this be? Who could have inflicted further injury on Quinn? The medics were left with a myriad of questions swirling in their minds. They could not fathom how this injury had occurred, especially since Quinn was on their stretcher, and there were no enemies in sight. Yet, Quinn had evidently sustained significant damage. Quickly, they resumed bandaging, although they were uncertain of the exact cause. One thing was clear. This new wound was undoubtedly linked to Bista's attack. Bista, that fellow, must have acquired some special ability. We cannot linger here. Let us hasten our bandaging and depart. The medic captain commanded. The surrounding medics, still reeling from shock and confusion, quickly rewrapped Quinn's wounds, and like frightened specters, they hurried away from the scene. If Bista were to strike Quinn again from afar, the consequences could be dire. Quinn might not survive for long. A group of members from the Beast's pirates hastened their retreat, fear palpable in their expressions. In stark contrast to the medics, Bista and Jin wore expressions of exhilaration after executing several swift movements. Ha ha ha. The demon sword technique is truly exhilarating. Not only does it grant me a two-stage movement skill, but more importantly, it allows me to inflict secondary damage upon my enemies upon returning to my original position. This is indeed a remarkable skill. In future battles, I can rush into the fray, harm the enemy, and then swiftly retreat to my original spot, inflicting damage without giving them a moment to react. Bista nodded, thoroughly satisfied. As he reveled in his recent acquisition of new powers, a series of roars echoed from above. Bista glanced upward only to discover that it was none other than the Calamity, Jin, from the Beast's Pirates. At that moment, Jin's sword was engulfed in darkness, and he charged at Bista with fury. "You despicable scoundrel! Bista, do you think you can toy with me? I'm going to chop you to pieces." Jin shouted from the sky, his voice seething with anger. A smirk crept across Bista's lips as he regarded Jin with a cold smile. "2 against 1, and you still cannot defeat me. Now, you, a mere vice-captain of the Beast Pirates, wish to challenge me to a duel? Are you seeking death?" Meanwhile, Kaido, who was engaged in battle, noticed the situation involving Bista and was utterly astonished by his performance, particularly by the demon sword technique he had unleashed. His eyes widened like the size of dragon's eyes. It seems that aside from Marco, the Whitebeard Pirates have another formidable individual in Bista, who has also harnessed the power of technology. To have carried Quinn away in a 2-on-1 scenario, with his mysterious spatial abilities and formidable cutting skills. How much technological power does the Whitebeard Pirates truly possess? Kaido glared at Marco, his expression serious. Marco, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle internally. "I have already stated that this is merely the power bestowed upon me by Captain Wang Yu. Why can't Kaido see the truth and insists on thinking it is technological power?" Growing weary of Kaido's conjectures, Marco addressed him directly. "Kaido, spare yourself the wild guesses. I have already told you, this is simply the excellent training provided by our vice-captain, Wang Yu. Bista's abilities are not technological. They are rooted in swordsmanship. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do about it." Marco shrugged, exasperated. "Swordsmanship? What swordsmanship? How can one possess such formidable power without relying on the abilities of a devil fruit or technological prowess, and also possess instantaneous movement capabilities? Is this not a jest? How infuriating, Marco. Do not feign innocence with me. I shall reduce you to a mere pulp and then interrogate you at my leisure." Kaido roared vehemently. Cyclone of destruction. Subsequently, Kaido shook his formidable physique, unleashing an array of powerful, tempestuous winds. These malevolent gales sweep across the vast terrain like scythes, mercilessly reaping all in their path. Even the pirates of Kaido's Beast Pirates, who were merely spectators, found themselves ensnared by the chaos. Under the tumultuous influence of the whirlwind, these pirates were cleaved asunder, their bodies sliced into fragments, with torrents of blood gushing forth. Within the affected vicinity, the cries of young pirates echoed in despair. "Lord Kaido, it is us. We are your subordinates. You should not treat us this way," they lamented. "Indeed, Lord Kaido, your methods are truly terrifying. They endanger us," they pleaded. "Have mercy, Lord Kaido. It hurts so much. I feel as though my body is being torn apart by the raging winds." As the storm raged on, many of these young pirates fell to their knees, their faces etched with desperation. Yet, those endowed with unique abilities, like the gifted, showcased their prowess to evade the residual fury of Kaido's tempest. However, Kaido appeared oblivious to their plight. "They are not elite soldiers. I care not for them." "How could you, Kaido? To combat me, you disregard your own subordinates," Marco remarked, his brow furrowing in concern. He then transformed into the Phoenix, harnessing the power of ice to conjure a colossal ice block before him, resembling an iceberg, to shield himself from the onslaught of the tempest. As Kaido beheld the cataclysmic devastation wrought by his whirlwind, he erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha! They are but lowly pirates. If they perish, so be it. Their demise is inconsequential. There are countless others in this new world ready to take their place. In the realm of pirates, the strong reign supreme, while the weak are but insignificant insects, easily slaughtered. Surely, you are aware of this, Marco?" Kaido declared, his expression a mask of ferocity. Marco furrowed his brow once more. Realizing why his father and Kaido were sworn enemies, their perspectives on the world could not be more divergent. His father believed that all pirates were kin, willing to accept anyone who recognized him as their father, regardless of past deeds or strength. Conversely, Kaido espoused a philosophy that only the strong deserved to live, while the weak were granted life solely by the mercy of the powerful. "You madman!" Marco retorted, his fury evident. Yet, the tempest intensified around him, and the massive ice block he had summoned began to shatter under the relentless winds. Marco grimaced. Although the iceberg had initially shielded him from much of the tempest's wrath, it was far too fragile to withstand Kaido's torrential gale for long. Simultaneously, a thought struck him. If only he could create an iceberg of formidable defensive strength, one that could not only repel enemy attacks but also serve as a weapon to obstruct their movements. How splendid that would be! Such a force demands an even more potent icy power, precisely what I yearn to explore and acquire. As I ponder this, a thunderous explosion reverberates, and the glacier before Marco shatters, shards of ice cascading from the heavens. A ferocious tempest, unleashed by the ice's destruction, hurtles directly towards Marco, enveloping himself in Haki. Marco swiftly activates his phoenix powers, allowing the fierce winds to sweep past him, while under the influence of his resurrection ability, his body gradually begins to mend. The terrifying gale raged on for several long seconds before it finally abated. During this tumult, Marco sustained his phoenix devil fruit powers, depleting a substantial amount of his energy. And a sheen of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Although his phoenix abilities afforded him some respite, the toll on his powers was exorbitant. In contrast, Kaido, with his formidable vitality and energy, faced no significant drain from the previous onslaught. Observing Marco's disarray, Kaido's expression turned triumphant. What can you, Marco, truly achieve? You are merely a captain of the First Division, and your ambition to challenge my position as an emperor is rather juvenile. Embracing a strategy of exploiting his adversary's vulnerabilities, Kaido unleashed his most formidable hybrid form, his Conqueror's Haki coiling around his obsidian kanabo, as bolts of lightning struck the weapon, augmenting Kaido's already immense power. And he charged towards Marco with ferocity. Descent of the third generation, Thunderstorm. Kaido roared in fury. With a powerful push from his legs, he soared into the air. As his kanabo spun violently in his grasp, the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki emanating a terrifying resonance. Hovering above, Kaido gripped his weapon tightly, revealing a sinister grin. You dare challenge me, boy? You, Marco, are nothing but a grand jest. I will swiftly end your insolence and make you pay for your affronts against the Whitebeard Pirates. Kaido thundered from the sky. The dark clouds above, crackling with lightning and pouring rain, intensified Kaido's menacing presence. Bolts descended, casting an ominous shadow over Kaido's fierce visage. While on the ground, members of the Beast Pirates exhibited expressions of sheer terror. Lord Kaido is enraged. Run, flee quickly. If you lag, you might be caught in the aftermath of Lord Kaido's wrath, and at that moment, we would be utterly doomed. The ferocious winds from Kaido had left an indelible mark on the pirates, who now scrambled in panic. Watching Kaido above, Marco could not afford to be careless. The potent icy power of the crystalline phoenix, combined with his inner resurrection abilities, coalesced into a formidable force aimed squarely at Kaido. With a resounding boom that echoed throughout the skies, a colossal crater manifested above. The intense icy power collided with Kaido's kanabo, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Under this dreadful might, the ice fragments created by the freezing energy shattered into countless shards. The violent shockwaves surged outward with tremendous velocity. The remnants of the shockwaves, upon striking the ground, unleashed violent explosions. Accompanied by an array of ice fragments and explosive sounds, the panicked pirates scatter chaotically, their faces etched with terror as they hastily flee the scene. It is utterly horrifying. This is a clash between two unparalleled powerhouses, and for mere minions like us to witness, it is tantamount to courting death. The pirates of the Beast Pirates, with expressions of dread, scurry away, for in the presence of such formidable beings, the so-called Yonko crew are utterly insignificant. As the two forces remain at a stalemate, Kaido senses a potent chill of ice energy swiftly coursing through the kanabo in his grasp, enveloping his entire being. It evokes a memory of the sensation he experienced when struck by Marco's ice phoenix, an insidious corrosive force that relentlessly spreads through his body. Truly, it is a formidable adversary. Were it any pirate below the Yonko level, Marco could undoubtedly wield this ability to become an invincible force. Alas, I am Kaido of the Four Emperors. Kaido bellows in frustration. In the next moment, his Conqueror's Haki surges forth, utilizing it as an offensive measure, shattering the icy layer encasing him. At the same time, gritting his teeth, he intensifies his grip, unleashing a terrifying force that forcefully suppresses Marco's ice phoenix power, driving downwards. Boom. The kanabo crashes down with tremendous force. Instinctively, Marco attempts to conjure a massive ice block for defense, yet Kaido's speed is simply too swift. The spiked club struck Marco's body with tremendous force. Utilizing the protection of his Haki armor, Marco activated his Haki just before the blow landed, enveloping the vulnerable parts of his body. Nevertheless, the sheer power of the strike sent him hurtling through the air. He felt a tumultuous churn within his organs, a sweet taste filled his mouth, and blood erupted from his lips. With a thud, Marco landed atop a colossal mountain in Wano, shattering the peak upon impact. Fortunately, thanks to his Phoenix ability, he was cushioned from severe injury. With a flap of his wings, Marco ascended once more, his gaze towards Kaido growing increasingly grave. Indeed, the might of the Yonko was unfathomable. Was this the true strength of Kaido, the beast? He was undeniably a powerhouse on par with his father. If only he could summon countless icebergs to obstruct Kaido. Yet, that notion seemed exceedingly challenging to realize. It appeared that confronting Kaido required abandoning concerns about stamina. He would have to employ that particular technique, Marco stated solemnly. After delivering the blow, Kaido, buoyed by the flame clouds, soared into the air once more. Laughing maniacally at Marco. Ha ha ha, Marco, how do you like the strength of a Yonko? Do you still believe you can defeat me with your meager power? I will utterly shred you. Kaido roared. Marco, his expression solemn, activated his freezing powers. In the next moment, a massive dark cloud suddenly loomed above Kaido. The previously arrogant Kaido, upon noticing the cloud, wore a bewildered expression. Strange, I did not summon a cloud. Who conjured this enormous formation above me? Did the weather suddenly shift? How coincidental that it changes just as I engage in battle. Kaido pondered, perplexed. Boom, boom. White lightning streaked across the sky, and the temperature within a 10-kilometer radius plummeted abruptly. Kaido finally sensed something amiss. The rapid drop in temperature was too extreme for a mere natural disaster. This could only mean one thing. This technique was unleashed by that damned Marco. Remembering Marco's Ice Crystal Phoenix attack, which had a similar chilling effect, Kaido's expression grew increasingly serious. Activating his observation Haki to its utmost, Kaido glimpsed a vision of the future, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is Marco's true power? This terrifying freezing ability rivals Akiji's Ice Age. No, this technique is likely even more formidable than Akiji's Ice Age. Akiji's technique solely embodies freezing power, whereas Marco's ice has the added complication of corrosive properties. In other words, if Akiji freezes you for a few minutes, you might survive after thawing. But if Marco encases you in ice for even a short time, the corrosive elements ensure you may not live to escape. This was the terrifying aspect of Marco's freezing power. Kaido, not daring to underestimate the situation, transformed into his most formidable dragon form for defense and speed. Roaring fiercely at the sky, true to Kaido's expectations, white lightning flashed, and, bizarrely, hail began to fall in the summer heat. The first hailstone struck Kaido's cheek. Hail? Kaido was momentarily taken aback as the hail intensified from above. Buzz. A torrent of hail rained down, propelled by a ferocious wind that carried a chilling aura, sweeping directly towards Kaido. In less than half a second, the 10-kilometer area was transformed into an icy expanse, with hail relentlessly pounding down. The smaller pirates caught in the deluge were instantly overwhelmed by the frigid air. As they stumbled forward, they were quickly encased in ice. Their expressions, filled with confusion, resentment, terror, and shock, remained frozen in time. Those pirates who remained unscathed watched in horror from the periphery as the hailstorm ravaged their comrades. Is this truly Marco's power? I once questioned why he could freeze everyone. Now it is clear he possesses such formidable strength. Once caught in this freezing force, escape is utterly impossible. In the midst of the battlefield, even the mighty Kaido felt the chill as ice crystals began to form upon his body. Under the torment of the corrosive power, Kaido's dragon scales were eroded, and even he, with his reputed immortality, bore numerous wounds upon his body. Kaido was astonished. The potency of this corrosive force was far greater than that of the Ice Crystal Phoenix egg. Moreover, his regenerative abilities were rendered ineffective against this dreadful corrosion. As soon as he began to recover, he would be struck again, unable to heal from his wounds. Such formidable power is truly terrifying, especially considering the vast extent of its influence. What remarkable opportunity has this Marco fellow encountered to acquire such astonishing abilities? Is it a result of technological advancements? This is far superior to the technological prowess of both Quinn and Caesar, exponentially more formidable. If I remain here for too long, I shall surely be corroded to death by Marco. What a terrifying being, Marco! Kaido roared. Aware of the damage inflicted upon him, Kaido, transformed into a colossal azure dragon, hastened his movements, stepping upon flames of cloud as he swiftly fled the scene. Marco, observing Kaido's actions, discerned his momentum and unleashed a barrage of phoenix marks, blocking Kaido's escape route and striking directly at him. Noticing Marco's assault, Kaido remained unfazed. Although Marco's attacks were indeed fierce, they paled in comparison to the power of ice. With his formidable defense, Kaido believed he could withstand them. Presently, the most pressing issue was the freezing force summoned by Marco. If he were to be encased in ice, he would emerge severely battered. if not perished. Thus, facing Marco's Phoenix marks, Kaido activated his Busashoka Haki, opting to endure the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The series of Phoenix marks crashed against Kaido's form, leaving his dragon head bruised and battered, even causing him to spit blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. Were it not for the constraints of this frozen expanse, your Phoenix marks would never have been able to touch me. Kaido furrowed his brow, seething with anger. Nevertheless, through the might of his Busashoka Haki, Kaido withstood wave after wave of Phoenix marks, bursting forth from the icy tempest. Marco frowned slightly, taken aback that Kaido would rather endure his Phoenix marks than remain within the blizzard. Emerging from the icy storm, Kaido was unexpectedly adorned with an additional layer of ice armor. The corrosive forces continued to erode Kaido's body. His entire form trembled, and only after activating his Haki could he shatter the layer of icy armor encasing him. Subsequently, Kaido harnessed his formidable regenerative abilities, visibly healing his wounds at an astonishing pace. Observing Kaido's brutish tactics, Marco's expression grew increasingly solemn. Truly, he was a being of the Yonko caliber. To evade such a glacial tempest was no small feat. Moreover, the scars sustained amidst the blizzard healed with such ease. Marco narrowed his eyes and spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Kaido's lips. Haha. Marco, your abilities are quite commendable. You managed to inflict damage upon me. Something the old you could not have achieved. What do you say? Now that you've witnessed my might, why not join my beast pirates? Kaido's smile broadened. If you, Marco, are willing to ally with the beast pirates, I shall overlook your previous transgressions against my crew. Furthermore, I could readily appoint you as my first mate. What do you think? Kaido's smile remained. Despite Marco's audacious nature, Kaido had to concede that Marco was indeed a talent worth cultivating. With Marco's assistance, he believed he could one day claim the title of Pirate King. With Marco's strength, Kaido was confident that he could contend with any of the other Yonko in the future. Upon hearing Kaido's proposal, even Marco was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed heard whispers of Kaido's appreciation for talent, and now those rumors proved true. He had caused considerable chaos in Wano, repeatedly humiliating Kaido. And yet the latter was contemplating taking him as a disciple. One had to admit, Kaido excelled in this regard. However, it was a pity. The day he acknowledged Whitebeard as his father and joined the Whitebeard Pirates, he had never entertained thoughts of betrayal. Kaido, I must decline your offer. Although you are powerful, I, Marco, wish to gauge the extent of my disparity with the Yonko. The battle shall continue. Chapter 71, Shaping the Terrain. The birth of Ice and Fire Island, the legacy of the old Yonko. In response to Kaido's invitation, Marco resolutely chose to reject it. Upon hearing Marco's refusal, Kaido's gaze grew increasingly cold. Since Marco had turned him down, he could not allow this individual to escape. Doing so would spell disaster for the beast pirates. Transforming into his dragon form, Kaido swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a powerful tail swipe aimed directly at Marco. The sudden attack sent Marco crashing toward the ground. Boom. Thanks to his Phoenix abilities, Marco sustained merely minor injuries upon impact. As he regained his composure, Kaido charged at him once more from the sky. This time, Kaido's form was entirely distinct from before. Fire Dragon Torch. Accompanied by Kaido's roar, flames erupted from his body. A colossal fire dragon materialized before Marco, igniting everything it touched, be it towering mountains or dense forests, instantly reducing them to molten ash. Even before its scorching body made contact with Marco, the searing heat had already slammed against him. This terrifying heat wave is a first encounter for Marco. Not daring to be careless, he swiftly activated his inner freezing power. Thus, two forces began to clash in the sky. One white and one red energy, symbolizing yin and yang, respectively, maintained a relentless stalemate above. The two forces converged, generating a copious amount of water vapor in the atmosphere, enveloping the surroundings within a 100-mile radius in a dense fog. The members of the Beast Pirates stood utterly dumbfounded. Was this the moment of confrontation? Such terrifying combat prowess. Even the weather itself had been altered. How frightening. It was a clash of scorching heat and freezing cold, yet I felt the very earth tremble beneath me. The crew of the Beast Pirates wore expressions of sheer terror, gazing upward, swallowing nervously, unable to fathom the reality unfolding before their eyes. Even Bista and Jin, who were engaged in battle, noticed the dramatic changes in their environment. Bista looked on in excitement and astonishment, truly taken aback by Marco's newfound strength. Who would have thought that Marco could summon such formidable ice powers that could stand against Kaido? To face an opponent like Kaido was exhilarating. I wonder when I shall have such an opportunity to prove myself against an emperor. Bista's lips curled into a smile, revealing his eagerness. Meanwhile, Jin was equally shaken by the bizarre spectacle before him, his shock far surpassing that of Bista. After all, Bista had witnessed Marco's strength before, so he could somewhat accept it. But Jin had never encountered Marco's powers. He had always believed his own combat ability was on par with Marco's. Now, seeing Marco contend with Kaido, Jin was utterly astonished. Who could have imagined that Marco, wielding technological prowess, could become so overwhelmingly powerful? The gap between them was widening. Is this truly real? It is hard to believe that Marco could challenge Lord Kaido. What on earth has the Whitebeard Pirates acquired? Jin swallowed hard, gazing at Bista. It was not just Bista. It seemed Marco had gained even greater power, which deeply unsettled Jin. Upon hearing Jin's words, Bista smirked disdainfully. I have told you before. This is merely the guidance of our vice captain, Wang Yu. If you, a frog in a well, refuse to believe it, there is nothing I can do. Furthermore, battling you has become increasingly tedious. I must resolve this quickly and seek out Marco. Bista said cheerfully. Jin, incensed by Bista's derision, felt a surge of anger. Who was he? He was the illustrious Calamity, the vice-captain of the Beast's pirates. To be mocked by a mere captain of the Whitebeard Pirates was infuriating. How dare you underestimate me? Though you are strong, you wasted much of your strength with that spatial ability, didn't you? I refuse to believe that, under these circumstances, I cannot defeat you. With that, Jin clenched his hands tightly around his long sword and unleashed a flurry of fierce strikes toward Bista. Bista, smiling slightly, thought, since you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige. Facing Jin's relentless assault, Bista remained unfazed, charging forward with his sword in hand. Now, with Queen no longer causing disruption, in a one-on-one battle, he had no concerns whatsoever. Meanwhile, the clash between Kaido and Marco raged on. The terrifying shockwaves spread rapidly, obliterating those pirates who failed to escape in time. In the midst of their standoff, the entire town of Burrow underwent a significant transformation, centered around Kaido and Marco. With a resounding tremor, the ground beneath them shattered and split apart, fissures extending for miles. Even more alarming, Burrow town was divided in two. One half, under Marco's influence, was encased in ice for miles, the temperature plummeting below freezing. The other half, beneath Kaido's domain, was engulfed in flames. The scorching heat scorching the very air, temperatures soaring close to boiling. No living being in the vicinity was spared. As the clash finally subsided, beads of sweat formed on Marco's forehead. Indeed, the formidable foundation of an emperor was beyond what he could currently contend with. Observing the chaos around him, Marco felt a profound sense of despair, akin to the end of the world. Citizens perched atop distant town heights witnessed the devastation of Burrow and, in terror, collapsed to the ground. What is happening? A dragon, battling a phoenix, and these two terrifying deities had utterly ravaged Burrow town. One half frozen, the other ablaze. This is utterly horrifying. Crowds of citizens fervently discussed the ongoing battle, ultimately dubbing the island where Marco and Kaido clashed as Icefire Island. True to its name, one half engulfed in flames, the other frozen solid. Having completed his onslaught, Kaido, still in dragon form, gazed down upon Marco with an air of superiority, a smirk unconsciously gracing his lips. Although Marco had acquired formidable ice powers capable of countering his attacks, he remained an established emperor, possessing terrifying physical stamina and an overwhelming reservoir of devil fruit energy. This particular aspect represents a significant weakness for Marco, one that will ultimately lead to his downfall. Chapter 72, A Reward from the Heavens. Marco discovers a new skill, Ice Barrier. Ha ha ha. Kaido, suspended in the sky, let out a peculiar laugh. Marco, I must admit, with your current strength, you certainly possess the qualifications to ascend to the ranks of unparalleled warriors. However, what a pity. Your opponent is none other than me, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. I am no ordinary adversary. To defeat me, you are still far too inexperienced. Ha ha ha. Given the opportunity, you fail to appreciate it, and thus, you shall meet your end here in Wano. Just like that fool Yutian. Kaido, high above, spoke with a menacing tone. The overwhelming presence of his conqueror's Haki surged forth, and sensing Kaido's terrifying aura, Marco couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. The formidable Kaido, heralded as the world's strongest creature, is no mere boast. His energy reserves are perilously low. Yet, Kaido still possesses a remarkable reservoir of power within him. I am being utterly drained. No wonder even my father remarked on the challenge of facing Kaido. His terrifying defensive prowess and colossal energy consumption mean that even if one cannot defeat him, the struggle itself is unsustainable. Thus, it is imperative for Marco to devise a strategy to vanquish Kaido before his own energy is completely depleted. However, at this moment, Marco realizes he can scarcely summon a few more ice storms. As Marco grapples with his mounting fatigue, Kaido above unleashes a deafening roar. A tempest of fierce winds descends upon Marco, slicing through the air like a knife. "You insolent whelp, do you truly think you can challenge me, Kaido? Even if I were to slay you, I would dissect your corpse to unearth the secrets of the Whitebeard Pirates. Prepare to perish." The sky suddenly ignites in a crimson hue, as purple lightning cascades down from above. Accompanied by Kaido's roar, he transforms into a colossal fire dragon, the surrounding air shimmering under the searing heat. Rising dragon. Flame 8 trigrams. With a furious bellow, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki entwines around the head of the fire dragon, his gaze fixated on Marco, and with thunderous force, he charges directly at him. The impact scorches the very air in its wake. The massive fire dragon leaves behind a trail of flames. In an instant, it surges toward Marco with blinding speed. Kaido's unexpected assault causes beads of sweat to gather on Marco's brow. If I am struck by this attack, even if I survive, I will surely be gravely injured. Marco swallows hard. At this juncture, even if I unleash an ice storm, it might only extinguish the flames enveloping Kaido. Yet, the overwhelming force of his Conqueror's Haki could easily render me incapacitated. Is there a way to harness the power of ice to withstand this onslaught? Just as Kaido closes in on Marco, the latter's mind races. Wait a moment. In this critical moment, Marco recalls a bold idea he had during their previous encounter. Could he possibly create an iceberg to counter Kaido's charge? If successful, this new technique could completely neutralize Kaido's rising dragon flame 8 trigrams. With renewed determination, Marco gulps and resolves to succeed against all odds. Channeling the full extent of his ice powers, the icy energy coalesces before him, envisioning a grand iceberg. Ice Phoenix deity, grant me strength. Ice barrier. Marco bellows with fervor. With no retreat left, he resolves to confront Kaido with unwavering resolve. At this moment, Wang Yu, having just received good news from Vista, recalls the system's notification chime in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The character you have bound, Marco, has mastered the skill Ice Barrier during his battle with Kaido. The host can now synchronize and acquire this advanced skill. Reward: 1,000 observation Haki points. Ice Barrier summons an impassable ice wall measuring 400, 500, 600, 700, or 800 units in length to obstruct all movement, persisting for 5 seconds before melting. Wang Yu swallows hard, engaging in combat with Kaido and gaining a skill. Splendid. Splendid, splendid. One by one, they have grasped their skills, and the sensation of being a carefree overseer is utterly exhilarating. Ever since childhood, I have recognized the potential within Marco. Indeed, indeed. Chapter 73, Kaido collides with the iceberg, blood flowing unchecked. To my astonishment, I have not been let down. It is truly surprising how perceptive the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates are. I access my system panel. Host: Wang Yu Conqueror's Haki, 10. 573 points Armament Haki, 9. 819 points Observation Haki, 10. 352 points Swordsmanship, 2. 000 skills. Granite Shield, Passive, Thunderclap, Level 3. Earthquake Shock, Level 2. Jade Slice, Level 2. Path of the Hunter, Passive, Glacier Storm, Level 2. Sealed Thought Slash, Level 2. Brave Charge, Level 2. Whimsical Spirit, Level 2. Biochemical Barrage, Level 2. Mushroom Cultivation, Level 2. Rubber Slingshot, Level 2. Breakthrough Edge, Level 2. Ice Barrier, Level 2. Items: 5 pieces of high-quality iron or cooling water, a bag of iron borax. A prediction skill fruit: 1. Gold coins. 313, 241 devil fruits. Tremor fruit, glint fruit forge. Beginner weapons. None equipment. Reflective armor, Landry's torment, electric knife. Heart of steel artifacts. None. Wang Yu settled into his armchair, savoring the delicacies in his hand and sipping fine wine. Since I have already engaged in battle with Kaido, it is needless to say, the forthcoming rewards will undoubtedly be bountiful. There is nothing left for me to do. The only task at hand is to quietly await the arrival of the rewards at home. With this thought, a subtle smile crept across Wang Yu's lips. On the battlefield, the speed of Kaido, the beast, increased exponentially, and in the blink of an eye, he was within mere meters of Marco. Subsequently, Kaido's enormous dragon maw opened, revealing an exaggerated arc humph. Too slow to react, Marco. The distance was insurmountable, leaving no room for evasion. Let fate take its course, and let the mighty Kaido end me. With an air of growing arrogance, Kaido pressed forward, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of a colossal iceberg before him. What is happening? Am I seeing things? Yet, after a fleeting moment of bewilderment, Kaido swiftly deduced the situation. It must be that trickster Marco at work. Humph, such trivial antics would prove futile, for under the aegis of my flame-infused hexagrams, no defense could withstand my might. The sole chance was to evade, but alas, Marco had already missed his opportune moment to escape. Prepare to meet your end. Without a second thought, Kaido accelerated his charge, propelling himself forward with tremendous force. Marco, filled with exhilaration, summoned the ice barrier, determined to withstand Kaido's onslaught. Should he succeed, it would not merely be a defense against Kaido's ferocious attack. The immense counterforce of the iceberg must surely have left Kaido's head battered and bloodied. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as the long-anticipated explosion finally erupted. Kaido's dragon head collided directly with the iceberg, causing the very earth to tremble violently from the impact. The citizens of Wano, feeling the quaking ground beneath them, emerged from their homes in confusion. They gazed around the streets, yet the source of the tremors eluded them. What could be happening? Was the entire nation of Wano experiencing an earthquake? Today, the atmosphere felt chaotic, with nearby garrison troops rushing towards Burrow Town. As the ground continued to shake, the bewildered populace engaged in fervent discussions. The powerful tremors caught the attention of Bista and Jin. Witnessing Kaido transform into his fiery dragon form, unleashing his rising dragon flame 8 trigrams, Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Haha. To think that an iceberg could withstand Lord Kaido's rising dragon flame 8 trigrams. Such delusions are laughable. Vista. Even if I cannot defeat you, what of it? I shall await Lord Kaido's aid. I do not believe you can escape. Just wait. When you are captured, I will subject you to torturous interrogations, and at that time, you shall experience suffering 100-fold. Jin's lips curled into a twisted smile, reveling in his dark thoughts. In response to Jin's taunts, Bista remained unfazed. Do not think that just because your beast pirates have Kaido, you are invincible. I assure you, the future belongs to the Whitebeard Pirates. I have faith that Marco will not falter. Bista declared with unwavering confidence. The two then launched into their respective assaults, with Bista sensing the electric power surging through his weapon as he charged at Jin. The two swordsmen clashed fiercely, blades meeting in a stunning display of skill. As Kaido's dragon form collided with the iceberg, a violent explosion ensued. Behind Kaido, a cacophony of explosions filled the air, flames erupting and numerous fire pits forming. The fierce impact left Burrow Town's ground riddled with massive cracks, resembling a spider's web spread across the terrain. Die, Marco! Kaido exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he neared the iceberg. However, upon impact, he realized the iceberg was unyielding. The colossal dragon head struck the iceberg, the flames extinguished in an instant, and the iceberg remained unscathed. Simultaneously, the powerful counterforce surged back upon Kaido's dragon head. The shock reverberated through him, causing his eyes to roll back, mouth agape, as his dragon form rolled uncontrollably for several rotations. Eventually, Kaido's body came to a halt, yet the veins on his dragon head throbbed ominously, and blood flowed profusely. Chapter 74. The electric blade triggers a critical hit. Jin stunned. My skull, it's fractured, Kaido exclaimed, his bloodshot eyes wide with disbelief. With a massive claw cradling his wounded head, Kaido let out a series of anguished roars. Damn it, Marco. What manner of iceberg have you summoned that can withstand my onslaught? The pain. It is unbearable. His mournful dragon wail resonated across the land, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it in Wano. This scene left Jin astounded, having just boasted to Bista moments ago. He never anticipated such a swift slap in the face. What jest is this? The flame of Kaido's rising dragon 8 trigrams has been blocked? Jin, filled with questions, expressed his bewilderment. It is known that this move from Kaido is a high-level offensive skill, intertwined with the power of flames in the Conqueror's Haki. Its might is even more terrifying than the descent of the 3 realms, which is enveloped in Conqueror's Haki. Yet now, it hasn't even toppled a mere iceberg, which seems utterly implausible. Beside him, Bista also observed the unfolding spectacle, smiling at Jin. I told you. Marco is not guaranteed to lose to Kaido. A new era belongs to our Whitebeard Pirates. After this statement, Bista charged at Jin once more. Jin, not to be idle, was filled with fury, The sword intent within him surged to its peak. A colossal fire dragon coiled around the pitch-black blade, intertwining with the formidable sword intent. As he unleashed it towards Bista. Ultimate technique, Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. How infuriating. Kaido is invincible in single combat. There is no way he could fail. Jean roared. In his heart, Kaido is an invincible being, and ever since Kaido rescued him from the Celestial Dragon's laboratory, he has held Kaido in the highest regard and respect. He absolutely would not permit anyone to speak ill of Kaido. The sword intent transformed into a dragon. The fire dragon in the sky darted through the air, scorching the surrounding atmosphere, creating a vast void. With a destructive aura, the immense fire dragon opened its massive maw, gradually closing in on Bista. Bista narrowed his eyes. Clearly, his words had struck a nerve with Jean. The dual blades in his hands crackled with energy. The technique, Misty Jade Slash, had cooled down. Without hesitation, Bista swung at Jean. Misty Jade Slash, a tremendous sword intent, infused with lightning, collided with Jin's strike in the sky at breakneck speed. The two terrifying forces clashed violently in the air. Boom! The tremendous power reverberated, sending powerful shockwaves in all directions, creating a gaping hole in the sky. As the two forces stalemated, suddenly Bista's massive lightning-infused strike erupted, enveloping the Fire Dragon Emperor before him. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the entire Fire Dragon was instantly paralyzed by electricity. The powerful slash cleaved the Fire Dragon in two, from head to tail. In a mere instant, Bista's devastating strike bore down on Jin's face. Jin's pupils widened in disbelief. How could this be? A mere slash defeated my ultimate Fire Dragon light? Jin gritted his teeth, incredulous. Now, escaping seemed nearly impossible. The only recourse left was to enhance his defense with armament Haki. Thus, Jin transformed into Dragon Wing form, a state that would significantly bolster his defensive capabilities. Once transformed, armament Haki enveloped him like a sturdy brown armor, encasing his entire being. You bastard, I shall never yield. Jin roared at Bista. He remained unconvinced. After withstanding my Fire Dragon light, how much power could Bista's attack possibly hold? To breach my armament Haki defense would be an impossible feat. Therefore, Jin felt a semblance of reassurance. The powerful slash descended rapidly, aimed directly at Jin. Boom. The might of the Misty Jade Slash crashed against Jin's body. Although the impact shattered his armament Haki armor, the force of the strike began to wane. A smile crept across Jin's face. Indeed, as I predicted, after resisting my Fire Dragon Emperor, there is no way anyone could deliver a strike capable of breaching my armament Haki defense. Humph, Bista, no matter how formidable you are, you cannot defeat me now. Jin scoffed. Upon hearing this, Bista returned Jin's taunt with a smirk. Cannot defeat you? Have you not noticed? Bista retracted his weapon, wearing a smile as he spoke. In a duel between swordsmen, retracting one's weapon signifies the battle has concluded. Given that no victor has yet been determined, Bista's action appeared exceptionally provocative to Jin. Bista, you arrogant fool, what are you implying? Jin roared. However, just as he finished this exclamation, the flames of realization ignited within him. A thunderous crackling sound emanated from behind him. Jin turned to see a colossal strike resembling a lightning serpent materializing behind him. He was utterly stunned. How is this possible? The lightning power had already been unleashed against my Fire Dragon Emperor. What is this lightning? Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Bista's lips curled into a grin as he began to elucidate. There is nothing to it. You should know that I possess a sword technique called critical hit. Bista chuckled. Critical hit? Jin's pupils dilated as he began to comprehend. That last strike had triggered my critical hit attribute. Furthermore, naturally, my critical hit attribute encompasses lightning blade, Bista declared with a smile. Chapter 75, Kaido's Distress. My super heat breath cannot even melt ice? Speaking of which, the lightning blade critical hit is exhilarating. After all, lightning power falls under the category of devil fruit abilities, akin to a magical critical hit. No sooner had he finished speaking than the massive lightning serpent behind Jin surged forward, crashing directly into him. In such close proximity, Jin had no time to react. The immense lightning slash struck Jin's body. Crackle. The formidable power of lightning, coupled with the high damage bonus from the Misty Jade cut, rendered Jin akin to a helpless chick awaiting slaughter. His defenses were swiftly breached, and the force of the electric blade surged directly into his body. The atmosphere reverberated with the terrifying sounds of thunderous explosions. Boom, boom. The bones within Jin's body were utterly electrified by the lightning, causing him to convulse violently on the ground, disregarding his own safety. Finally, the tempest of lightning subsided. The so-called vice-captain of the Beast Pirates, known to the world as the Calamity Jin, lay unconscious, his eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth, devoid of any response. Meanwhile, Bista approached the charred, unconscious Jin with measured steps, a smirk dancing on his lips. You are still too green to challenge me. I have drawn closer to the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Haki Mihawk, await your reckoning. I shall defeat you in the name of the Sword Master and seize the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Bista's lips curled into a confident smile. On another front, the battle between Kaido and Marco was also drawing to a close. Kaido, dazed and disoriented, struggled to regain his senses. He gazed upon the massive iceberg before Marco, filled with a sense of wonder, pondering what this iceberg could possibly be made of. I can't help but suspect that this is not an iceberg at all. This is merely the exterior of an iceberg. In essence, it is a mountain primarily composed of sea stone. Is it not? Otherwise, how could I, Kaido of the Beasts, possibly fail to break through it with my immense strength? Simultaneously, a massive gash has been inflicted upon Kaido's head, from which blood intermittently drips. Moreover, due to excessive force exerted earlier, 2 of his teeth have been shattered. Consequently, now when Kaido attempts to speak, he finds that he is unable to do so without letting the air escape, as he senses the alarming volume of blood loss. His rage intensifies. Who is he? He is one of the 4 emperors of this world, the sovereign of the seas. Although he has often endured blows in the past, none have ever struck him in the face. Now, however, he bears a gaping wound on his head and has lost 2 teeth, which unmistakably reveals to others that he has been thoroughly beaten. The emotional scars cut deeper than any physical pain could inflict, fueling Kaido's fury even further. Subsequently, Kaido's colossal dragon head is aimed skyward, and with a resounding roar, a surge of fiery power envelopes him once more. Roar. Ultimate move, Dragon's Breath. He then unleashes a torrent of searing flames from his gaping maw, directed at the iceberg before him. This time, the flames unleashed by Kaido are far more formidable than the ordinary dragon breath he has previously released. The fire he expels astonishingly transforms into the form of a divine dragon, crashing directly towards the volcano before him. I shall melt the very flames you summon, Marco. Kaido growls, veins bulging on his forehead. The scorching aura causes the surrounding air to surge in temperature by several degrees, under the oppressive heat. All moisture is swiftly extracted from Kaido's body. Such terrifying flames, upon contact with any object, are guaranteed to ignite it instantaneously. This fiery dragon is none other than Kaido, possessing the confidence to melt the iceberg summoned by Marco. Upon witnessing the formidable breath of the dragon unleashed by Kaido, Marco's expression shifted to one of concern. After all, this was a newly acquired skill he had only recently mastered, and whether it could withstand Kaido's searing heat remained uncertain. If Kaido's formidable technique, the heat breath, were to breach my defenses, then this defensive maneuver would be rendered utterly futile. Could it be that the 4 emperors are indeed an insurmountable presence for me? Marco's heart was heavy with anxiety. Just as Marco was engulfed in dread, Kaido reveled in excitement. The colossal fire dragon finally collided with Marco's iceberg. Boom! A powerful wave of heat surged instantly across the entire iceberg, sweeping the surroundings with ferocity. In that moment, the moisture in the air was entirely vaporized, and a thick mist of steam arose. The unfortunate pirates, who had been too slow to escape and perished in the vicinity, were engulfed by this torrent of heat, vanishing instantaneously within the flames. The overwhelming heat persisted for several seconds before it gradually subsided. The mist surrounding them dissipated slowly as Kaido's superheated breath faded. Having expelled his mighty breath, Kaido's spirit soared. Haha, now Marco, the fool, can truly comprehend my might. Even if your iceberg is stronger than before, what of it? It cannot withstand my superheated breath. Kaido smiled, exuding confidence. Subsequently, as the mist generated by Kaido's exhalation began to clear, he gazed ahead once more. The glacial mountain range, stretching 1,000 meters wide and towering 2,000 meters high, still loomed before him, obstructing his path to Marco, leaving Kaido utterly unable to advance. The expression on Kaido's face darkened significantly. Even a 4 emperor such as he could not suppress the twitching of his lips. What? What on earth is happening? My immense heat breath has failed to even melt a tiny fragment of this iceberg? Kaido's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, and he spoke with a face full of fury. Chapter 76. Kaido's Rage. Do I not care for my reputation? As the captain of the Beast's Pirates, a creature feared by all and regarded as the world's strongest, When had he ever endured such humiliation? Typically, which mountain did he not effortlessly flatten with a mere skill? Yet now, an iceberg stood before him, having not only caused him to crash, leaving him bloodied and with 2 lost teeth, but despite his prolonged expulsion of superheated breath, this iceberg remained utterly unscathed. Kaido admitted he was completely stunned, even feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kaido's veins throbbed as he gasped for breath, speaking in fury. Meanwhile, on the other side, Marco slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the immovable, towering glacial mountains before him, and he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Kaido, you fool. Just a moment ago, you were boasting about your prowess, even wanting me to be your subordinate? Yet, is this all you are capable of? Ha ha. Marco elongated his tone, mocking Kaido. Upon hearing Marco's taunts, Kaido's expression turned an ashen gray. Damn you, Marco. What have you added to this iceberg? I must have been deceived. This cannot possibly be the mountain summoned by your freezing ability. Kaido's face flushed with anger. Still somewhat reluctant to accept the reality before him, he stubbornly retorted. Hearing Kaido's obstinacy, Marco laughed outright, confident that the mountain he summoned was entirely unaltered. I say, Kaido, can't you tell for yourself whether I meddled? You're just making excuses for your inability to break through my defenses, haha. Who would have thought? The mighty 4 Emperor Kaido of the Beast Pirates would refuse to admit defeat. Marco continued his mockery. This statement utterly infuriated Kaido. What do you mean? I refuse to acknowledge my defeat? Where have I lost? Marco, do not speak carelessly. I am certainly not the kind of coward who refuses to admit defeat. Kaido exclaimed in fury. Subsequently, he began to caress the iceberg before him, his observation Haki activated to its utmost extent. And he soon felt the chilling aura surge towards him. This iceberg is indeed a genuine iceberg, devoid of any rock, crafted entirely from pure ice. It appears that Marco has truly played no tricks. Kaido's brow gradually furrowed in contemplation. An iceberg that his formidable dragon breath cannot overcome, this defies logic. Could it be that Marco's frigid power truly surpasses his own fiery breath? If this were to spread, would I still have any face left? Nowadays, the most effective way to defeat Marco is to transform directly into the Azure Dragon form, then soar through the clouds and leap over this towering mountain. However, there is a glaring disadvantage to this approach. I would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Having dealt with the Whitebeard Pirates, my sworn adversaries, for many years, I am all too aware of Marco's propensity for gossip. If I were to transform into the Azure Dragon and traverse this ice mountain today, Marco would surely use this incident to belittle me, proclaiming that I am incapable of overcoming his frosty power. The loss of dignity would be immense. Yet, if I do not surpass this hurdle, it will undoubtedly require considerable effort. No matter how robust I am, my stamina will not last much longer. Just as Kaido found himself in a predicament, Marco continued to amplify his mockery. There was no other choice. The quantity of the devil fruit power within me was dwindling, and if I did not diminish Kaido's stamina now, future battles would be uncertain. Kaido, what are you thinking? Are you afraid? Look at you. A mere iceberg has you flustered. Perhaps you should relinquish your position as one of the 4 emperors to me? Marco continued to taunt, a grin plastered across his face. Upon hearing this, Kaido's mouth twitched even more violently. Now he was beginning to feel unworthy of being one of the 4 emperors. Was he? That title was earned during my fervent youth, through genuine struggle and effort. It was devoid of any embellishments. The 4 emperors symbolize my illustrious past, and it must not be belittled by some upstart brat. You insolent whelp, when I battled your father, you were still in your infancy. Do you comprehend what it means to be one of the 4 emperors? Now, it seems anyone dares to challenge the 4 emperors, does it? Very well. I shall demonstrate to you, this impudent child, the might of the 4 emperors, which is not to be trifled with. Kaido bellowed. Marco, with a smile on his face, covered his ears with both hands, recognizing that Kaido had fallen for the bait. However, it must be said, Kaido's booming voice was truly overwhelming, nearly rendering him deaf. Just look at the fury he is displaying. Indeed, after a series of roars, Kaido fell into a state of rage once more. He disregarded how much strength he had left, igniting his fighting spirit to its utmost peak. The clouds above swirled into vortexes due to Kaido's escalating battle intent, and tornadoes began to manifest. Simultaneously, the sky darkened ominously, with massive bolts of lightning relentlessly striking down. Kaido transformed from his previously formidable Azure Dragon form into his half-beast state. Grasping a kanabo, he advanced step by step towards the towering iceberg. Since this iceberg remained unmoved by fire, it was evident that its density was extraordinarily robust. I can surely use the power of lightning to blast a hole through this iceberg. Chapter 77. The glacier disappears. Marco's attempt to show off fails. You can withstand fire, but I do not believe you can withstand my lightning, especially when it carries the terrifying power of Conqueror's Haki. Boom, boom. Bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing down onto Kaido's Kanabo, and astonishingly, the electrical force was entirely absorbed by it. Zzz. The Kanabo crackled with the power of lightning, and a blue dragon, imbued with Conqueror's Haki, began to coil around Kaido's weapon. The formidable Conqueror's Haki coalesced with the power of lightning upon Kaido's Kanabo, transforming into a magnificent dragon imbued with electric might. A super Conqueror's dragon. 8 trigrams. Thunderous Conqueror. Kaido opened his mouth wide, releasing a thunderous roar. This is Kaido's fusion technique, comparable to the joint skills of Kaido and Big Mom, known as Dominance of the Seas. The only drawback is its considerable energy consumption. However, facing such a vast and impenetrable glacier mountain range, to attempt to break through the ice before him with mere conventional means would likely be a futile endeavor, potentially wasting even more energy. Resolved, Kaido displayed not a shred of hesitation. He raised his Kanabo and hurled it toward the colossal glacier mountain range with a thunderous crash. Boom! The very earth began to tremble violently. The terrifying shockwave of the explosion formed a rippling wave in the air, radiating outward in a circular arc. The peaks caught in this energy wave were obliterated into a state of disintegration. The structures of Bogetown, and even those throughout the entire region, crumbled to dust under the impact of this dreadful aftermath. Yet, the immense glacier mountain range before Kaido remained utterly unyielding. Kaido's eyes widened, bloodshot with disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why? What could possibly be the reason for this? Time and again, he found himself unable to inflict any damage upon this seemingly insignificant iceberg. At this moment, Kaido was completely consumed by madness. Gripping his Kanabo, he relentlessly bombarded the glacier before him. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Wine Dragon 8 trigrams. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. Great Majesty. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Veins bulged on Kaido's forehead as he unleashed a furious barrage upon the glacier. The ground quaked beneath the force of his assault. Various shockwaves surged wildly in every direction. People within 1,000 kilometers of Wano, whether pirates or ordinary citizens, displayed expressions of sheer terror. What is happening? What on earth is going on? The winds and storms have escalated, and now the very ground is trembling violently? I heard that this is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Kaido, engaged in battle with another. My goodness. Can the clash between two individuals create such a monumental impact? This is utterly terrifying. Moreover, who could possibly contend with that fearsome man, Kaido? Pirates gasped in horror, engaging in frantic discussions. Beside them, Bista observed Kaido's furious state, feeling a sense of awe. Indeed, the power of the 4 emperors is undeniably formidable. This strength is truly terrifying. However, what is the situation with this iceberg, Marco? Could it be that First Officer Wang Yu has imparted some new technique to Marco? This is truly astonishing. Witnessing the colossal iceberg summoned by Marco, even Kaido seems helpless in its presence, igniting a profound sense of envy within Bista's heart. That cursed Marco must have taken advantage of everyone's distraction to present a gift to Deputy Captain Wang Yu once more. Having secretly mastered such a formidable technique, it seems one cannot be overly candid in this world. Henceforth, I must present gifts to First Officer Wang Yu, so that he may offer me his esteemed guidance. Mused Bista with a cunning heart. On the battlefield, even Marco was taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness! Is the ice mountain I summoned truly this fearsome?" Initially, he had hoped it would withstand Kaido's overwhelming heat and allow him to land a few strikes to deplete Kaido's stamina, which would have sufficed for him. Little did he expect such astonishing defensive capabilities. It had endured countless blows from the Kanabo without exhibiting even the slightest sign of yielding. After delivering a staggering 64 strikes, Kaido, panting heavily, found his hands trembling from the impact of his own Thunder Bagua. At last, he ceased his assault, resting his hands upon his knees, sweat pouring from his brow, and gazing at the imposing ice mountain before him, his eyes awash with a myriad of blood vessels. This is utterly unscientific, I assent it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kaido's expression was exaggerated to the utmost degree. His own might, with just a single strike of thunderous ferocity, could render the great pirates of the New World utterly unrecognizable, leaving them unconscious on the spot. How could such a terrifying power prove utterly ineffectual against a mere iceberg? Kaido's heart was filled with unparalleled frustration. Could it be that Marco's freezing abilities truly left me powerless? The technological prowess of the Whitebeard Pirates has astonishingly surpassed that of the Four Emperors, marking a significant event in the entire world of pirates. It appears that dealing with the Whitebeard Pirates will increasingly become a formidable challenge in the future. If Marco manages to escape, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. The prospect of the Whitebeard Pirates potentially launching an assault on Wano country fills Kaido with dread, and the more he contemplates it, the tighter his brows furrow. On the opposite side of the iceberg, Marco observes the scene before him, taking in Kaido's troubled expression and bursts into laughter. Ha ha. Kaido, you fool. What's the matter? Are you at a loss now? Ha ha. You thought you could breach my icy defenses? How delusional. Without my command, this iceberg would not melt for days on end. Marco chuckles from behind the iceberg. However, scarcely had Marco's words left his lips when the summoned iceberg began to gradually dissolve. In mere moments, the entire iceberg vanished, leaving Marco in a state of utter bewilderment. What the hell? Is it truly so effortless to put on an act? What is the matter with this iceberg? Just moments ago, Kaido struck it fiercely, yet it remained unscathed. Now it has inexplicably vanished. Could it be that it could not bear the weight of its own pretense? Perhaps it chose to disappear of its own accord. Marco, in a state of utter disbelief, found himself the subject of laughter from Bista, who witnessed Marco's predicament. Ha ha. Marco, you truly excel at posturing. I give you a perfect score. What say you? Do you require my assistance? Shall we join forces to defeat Kaido? Bista jested. Chapter 78. Marco, why can I no longer summon the iceberg? Marco shot Bista a withering glance. Truth be told, he did not require assistance at the moment. He had sustained no significant injuries, merely a depletion of his devil fruit abilities. What nonsense, Bista. Do not dare to usurp my glory. You have already taken on Jin and Queen. If you try to claim Kaido as well, that would be most dishonorable. Marco replied nonchalantly. In any case, when genuine danger arose, Marco had little doubt that Bista would come to his aid. When the time came, if he found himself in a situation he could not handle, he would not hesitate to call for help. After all, his life philosophy was simple. As long as they could not kill him, he would continue to play the role. Yet, if his life were truly at risk, he was no fool. He would shout for help louder than anyone else. Bista, observing Marco, could not help but smile knowingly. He understood Marco's nature all too well. Just wait. Once Marco found himself outmatched by Kaido, he would undoubtedly be crying for assistance. Meanwhile, the previously troubled Kaido, witnessing the disappearance of the iceberg before him, felt a surge of excitement. What was the meaning of this? Despite having struck the iceberg with so many blows, he had failed to even dent it, and now it had melted away without his exertion. Was it possible that the iceberg had a time limit on its summoning? Though Kaido was somewhat bewildered, he could not suppress his thrill. The melted iceberg meant he could resume his assault on Marco in mere moments. As the iceberg vanished from before Marco, his gaze met Kaido's once more. Marco's eyes remained languid, while Kaido's were ablaze with fury, as if they were about to emit flames. A bead of sweat trickled down Marco's forehead as he offered Kaido a wry smile. He had just witnessed Kaido's futile attempts to damage the iceberg while he had taunted from the opposite side. It was evident that Kaido had been thoroughly provoked. Fortunately, he had mastered the summoning of the iceberg. The defensive capabilities of this iceberg are indeed formidable. However, it is regrettable that it lacks any offensive means. I must ponder a strategy to endow this iceberg with the ability to attack. Perhaps I could attempt to simply smash it down upon them? Yes. Let me first see if I can strike Kaido. Just as this thought crossed my mind, Kaido had already transformed into his dragon form, his Conqueror's Haki swirling ominously above his head as he prepared to charge at Marco. Damn you, Marco. Your iceberg has vanished, and this time, I shall surely crush you. Kaido roared in fury. With his colossal dragon form engulfed in flames, he launched himself towards Marco without a hint of hesitation, unleashing a powerful assault. The immense force of the attack caused Marco to feel the scorching winds howling past his ears. This Kaido truly embodies rage. After unleashing 64 strikes in succession, to still possess such strength is indeed worthy of being one of the Four Emperors. This time, let us see if we can strike him. Thus, Marco began to reminisce about the moments when he battled Kaido, recalling the scene when he summoned the icy mountain range. Closing his eyes, he felt the frigid power coursing through his fingertips, subsequently envisioning its transformation into a majestic glacier. The frozen power transformed into an iceberg. Smash it down, Marco bellowed, pointing at Kaido. Startled by Marco's sudden gesture to summon an iceberg, Kaido was taken aback. The memory of his transformation into a fire dragon and the subsequent collision with the iceberg lingered vividly in his mind, causing him a twinge of pain even now. Although his formidable defense had allowed the wound on his head to scab over, he was no deity. A gaping injury that size was bound to hurt. Thus, the once ferocious Kaido, charging towards Marco with the intent to knock him unconscious, abruptly slammed to a halt in fear. The last time he had merely collided with that accursed iceberg, it had nearly caused him excruciating pain. He had just overheard Marco mumbling about using the iceberg to crush him. Now, if he were to be struck, the agony would surely be unbearable. Reflexively, Kaido ceased his advance. However, several seconds passed, and the iceberg remained conspicuously absent from the sky. Marco was left dumbfounded. How peculiar. This was not right. Chapter 79. The iceberg strikes Kaido's dragon head. He had clearly summoned the iceberg. Why hadn't it manifested? Kaido, equally perplexed, wore a look of astonishment. Where was the iceberg? Hadn't Marco intended to use it to obliterate him? Why was there no sign of the summoned ice? Soon, Kaido's confusion morphed into fury, his mouth twisting in anger. You wretched brat, how dare you deceive me? Kaido's eyes bulged with rage as he shouted. Previously, he had lost considerable face due to the iceberg summoned by Marco, sustaining both physical and emotional wounds. Now, that infernal Marco had the audacity to play tricks on him. What was worse, he had foolishly fallen for Marco's ruse. At this moment, Kaido was consumed by a mix of shame and fury. You dare to deceive me? You shall pay, he roared. Dragon Ascension, Flame 8 trigrams. Meanwhile, Marco, upon hearing this, was engulfed in bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Why has Kaido suddenly become even more enraged? What have I done? I have done nothing at all, so how could I have deceived you, Kaido? Kaido possesses an exceedingly fragile heart. Marco displayed a profoundly helpless expression, confessing that it was not his intention to deceive Kaido. Rather, he was genuinely unable to summon the glacial mountain. The situation was perplexing, and to be honest, he was as bewildered as anyone. To unravel the mystery of the glacial mountain, it seemed there was but one recourse: to seek the counsel of First Officer Wang Yu. Marco harbored a lingering suspicion that there was not a single matter in this world that escaped Wang Yu's knowledge. Before him stood Kaido, now consumed by a fit of rage. Regardless of Marco's ability to conjure the icebergs, there would be no hesitation, driven by the resentment of having been struck down. Kaido was determined to engage in a fierce confrontation with Marco, even if it led to mutual destruction. Marco continued to wave his hands vigorously, striving to summon countless icebergs. Yet, without exception, he failed to manifest even a single colossal iceberg. Curse you! You dare to deceive me? I'll crush you! Kaido roared in fury. Marco attempted several times to summon the massive iceberg, but to no avail, his anxiety mounting as he swallowed hard. Run! Thus, an amusing scene unfolded in the sky. Marco transformed into the immortal phoenix, while Kaido became the fire dragon. The two of them racing through the heavens in a wild chase. The spectators below, including Bista, were utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. Without uttering a word, Bista seized his weapon and resolutely pursued, determined to remain by Marco's side. Should Marco encounter any peril, he would be ready to assist. Meanwhile, Kaido, seething with rage and trailing closely behind Marco, shouted, "Damn it, don't run. I will certainly kill you." As Kaido sprinted with fervor, a flurry of snowflakes unexpectedly graced his brow. What is this? He murmured, twisting his massive dragon head to gaze skyward. His eyes widened in realization as he recalled Marco's formidable technique. Thus, he dared not underestimate the situation. His entire dragon form became enveloped in the armor of Haki. Marco found himself in a precarious position. Though the glacier storm was indeed a considerable drain on his devil fruit powers, summoning a colossal iceberg was now beyond his reach. He had no other recourse but to utilize the glacier storm to temper the furious Kaido and alleviate his wrath. In a mere moment, the sky was illuminated by bolts of white lightning, followed by a tempest of frigid hailstones pouring down with gale-force winds. The chilling blast engulfed Kaido's entire being. His eyes bulging in shock, his brows furrowed in concentration. Marco, that rascal has unleashed that terrifying power upon me again, he thought, feeling as though his entire body were on the verge of freezing, beset by that dreadful corrosive force. The flames enveloping him were extinguished by the icy chill. With a thunderous roar, Kaido searched for the most viable escape route amidst the hailstorm, charging forward. Although his body bore an increasing number of wounds, the relentless corrosive power continued to gnaw at him, producing a hissing sound from his flesh. Yet, a sense of exhilaration surged through Kaido. Though Marco's glacier storm was indeed formidable, Kaido's own resilience was equally robust. As long as he did not remain ensnared within the storm for too long, he would withstand the corrosive effects and sustain minimal harm. Marco, however, was in a different predicament. Such a large-scale assault will undoubtedly deplete a significant amount of Marco's powers derived from the devil fruits. Continuing down this path, the ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be Kaido himself. Whoosh. Although the glacier storm possesses the ability to impede my speed, I, relying on my flame clouds, move with the swiftness of lightning and remain largely unaffected. With a thunderous roar, I shattered the ice encasing my body and beheld the end of the glacier storm, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of my mouth. Damn that freezing ability, it has caused me considerable distress. However, even your ultimate technique has its limitations. Fortunately, I am on the verge of breaking free. Once I emerge, I shall make it my mission to obliterate you, Marco. Kaido bellowed. Just as I approached the boundary of the glacier storm, the sky suddenly darkened. What on earth has caused this abrupt darkness? Slightly bewildered, I raised my gaze, and my eyes widened in shock as I gaped in astonishment. Before me loomed a colossal mountain peak, more precisely, an immense glacial mountain range. The glacier mountains are no stranger to Kaido. In an instant, a tingling sensation coursed through his scalp, prompting an involuntary exclamation of astonishment. The colossal icebergs, the immense icebergs, have been summoned once more. How infuriating, that scoundrel Marco. Kaido furrowed his brows tightly, muttering to himself. This time is unlike any other. The glacier mountains descended directly upon Kaido's dragon head. Chapter 80, Frozen Kaido, Azure Dragon Popsicle. In a state of panic, Kaido executed a sudden halt. The formidable dragon form was on the verge of breaching the exit of the glacial storm, only to abruptly retreat. Thunderous roars echoed as the colossal glacier mountains plummeted from the heavens, crashing down heavily at Kaido's previous position. Accompanied by a resounding thud, the ground was forcefully struck, creating a vast crater. A multitude of ice shards mingled with dust, soaring into the air at that very moment. Finally, the immense glacier mountain settled into place. Gazing at the towering ice mass before him, a bead of cold sweat inexplicably surfaced on Kaido's brow. This iceberg, upon which I had previously struck with 64 wolf fang clubs, remained unscathed. The sheer magnitude of this iceberg, should it fall upon me, would yield consequences that are all too apparent. Even if I were to escape unscathed from its crushing weight, I would still be pinned for several moments beneath its immense pressure. After all, the iceberg is beyond my capacity to damage. If I were to be trapped beneath it, I would be utterly powerless. Marco, you wretched fiend, how utterly malevolent you are. The previous iceberg was merely a ruse, deliberately feigned to be immovable. Was it not? You waited for the opportune moment, when my guard was down, to crush me beneath its mass, subjecting me to the relentless assault of your icy hail and the corrosive force of frost, did you? Such wickedness, truly despicable. Kaido ground his teeth together, seething with fury. Marco, too, wore a bewildered expression as Kaido was about to break free from his glacial tempest, instinctively sensing the need to thwart Kaido's emergence. He attempted to intervene. To his astonishment, his subconscious effort bore fruit, summoning forth the icy mountain range with remarkable success. Marco, caught off guard, never anticipated that in Kaido's eyes, it had turned into his own scheme. With a resigned shake of his head, Marco offered Kaido a bitter smile. If I said I had no idea how it happened, would you believe me? Marco said, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Kaido's mouth twitched. Would I believe you? He retorted, followed by a cold smirk directed at Marco. If I were to trust you, I would be the biggest fool in this world. Subsequently, Kaido twisted his massive dragon form, striving to escape in another direction. However, due to the formidable presence of the glacial mountains, which soared to several thousand meters in height and width, Kaido found himself compelled to navigate around the icy range to make his exit. As Kaido journeyed onward, he sensed his flight speed diminishing with each passing moment. His body felt as though it were encased in a layer of ice, gradually stiffening into rigidity. Damn it, Marco, you've ensnared me in your trap, Kaido exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Observing the success of his maneuver, a smile crept across Marco's face, his excitement evident. Haha. Although this iceberg failed to strike Kaido directly, it has effectively slowed his progress, prolonging his time within the glacial tempest, Marco declared with exhilaration. Not one to remain idle. He summoned the last vestiges of his devil fruit powers, preparing to unleash them all against Kaido. In this moment, this is also the only method to defeat Kaido. Success or failure hinges on this singular strike. To maintain one's energy reserves would only serve to hinder oneself further. Rather, it is better to take a bold risk. Under the influence of Marco's freezing power, a fierce chill surged forth instantaneously, causing the temperature in a radius of 100 square kilometers to plummet drastically. Even the moisture in the air was thoroughly frozen in that moment. The hailstorm in the sky became increasingly ferocious. The wild winds howled with greater intensity than before. Kaido sensed the overwhelming cold enveloping his body and hastily activated his armament Haki, donning a layer of armor resembling dark dragon scales to shield his form. However, the hailstorm, driven by the freezing force, was far too dense. Despite Kaido's full-body defense, the biting cold still permeated his being. Under this powerful chill, layers of ice began to accumulate on Kaido's body. Although he managed to melt some of the ice using his heat, the overwhelming cold from all directions was suffocating. After flying for 1,000 meters, he had yet to escape the icy tempest and was instantly encased in ice. The frigid winds continued to howl around him. Yet Kaido remained motionless within the blizzard zone. His massive form still retained its flying posture, but now it was entirely covered in ice. The frozen Kaido retained a semblance of consciousness, striving to move, but it felt as though he was burdened by mountains, rendering him immobile. Chapter 81. Marco, Bista, come quickly to the rescue. The fierce corrosive power relentlessly eroded Kaido through the ice layer, penetrating his armament Haki significantly. While layers of blood began to seep from his skin, this is the formidable torment of Landry. The maximum health points diminish, rendering any thickness of vitality utterly useless. Feeling the pervasive pain coursing through his body, Kaido clenched his teeth, overwhelmed by a wave of emotion. Who would have thought that Marco could be so terrifying? The power of ice can actually immobilize me. Furthermore, this dreadful corrosive force has managed to penetrate my armament Haki. Kaido couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If this glacial tempest were to persist for just a few minutes, even the strongest creature alive would surely meet their demise here. The Whitebeard Pirates have indeed acquired something formidable. I must find a way to escape. The fierce cold winds continued to howl, and Marco's devil fruit powers had been utterly exhausted. Dragging his weary body, he gazed ahead. Before him stood the colossal figure, frozen solid like a statue of ice, and Marco instinctively swallowed hard. Kaido had been transformed into a massive ice dragon. Could this be real? Subsequently, Marco approached Kaido, touching the enormous frozen azure dragon, feeling the unyielding, bone-chilling cold beneath his fingers, which finally put his mind at ease. I have truly accomplished this. The creature reputed to be the strongest in the world, Kaido, who would have imagined that one day he could be so effortlessly subdued by my hand. Although, I have expended all of my own powers in the process. Nevertheless, after all, he is one of the 4 emperors. The vast ocean, under the dominion of its sovereigns, resonates with the same level of authority as my father. I, Marco, shall soon be renowned across the entire sea. Ha ha ha. This is all thanks to Vice Captain Wang Yu. I never anticipated that under his guidance, I would attain the combat prowess of a Yonko. The step I had long hesitated to take has finally been realized. My excitement grows with every passing moment. In this glorious moment, it feels almost improper not to boast to someone. Thus, I called out to my distant comrade, Vista. Vista, my brother, ha ha ha. Come and see. Come and see. I have even defeated Kaido. Can you believe it? The so-called strongest creature in the world, Kaido, has been reduced to an ice sculpture under my freezing power. Ha ha. My abilities are truly terrifying. Marco exclaimed with uncontainable enthusiasm. At that instant, a thunderous crack resonated through the air as the ice encasing Kaido shattered. It turns out that just moments ago, when Marco's glacier storm had depleted its energy, Kaido seized the opportunity. The formidable Haki of armament flowed through him once more, resisting the chilling grasp of Marco's power. Then, gathering his Conqueror's Haki, he unleashed a fierce assault, shattering the ice before him with sheer force. With a resounding crash, the fragments of Marco's frozen might scattered across the ground. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the massive azure dragon broke free from its icy prison, charging directly towards Marco. It was evident that the dragon bore numerous scars, each one a testament to its harrowing battles. Thanks to Kaido's terrifying resilience, all of those wounds had now scabbed over. Yet, upon observing the fresh injuries that adorned his own body, Kaido's expression darkened to an ominous degree. Damn you, Marco. How dare you leave so many scars on my body? You shall pay for this. Kaido snarled with a menacing glare. Then, the colossal dragon, its head enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, surged forward once again towards Marco. The very sky trembled in response to Kaido's wrath, becoming a tumultuous tempest. Feeling the frigid malice emanating from Kaido, Marco found himself swallowing hard in apprehension. At this moment, my reserves of energy have been utterly depleted in the face of Kaido's relentless onslaught. Truly, I find myself bereft of any viable solution. I have exhausted all my options. The only course left is to seek assistance. After all, if life itself is at stake, what need is there for bravado? Thus, Marco turned to Bista beside him and began to cry out desperately, "Bista, brother, save me. Come swiftly to my aid. That scoundrel Kaido has freed himself from my icy grasp." Marco's previous bravado dissipated as he called for Bista's help, fully surrendering to the dire situation. Upon hearing Marco's desperate plea, Bista, understanding the gravity of the moment, rushed forward without hesitation. Kaido, noticing Bista's approach, smirked with a hint of derision. "How unfortunate. At such a close distance, you, Bista, stand no chance of thwarting me. Marco, prepare to meet your end." Kaido's lips curled into a menacing grin. Marco, covering his eyes in despair, could hardly fathom the predicament he had wrought. To think he might perish at the hands of Kaido. Had he known better, he would have accepted Bista's earlier invitation to confront Kaido together. Yet, who could have foreseen that this infernal Kaido would possess such formidable resilience? An existence impervious even to the corrosive powers of ice. The awakening of Kaido was utterly unexpected. Roar! Rising dragon. Flamebugwa, a colossal fire dragon, despite its myriad scars, exhibited remarkable agility. It charged directly at Marco. Chapter 82 Kaido, Bista Kazuki Oden? Just as Marco believed his doom was imminent, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Marco sensed the anomaly surrounding him and slightly opened his eyes. He was utterly astonished. "Oh my, Bista, is it you? Your speed. Incredible. You managed to arrive before me in such a brief moment. Have you mastered teleportation?" Marco exclaimed with excitement. Hearing Marco's words, Bista shot him a bemused glance. "Marco, you rascal. Didn't you previously insist I refrain from intervening? How is it that you have so swiftly changed your tune?" Bista chuckled. Now, with his life hanging by a thread, Marco dared not feign bravado any longer, sporting a smile. "Heh, I was merely waiting for the moment I found myself in peril. So I could call upon you, dear Bista. This was entirely for your sake." Marco grinned as he spoke. Bista, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, thought to himself, "In terms of shamelessness, you truly excel, Marco. Previously, when I felt capable of fighting and wanted to join the fray, you wouldn't allow me." As the situation appeared increasingly dire, one realized the necessity of intervening, claiming it was for their own sake. Such treachery is simply insufferable. Meanwhile, Kaido witnessed the silhouette of Bista, his eyes widening in sheer astonishment, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, he had clearly observed Bista positioned at a distance from Marco, significantly further than his own position. Moreover, in his transformed dragon form, his speed far surpassed that of the mere Bista. Yet, against all odds, Bista had managed to catch up. This is utterly unscientific. No, rather than catching up, it would be more accurate to say instantaneous. Kaido suddenly widened his eyes, abruptly realizing the gravity of the situation. Bista has, astonishingly, accomplished the feat of teleportation. This does not resemble any form of swordsmanship. Rather, it bears a striking resemblance to the space fruit. Kaido pondered in profound astonishment. In this context, it appears that the reasons for the failures of Jean and Quinn have been uncovered. However, despite the knowledge that Bista and Marco have grown significantly stronger than before, Kaido remains utterly unfazed. On the contrary, an exhilarating sense of anticipation surges within him. He is resolute in his determination to retain both of these individuals within Wano. Thus, one could grasp the technological secrets of the Whitebeard Pirates. "Humph, you little brat. Dare to stand in my way, then you shall perish in Marco's stead." Kaido roared, and in the next instant, his speed did not wane. Rather, it intensified as he charged towards Bista with unrelenting ferocity. "Hey, Bista, be cautious of his strike. I currently lack the energy to summon an ice barrier. How will you withstand this blow?" Marco's face momentarily reflected his concern. Yet, upon witnessing Marco's anxious expression, Bista offered a faint smile. "Rest assured, Marco. Do not presume that only you can endure Kaido's assault. I, Bista, can do so as well." Bista declared with unwavering conviction. His dual blades, crackling with electricity, were already brimming with anticipation. He had long awaited the opportunity to engage Kaido in battle, and such a splendid chance was not to be squandered. With resolve, Bista unsheathed his twin blades, facing Kaido's onslaught without a hint of trepidation. Instead, he opted to confront it head-on. Slicing jade, Bista shouted. In that moment, a formidable sword intent erupted from his dual blades, the overwhelming force manifesting instantaneously as it surged towards Kaido's dragon head, buzzing with ominous black armor. The speed reached an unparalleled zenith. Feeling the terrifying sword intent emanating from Bista, Kaido furrowed his brow slightly. Is this truly the sword intent of Bista? Just now, I was so engrossed in battling Marco that I completely overlooked Bista. To be able to vanquish the two calamities, he must possess some extraordinary abilities. Upon reflection, it seems that, in addition to his formidable spatial power, Bista has also mastered exceptional swordsmanship. I cannot afford to underestimate him. The audacious and meticulous Kaido unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, enveloping his dragon head, and charged forward to clash with Bista's strike. Boom! The collision of their powers resulted in an explosion at the center of their confrontation, with powerful shockwaves reverberating outward. The ground that Marco had previously frozen shattered completely under the impact of the waves. Observing the clash between Bista and Kaido, even Marco could not help but express his admiration. Indeed, our Whitebeard Pirates are not the only ones capable of confronting the four emperors. Vice Captain Wang Yu's teachings have produced nothing short of monstrous talents, Marco murmured to himself, as Kaido collided with Bista's strike. He felt a ringing in his head from the powerful sword intent, which nearly knocked his dragon head askew. Even Kaido was taken aback. If it were in his usual state, it wouldn't matter, but his current flame blue dragon form is the most defensively robust of all his transformations. To think that Bista could breach this form means he is increasingly resembling a human, that human being Kazuki Oden. Damn it! Seeking death. Kaido roared in fury. Determined to withstand the pain, he charged at Bista once more. In the next moment, however, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Bista's mouth as he murmured to Kaido, I say, Kaido, have you not realized that something is amiss? With a smile, Bista spoke. Chapter 83, The Great Retreat Something Amiss? Kaido's eyes widened as he pondered. Suddenly, from his dragon form, crackling sounds of thunder echoed. A surge of electricity erupted from his dragon head, coursing through his body and reaching the tip of his tail. Kaido stood there, utterly dumbfounded. This is the thunder fruit. Under the influence of the electric blade, Kaido felt his entire dragon body grow numb from the shock. Amidst the powerful jolt, the skeleton of a colossal dragon distinctly materialized before Marco. Gazing up at the gigantic dragon, Marco widened his eyes in astonishment. Bista, your electrical prowess is formidable. Even Kaido has been momentarily vanquished by you, Marco exclaimed with excitement. However, Bista merely shook his head. Not yet. This level of electricity merely causes a slight numbness for Kaido. He is not so easily defeated, Bista asserted with gravity. Goodness, from my perspective. Perhaps we should retreat. My devil fruit abilities are utterly depleted, and I am unable to continue the fight. The mission is accomplished if we don't leave now. I fear for our lives here, Marco said with a wry smile. Bista nodded in agreement. They were not only responsible for their own escape but also had two captive women in their charge. Even if they chose to flee now, they would have to engage Kaido for a few rounds before making their exit. Thus, they could no longer afford to delay. Very well, retreat, Bista commanded. And the two of them swiftly took off, carrying the large sacks with them. In this moment, Kaido, jolted by the electric shock, shuddered violently and instantly regained consciousness. His gaze fell upon Marco and Bista, who were sprinting while carrying heavy sacks. A wave of frustration and fury surged within him. How infuriating. I absolutely cannot allow these two scoundrels to escape. Otherwise, Kaido, shall have no place in the new world. Kaido roared in anger. He had intended to command his subordinates to tear Marco and the others apart, but then it struck him. He had no subordinates left. Thus, in a fit of rage, Kaido continued to chase after them, shouting, You wretches, stop right there. Kaido's body was marred with scars. The dragon scales that adorned him were ravaged by Marco's freezing corrosive power, leaving behind bloodstains and various singe marks from lightning strikes. He was indeed a battered figure. His head bore the consequences of colliding with the ice mountain summoned by Marco, resulting in a significant dent. To make matters worse, the force of the impact had knocked out two of his teeth. Additionally, he had just received a devastating blow from Bista's full-force Rokugan, leaving a deep scar on his head. Injury upon injury. As Kaido traversed the land, the people of Wano gazed up at the sky, horrified, and hurriedly retreated into their homes, peering through windows at the colossal dragon above. Wano. Wano has a dragon. This rumor is indeed true. Is this what a dragon looks like? Such an overwhelming presence, it appears to be a gigantic beast. Look quickly. This dragon seems rather peculiar. Why does it have so many wounds? Could it be someone has injured this dragon? Indeed, look at those scars. They appear to be sword wounds, as though some swordsman had struck it. Good heavens, who is this formidable being? Did the tremors felt throughout the ground just now arise from a battle between someone and this dragon? Meanwhile, Bista and Marco, encumbered by 2 women and treasures, found their pace sluggish. Vista, can you hold on a bit longer? Once my devil fruit energy recovers, I will summon an iceberg to block him. And then we can escape, Marco urged. Vista's lips curled into a slight smile, despite having expended considerable energy during the battle in Wano as a swordsman. He naturally possessed greater stamina than a devil fruit user, so his fatigue was manageable. Rest assured, leave it to me, Marco. With resolve, Vista drew his twin swords and unleashed another Rokugan towards the rear. The powerful sword intent sliced through the air, striking Kaido's head with tremendous force. Kaido swallowed hard, bracing for the incoming blow. There was no option to evade. If he did, the distance between Marco and Bista would only widen. With determination, Kaido coated his head in Haki, enduring the fierce strike. Boom. The heavy slash nearly sent Kaido plummeting from the sky, but fueled by vengeance. He gritted his teeth and pressed on. You bastards, just wait. Once I catch you, you will endure 100-fold of suffering. Kaido bellowed, accelerating his flight. Observing the massive dragon behind him, Vista squinted. Truly, Kaido lived up to his reputation as one of the 4 emperors. An ordinary person would struggle to survive such a blow, yet Kaido withstood it. Without hesitation, Vista continued his escape while launching another attack. Boom! The powerful strike landed heavily on Kaido's head once more. Blood streamed from Kaido's head, and his nose bled profusely from the force of the blow. Yet, consumed by rage, Kaido paid no heed to the pain. You scoundrels! How dare you reduce me to this state? I will not allow you to leave Wano. Kaido seethed, baring his gnarled teeth. As blood rained down from the sky, Kaido showed no signs of slowing his pace. He gathered a powerful blast of dragon breath in his mouth and unleashed it upon Marco and his companions. Dragon breath. Whoosh. The searing breath surged forth like a wall of fire, aimed directly at the 2. Sensing the immense heat behind them, Marco and Bista activated their observation Haki, leaping in opposite directions with all their might. Boom! The explosion of the scorching breath erupted between them, creating a massive crater in the ground, sending debris soaring into the sky before it began to rain down. Hey, Bista, are you up to the task? If this continues, Kaido will catch up to us. Marco exclaimed anxiously. Just watch. This time, my strike will be an upgraded version. Bista replied, feeling the wind swirling around his twin blades, brimming with confidence. Upgraded version? Marco asked, intrigued. Indeed. And it will trigger a lightning effect, Bista proclaimed, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Upon hearing of the lightning effect, Marco nodded knowingly. He had just witnessed Kaido being thoroughly shocked moments ago. Chapter 84. Kaido, my heat breath was blown back. If Kaido were to unleash another attack, it would undoubtedly create a significant rift between them. As I contemplated this, Kaido's dragon form reappeared behind the 2, casting a colossal shadow upon the ground. A formidable sense of oppression washed over them in an instant. Super dragon breath. Kaido roared with fury. Enraged, Kaido opened his massive jaws, releasing a torrent of searing energy. Boom! The intense energy surged towards Marco with a sudden ferocity. Marco had only just managed to accumulate some of his devil fruit powers, and now, faced with Kaido's scorching breath, he realized that to evade it, he would have to activate his Phoenix flight ability. Hey, Bista. What about that advanced slashing technique you mentioned? Hurry up, save me. Marco exclaimed in desperation. Upon hearing Marco's plea, Bista, wielding twin blades, halted abruptly. Facing Kaido, he raised his swords above his head, adopting an offensive stance. Kaido was momentarily clouded by an illusion. The man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Kazuki Oden. The cross-shaped scar left by Oden on Kaido's dragon form still throbbed painfully. Damn it! Am I seeing things? Enraged, Kaido shook his head, gradually regaining his composure. The figure before him was none other than Bista, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Roar! Recalling memories of Kazuki Oden only fueled Kaido's wrath, intensifying the heat of his breath to a more terrifying degree, causing the very air around him to shimmer with scorching distortion. A powerful heat wave surged towards Bista in an instant. Observing Bista standing motionless with his blades, Marco, who was running frantically, began to shout a warning. Hey, Bista, what on earth are you doing? This is Kaido we're dealing with. And you're just posing? Get ready to fight, Marco urged anxiously. Marco had resolved that if Bista could not withstand this attack, he would take matters into his own hands, as he had regained some of his devil fruit's power. Utilizing his flight ability, he could lift Bista into the sky to evade Kaido's onslaught. Upon hearing Marco's words, Bista frowned. Marco, you fool, be quiet. I am currently grasping the art of the sword of sealing, do you understand? A swordsmanship that embraces life through facing death. This is what Vice Captain Wang Yu has taught me. Do not disrupt my concentration, Bista retorted vehemently. In the next moment, Kaido's dragon breath was merely a few meters from Bista's cheek. He could acutely sense the overwhelming heat bearing down on him. Even his hair was beginning to show signs of being singed. Hey, Bista, are you alright? If not, I'll take the hit. In this critical moment, Marco hastily inquired. Ignoring Marco's concern, Bista felt at that instant as if he were a soul unburdened by the fear of life and death. This nonchalant attitude towards life and death imbued Bista's twin blades with an ever-flowing aura of terrifying sword intent. Suddenly, Bista's eyes widened as he sensed the overwhelming presence of this sword intent. He struck towards Kaido in the sky with unwavering resolve. Upon witnessing Bista's formidable aura, Kaido's dragon head momentarily faltered. Was this the dual sword style? The Tao Yuan's Ten Fist sword? No, that couldn't be right. This is not the Peach Blossom Ten Fists. The Peach Blossom Ten Fists is a swordsmanship of Wano, yet this is a technique far more terrifying than the Peach Blossom Ten Fists. Kaido, wary of the threat, swiftly activated his defense, enveloping his head in his Haki. At this moment, he resolved not to allow any further harm to befall his head. Once again, it is his visage at stake. If someone were to inquire about the injuries to my face, I would feel quite embarrassed to admit that it was inflicted by two younger individuals. Fortunately, the heat emitted from me was somewhat effective in fending off certain sword techniques. Otherwise, I would have been left with yet another scar upon my visage. Kaido lamented. Little did he know, just as he finished his musings, a sudden gust of wind surged before him, carrying with it Kaido's own fiery breath. Rushing directly towards him, he realized, to his dismay, that the wretched Bista had somehow redirected his own heat against him. The overwhelming wave of heat assaulted him. Despite the protection of his dragon scales, he found himself momentarily ensnared by this intense force, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Chapter 85. Has Kaido been sent flying? Is he not invincible? Kaido felt as though his entire worldview had shattered. What is happening? What sword technique has Bista mastered? He is clearly not a devil fruit user, yet he wields the wind as a weapon. Moreover, that was his own heat, capable of obliterating a mountain with a mere flick of the wrist. Yet, Bista effortlessly returned it, turning Kaido's own flames against him. The turmoil within Kaido was nothing short of profound. What has become of the Whitebeard Pirates? This simply cannot stand. We must capture these two individuals and thoroughly examine them to uncover the source of their formidable technology or perhaps a unique devil fruit. Observing Bista's slash, which effortlessly dispersed Kaido's dragon breath, Marco exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, brother Bista, is this what you referred to as the advanced version? You blown away Kaido's fiery breath. Will he not be incensed by this? I recall Deputy Captain Wang Yu mentioning that this is termed knockback, capable of momentarily stunning the opponent. Yet, given that the adversary is someone as powerful as Kaido, can we truly ascertain that even a formidable foe like him can be knocked back and dazed? Marco pondered with skepticism. Marco remained somewhat unconvinced. After all, in this world, each individual's strength varies, and the same technique may yield different outcomes against different opponents. This is a common occurrence. Upon hearing Marco's remarks, Bista felt a twinge of defiance. What nonsense are you spouting, Marco? Deputy Captain Wang Yu stated unequivocally that no matter who the enemy is, they must be knocked back. And what else did he say? Oh, I recall now. Deputy Captain Wang Yu referred to this as a system bug in our world, one to which no one is immune. Though I can hardly grasp the concept, I simply know that everyone must be knocked back and dazed. Bista chuckled cheerfully. What on earth is a system bug? Marco expressed his confusion, yet if it were indeed spoken by Deputy Captain Wang Yu, it must hold some truth. After all, I have personally experienced the efficacy of Deputy Captain Wang Yu's teachings. While Bista's ability is undoubtedly extraordinary, could it be that my own power is even more remarkable? The capacity to augment the Phoenix's abilities with an ice element. Should this be revealed, others would surely find it hard to believe. This is the remarkable prowess of First Officer Wang Yu. Thus, Bista's ability to launch opponents is now believed by Marco upon hearing it is attributed to Wang Yu. Consequently, as Marco runs, he casts a glance back at Kaido, knowing that if Kaido could indeed be sent flying, it would be a historic moment worth remembering. A formidable slash, infused with flames, surged toward Kaido in an instant. Frustrated, Kaido maximized his armament Haki, positioning his dragon claws defensively before his face. If injuries were to be sustained, let it be his claws, for his visage cannot withstand further torment. Boom. The lightning-fast slash collided directly with Kaido's dragon claws in an instant. The searing breath of fire scorched Kaido's claws, causing them to bubble and blister. Kaido grimaced in pain, finally comprehending the agony endured by those he had once incinerated with his own fiery breath.